Chapter 1. The Duel of Ninja Elementary Students. Little Eishu, the nurse is going to treat you now, so bear with it, okay? In the sun-drenched consultation room, the nurse gazed at the small boy before her with a gentle smile. All right, nurse, the boy named Eishu replied obediently, extending his right hand, which was tightly wrapped in bandages. As the nurse unwrapped the bandages, a small hand marred with scars was revealed, prompting a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. After a simple disinfection, a surge of chakra enveloped the little hand in a vibrant green glow. This process lasted about 5 minutes, and the wounds had healed significantly. Typically, such injuries could be completely healed in one go with medical jutsu. However, considering Eishu's tender age, excessive chakra stimulation could lead to complications, necessitating 3 separate treatments. This was the second session. I'm going to apply the medicine now. It might hurt a bit, so please bear with it, little Eishu. Okay, nurse. His response was consistent, and the boy's obedient demeanor was quite endearing. In truth, Eishu wished to express that he had grown accustomed to such pain. He wanted to convey that creation and destruction always coexist, much like light and darkness. Opposing yet interdependent, to gain something often requires enduring cost. Of course, these thoughts remained buried deep within, lest they disrupt his unassuming persona. All done. Little Eishu, you are so brave. Come back in 3 days for a dressing change, and if it itches, please do not remove the bandages. The nurse tousled Eishu's hair. Obedient and sensible children are always delightful. Thank you, nurse. A few minutes later, Eishu's right hand was now wrapped in fresh bandages, adorned with a bow crafted by the same nurse, perfectly fitted. As he walked along the street towards home, surrounded by bustling pedestrians and familiar buildings, Eishu felt a sense of disorientation. Was it merely an illusion? It felt as though he had lived here for many years, despite having only recently traversed into this world. Indeed, he was a traveler, having been in this realm for a mere 100 days. In his past life, he was a humanities student in a university in a magical city, suddenly finding himself in the body of a 5-year-old boy, an experience that was undeniably disconcerting. Moreover, the perilous nature of this world, coupled with the vague timeline and gaps in the original narrative, instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. It was February of the 40th year of Konoha, and the ninja school had just commenced. The Third Great Ninja War had only just begun, with a full 20 years before the events of Shippuden series unfolded. His understanding of the occurrences during this period was limited to general impressions of significant events. Eishu sighed, a humanities student from a humble background. Even with foresight, survival was no simple feat. My right hand should be able to withstand chakra. Now, I hope this time it succeeds. With his hands tucked into his pockets, the bow on his right hand concealed, he quickened his pace and slipped into the dim alleyway behind Konoha's bustling streets. He did not pause for the tempting aroma of takoyaki wafting from a nearby stall, nor did he linger at the bookstore, showcasing the latest popular titles. Eishu's humble abode was nestled within a small grove on the outskirts of Konoha, a secluded environment that offered tranquility, allowing him to fish by the nearby stream for a source of protein. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found a spiky-haired boy awaiting him. Are you ready? What did the doctor say? The boy with spiky hair inquired with a serious expression. They said I need to change the dressing again, but I feel it's nothing serious. Don't worry about it, it's manageable, Eishu replied swiftly. Well, all right. The spiky-haired boy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Eishu's words. Tomorrow, when we meet those brats, we'll rely on this tactic. As he spoke, the spiky-haired boy rolled up his sleeves and adjusted his goggles, as if preparing for a grand undertaking. The 2 boys immediately began to run, their purpose clear and their steps resolute. Soon, they arrived by a small river. Surrounded by lush greenery, the clear waters flowed gently, with occasional plump fish leaping in shallows. Yet the 2 boys remained undistracted, locking eyes as the spiky-haired boy quietly produced a lighter and a bundle of oil-soaked cotton swabs. After our last failure, I pondered for a long time and concluded that the issue lay with the cooking oil. This time, I secretly used my grandmother's kerosene. It should work without a hitch. You're quite clever, Abido, but it would be even better if you could master the great fireball technique more quickly. Hey, it's only a matter of time, Abido replied with a carefree attitude. Indeed, standing before Eishu was none other than Abido Uchiha, the future 3rd major villain of the ninja world. How these 2 came to be allies traces back to the day Eishu first arrived in this world. The original owner of this body was a timid child, and when Eishu first transcended, he found himself being bullied by a group of unruly kids. The children were far from gentle, and Eishu didn't even realize he had bumped his head against a brick. As the assault continued, Abido appeared, driven by a sense of justice and intervening in the fray. Thus, this pair of brothers, bound by fate yet sharing different parentage, forged a deep friendship that day. Now, their objective was to reclaim their dignity in tomorrow's duel. Do not question why a well-educated soul in his 20s would engage in such antics. A man remains a boy at heart until the very end. Now, I shall begin, Abito. Eishu inhaled deeply, his tone serious. Abito nodded in agreement. Eishu closed his eyes, keenly sensing the flow of chakra within his body. Recalling the jutsu scroll left by his unseen parents, he formed the seals. His speed in forming the seals was commendable. A skill honed over a decade of practice, his fingers moved with remarkable dexterity, undeterred even by the bandages. Finally, the seals were complete, and his chakra surged forth as intended. Water release, water ball technique. Eishu exhaled sharply, plunging his hand into the river's surface, and upon drawing it back, a clear water sphere materialized in his grasp. Drank ninjutsu, water release, water ball technique. It can eliminate impurities in river water, refining it into purer molecules though not suitable for drinking. It serves well for bathing and laundry. A fundamental water technique, lacking lethality, yet significantly enhances daily life. The water ball, about the size of a fist, remained intact as Eishu maneuvered it to the back of his hand, astonishingly not dissipating, as if it had adhered to him. After 2 months of diligent practice, he had mastered the control of the water ball, skillfully adjusting its size and position. Now comes the main event. Eishu took a deep breath, and even Abito beside him tensed in anticipation. Last time, they had been on the brink of success, but faltered due to a lack of coordination, nearly resulting in Aishu's right hand being burned. Abito nervously ignited a cotton swab with his lighter, the small flame flickering to life. Meanwhile, Eishu remained focused. His left hand stayed relatively still, deftly forming the seals with his fingers, while his right hand moved with slightly more vigor. It was evident that controlling the water ball while forming seals posed some difficulty. Fortunately, the process was proceeding smoothly. Eishu had been studying this technique for over a month. At last, lightning release, lightning flash. With another shout, a brilliant blue light erupted from Aishu's right hand. It was lightning release. Abito's eyes sparkled with envy. Though they were merely the most rudimentary ninjutsu, they were certainly superior to the individual who, after 3 months of training, could not even produce a single puff of fireball. Indeed, Eishu was truly a prodigy. Chapter 2. The ninjutsu that merges 4 types of chakra. At this moment, Eishu wielded lightning release in his left hand and water release in his right. Although both were the most basic forms of ninjutsu, their mere existence would undoubtedly mark him as a budding genius. Yet, Aishu's ambitions did not halt there. His intentions extended far beyond merely executing 2 low-level ninjutsu simultaneously for nearly a minute. The education he received instilled in him a disdain for such ostentatious displays. The small water sphere on his left hand slipped from his knuckles to his palm. Aishu's lips turned slightly pale. Despite the simplicity of the techniques, his age made it commendable that he could invoke them at all, although his chakra reserves were still insufficient. If only I could master the 8 gates and creation rebirth. Without a bloodline, it is indeed a struggle. This thought suddenly crossed Aishu's mind. The 8 gates would exhaust the body to provide an extraordinary surge of chakra, while creation rebirth would perpetually mend the body, resulting in an inexhaustible source of chakraken to a perpetual motion machine. However, Eishu dismissed the notion, acknowledging its impracticality. He needed to focus intently. Eishu slowly brought his hands closer together, piercing the water sphere with the lightning from his right hand. The lightning did not dissipate. Instead, bubbles began to form within the water sphere. Eishu held his breath, carefully safeguarding these bubbles as the water sphere began to exhibit a clearer distinction between its components, gas above and liquid below. In scientific terms, the upper layer consisted of hydrogen and oxygen molecules, generated by the breakdown of water molecules subjected to alternating current, colloquially known as a hydrogen-oxygen mixture, which was explosive. Below lay water with a degree of impurities. 2H2O electrolysis, 2H2O2. Suddenly, Eishu recalled his chemistry teacher from the 3rd year of middle school and his shiny bald head. Abito, are you ready? As the lightning in his right hand finally waned, the small water sphere on his left, now under Aishu's meticulous control, had shed the unreacted water and impurities, leaving behind a singular bubble. Eishu crouched slightly, positioning himself as if to flee, extending his arm, resembling the silhouette of a cannon. But the ignition would not come from him. It was Abito. Eishu, let's begin. 3, 2, 1, run. Abito's countdown concluded, and he hurled the ignited cotton swab with precision, right at the center of the bubble, just as Eishu began his retreat. In the next moment, boom! The explosion was several times louder than firecrackers. Eishu had anticipated the blast, covering his ears, but the shockwave still left his ears ringing. Yet, a smile could not be restrained from creeping upon his lips. It worked. It actually worked. Obito. Wow. It worked, Eishu. You're incredible, Eishu. The two boys shouted excitedly to one another. They were certain they would not lose in tomorrow's duel. That evening, Eishu returned home and took some time to rest. Once his chakra had sufficiently replenished, he enjoyed a meal to restore his energy. The following morning, Eishu rose early to begin refining his chakra. As noon approached and the time for the duel drew near, Eishu commenced the meticulous process he had employed the day before, this time with a small beverage bottle by his side. Hydrogen-oxygen explosions require an open flame, and the space must be compressed. 400 milliliters should suffice, Eishu calculated. Although he was primarily a humanities student, he had managed to pass chemistry class in middle school. He was determined to win today's duel. It is worth noting that this was a rather sorrowful tale. The physical prowess of the ninja world surpassed that of his previous life. Eishu felt that even if he was dressed as a ninja, he might still struggle against those rascally children. However, he did not fret about the consequences. After all, his previous incarnation had been beaten to the point of transmigration. Why should he hold back now? Moreover, this amount of hydrogen probably paled in comparison to a basic fire release. Were it not for Obito's lack of progress in mastering the fireball technique after so long, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament. Yet, should anyone presume that he was engaging in this endeavor merely for the sake of the duel, they would be gravely mistaken. By electrolyzing water with lightning release to generate hydrogen and igniting it with fire release, in a certain sense, he was creating ninjutsu. Furthermore, it was a remarkably complex composite ninjutsu. Water release combined with lightning release, augmented by fire release. The hydrogen could even be manipulated with wind release. 2 types of chakra are referred to as a bloodline limit, while 3 types are termed as bloodline elimination. But what, then, would 4 types of chakra be called? Eishu was not the sort to engage in childish antics. This was a serious endeavor. This was hydrogen release. He was embarking on something monumental. Eishu always felt that he possessed a commendable degree of talent. His parents had left him a small wooden cottage and 2 basic ninjutsu techniques. His lightning and water chakra affinities were likely inherited. However, today's venture was solely his own. Had painstakingly explored and researched every aspect of it. Perhaps this was owed to his robust spirit, allowing for particularly delicate manipulation of chakra. The only shortcoming was his meager chakra reserves. Had he been born into the Senju clan, the hydrogen he prepared for those rascals would not have been contained within such a small plastic bottle. Phew, this will have to suffice. Carefully sealing the hard-won hydrogen release into the small plastic bottle, Eishu swiftly capped it. Creating it was easy, preserving it was the challenge. He also had to ensure that it did not leak or become compromised during the process, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, followed by Obito's voice. Eishu, are you ready? That group has already set off. I'm on my way. Eishu quickly stashed the small bottle in his clothing, donned his shoes, and dashed outside. Did you bring the materials? Of course. Obito produced a bottle cap from his pocket. It was identical in specifications and size to the cap in Eishu's possession, with the exception of a small hole in the center. Do not underestimate that hole. It was crucial meticulous detail belonging to a humanities student, a testament to 2 boys' defiance before their impending confrontation. Obito then revealed a firecracker the size of his thumb, perfectly fitting into the hole. Shall we insert it now, or wait a moment? Let's wait. We don't want it to leak, Eishu replied. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles before heading directly to the duel location. The duel was set to take place in a small park. During lunchtime, it was unlikely anyone would be present. The park was most populated in the evening, where muffled sounds of struggle occasionally echoed from corners. Eishu recalled that the 7th squad had been known to engage in similar conflicts in parks such as this one. They did not arrive particularly early. The rascally children, confident in their numerical superiority, had gathered long before. Their attire bore a striking resemblance, not due to professionalism, but because they belonged to the same clan, the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The leader among them appeared to be around 10 years old, tall, with a hairstyle akin to Obito's, but longer and spikier. Upon spotting the 2 newcomers, one of the Uchiha children slyly placed a hand within his cloak, and they immediately began to mock Eishu and Obito. Dada, you truly dare to come? Obito, I thought you would summon your grandmother. You possess quite a bit of audacity, don't you? Speaking of which, Obito's childhood was rather tragic. With only a grandmother at home, he was the bottom of the class at school and held no esteem within his clan. It was already unfortunate, but a few months prior, while defending Rin, he was beaten and earned the title of the Shame of Uchiha among his peers, an epithet bestowed upon him by none other than the individual standing before him, Uchiha Kage. At this moment, the sight of his adversary ignited a fierce animosity within him. Yet, Obito remained remarkably composed. He silently handed a firecracker from his pocket to Rin. Moments later, Rin returned the small bottle with the firecrackers opening sealed to Obito. Let's put an end to all of this, Obito. Chapter 3, Goodness. Take cover. When I meet Kushina later, what should I say? The gentle sunlight bathes the earth. It is the midday of spring, perfectly complemented by a soft breeze. Minato strolls through the streets, feeling a touch of melancholy. He had promised Kushina that he would take her shopping once their mission concluded. Yet, upon returning to Konoha, a new task had arisen. The situation was urgent. He had only 3 hours to replenish his supplies. Disappearing without a word was not an option, as it could lead to dire consequences. However, attempting to reason with Kushina about the time constraint seemed futile. What to do? Just as Minato was at a loss, he caught sight of an intriguing scene. 2 groups of children were poised for confrontation, seemingly on the brink of a brawl. The larger group held a significant advantage, both in size and numbers. In stark contrast, the smaller group consisted of only 2 individuals, noticeably younger and far more fragile. Yet, they appeared resolute. Fighting is not advisable. Minato recalled Kushina's childhood, where she could easily take down other children. However, in this moment, he wished to prevent the larger group from bullying the smaller one, as Konoha's little son was not merely a figure of smiles. At that moment, one of the boys, sporting a spiky hairstyle, suddenly produced a lighter. Minato was perplexed. But when he saw the boy retrieve a small bottle and ignite an unknown object perched atop it, Minato was unable to comprehend the boy's actions. However, he was well aware of the dangers of playing with fire. In an instant, he became a blur, teleporting directly to the boy's side. In Konoha, one can always trust in Minato's speed, even without using the Flying Thunder God technique. His body flicker technique was of the highest caliber. Past humiliations would be accounted for today. Wait, just as Obito prepared to launch his secret weapon, he suddenly halted, sensing an unknown resistance. You really shouldn't play with fire, young one. Obito looked up to behold an extraordinarily handsome sunlit smile. Under the sun's rays, it seemed as though a divine halo enveloped the man. Yet, in the next moment, he heard his comrade's voice. Get down. Was it get down or lie down? Obito's mind momentarily faltered, but quickly, his head was pressed down by Irika, and both of them dropped to the ground. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Perhaps 10 seconds later, as Irika struggled to regain equilibrium amidst the ringing in his ears, he looked up, his eyes widening at the sight before him. There were the Uchiha children in the distance, frozen in place, wide-eyed and gaping as if they had stumbled upon adults engaged in inappropriate activities while playing hide-and-seek in the woods. Following their gaze, Irika swallowed hard and nearly in a daze, raised his head. He beheld a rather disheveled figure. The dazzling golden hair had been singed, a significant portion now curled. One half of the face was charred, though fortunately, it had not been severely injured. Otherwise, it would have resulted in disfigurement. What moved Irika was that this man stood in a protective, hunched posture, likely reacting instinctively to shield them both. This was the reason the two had not sustained direct harm. Eishu was momentarily stunned. Was this considered an accident? Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, and this scene was clearly witnessed by several unruly Uchiha children. Run, hurry. One of the young Uchiha shouted in a panic, his voice quivering with fear. They were evidently terrified, realizing that had Obito directed his fury towards them, they would have met their demise. The Uchiha children had never encountered such a scene before and hastily fled, crying and stumbling in their haste. Obito's humiliation was momentarily erased. However, Obito's situation was not significantly better than that of the frightened Uchiha children. Obito stammered, glancing at the man lying motionless on the ground, then frantically looking at Eishu, pointing at himself, then at the man. I didn't mean to, Eishu. You saw it. It was him. He suddenly. Calm down. The voice of an adult resonated. And Eishu's stern command indeed steadied Obito's frayed nerves. He quickly turned the man over, checking for breath and heartbeat. And only after confirming he was alive did he let out a sigh of relief. The man was not dead, but we must rush him to the hospital. Eishu spoke solemnly. He had learned how to handle emergencies in college, but he had not been trained to revive someone incapacitated by a hydrogen bomb. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision not to flee. After all, the education he received did not permit such behavior. Yes, to the hospital, quickly. Obito finally regained his composure. Obito was inherently kind-hearted, or perhaps one could say he was a good boy before his descent into darkness. He would not abandon the scene of the accident nor flee from the consequences. This alone set him apart from those Uchiha children. The two youths exerted considerable effort to lift the man. The distance to the Konoha hospital was considerable, and they might not have sufficient strength. Fortunately, they had not gone far when a kind-hearted passerby witnessed the scene. Kids, let me help. A burly bald man intercepted them. Though his face bore the marks of a fierce scar, he appeared remarkably benevolent at that moment. The robust man hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder, his stride steady and swift as he dashed toward the direction of the Konoha hospital. Eishu and Obito finally let out a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, an inexplicable chill running down their spines. He should be all right, right? Obito inquired, swallowing hard. It ought to be merely burns accompanied by a slight concussion. Or so it seems, Eishu replied, uncertain. Then let us follow and see for ourselves. Indeed, the two young boys exhibited remarkable character, swiftly trailing behind. By the time they arrived, the man had already been carried inside. The burly, bald man was conversing with a nurse, and upon spotting the two boys, his eyes lit up. It's those two children. They were the first to spot the man. And they were the ones who carried him while I merely lent a hand. With the bald man's exclamation, all eyes in the hall turned towards Eishu and Obito. Faintly, praises of bravery and excellence drifted into their ears. Who would have imagined that these two were the very initiators of the incident? Both boys instantly flushed crimson. It's nothing serious, just minor burns, the nurse assured. Wait, is that you, little Eishu? At that moment, a nurse approached, the very one who had dressed Eishu's wounds the previous day. The nurse recognized the well-behaved child at a glance and affectionately ruffled their hair. Truly, little Eishu, what a good child you are. Come, let me examine your hand. Your injury has fully healed yet, so you must take good care. As the nurse spoke, the surrounding praises seemed to swell even more. The visage of Eishu grew increasingly flushed. Chapter 4, Future Plans. Ah, merely slight burns and contusions. Your constitution is commendable. A day of rest should suffice. Thank you, but rest assured, your face is unharmed. It is merely unfortunate about your hairstyle. However, it shall grow back swiftly and will not hinder your pursuits with the ladies. The doctor, evidently misunderstanding, departed the ward with a smile. Before leaving, he took a moment to remind Huoying, by the way, make sure to express your gratitude to those two youngsters. Had they not discovered the situation in time, your face might have been left scarred. As his words lingered, the two youths standing at the doorway tensed up. Just as they stood there, uncertain, a figure rushed toward them with great urgency, her striking red hair a vivid sight. The woman appeared quite anxious and, upon passing the doorway, caught a glimpse of Huoying inside. However, Huoying, with his flowing hair now transformed into a rugged crew cut, went unrecognized. The woman continued her frantic search, evidently failing to locate her target, before soon vanishing down the corridor. Sigh. Such urgency. One can only wonder what plight the family must be enduring. The doctor sighed and shook his head as he departed. Obito, too, felt a sense of empathy, echoing the sigh. Yet Eishu felt a tremor within, as if a thought had struck him. Red hair, blonde hair. Could it be merely coincidence? As this notion surfaced, the woman pivoted and returned. This time, she refrained from searching by intuition alone. Instead, she methodically followed the numbered signs of the hospital rooms, seeking each one in turn. Upon confirming the number of Schumann's room, she cautiously peered inside. Kushina, it is I. Schumann's voice emerged, tinged with hesitation. Eishu's heart jolted with surprise. Indeed, it was Kushina, the person inside. No wonder she managed to halt Obito in that fleeting moment. Her speed was not in vain. Obito felt a tightening in his chest as well. This was it. The family of the main subject had arrived, and after that tense display, he feared they would unleash a torrent of scolding upon them. However, a soft chuckle escaped as Kushina approached the bedside. Her eyes filled with a mix of compassion and amusement. What happened to your hair? She exclaimed, stifling laughter. Cough, cough. It was an accident. Minato replied with a wry smile. Is everyone all right? Kushina laughed for a while before remembering the pressing matter and hastily inquired. The smile on Minato's face grew more strained. Everyone is fine, thanks to those two little rascals. If it weren't for them. Minato glanced toward the doorway where two young heads peeked in nervously. The two boys stiffened once more. Is that so? Kushina turned her attention to the boys, waving them in. Come in and let your sister take a look. I heard all about it downstairs, and I must sincerely thank both of you. It's settled then. Once Minato is discharged, I shall treat you both to a grand feast. How does that sound? Eishu and Obito exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, having someone hospitalized and yet still being invited to a lavish feast? Might I make an impolite request to explode once more? What do you call yourselves? The ever-observant Minato interjected, his gaze initially laden with complexity, but soon transforming into a bemused smile directed at the two. I am Obito Uchiha. I am Eishu, known simply by my given name. A name without a surname is not an uncommon occurrence in the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, some prominent clans often bury their identities, omitting their surnames, as exemplified by Tsunade. However, Eishu's lack of a surname stemmed solely from the absence of one. He belonged to a humble, unadorned lineage, akin to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Obito, Eishu, Minato murmured, silently committing their names to memory. Then, observing Obito's mounting anxiety and the increasingly intricate expression on Eishu's face, he suddenly smiled. This time, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you. The little son radiated a warm, beaming smile, and even his cropped hairstyle could not diminish his charm. Obito initially trembled, his eyes welling up with tears. At first, Eishu felt nothing, for once he confirmed that this was the water gate, he felt at ease. However, glancing at the side where Obito stood, he pretended to pout. All right, it's settled. Kushina clapped her hands, attempting to lighten the peculiar atmosphere. Since this fellow cannot be discharged for the time being, I shall take you both out for a grand feast. How about Ichiraku ramen? Minato, Lord Hokage, I apologize, but while Kushina took the two youths out for ramen, Minato, with his close-cropped hair, hurriedly arranged for his discharge and made his way to the Hokage building. However, by the time he arrived, it was already late. He had been unconscious for 4 to 5 hours. No matter, I've already sent the Umbu in your stead. Are you all right, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, asking with concern. Minato's face was filled with shame as he replied, it's nothing, just a bit careless. I didn't expect haha. Observing his downcast disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. He had already grasped the gist of the situation. Minato was injured and hospitalized due to an attack in Konoha. This was no trivial matter. The investigation results were equally absurd, revealing that 2 groups of children had accidentally injured Minato, a jonin. Are today as children this fierce? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon turned his attention back to Minato with keen interest. Minato, do you know what the Umbu discovered at the scene? Minato was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon turned serious. Without waiting for a response, Sarutobi Hiruzen disclosed the answer. The traces left behind at the scene resembled explosive tags, but they were not of the same nature. Do you understand what I am implying? Minato nodded thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Indeed, that was not an explosive tag. If it had been, I would not have sustained such minor injuries. Thus, it is likely a technique. As he spoke, Minato's expression grew peculiar. The question arises, what technique is contained within a bottle and ignited with firecrackers? I am unclear on that. There were indeed slight traces of chakra at the scene, but they were not prominent. Since your task has already been undertaken by another, this period would be an excellent opportunity for you to investigate further. It may even assist with your recent research on the unmarked ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently. Minato's expression sharpened. Yes. Nightfall. After indulging in a hefty bowl of unjust ramen, Eishu bade a heavy farewell to the troubled Obito and returned home. Rarely did he forego refining his chakra, adhering to his principle of being a diligent bird that flies early. Primarily, Kushina's enthusiasm had left him, and Obito, feeling rather stuffed lying on the rooftop, he gazed at the scattered stars and the solitary moon. Eishu is devoid of the complex emotions of longing for his hometown, nor does he possess the enthusiasm to invite the shadows of 3 companions. Instead, he is engrossed in contemplating his future. The might of hydrogen release. How vast can it be? The outcome of today's events at the Watergate speaks volumes. If the quantity were to increase even slightly, the detonation symbols would be rendered obsolete. Moreover, the pivotal issues of release timing and occasion will eventually find resolution. It is merely a matter of proficiency and the level of his ninjutsu. Such mastery will come in due course. However, what truly troubles him are the 2 quantities, one that dictates the upper limit of the scale for hydrogen release, and the other that determines its maximum potency. One pertains to quantity, while the other concerns quality. The quantity is nothing but the measure of his chakra, which cannot be attributed to talent but rather to lineage. There are solutions available, such as the 8 gates of Duinjia combined with creation, rebirth, and sealing. Theoretically, a chakra perpetual motion machine could be realized. Admittedly, it may render one somewhat incapacitated. Yet, the water required for hydrogen release cannot solely rely on chakra-generated water release. He has attempted this, only to find that it merely represents a form of energy and cannot undergo electrolysis. He cannot perpetually depend on borrowing water from nature to electrolyze into a hydrogen-oxygen mixture. Thus, he would be akin to an ordinary water-release ninja, easily constrained by the terrain. He has also conceived a potential solution, yang release. Yang release can bestow a certain degree of creativity upon chakra. The colossal columns of wood release retain their form even after the ninjutsu is dispelled, a testament to the capabilities of yang release. Logically, infusing water release with yang release should also preserve its essence. Learning yang release, in truth, is not particularly arduous. The 8 gates of Duinjia or medical ninjutsu, such as sage techniques, represent manifestations of yang release. Therefore, the next step is to strategize on how to approach Might Guy. Eishu murmured. Chapter 5, The Uncharacteristic Kakashi. Have you heard? Eishu and Obito got into a fight. Truly, they are 2 mischievous troublemakers. Teacher Guangtai detests such individuals the most. Eishu, surely wouldn't he engage in a brawl, would he? Moreover, it was not merely a trivial scuffle. It seems they actually hospitalized someone. What? That is utterly terrifying. It was the Uchiha clan members themselves who reported it. And the Umbu operatives have already gone to investigate at their home. Ah, how fleeting the moments of joy are. As the weekend drew to a close, Eishu, with his small backpack slung over his shoulder, arrived at class, only to sense that his classmates were regarding him with peculiar expressions. The female students were more forgiving. After all, Eishu bore the visage of an anime protagonist. Handsomeness is timelessly revered. However, the male students were quite different. Their gazes were evasive, barely daring to meet his. especially the Uchiha clan members, who, upon receiving his glance, visibly trembled, too intimidated to utter a word. Eishu suddenly sensed that his carefully crafted persona might be on the verge of collapse. After all, he had always been the understated academic prodigy. Eishu, what we have done has been exposed. Upon reaching his seat, he noticed that Obito had arrived unusually early. The Uchiha clan's territory was already remote, and it was a far cry from the concept of distance associated with Eishu's home. Moreover, Obito resided in a particularly secluded area of the Uchiha territory, making his journey to school feel akin to running a quarter of a marathon. Being late was, by all accounts, the norm. However, today, Obito appeared somewhat exhilarated and a tad anxious. This was to be expected. It seemed likely that those from Huoying had informed their parents. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. The principal had already forgiven them, and the situation was not grave. Eishu remained remarkably composed, stating, should any matters arise, kindly reach out to my lawyer. Upon hearing this, Obito experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, after some contemplation, he still felt a twinge of unease. With a resolute tone, he declared, rest assured, Eishu, should anything go awry, I shall bear the consequences. In that case, might I trouble you to share half of your lunch? I awoke late and did not prepare any meal. Certainly. At that moment, Eishu inadvertently discovered that a gaze from the front row of the classroom was discreetly directed towards him. It belonged to a white-haired student, seated in the foremost position, able to clearly hear the teacher's lectures and the first to depart after class. He was none other than the top student of the first year at Ren Academy, the son of the White Fang, Kikimu Wakai. Eishu raised an eyebrow and offered a polite smile out of courtesy. However, the other party seemed unappreciative, frowning with a hint of disdain in their eyes before turning away to end the eye contact. Huh, how noble of you to turn your head away. Eishu has also lost his temper. However, on the other hand, considering the strong bond between him and Obito, if there were to be a class division in the future, there surely wouldn't be a third party involved, right? Between Wu Wukai and Lin. Who would be the one to willingly concede? Eishu cast a glance at the drowsy Obito beside him. Today, the teacher was lecturing on the virtues of a ninja, commencing with the 3 prohibitions. Becoming an exemplary ninja constituted the second most hypnotic lesson, with the history of the ninja world reigning supreme as the first. It must be said, Eishu was reluctant to witness Obito's descent into darkness. The journey was too heartbreaking, culminating in a void after a long struggle, only to be deceived into a protracted 18-year entrapment in a pyramid scheme. If possible, Eishu wished to extend a helping hand to Obito. He had already devised a plan for this assistance. He would start with Yang Release. On one hand, he intended to pursue Might Guy, hoping to gain access to the 8 Gates technique. However, this would merely allow him to connect with and possess Yang Release chakra. To wield it effectively, he would need to explore other avenues. Mastering Sage techniques was the path Eishu envisioned. By strategizing with Might Guy, enhancing his Yang Release, and learning Sage techniques, he could master Yang Release, ultimately achieving a chakra perpetual motion machine coupled with dehydration operations. Most crucially, he could take the place of Rin, becoming the medical ninja of the team. The plan, in theory, was impeccably flawless and had closed the loop. Eishu prepared to enroll in the ninja hospital as soon as school ended, confident that his rapport with the nurse would facilitate the process. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of class. Dato, as if awakening from a dream, instinctively turned to Eishu. Is it time for lunch? He inquired. Not yet. We still have one more practical lesson, Eishu replied, glancing around the now nearly empty classroom. Oh, then call me when it's lunchtime. I didn't sleep well last night, and Dato's voice trailed off. Practical lesson? Suddenly, he was invigorated, sitting upright with eyes gleaming. A practical lesson. This was the perfect opportunity to shine, and Dato could not afford to miss it. Let us go, Eishu. It's time to showcase our skills. With determination, Dato rolled up his sleeves, adjusted his goggles, and strode confidently towards the exit. Eishu also sighed. After all, he is still a child, easily excited at the mere mention of physical education classes. Indeed, the practical lessons at Ren School are nothing short of hardcore sports, focusing on skills such as shuriken throwing, body techniques, and even combat among classmates, rather than basketball, singing, and rap. Why does it feel like something peculiar has slipped in? Eishu did not ponder much. He gathered his belongings and promptly made his way to the training grounds. However, just as he reached the doorway of the classroom, a cold and unfriendly voice pierced the air. Utilizing explosive tags in a fight, even if victorious, is hardly a matter of glory. You and Obito have breached the rules. Eishu. In the past, only a member of the Uchiha clan would dare to speak to the esteemed academic duo in such a tone. Yet today, the Uchiha had faltered. And the one who spoke was none other than the aloof Kakashi. Eishu's expression suddenly took on an odd demeanor. Explosive tags? Can explosive tags truly achieve zero pollution? Such a narrow perspective. However, upon reflection, Eishu realized that being misunderstood might not necessarily be a bad thing. He had no intention of relinquishing his mastery of hydrogen release. The technological landscape of the ninja world is skewed. What one elementary student can accomplish, so too can other ninjas. Even if it is somewhat exaggerated, his meticulous chakra control is indeed a rare gift, unparalleled among ninjas. Surely, a combination of a water-release ninja and a lightning-release ninja could create a formidable jutsu? With this thought, Eishu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Speaking of lightning-release ninjas, the Kakashi before him seemed to fit the bill, did he not? If they were to form a team in the future, with him providing water release, Kakashi contributing lightning release for electrolysis, and Obito responsible for ignition. Forget about the Kamui Bridge. Even the Iwagakure ninja would have to reconsider their plans to cause a landslide to eliminate Obito, depending on Eishu's consent. With this in mind, Eishu turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi was propped up with his lifeless eyes, yet, much like during their classroom gaze, he showed no concealment of the disdain in his expression. At the mere glance exchanged, Eishu abandoned his recent thoughts. How infuriating. Better to rely on himself. Once he mastered the changes in chakra properties, he would not only handle the ignition process, but could even control the hydrogen with wind release. Whether for compression or long-range strikes, he could achieve it all independently. What need had he for Kakashi? Meanwhile, Obito, holding a match, lamented, "What about me? In any case, I sincerely hope that during the upcoming practical lesson, you will not be so excessive." Kakashi, for reasons unbeknownst to him, appeared to be far from finished. Eishu even began to doubt whether he had overlooked the significant events that had recently transpired in Konoha. Yes. You are absolutely right, he conceded impatiently, waving his hand dismissively before departing with a perfunctory expression. This left Kakashi alone in the classroom. His brow furrowed and his gaze menacing. This fellow. Chapter 6. Exchanging the Rasengan for that jutsu victor. Hatake Kakashi. Both parties performed the reconciliation seal. As Obito, covered in grime and dust, was inevitably overwhelmed by Kakashi, it seemed as though fate had sealed his destiny. Eishu could only sigh at the capriciousness of fate, where the great intestine envelopes the small. Thank you for your hard work, Tucci. Kakashi must have taken the wrong medicine. There's nothing I can do about it. How infuriating, it was so close. After the match, Obito still wore an expression of defiance. It turned out to be merely a shadow clone. Kakashi truly lacks integrity. Eishu curled his lip, his gaze tinged with disdain. Is the chasm between you merely a matter of a shadow clone technique? You toil and strive as if your very life depended on it, while the other party doesn't even break a sweat. However, to be fair, Kakashi is undeniably formidable. He commenced his education at the tender age of 5, graduated at the same age, ascended to CH Nin the following year. And by the time Obito finally graduated to CH Nin, he had already attained the rank of J Nin. Truly, a narrative befitting a protagonist. Eishu had no intention of confronting Kakashi. He chose the path of an elite, a route paved with intellectual pursuits. His weapon of choice was the pen, not a shuriken. Practical combat lessons were merely a superficial endeavor for him. Thus, the morning's classes came to a close. Eishu and Daitu found themselves in a quaint little park adjacent to their school, each settling into a swing. Daitu pulled out 4 rice balls lovingly crafted by his grandmother, and they shared the delightful morsels, savoring each bite. When will I become a ninja? Daitu lamented, tossing the remnants of his meal into a nearby trash bin and dusting off his hands with a sudden sigh. What is the matter? Eishu inquired, having taken his time to finish the last bite. Nothing, I just find myself a bit envious of those ninjas, Daitu replied. Take that fool from yesterday, for instance. I must admit, he truly is impressive. He can withstand a hit without flinching, and I didn't even catch when he slipped behind me. And then there is that sister, Kushina. What about Kushina? Eishu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Could it be that he has noticed her uniqueness? Daitu pondered. Surely not. Kushina, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, possesses an extraordinary bloodline limit, not to mention her mastery of the 8 trigram seal. Daitu should not have been able to sense the chakra of the Nine Tails. Did you not observe, Eishu? Daitu suddenly turned to him, his expression earnest. She was so composed when she paid yesterday. That was 3 enormous bowls of ramen, enhanced with char-siu and Naruto rolls, a bowl costing over 100 each. 3 bowls. My, ninjas truly are affluent. Eishu's expression gradually turned to one of astonishment. Truly, it is you, Obito. After your descent into darkness, you have become an enigma to others, and even your thoughts prior to that transformation were equally astonishing. It seems that Kushina treated both of you little rascals quite well yesterday. Just then, a bright and clear voice suddenly resonated behind them. The two were momentarily taken aback, then turned in unison to behold a handsome young man with a buzz cut and golden hair, smiling warmly at them. Eishu felt a sudden shock. Goodness, is this not Minato? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had encountered the grown-up Naruto. Senior, is there something you need? Obito inquired, somewhat nervously. You may call me Minato, there's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to understand the events from yesterday afternoon, Minato replied with a warm smile, gently ruffling Obito's hair. However, his subsequent words caused both of them to feel a jolt of surprise. I am currently developing a new jutsu, and I am nearing its completion. The technique you both used yesterday was quite powerful. Could you enlighten me on how it was executed? Although Minato spoke with a smile that was earnest and radiant, the words resonated differently in their minds. As expected of Minato, is this an investigation? In Eishu's mind, he pondered that the technique mentioned by Watergate must certainly be the spiral sphere. However, He could not fathom why Watergate would require the assistance of two young children. Their presence here was likely a mere reminiscence, entirely unrelated to the explosive tags. Is this a reckoning, as befitting a Jonin? Obito felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The inevitable had indeed arrived. The two youths exchanged glances. Obito discerned contemplation in Eishu's eyes, while Eishu perceived a glimmer of enlightenment in Obito's gaze. Moments later, Obito suddenly shoved Eishu aside and charged fiercely at Watergate. "Eishu, you must flee. I shall hold him back," Obito cried out. Embodying the valor of a self-sacrificing hero, reminiscent of a chill wind sweeping across the desolate waters of the river. Yet, Watergate's instinctive sidestep deftly evaded Obito's gallant gesture, causing Obito to lose control and crash directly into a trash bin. Silence enveloped the air for 2 seconds. The two onlookers stared at Obito's bewildering act, momentarily at a loss for words. Has he always been like this? Watergate chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in confusion. Doesn't he usually behave this way? Perhaps he overindulged today. Eishu covered his face, feeling so embarrassed he wished to dig a hole in the ground to hide. How he longed to declare that he did not know this fellow. Nevertheless, Eishu helped Obito extricate himself from the trash bin. Freed. Obito hung his head low, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Observing Obito's demeanor, a flicker of understanding crossed Watergate's eyes. The reason he had refrained from exposing their actions the previous day was out of fear that they would be consumed by guilt. However, it seemed he had overthought the matter. The hearts of children are often simple and pure, and it appeared he had underestimated them. By the way, I owe you both my gratitude. Had it not been for your explosive antics yesterday, this technique of mine might not have materialized so swiftly. Watergate remarked with a light chuckle as he opened his palm, visibly gathering chakra, which danced and spiraled energetically. Moments later, a restless sphere of chakra emerged, glowing a soft blue, with its inner energy swirling chaotically yet exhibiting remarkable stability. Obito and Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. Eishu is well aware of the formidable power of this technique, which has been utilized from the beginning until the grand finale, earning its place as a hallmark of the Hokage. Although Obito may not possess an in-depth understanding, it certainly appears impressive. This is a newly developed ninjutsu, known as the Rasengan. As you can see, it is a technique that requires no hand signs. Minato smiled as he explained, his gaze sweeping over the two young boys, his eyes radiating clarity and sincerity. I would like to propose a transaction to the two of you. I can impart this technique to you. If you could enlighten me on what transpired yesterday afternoon, would that be agreeable? Eishu was taken aback. To speak candidly, he felt a stir of emotions. Although he was certain that Shui Min had lied, the falsehood lay not in the so-called transaction, but rather in his underlying motives. Eishu would never consider that the creation of the Rasengan was a result of his and Obito's efforts. However, he firmly believes in the ninjutsu of exchange as described by Minato. This man embodies the essence of a beacon of hope in Konoha. Before mastering the 8 gates, must I first learn the Rasengan? Eishu murmured to himself, pondering the nature of this transaction. To say it was a guaranteed profit would be an understatement. It was, in fact, a venture promising immense returns. Exchanging a rudimentary form of hydrogen manipulation for a technique capable of being passed down through 3 generations was akin to trading a novice's wooden staff for a legendary golden artifact. Furthermore, his so-called hydrogen manipulation was not a bloodline limit. It was only a matter of time before its existence became known. Rather than concealing it, he might as well embrace it openly. Besides, there was a possibility that if Minato were to take an interest in this technique, he could assist in its further development. After all, Minato was a genius, capable of comprehending the Flying Thunder God technique. Eishu's heart raced. He glanced at Obito, only to find that Obito was also gazing back at him. It was evident that Obito was quite taken, yet he was not a person to forsake loyalty for personal gain. Without Eishu's consent, he would never divulge anything. With this thought in mind, Eishu no longer hesitated. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance, Senior Minato. Eishu exhaled slowly and remarked, it merely draws inspiration from the phenomena of nature, infused with a touch of my personal sentiment. Ninjutsu arises from life, yet transcends it. The principles of my ninjutsu are as follows. Daitu observed as Eishu spoke eloquently, feeling as though Eishu had transformed into a radiant light in that moment. Chapter 7. Mastering control with 2 hands. Indeed, it is a technique, Hokage-sama, and it is a never-before-seen composite ninjutsu. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with keen interest. Please elaborate. Minato hesitated for a moment, then sighed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and said, it is a fusion of lightning release and water release. According to that child, he discovered it inadvertently while fishing by the river. This is an inspiring tale. An orphan, living on the meager support of Konoha, struggled to make ends meet, often wishing he could split a single coin in half. On days when he went hungry and had no money, he could only try his luck at fishing by the river. Yet, this orphan harbored a dream of becoming a ninja. He diligently studied the 2 basic ninjutsu left to him by his parents, poring over them day and night, until one fateful day, while attempting to electrify fish, he stumbled upon a remarkable phenomenon. Though his lightning release was basic and feeble, far from being able to stun a fish, it caused numerous bubbles to rise in the clear river water. In essence, this technique's future is entirely a serendipitous discovery by that child. It is not a bloodline limit. Sighing, Minato reflected on how the seemingly mischievous duo endured such hardship. However, he evidently had not yet touched upon the crux of the matter. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and inquired, Minato, do you have any understanding of the power and potential of this technique? This was indeed the key point. Ingshu sat on the bed, holding a plump little balloon filled with water. Ingshu endeavored to infuse chakra into a balloon, causing it to move erratically. According to Naruto, if the balloon were to burst, he would be close to mastering this technique. Indeed, this is the second step in the practice of the Rasengan. The first step involves concentrating chakra in the palm, a skill that Ingshu had already mastered. He could even gather it on the back of his hand. As chakra flowed into the water balloon, the once docile balloon suddenly became restless, though its movements were subtle, appearing almost bashful. Ingshu toiled for a considerable time yet found himself unable to burst the water balloon. Phew, this is quite challenging, he sighed. After school today, he relinquished the idea of visiting the Konoha hospital to learn the art of chakra manipulation, neglecting even to greet Might Guy as he hurried home. His sole focus was to master the Rasengan. Reflecting on it, Ingshu felt a twinge of regret. As a person who traversed realms, it was rather embarrassing to be so captivated by a mere Rasengan. This feeling intensified when Minato explained the principles of the technique to the two students. Memories flooded back, vivid and clear. Jiraiya teaching Naruto, Sasuke instructing Boruto. He had witnessed it all from the screen. It was as if he held a legitimate claim to the Rasengan. Albeit with a sigh, taking a deep breath, Ingshu redirected his focus to the palm of his hand. He was determined to grasp the Rasengan in the shortest possible time. For once the Yang release plan Ingshu stepped out with dark circles under his eyes. In his backpack, alongside his textbooks, were 2 water balloons. Upon arriving at the classroom, he noticed that Dato had not arrived as early today. After a day's absence, the chatter among his classmates had significantly diminished. Good morning, Ingshu. Did you not sleep well last night? Good morning. Ingshu greeted her classmates and then quietly returned to her seat, taking out 2 water balloons. Indeed, Ingshu is skillfully manipulating the ball with both hands. In the second phase of his training for the Rasengan, the test centers around the mastery of chakra. This is Ingshu's forte, and he aspires to continue his practice of hydrogen release while perfecting the Rasengan. Ding ding ding. The school bell rings, and the teacher approaches the podium. Daitu rushes into the classroom at the last moment, sheepishly apologizing to the teacher, before taking a seat beside Ingshu under the teacher's frosty gaze. Phew, that was close. My grandmother is unwell today, and cooking for myself has proven to be quite a challenge, Daitu remarks with a hint of anxiety. Then turns to boastfully glance at Ingshu. You're in for a treat today, Ingshu. Lord Daitu is personally. Huh? It is only then that Daitu notices the small movements Ingshu is making beneath the desk, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Why you? Have you really gotten to this point? Daitu is clearly taken aback by Ingshu's dexterity in controlling the ball with both hands. Just then, a loud pop. Pop. 2 water balloons burst in succession, soaking Ingshu's pant legs and jolting Daitu's jaw. Has it worked? Ingshu muses, remaining unfazed. For someone who has been studying hydrogen release for 3 months, bursting a single water balloon is merely a matter of course. The upcoming soccer ball, however, is the main event. Ingshu, you. Daitu finds himself at a loss for words. Yet the teacher is not similarly incapacitated. The commotion between the two has attracted the attention of the entire class. At this moment, the advantages of academic excellence become evident. Although Ingshu's practical lessons consistently hover around mediocrity, his academic performance remains unparalleled, a fact that even Kakashi must acknowledge with deference. As for Obito, Uchiha Obito, what are you doing over there? Get out here. Immediately. Chapter 8. Obito being grounded by circumstances. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. A month is neither too long nor too short. It is ample time to cultivate habits or achieve minor goals. At the Konoha hospital, don't be nervous, little Ingshu. Just release your chakra as your sister taught you. Believe in yourself. You can surely do it. It is the same nurse who bandaged Ingshu. And he learned her name, Takajumi, half a month ago. A middle-aged man, bearing a small scratch on his shoulder, sat nearby, claiming he had accidentally scraped himself while attempting to climb through a window, though the reason for such an endeavor remained a mystery. At that moment, the middle-aged man wore a somewhat helpless expression. Young man, why not give it a bold try? No, Ingshu replied earnestly. A medical ninja must take responsibility for every patient. Excessive bravado will only hinder the healing process. But if you don't start soon, I fear my wound will heal before you even begin. The man smiled wryly, more concerned about whether his affair with Jeezy had been discovered by her husband than his insignificant injury. He had come to the hospital merely to hide and allow this aspiring medical ninja to practice. I shall begin now. Finally, Ingshu took a deep breath and began to form the necessary hand seals. The healing technique, known as the palm healing technique, employs specific seals to activate one's chakra, which can effectively hasten recovery when applied to wounds. However, not all chakra can produce such effects. The scarcity of medical ninjas and those adept in the palm healing technique is not without reason. To become a medical ninja, The most fundamental and crucial requirement is the ability to activate the special chakra necessary for the palm healing technique, specifically yang release chakra. Yang release can be innate, such as the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, a family secret passed down through generations. Of course, one can also strive to master chakra nature transformation later in life. Fortunately for Eishu, his aptitude is commendable. Aside from lightning and water, he is particularly attuned to yang release. This fortunate alignment saves him considerable effort, allowing him to forego daily push-ups or extensive handstand walks to stimulate his body's yang release. The verdant chakra surged into his palms, infusing life energy into the minute wound. After approximately 5 seconds, Eishu completed the treatment and looked hopefully at the middle-aged man. How do you feel? Is it better? The man paused, weighing his response before cautiously answering. It should be better now? Then it is healed. Eishu promptly stood and offered a polite bow. Thank you for your cooperation. Wishing you good health. It seemed inappropriate to say welcome in a hospital, and Eishu quickly corrected himself to avoid awkwardness. Soon after, he felt a small hand pressing against his forehead. Truly impressive, little Eishu. In such a short time, you have become a medical ninja. Congratulations. Nurse Takajumi playfully ruffled Eishu's hair, her gentle touch irresistible, and before long, his hair resembled a bird's nest. All credit to Senpai Yano and Sister Takajumi for their excellent teaching. Eishu replied obediently, then cast his gaze towards a slightly older woman. She wore large glasses and exuded a gentle yet intellectual aura. The woman played an indispensable role in Eishu's mastery of sage techniques. Your diligence and talent are of paramount importance. I hope you will become a proficient medical ninja. Your future is indeed bright, she spoke softly. As a former elite of the root, Yano's notion of a bright future may carry deeper implications. However, Eishu remained unfazed. He had already grasped the fundamental application of the Rasengan, effectively making him a half-disciple of Minato, and he had long been labeled as part of the Hokage lineage. Indeed, he had mastered the Rasengan. Just half a month prior, he was still struggling with ball control using both hands, having already burst 2 soccer balls in the process. The Rasengan was quite a marvel. Naruto learned it with the help of 2 shadow clones, while Boruto managed to create a miniature version effortlessly. One could only say that the chakra manipulation of this father-son duo was equally rough, yet Eishu did not share the shortcoming. His Rasengan was initiated as a dual-handed technique, a true dual-handed Rasengan. Nevertheless, he was currently unable to execute 2 Rasengans simultaneously, as his chakra reserves were insufficient. Bursting 2 soccer balls was not comparable to the simultaneous explosion of water balloons. Rather, there was a half-hour interval between their respective bursts. However, now, following his mastery of the Rasengan, he had also learned sage techniques. Over the past month, Eishu's progress had been nothing short of remarkable. Some plans could now be set into motion. Speaking of which, this generation of children truly excels. Just as Eishu was preparing to take his leave and head home for important matters, a few nurses' casual conversation piqued his interest. That little girl can already tend to wounds. She is truly a genius. You must be referring to Rinchan, right? I was quite astonished when I saw her yesterday. But little Eishu is impressive as well. It's quite rare for a boy to possess such delicate chakra. This dialogue struck him as rather superficial. Why should a boy not possess such refined chakra? Eishu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The more formidable the technique, the more intricate the chakra manipulation required. The remarks made by those nurses were nothing but the musings of the uninformed. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Lin's extraordinary talent. Despite her modest demeanor, she was indeed a medical ninja capable of performing an eye transplant at the tender age of 11. Her innate ability was undoubtedly not a weakness. He resolved to exert greater effort. To prevent a tragedy akin to that of Obito from recurring, dismantling Team 7 seemed the wisest course of action. As he walked home, Eishu felt a twinge of fatigue. Ultimately, his foundation was still too fragile. Moreover, he was still young, possessing an exceedingly limited amount of chakra. The 8 gates technique needed to be expedited. A skilled craftsman cannot work with insufficient materials, and continuing in this manner was simply untenable. Eishu murmured to himself. Just as he was passing through a dimly lit alley, preparing to return home for some rest, his peripheral vision caught sight of several figures. The sight of a hedgehog-headed individual being pinned to the ground instinctively provoked a reaction from Eishu. I bought a watch last year, he exclaimed. Let go of Obito. With a swift sprint and a flying kick, Eishu forcefully dislodged one of the assailants and rushed to Obito's side, who lay on the ground. Are you all right, Obito? I'm fine. You came, Eishu, Obito replied, struggling to stand. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his left eye was swollen and bruised, presenting a rather pitiful sight. What happened? Eishu inquired hastily. It was then that he realized that the individuals who had been mercilessly beating Obito were all acquaintances. It was the same group of Uchiha, but aside from Uchiha Being, there seemed to be another older Uchiha among them. The alley was too dark for Eishu to discern the man's face, but he was notably taller than Uchiha Being, and most importantly, this man bore a forehead protector. He was a ninja. I originally intended to find you at the Konoha hospital, but I encountered them on the way. Without a word, they dragged me over and started beating me. Obito gritted his teeth and said, Be careful, Eishu. There's a ninja among them. Eishu's gaze darkened. Is it this fellow, the one who detonated the explosive tags on you last time, only to be thwarted? From the shadows, the Uchiha adorned with a forehead protector spoke, his tone laced with disdain. Indeed, cousin, it was those two. Had it not been for the intervention of a ninja that day, we would have all been blown to smithereens. Uchiha Bei-ing fanned the flames of the situation. Chapter 9. The Scene of Obito's Demise. Obito fixed his unwavering gaze upon Uchiha Bei-ing before him. Eishu initially intended to encourage Obito, reminding him that in the face of such formidable adversaries, retreat should not even be contemplated, for escape would be futile. However, upon witnessing Obito's formidable demeanor, Eishu opted for silence. Upon reflection, it made sense. Although Obito ranked at the bottom of their class in both academic and practical subjects, much of this can be attributed to Kakashi's overwhelming presence. Obito consistently challenged Kakashi in practical lessons, undeterred by any obstacles, resulting in his current record of 0 victories and 9 defeats. Please buy me some time, I implore you. This plea did not originate from Eishu, who was equally taken aback. A fleeting glance at Obito revealed something distinctly different about him today. Could it be that the Uchiha bloodline has awakened? That shouldn't be possible. Eishu contemplated, yet his body had already begun to move. Words were futile. Trusting in his own fists proved to be far more reliable than mere verbal sparring. Eishu propelled himself forward, launching an assault. However, as he approached a few individuals, he suddenly retrieved an object from his pocket. It was light and compact, easily grasped in his hand, which he then hurled towards them. Last time I failed to obliterate you. This time, I shall ensure that both you and your cousin meet the same fate. Eishu exclaimed, it's an explosive tag. Uchiha Bei-ing immediately shouted, the dim light obscuring his view of what Eishu had thrown, yet he instinctively perceived it as an explosive tag. Calm down. The Uchiha, adorned with a forehead protector, barked, swiftly dashing forward and seizing the object in an instant. It indeed felt like an explosive tag. However, something was amiss. It was slightly small and thin. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it bore the inscription, Ichiraka Ramen 20 off coupon. His earlier panic swiftly transformed into disdain, tinged with a hint of lingering dread. It must be said, if an explosive tag were to detonate in such a confined space, there would be no escape for anyone. Moreover, he had been perplexed, as such items should not be within the reach of someone so young. Thus, he had dared to snatch it with one hand. Cousin. Uchiha Bei-ing had already covered his ears, for reasons unknown, in the face of the explosive tag. Yet, at that moment, his gaze toward his cousin was filled with admiration. Next time, do not overreact. Do not forget your surname. As a Uchiha, one should not be so timid. His cousin was right. His cousin was impressive. Uchiha Bei-ing nodded vigorously, then provocatively glanced at Eishu. Having a strong ally feels wonderful. But it was precisely at this moment that Obito, long overlooked by everyone, spoke up. Eishu, get out of the way. Eishu immediately lay down. He had roughly discerned what Obito intended to do. Approximately 3 weeks prior, a divergence had emerged between the two regarding the training of the Rasengan. Do not misunderstand. It was not a lofty disagreement about the cultivation methods. Obito was not worthy of that. It took Obito a full 10 days just to barely manage to gather chakra in the palm of his hand. Forget about water balloons. Merely maintaining it was a considerable challenge. Thus, Obito resolved to temporarily abandon the training of the Rasengan. Perhaps the buzzcut ninja was merely deceiving him? What was this formless ninjutsu, a mere chakra sphere? How formidable could that possibly be? He might as well focus on perfecting his fire release, great fireball technique. Eishu offered his counsel at the time, yet Obito had already made up his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, practicing the great fireball technique would at least provide an understanding of what chakra truly is. From that day forth, aside from attending classes, the two hardly interacted at all. After mastering the spiral sphere, Eishu began to visit the Konoha hospital, hoping for a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Obito devoted himself to the meticulous study of the great fireball technique. At this moment, Obito focused his mind, his hands skillfully forming the necessary hand seals. Each movement executed with precision. The chakra flowed steadily, devoid of the frenzied intensity typical of fire release techniques, as he aimed for a steady and assured execution. That seal was impossible. The cousin of Uchiha Bei-ing was astonished. He had only mastered that technique in his 3rd year. Could it be that this young boy is a prodigy? Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito took a deep breath, finally ready to unleash his power. Eishu, on the other hand, shielded the back of his head, for he had no desire to become the second Watergate. At this moment, Eishu felt a pang of emotion. Has Obito finally matured? Yet, in the next instant, the atmosphere grew intensely heated as Obito unleashed his chakra with fervor. After a month of relentless effort, today was to be the day of validation. Are you not human? Were you not seeking your cousin? Does he not possess a forehead protector? Come, let us harm each other. Obito's eyes sparkled with madness, and a blazing fireball surged forth, only to vanish. Alas, the chakra was insufficient. Compounded by an overabundance of mental distractions, which ultimately delayed the release of his chakra by half a second, the ninjutsu failed to activate. Obito's great fireball fizzled out. This Eishu waited for an extended period, yet he was unable to witness the renowned Uchiha fire style, said to be indestructible by flames. Even the Uchiha clan members before him, who were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of Obito, stood there in a daze. Haha. The derisive laughter echoed continuously, without the need for any further taunting, laden with scornful insult. Eishu silently rose to his feet, casting a glance at the bewildered Obito, and let out a sigh. Truly. It is you, Obito. Embrace the darkness, bring forth destruction, I stand in support of you. Eishu took a deep breath and silently gazed at the group of Uchiha before him, who were laughing so hard they were nearly breathless. Obito, buy me some time. It's my turn. Chakra surged in the palm of his hand, coalescing into a sphere while spinning rapidly. Obito recognized it instantly. And disregarding any concern for his own social standing, his eyes widened in astonishment. Although smaller in size, it was unmistakably identical to the one used by his esteemed predecessor. Minato, that fateful day. Rasengan. A trivial display. Uchiha Being's cousin sensed Eishu's unusual movement and revealed a look of disdain. He made no threats. Nor did he mock. Despite the evident disparity in strength, the pride of the Uchiha clan compelled this Uchiha, adorned with a headband, to simply wish for a swift conclusion to this farce. Whoosh. In a flash, a straight punch hurtled toward Eishu's abdomen. Eishu's gaze turned icy. In the next instant, Obito's figure materialized, crossing his arms to block the incoming punch, yet he was forced to retreat repeatedly until he stood before Eishu. Gasp. Obito inhaled sharply, feeling the sting of pain. Nevertheless, he had unwavering faith in Eishu. His fireball jutsu had faltered, but Eishu's Rasengan would surely prevail. Do not think that merely donning a forehead protector grants you the license to act with impunity. Obito declared, I shall strike you down. With a fierce shout to rally his spirits, Obito boldly charged forward. A foolhardy move. The Uchiha ninja, merely 11 or 12 years of age, was seething with fury after being toyed with by two younger opponents. As Obito charged, the Uchiha swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the kick landed squarely on Obito's face, and coupled with his own momentum, he was sent spiraling, blood gushing from his nose. Cousin is incredible. Crush this disgrace of the Uchiha, cheered Uchiha Being from behind. Meanwhile, Eishu observed as Obito lay on the ground, disheveled, yet still struggling to rise. Eishu wished to assist, yet the chakra had already coalesced in his hands. To abandon it now would be tantamount to squandering all his efforts. Curse it. I have overexerted my mastery of celestial arts today. Eishu inwardly cursed. After countless sessions at the Konoha hospital, his chakra reserves had dwindled significantly. The energy required to manifest a stable Rasengan was simply insufficient. At this moment, Eishu was desperately attempting to mobilize his chakra. However, chakra is an energy produced by all the cells in the human body, and excessive usage can trigger the body's self-protective mechanisms. While adults might manage to push their limits through sheer willpower, Eishu's 2 lifetimes had endowed him with a formidable soul. Yet, the crux of the issue lay in his youth. No matter how hard he strained, he could not extract much more. Damn it! Eishu gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Obito, unsteadily rising to his feet, suddenly turned to Eishu, grinning widely and giving a thumbs up. Don't worry, Eishu, I'm fine. It was evident that Obito had reached his limits. Even standing was a struggle, and he could hardly maintain his balance. The Uchiha ninja continued to approach, seemingly emulating the adults, moving slowly yet exuding an overwhelming presence. Obito. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, his gaze gradually turned icy. A flash of madness suddenly surged forth. There was no choice but to take a gamble. Chapter 10. What to do when there's south no place to borrow a light. Eishu has always been a person of steadfastness. He once vowed to never share the same fate with gambling and drugs for all eternity. However, it seems today he may break that vow. Obito cannot hold on for much longer, and he himself is unable to produce any chakra. The path before him now leaves him with but a single option, to first channel the yang release chakra. With a flick of his wrist, the small sphere of chakra that had gathered in his palm instantly dissipated. However, the chakra did not vanish. Instead, it flowed directly to the back of his hand. Eishu clasped his hands and began to form seals. First, he invoked the water sphere technique. There was no accessible source of water here, only a foul drainage ditch. Yet Eishu had no intention of relying on external forces. After diligently practicing the art of water manipulation for over half a month, was it not for this very moment? Water release. Eishu let out a resounding roar, his volume and intensity rivaling that of Obito. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Obito was under assault. Uchiha Being was cheering him on, while Being's cousin regarded the scene with disdain. Meanwhile, Eishu's actions continued unabated. The chakra on the back of his hand transformed into a small sphere of water, perpetually spinning, resembling a miniature Rasengan. However, the Rasengan lacks inherent chakra attributes. Naruto's Rasengan is infused with the transformative nature of wind chakra. The water sphere created by Eishu merely resembles a spiral ball at first glance. In essence, it is simply a rotating water orb. Yet, what he desires is indeed a water sphere. There is potential. Eishu's eyes gleamed with realization. The fusion of yang release and water release indeed birthed a technique unlike any before. Once more, he formed hand seals, this time channeling lightning release. Though his remaining chakra was scarce, a month of rigorous training had significantly expanded his reserves. While he couldn't yet conjure a stable Rasengan, summoning the hydrogen release from that fateful day remained well within his grasp. Eishu is uncertain about the duration of his yang release, little water sphere. However, theoretically, once infused with yang release, it should persist much like wood release. Bang! Obito was struck again, sent flying and rolling twice on the ground before landing at Eishu's feet. He could no longer rise, his face battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Yet his vision, reduced to a mere slit, remained steadfastly fixed on Eishu. Rest assured, Obito. Eishu nodded, his left hand's lightning already merging with the water sphere in his right. Bubbles continuously formed within the water sphere, and upon witnessing this scene, Eishu was filled with uncontainable joy. The combination of yang release and water release truly yielded water molecules that could be decomposed. However, a dilemma arose. He possessed the water release capable of electrolysis, and his lightning release was sufficient as well. At this moment, the water sphere had expanded slightly, resembling a balloon. Yet, where was the fire? Eishu gazed at the Uchiha ninja before him. He wasn't particularly tall, merely a youth on the cusp of adolescence. Still several months away from full maturity. Such an individual surely would not carry any fire within him, would he? Eishu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The experiment had succeeded, but what should he do if there was no way to borrow a flame? He was anxiously awaiting a solution. However, at that moment, he never anticipated that you would indeed possess ninjutsu. Nonetheless, your technique is utterly insignificant before the Uchiha. The young Uchiha ninja began to form hand seals. A sequence that Eishu found eerily familiar. Was it not the same seal used by Obito for the great fireball technique? Could it be? Allow me to demonstrate the technique that waste cannot wield. Fire release, great fireball technique. In a fleeting moment of 0.000735454 seconds, Eishu was momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and forcefully thrust his hands forward, unleashing his yang hydrogen release. Although it was merely a gas and Eishu lacked proficiency in wind release, it mattered little. The mass was undeniable. The distance between them was quite close, and with that push, the hydrogen balloon instantly lost its spherical form. The young Uchiha ninja felt a sudden gust of wind sweep past him, a cold smirk forming on his lips. At this level, even a fart would surpass it. In the next instant, chakra transformed into flames, erupting forth. Boom! The fireball materialized as expected. But it quickly morphed and reacted with the hydrogen in the air, exploding instantaneously. A tremendous shockwave and heatwave sent the Uchiha ninja flying a considerable distance, crashing into his cousin behind him along with a group of subordinates, all of whom were hurled backward. At a critical moment, Eishu threw himself onto Obito, disregarding his hairstyle as he noticed that Obito had been thoroughly beaten, resembling a swollen pig's head. He could not stand idly by. The heat wave surged as expected, yet it remained within a tolerable range for Eishu. He felt a slight scorching sensation on his head, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. A sudden shock coursed through Eishu's heart, prompting an instinctual reaction to rise and extinguish the flames. However, as he struggled to safeguard his head, the scene before him filled him with dread. The enemy lay defeated. The explosion had struck swiftly and retreated just as quickly. Yet its origin resided in the formidable fireball technique unleashed by that Uchiha young ninja. He bore the brunt of the explosion's fury, his upper body charred and blackened. While the group of Uchiha youths behind him were left in disarray, none remaining on their feet. This was a disaster. In Eishu's heart, a tremor arose. Could it be that he was killed instantly? While the fireball itself was not lethal, the addition of hydrogen manipulation could change everything. Cousin? Uchiha being struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on his unconscious cousin, his idol, whose leg lay motionless. Overcome with emotion, he burst into tears. This cry seemed to possess a contagious quality, as the surrounding children, already unsettled by the recent explosion, began to weep one after another. Eishu observed the scene before him. Yet his gaze gradually turned colder. In his original world, no matter how deep the enmity ran between two parties, if one were to perish or sustain grave injuries, the conflict would invariably cease. However, this realm is different. Here lies the shinobi world. Had he failed to unleash the hydrogen release in that moment, it would be the weeping figure of Obito that echoed through the air. Yet, perhaps even Obito would not be able to shed tears, for after all, it was fire release. Amir Genin's fire release. Eishu, have we won? Obito's feeble voice broke the silence. As Eishu raised an eyebrow, his gaze returned to the pig-headed figure of Obito. He exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, he assisted Obito to his feet, and the two brothers leaned against each other, sharing a moment of silent understanding as they cast a final glance at the weeping Uchiha child. Their actions were inexplicably in sync. They turned away and departed, devoid of any trace of compassion. Uchiha Being, his cousin, might be dead or perhaps not. Given Eishu's recent experiences in Konoha, it was highly probable that he had suffered severe burns coupled with a concussion and internal bleeding might also be a concern. But who truly cares? Regardless of the countless arguments that could be made, he wouldn't be harmed even if the great fireball technique were unleashed upon him. The two brothers limped out of the narrow alley. As the sun set in the west, the shadows of the two youths stretched long behind them. Unbeknownst to them, perched atop a nearby utility pole, a figure observed their retreating silhouettes. Intriguing. Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes glimmered with interest. Is this the combination ninjutsu you have devised? Orochimaru glanced at the shadowy alley filled with the echoes of sorrow, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Old man, it seems you have misjudged this time. Ouch. That hurts. Can you be a bit gentler, sister? If you know it hurts, then stop fighting in the future, all right? In Konoha Hospital, Nurse Kumi scolded Obito while applying medicine to his wounds. For ninjas, the services at Konoha Hospital were complimentary, even for first-year students of the Ninja Academy. Besides, with Eishu, an insider, present, they had initiated the altercation first. Obito muttered under his breath. Yet Kumi was not inclined to entertain any excuses. No exceptions. Fighting is wrong. Do you understand? Obito lowered his head in silence, then discreetly glanced to the side. Eishu was quietly seated on a chair, while a girl diligently applied medicine to his hand. You should be just fine now, Eishu-kun. Thank you. Lin. Eishu leaned his head intentionally against the wall, wishing to conceal the small curls at the back of his head from prying eyes. No need for formality. During Shu, the young lady smiled gently, while he appeared somewhat flustered. Observing this scene, Dai-Tu let out a sigh. Eishu seems to be quite popular among the girls, doesn't he? Chapter 11. A late-night conversation between two influential figures. As Eishu and Obito departed from the Konoha Hospital, they encountered several ninjas, stirring an unusual sentiment within them. Yet, it was not the presence of the ninjas themselves that unsettled them. Rather, it was the sight of these ninjas bearing injured children. Among them, the one most grievously wounded had a scorched upper body and a faint breath, as if he had fallen victim to a vicious attack. This was none other than Uchiha Kite, his cousin. In that moment, Obito was paralyzed by panic. Eishu, are we going to be all right? He stammered. What could possibly go wrong? If your great fireball technique were to be unleashed, they would suffer far worse. We are merely exercising self-defense. A truth that even the Hokage cannot alter, Eishu replied nonchalantly. Obito, still a mere child at heart, retained a natural kindness that starkly contrasted with the future persona of the masked man who would plunge the ninja world into chaos. Meanwhile, Eishu, though somewhat influenced by his past life, had come to terms with the reality of their situation. When Obito was beaten to a pulp, he had already gained perspective. This was Konoha, the heart of the ninja realm. Engaging in combat that led to hospitalization was acceptable. However, being weak equated to being on the brink of death. This may sound exaggerated, yet the truth remained that his former self had endured a beating from a bully, which ultimately facilitated his crossing into this world. Moreover, the path to becoming a ninja was fraught with challenges, especially when confronting ninjas from other villages. In this harsh reality, weakness truly rendered one unworthy of existence. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Eishu felt a surge of joy. The utilization of hydrogen release had surpassed a new threshold, ushering in a fresh chapter. The combination of fire release, water release, and lightning release proved viable, yielding commendable results. The power not only remained undiminished, but also exhibited a significantly enhanced response speed. Eishu estimates that if he were to attain greater proficiency, he could subsequently accelerate the speed of his hydrogen escape even further. This improvement is attributable to his training with the spiral sphere technique. Eishu was even contemplating the possibility of executing both techniques simultaneously to further reduce the time required. Alas, at that moment, Dai-Tu suddenly sighed, interrupting Eishu's musings. Earlier today, I actually succeeded, but just as I was about to confront them, I faltered. Dai-Tu's face bore an expression of melancholy, pondering where the issue lay. It must be a lack of chakra, he concluded. Eishu shrugged. I too lacked sufficient chakra today. Otherwise, I would have been able to manifest the Rasen Shuriken. Yet you still managed to employ that technique, Eishu. By the way, what is the name of that technique? It's called, but that's not the crux of the matter, Dai-Tuesday. Eishu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, leaving Dai-Tu momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gravity. We are currently far too weak, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu. The foes we will face in the future will only grow stronger, and if we continue on this path, we will find ourselves in peril. Today's events serve as a wake-up call for Eishu. Previously, he firmly believed in the principle of wielding the pen to secure peace. Yet it has become evident that matters are not so straightforward. While hydrogen release is formidable, without the chakra to manifest it, even the most powerful ninjutsu becomes futile. He resolved to embark on a regimen to strengthen both body and mind. It is indeed time to embark on the journey of the 8 gates. Dai-Tu, rarely serious, was evidently deeply affected by the events of the day. To my knowledge, Uchiha Bei-ing has more than just one cousin. His grandfather is a senior elder of the Uchiha clan, which wields considerable influence. I estimate that he has no less than 10 cousins. Upon hearing this, Eishu's expression darkened. Very well, it appears that Obito's mind may not extend that far. However, when Obito takes something seriously, he achieves his objective. Thus, we must accelerate our training, Obito. Eishu paused, his expression turning enigmatic. I have a plan. The current generation of juniors is truly remarkable. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have thought it was the mischief of enemy ninjas. Who could argue otherwise? The hour was late at night, within the sole residence of the Hatake clan. Two prominent figures from Konoha conversed in the living room, while a small white-haired boy eavesdropped at the side door, completely unaware that he had been discovered. Engrossed in the conversation. It was merely a conflict among children, with both sides comprising Uchiha clan members. Yet, it seems they took things a bit too far, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, facing Shuo-emo, a senior and friend, one of the few ninjas he truly admired. A bit too far. Shuo-emo, the Hokage's aide and captain of Konoha Zumbu, known as the White Fang of Konoha, wore a wry smile. Do you realize that half of those Uchiha children are still hospitalized? Cuts, fractures, and the most severe cases involve second-degree burns. And they are still in critical care. Shuo-emo opened his mouth to respond, but upon seeing Orochimaru's half-smiling expression, he swallowed his words. With a bitter smile, he conceded. Indeed, you were the one who sent them to the hospital, and you were the first to discover the incident. Do not worry too much, Shuo-emo-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. For Tsunade, those injuries are trivial. The White Fang was not pleased. It's easy for you to say. Uchiha Ruka is the most promising junior in the Uchiha clan, handpicked by the elder, and being hospitalized is no small matter. As he spoke, the White Fang suddenly recalled something. By the way, what exactly happened at the scene? If I remember correctly, Uchiha Ruka is already a genin, ISNT? Not just a genin, but also the top student from the previous class at the Ninja Academy, quite talented, albeit with a somewhat flawed temperament, Orochimaru replied slowly. Shuo-emo gasped in astonishment. Those two youngsters, who haven't even completed their first year, managed to send a genin to the hospital? Using the Uchiha specialty, fire release? This is utterly inconceivable. Just as the White Fang pondered this, a strange noise from the side door of the living room caught the attention of both men. They exchanged knowing smiles. Kakashi, you should be asleep at this hour, the White Fang said, his gaze softening with a hint of fondness. Sure enough, the next moment, Kakashi appeared in his pajamas, mask still in place, bowing to the two in the living room. Good evening, father, and good evening, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Kakashi hurriedly dashed upstairs, his expression filled with curiosity. What father and Orochimaru-sama were discussing, it couldn't possibly be about those two, could it? The following morning, on the path to the Ninja Academy, the two boys halted midway. Obito wore a look of apprehension. Eishu, do you think this is really all right? It's no big deal. ISNT at just the shadow clone technique? I'm quite familiar with it. But the teacher hasn't taught that lesson yet. We haven't even covered the body flicker technique. When did you learn the shadow clone technique? I learned it from Nurse Kumi at Konoha Hospital a few days ago. Now, be quiet, Obito. I need to concentrate. Eishu wore a serious expression as he made his way to the Konoha Hospital. Not merely to learn the art of sage techniques. Miss Kumi, with her beauty and kindness, was eager to impart all her knowledge to Eishu after Yano agreed to his training. The price for this, however, was his boyish hairstyle, which often resembled a bird's nest. Regarding the shadow clone technique, Kumi explained that the hospital sometimes faced overwhelming circumstances, and to avoid missing critical treatment times, every nurse operated at full capacity using shadow clones. With focused breath and intent, Eishu performed a simple hand seal, and suddenly, two more figures appeared beside him with a soft pop. Instantly, three Eishus stood in the room. In the peaceful era of Naruto, such a display would have guaranteed immediate graduation. Yet, Eishu's endeavor continued. One of the shadow clones executed another hand seal, resulting in another pop, transforming the scene into two Obitos and two Eishus. The clones approached the two individuals, speaking in identical voices. Please hand me your backpack. Startled, Obito handed over his backpack to himself, then turned to Eishu, exclaiming, when did you learn this? Teach me. Eishu replied casually. I just mastered it a few days ago. First, you need to master the great fireball technique, and then I will teach you. Eishu rolled his eyes. The three-body technique was something he had not devoted himself to mastering, thus it remained imperfect. He could not replicate Obito's voice, yet fortunately, his perseverance seemed to have lasted for a considerable duration. All he needed to do was release ample chakra. Last night, he had conducted a special experiment. Sustaining 2 portions of chakra throughout the night posed no difficulty whatsoever. Chapter 12. Trouble again. Kakashi was somewhat out of sorts today. So much so that he failed to hear the teacher call his name. Sitting in the front row of the class, such occurrences were rare. What on earth did those two do? What could possibly garner praise from both my father and Lord Orochimaru? Kakashi found it hard to fathom that those two miscreants, who had the audacity to utilize explosive tags during their brawls, had earned the recognition of such formidable figures. Indeed, in Kakashi's eyes, Obito and Eishu were nothing more than underachievers. One, a dual underachiever, had never lasted more than 10 exchanges in battle. The other, a single underachiever, boasted perfect theoretical scores but could not even throw a shuriken accurately. How could such individuals command the respect of his father? What Kakashi did not realize was that there were things he had overheard because he was capable of hearing them. These snippets contained a hint of his father's peculiar humor, meant to motivate his prideful son. However, the things he had not heard would ultimately leave him even more astounded. Kakashi cast a furtive glance back at his seat. Today felt abnormal. Typically, Obito would be dozing off, while that fellow Eishu would be attentively listening. Yet today, the two were, astonishingly, focused together. Has Obito taken leave of his senses? The thought sprang to Kakashi's mind. Today's lesson was on the history of the ninja world. Forget Obito. Even he would struggle to stay awake. Yet Obito sat upright, appearing to take notes. Kakashi suddenly perceived something and narrowed his eyes. These two were acting strangely. With Kakashi's keen observational skills, he could discern certain peculiarities. Their expressions and movements were oddly synchronized. It would be more accurate to say their behaviors were nearly identical. Simultaneously flipping through textbooks, simultaneously raising their pens to take notes, Kakashi scrutinized closely, suspecting that what they wrote might very well be the same. Could it be? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. He seemed to have unraveled the mystery of their peculiar behavior. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at training ground number 3. Though there were not a few practitioners training that morning, Eishu and Obito managed to find a secluded spot. Beside them was a ninja clad in a green vest, likely in his early 20s, who was engaged in training the earth release technique. Earth release, earth flow wall, the ninja shouted, pressing his hands to the ground as a substantial earthen wall rose before him. Obito felt a surge of excitement. Earth release, how incredibly cool. With the character Earth in his name, he had often fantasized about wielding powerful earth release techniques throughout the Ninja Academy. Of course, he preferred to change his name to Fire, as he believed the Great Fireball technique was equally impressive. Eishu wished to voice his skepticism but was at a loss for words. The Earth Flow Wall was merely the most commonplace and fundamental ninjutsu within the Earth Release, serving a defensive purpose. Once Obito mastered the Great Fireball technique, he would likely no longer perceive the thrill when facing Kakashi and those dog-headed figures. You should focus on honing your Great Fireball technique. I will refine my chakra for a bit, and then we can practice together. Eishu articulated his plans. The utilization of 2 shadow clones alongside a transformation technique had already depleted half of his chakra. At his tender age, a consumption of approximately 70% would render him fatigued, rendering him ill-suited for further training. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes brightened, and he regarded Eishu with a hint of mischief. There are certain things that may or may not be spoken, although we are brothers. Some matters cannot be compensated for by mere intellect. Why does something feel amiss? Obito immediately became invigorated, channeling his chakra. Meanwhile, Eishu sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering his energy. Speaking of which, Eishu gradually began to sense his own uniqueness. If one were to use Obito as a benchmark, he would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Even though Obito's reputation as the underachiever stemmed from his perpetual failures against Kakashi, his total chakra capacity, while not outrageous, was indeed greater than Obito's, perhaps by as much as 50%. Obito was not lacking in chakra. Although the Uchiha lineage may not significantly influence total chakra volume, it certainly provides some advantage. One only needs to observe how other children struggle to withstand even a single move from Kakashi. Before Obito graduated, he occasionally managed to deliver impressive performances. Furthermore, there is the matter of chakra manipulation. Eishu began to contemplate that perhaps he had been excessively pessimistic in the past. Lacking a lineage might not necessarily be a detriment. The dexterity with which he controlled the ball with both hands and the back of his hands was unprecedented in the anime he had encountered. To put it more concretely, he had mastered the spiraling sphere in less than 2 weeks. While Jiraiya claimed to have learned it in 3 days, he was, after all, one of the legendary Sannin. A seasoned veteran who had endured the trials of battle and shed blood. Much of his proficiency stemmed from his wealth of experience. By comparison, it seemed that Eishu had already achieved a quarter of Jiraiya's finesse and chakra manipulation. Hence, he felt a profound sense of confidence. The prodigy of Konoha. Was that not a title fitting for him? Just then, a fiery torrent interrupted Eishu's reverie. Fire style, fireball technique. The searing wave of flames jolted him from his self-absorption. He turned to see Obito wearing a smug expression. I mentioned yesterday, Obito said, his voice laced with arrogance, that I was merely in a subpar condition. Otherwise, those Uchiha would not have been worthy of my attention. The bandage still adorning the corner of his eye only added to his bravado. Eishu curled his lips in disdain, thinking that Gyomei should have allowed Obito to receive treatment in 3 separate sessions. This was a classic case of forgetting the pain after the wound had healed. I still possess a substantial amount of chakra, and I reckon yours has nearly fully recovered as well. Now, shall we engage in a fair battle? Obito raised an eyebrow, boasting confidently. Eishu remained silent for a moment before rising to his feet. Very well then. Obito immediately assumed a combat stance, while Eishu conjured a Rasengan with one hand. Come at me. Obito, who was contemplating how to pin Eishu to the ground, suddenly froze. Wait, what? You're cheating, Eishu. Can you really use a Rasengan in a fight? Do you think those Uchiha would play fair with you? Eishu replied nonchalantly. He intended to convey a lesson to Obito. The ninja world is vast, encompassing more than just Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The outside world is far more captivating and perilous, particularly with that other Uchiha recluse, who is likely already keeping a watchful eye on him. But if that Rasengan makes contact, it could be. Obito hesitated, thinking it unnecessary to be so ruthless merely for training. You may have a point. Let me first gauge its power. Eishu sensed that things were not looking favorable. He wished for Obito to grow stronger, rather than to become a mere shadow of his former self. The two of them immediately approached a grand tree, thick as a man's girth, its foliage lush and abundant, with summer upon them. It served as an excellent respite from the heat. Eishu hesitated for a moment before forcefully pressing the spiral pill upwards. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the large tree was pierced through, its fragile branches unable to withstand the strain, causing half of it to plummet downwards. Quick! Run! The two of them dashed away, narrowly escaping the falling half of the tree. Looking at the chaos strewn about, Daitu struggled to swallow hard. Eishu, is this the technique that ninja taught us? Eishu nodded hesitantly. It was his first experience as well. After concluding his final training session, he headed straight for the Konoha hospital. Hey, you there, young one. What are you up to? At that moment, an elderly man dashed over with remarkable speed. Evidently the administrator of the training grounds. Judging by his swiftness and the robust shout, he must have had many stories to tell from his youth. However, the two boys were not intrigued. They exchanged a glance and, without uttering a word, sprinted away once more. Their unspoken understanding in this matter was remarkably high. Yet, an elderly man is still an elderly man. In just a fleeting moment, the two youths were swiftly caught up with. The old man seized one of them in each hand. The once audacious boys instantly fell into silence. Damn it! I must master this body flicker technique. I cannot allow my enemies to hold my head. Eishu raged internally. What are you two doing instead of attending school? The old man glanced at the nearby felled tree, his expression a mix of shock and recognition, astonished that these two youngsters had managed to uproot such a large tree. The recognition came with a pang of guilt. Oh, my dear companion. I'm so sorry. The elderly man unceremoniously dropped the two boys to the ground, gazing mournfully at his beloved tree, weeping uncontrollably. Eishu and Obito. Chapter 13. Were they framed? The old man pounded his chest and wept bitterly, filling Obito and Eishu with an overwhelming sense of guilt. The tree has begun to evoke a poignant narrative. One that stirs the heart and compels reflection. What heart-wrenching love story lies behind this tree? One that could bring such sorrow to the old gentleman. That year, he was 18. That year, she too was 18. Eishu felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, he had never been this flustered even after knocking out his cousin, Uchiha Baying, yesterday. What should he do now? Uchiha, what to do with 100,000 options? Obito has just logged in. Eishu is also in a difficult position. What can be done? One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall in the face of adversity. Just wait and see. After listening, Dato sighed with a forlorn expression, rummaged through his pocket, and produced a large bill of 100 taels, handing it to Eishu. This is my living expense for the month. I wonder if it suffices for compensation. Alas. Eishu accepted the money, momentarily taken aback, and then his expression grew increasingly complex. This was certainly not merely a matter of money. Otherwise, the old gentleman would not be weeping so sorrowfully. This tree might very well be one that the old man had planted with his late spouse in their youth, and now that his beloved had departed. It remained as a poignant reminder. Watching the old man continue to sob uncontrollably, Eishu sighed. There is no other choice. It must be this way. Although he felt a deep sense of remorse, he was still, after all, just a child, at least in the eyes of others. Children possess their own unique methods and a certain charm when navigating life's challenges. Eishu immediately retrieved several banknotes from his pocket. Recalling that the ninja who had recently delivered his living expenses seemed to have over-generously provided him with nearly double the amount. This month, his allowance surpassed that of Obito, who was backed by an entire ninja industrial family chain. A total of 150 taels, combined with Obito's share, amounted to precisely 250. Dear old man, it was not our intention. This is the money we have painstakingly saved over a long time, meant to compensate you. Please do not be sorrowful. Eishu endeavored to infuse his voice with a sense of childlike innocence, seeking a feeling of untainted purity. Remarkably, it proved effective. The old man ceased his tears, wiped his eyes, and, filled with sorrow, accepted the money. My dear companion, in the midst of Eishu's momentary astonishment, the elderly gentleman swiftly counted the bills before tucking them into his coat. The fluidity of his movements and the naturalness of his expression led Eishu to question whether he had been deceived. However, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the fishing net shirt beneath the old man's coat, as well as the wooden leaf headband hanging from his waist. This served as evidence of the old man's identity as a ninja. He likely was not a fraud. Eishu let out a sigh. One would think that in Konoha, breaking a tree would be considered a mundane task. As the foremost ninja village in the shinobi world, Konoha is abundantly rich and lacks for nothing, particularly when it comes to trees. That he could sever a tree with his Rasengan should, by all accounts, be a cause for celebration. If Shimura Danzo or Saratobi Hiruzen were to witness this feat, they would likely regard him as a prodigy worthy of their mentorship. The old man? As he observed the elder finally regaining his composure, Eishu tentatively called out to him. However, this only elicited a wary gaze from the old man. What is this? You think you can dismiss me with a mere 250 ryo? Do you have any idea of the origins of this tree? You insufferable brat. Eishu seemed at a loss for words. Could it be that his youthful voice had faltered? Surely not, for he was scarcely 6 years old, and not yet in the throes of voice change. In any case, summon the parents of both of you. This matter is far from resolved. The old man cast a glance at Eishu, then turned his gaze towards Daito, lingering momentarily on the Uchiha fan emblem adorning Daito's collar. A flicker of disdain crossing his features. Just another Uchiha brat. Perfect. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in wealth. Return and inform your clan leader that I shall await you here. The old man was evidently invigorated by the situation. Eishu furrowed his brows, sensing that he might indeed have fallen victim to a fraudulent scheme. Meanwhile, Obito, upon hearing the mention of calling for the clan leader, immediately expressed his discontent. Surely, a mere tree couldn't provoke such a reaction. It was evident that this was merely a contrived issue. Obito's temper flared as he shouted with exaggerated expression. Eishu was suddenly alarmed, realizing the gravity of the situation. While he intended to confront the issue at hand, the formidable strength of the old man loomed large. He wished to intervene and prevent Obito, but it was already too late. I have sought you out precisely because of your Uchiha clan. You have turned Konoha into a veritable cesspool, and now even a mere child dares to speak so boldly to me. Do you believe I beat you so thoroughly that your own grandmother wouldn't recognize you? What the hell? Do you think I fear you? You decrepit old man. Eishu, what are you doing? Eishu managed to restrain Obito, simultaneously signaling to calm the stubborn fellow. Then, gently pressing Obito's head down, they both bowed deeply to the elder. We sincerely apologize, esteemed elder. It is indeed our fault. Please, state your price, and we shall return to gather the necessary funds. Eishu maintained a dignified demeanor while casting a serious glance at Obito, Uchiha baying, to remain composed. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted by our teacher? When one errs, it is imperative to acknowledge it. Do you understand? Obito was momentarily taken aback by Eishu's words. Yet out of trust, he instinctively nodded. Humph. You little rascal possess some discernment, but alas, you have chosen to associate with the Uchiha clan. The elder huffed, then gestured for the two. Hurry and summon your guardians. Uchiha Beiying, I have taken note of your name. You have 1 hour. Should I not see your parents, I shall make my way to the Konoha guard myself. As it happens, I am quite eager to ascertain what sort of individual the current Uchiha clan leader is. Eishu was taken aback. Who exactly was this old man? His tone seemed rather imposing. However, there was no time for contemplation. Their immediate concern was to flee. The two of them swiftly took off, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in being dragged back. Eishu felt a twinge of anxiety. This old man likely had an impressive background. He rummaged through his memories, but could not recall any significant figures from this era who were of such an age. A ninja, appearing to be older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet harboring a profound hatred for the Uchiha. Goodness, could it be? Eishu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. You've truly outdone yourself, Eishu. At that moment, Obito could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as he remarked. It seems that Uchiha Bang will likely perish without even realizing how. However, in an instant, Obito's expression turned rigid, mirrored by Eishu's own reaction. They both sensed a gust of wind sweep past, and in the next heartbeat, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as they were once again hoisted up by the collar. Without a doubt, it was that old man again. Did you two think that I, the old man, could be so easily deceived? He bellowed. With a thud, they were unceremoniously slammed to the ground. The impact was neither too forceful nor too gentle. Though they sustained no injuries, they grimaced in discomfort, their teeth gritted in pain. In Eishu's mind, a sudden surge of other information emerged, and his doppelganger had been shattered by the old man. It was over. A jolt of alarm coursed through Eishu's heart. But beside him, Obito lost control. Eishu, you must flee. I will confront this detestable old man. Eishu felt an uncanny familiarity with these lines, as if he had encountered them before, particularly during his last encounter with Obito, who had a similar reaction. It must be said that Obito is quite the character. When it comes to matters of significance, he truly steps up. Eishu could no longer afford to ponder the matter. It was evident that alone, you could not contend with him, so I shall assist you. The identity of this venerable elder is of little consequence for now. Indeed, it matters not. At this moment, Eishu was somewhat intoxicated by the situation, having been lifted like a mere chick not once but twice, feeling utterly humiliated. Thus, 2 minutes later, upon an expansive meadow, brimming with vitality, 2 small heads were buried in the earth. They were not some rare species of plant, but rather 2 audacious youths daring to resist. Old man, if you have the guts, release me. Lord Dato's mighty fireball will swiftly teach you a lesson. Dato shouted in a fit of rage, his face flushed with anger. The elder, however, merely smirked, offering no reply, instead sitting leisurely to the side, extracting a small flask and savoring its contents with delight. This scene only fueled Dato's fury further. He thrust his head forward desperately, wishing to leap directly out of the ground. Meanwhile, Engshu's gaze held a hint of astonishment. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he had regained his composure, and the identity of the elder before him was becoming increasingly apparent. At this time, at this age, harboring animosity towards the Uchiha, having a peculiar affection for the Senju, and imbued with profound emotional significance, all signs pointed towards a singular direction, a surname gradually fading from memory in Konoha, Senju. Chapter 14. Has the Golden Finger arrived? The mention of the Senju clan. The only thing that Engshu could contemplate was the wood release of the first Hokage and Tsunade's formidable abilities. The Senju clan once basked in unparalleled glory, having co-founded the Hidden Leaf Village alongside the Uchiha, inspiring the entire shinobi world to follow suit. The wood release of Hashirama and the water release of Tobirama dominated the shinobi realm for countless years, rendering others unable to rise. Although Tobirama's influence may not have been as formidable, he nonetheless ensured the stability and growth of the Hidden Leaf for over a decade, solidifying its status as the preeminent shinobi village. However, following the Second Shinobi World War, the Senju clan gradually faded from the public consciousness. There have been numerous speculations regarding the past of the Yashin tree. Some assert that it chose to live incognito, retreating into the mountains and forests. Others claim that its members perished in battle, while some suggest that issues with progeny led to their gradual fading from Konoha and eventual disappearance from the ninja world. Regardless of the circumstances, the prowess of the Senju clan members remains undisputed. The elder before me appears to be significantly older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, during the early days of Naruto, Shippuden, was already in this state of being. Goodness, if this elder truly belongs to the Senju clan. He must be from the same era as Senju Tobirama, right? Engshu was internally astonished. Although there was no concrete evidence to confirm that this elderly man was indeed a member of the Senju clan, lacking both a clan emblem and witnesses, Engshu remained steadfast in his conviction. The old man's formidable strength and his disdainful gaze directed towards the Uchiha were compelling indicators. Young man, how bold you are. To speak falsehoods to an elder with such confidence. You must often engage in this sort of deceit, the old man remarked, disregarding Obito's nearly ferocious expression and outburst, turning his attention to Engshu with keen interest. Engshu fell silent. The halo of youth held no sway over the old man. He could not muster a counter to the confrontation, and he found himself at a loss, unable to conceive a means of escape. Oh, quite resilient, aren't you? Just moments ago, you were exceedingly polite, offering apologies and reparations. Huh, I nearly believed you. The old man observed, noticing Engshu's lack of response, which only piqued his curiosity further. What is your name? Where are your parents? Engshu, with Ing meaning handsome and Shu meaning tree. I have no surname. My parents are deceased, Engshu replied succinctly. Engshu was indeed a cunning little rascal, quite fitting for the life of a ninja. The old man pondered for a moment before retracting his flask and approaching Engshu, crouching down. Do you wish to leave? He inquired, the strong scent of alcohol wafting directly towards Engshu. Engshu furrowed his brow, yet he had not responded when Obito, nearby, began to shout. Old man, hurry and release your esteemed Obito. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. His threats trailed off into a silent gasp as the soil, laden with grass, was stuffed into his mouth, leaving only his nostrils free for breath. Obito's furious roars morphed into muffled grunts, embodying sheer impotent rage. Meanwhile, the old man merely raised a finger, clearly still possessing his chakra on the ground. Engshu watched this display with a twinge of envy. His own hydration release technique was taxing in both chakra consumption and control, while the elder before him had yet to reveal the extent of his chakra reserves. However, his mastery over chakra manipulation left Engshu feeling inadequate. I'm asking you, kid, do you wish to leave? The old man inquired once more. Engshu gazed into the old man's eyes and discerned a sense of amusement, tinged with a hint of malice, clearly indicating that his intentions were far from benevolent. Nevertheless, Engshu nodded, contemplating that this would indeed simplify matters. The old man immediately pointed toward a nearby felled tree. The very tree of love that Engshu had uprooted with his spiraling technique. You have severed my tree, and I shall not demand monetary compensation. Instead, you shall come here daily to tend to its branches, water it, and nourish it with fertilizer as a form of restitution. Furthermore, you shall not evade your studies. After school, you will return here to toil until sunset, fulfilling the tasks I assign you. What say you? Upon hearing this, Engshu was momentarily taken aback. The narrative. It was all too familiar to him. An extraordinary master, under the guise of offering employment, secretly guides and imparts divine skills. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous encounter. Could it be that my golden finger has manifested? Old man. Engshu was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts while beside him. Obito had already entered a mode of fervent exclamation. Whoa. Very well. I promise you, dear old man. Engshu hastily complied with the old man's request, while nearby. Obito immediately ceased his furious roars. His crimson eyes stared at Engshu with utter disbelief, as if silently pleading. Engshu, reconsider your decision. No sooner had Engshu given his assent than the elderly figure snapped his fingers. The grassy restraints binding the two suddenly parted of their own accord, opening a path between them. Engshu and Obito exchanged a glance and promptly leaped forward. However, when they turned their gaze back to the old man, He had already turned his back on them. You bear the chakra mark I left on you. Even if you escape from Konoha, I can retrieve you in an instant. Therefore, abandon any nefarious thoughts. Come at the designated time tomorrow, or I shall bury you alongside my tree for 7 days and nights. The old man departed, not forgetting to deliver his arrogant threat. Had this been a previous time, Obito would have lunged forward, fist raised in defiance. The last individual who dared to threaten the two brothers now lay in a hospital bed in Konoha. Yet, after being mercilessly subdued by the old man, especially witnessing Eishu's willingness to endure humiliation merely to secure their escape, Obito could no longer concern himself with anything else. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with fury as he looked at Eishu. Do not worry, Eishu. I will surely assist you in every endeavor. Eishu cast a disdainful glance at Obito. He couldn't help but doubt that if Obito did not possess the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, the old man would hardly make things so difficult for the two of them. A mere tree in such atrocious acting. Eishu froze momentarily, sensing an inexplicable feeling of being ensnared in a trap. The conversation had circled back to its original starting point. If it were merely about a tree, it wouldn't be this perplexing. After all, there were countless trees here, and Konoha's greenery was renowned as the finest in the shinobi world. He couldn't shake the suspicion that this peculiar old man had targeted him from the very beginning. Could it be that he had recognized Eishu's extraordinary ninja talents? Sighing, Eishu shook his head. Compared to this enigmatic elder, there was a far more pressing issue awaiting his attention. His shadow clone had vanished. Obito, Eishu suddenly spoke up. You've skipped class before. How did the teacher punish you that time? Obito blinked, pondering for a moment before replying. Well, technically, I overslept and didn't wake up until noon. It wasn't exactly skipping, but I still got punished with a week of standing detention. Why? Nothing. Eishu sighed once more. I was just wondering. If we told the teacher that our shadow clones knocked us out and went to class on their own, how long would we be standing in detention? Eishu and Dato hurriedly made their way to school just before the noon dismissal. The two stealthily peered through the classroom window. Teacher Guangtai was delivering a lecture. While the students appeared drowsy, seemingly everything was as usual. However, Dato's heart sank. What now, Eishu? Goodness, they wouldn't call our parents, would they? If my grandmother finds out, she would surely be furious. Dato, fearless of the world, shared the common vulnerability of all elementary students, the threat of parental involvement. This is all my fault, Dato sighed. Who would have thought that sneaking out for training would lead to an encounter with a suspicious old man reminiscent of Senju? Well, facing detention would be tolerable, but if they were to stay after school, he knew it would spell disaster. That old man certainly would not be pleased. Just then, Dato noticed something and quietly nudged Eishu. Look over there. Don't those two resemble us? What? Eishu turned to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sitting in their places were none other than their own doppelgangers. What was happening? Eishu was bewildered. He clearly sensed his shadow clone had vanished, and all its experiences rushed back into his mind. He comprehended everything the teacher had said. At that moment, Eishu caught a discerning gaze from the front of the classroom, subtly yet intently directed towards them. It was none other than Kakashi. Eishu seemed to grasp something, yet his heart was filled with even greater perplexity. Those two doppelgangers were likely conjured by Kakashi. However, a dilemma emerged. He and Kakashi had never seen eye to eye, and just the other day, Kakashi had issued him a warning. As for Obito, there was no need for elaboration. Their conflict had escalated to a climactic showdown. Could it be that Kakashi would actually lend a hand in concealing this? Eishu feels somewhat bewildered. Today has indeed been a peculiar day. Chapter 15, Truly Blowing Your Dog's Head Off. The school bell rings, signaling the end of classes and the beginning of lunchtime. Eishu and Obito ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, where Kakashi had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Thank you, Eishu expressed, embodying the virtues of tradition. Obito, on the other hand, tilted his head to the side, wearing an air of haughty indifference. No need, Kakashi replied coolly, his lifeless gaze directed at the two now shimmering with a different kind of brilliance, one of earnestness. I have heard that the two of you defeated a ninja and even sent him to the hospital. Eishu was taken aback, and Daitu also turned to look over. It was evident that neither of them had anticipated Kakashi would mention this matter. Eishu truly desired to assert coolly, well, it was merely a lesson for him. However, at that moment, the image of the peculiar old man pressing them into the earth resurfaced in his mind. Eishu's expression darkened, and he merely nodded slightly, indifferent. Yes, what of it, chief student? This response carried a hint of personal sentiment. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's countenance immediately grew somber. Indeed, this fellow has concealed his true capabilities. Is he mocking my position as chief student? It seems that the individuals favored by my father and that esteemed figure possess some substance. In that instant, a plethora of thoughts surged through Kakashi's mind, yet ultimately, they coalesced into a singular statement. In that case, Kakashi's gaze turned icy. Let us engage in battle. I am eager to ascertain the extent of your concealed strength. Kakashi's fervor for combat ignited intensely. Eishu observed quietly, yet made no move, while on the side, Obito had already entered battle mode. Come on. Are you afraid of me? Obito never backed down from a fight, never absent from the fray. Not to mention that he was already seething with anger due to that peculiar old man. This morning, Abito had flawlessly executed the great fireball technique. At this moment, his chakra was abundant, and his fighting spirit was at its peak, particularly since he was up against Kakashi. His confidence was unwavering. I shall not engage in futile battles with defeated foes. However, to Abito's surprise, Kakashi frowned and declined his challenge. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on Eishu, his eyes remaining expressionless, yet sharp like a compass, seemingly rigid but actually incisive. What do you mean by that? Abito was immediately displeased, but Eishu intervened. It's all right, Abito. Eishu cast a subtle glance at Kakashi, expressing, well, I have long desired to engage with this so-called top student. However, are you certain you wish to battle here? Kakashi, unfazed, replied, it's nothing. I shall conclude the fight in the shortest time possible. Eishu smirked and gave a thumbs up. You may be indifferent and proud, but should our instructor catch us, we would face consequences. You are the top student, the son of White Fang. Yet I am not like Abito. Neither of us bears the title of top student, nor do we have a superhuman father like our esteemed predecessor to back us up. If we get reprimanded, it would be a significant loss. Eishu spoke animatedly, leaving Daitu beside him in a state of bewilderment. He had an inkling that Eishu was casting aspersions, yet he lacked tangible proof. Kakashi's gaze, however, grew increasingly menacing. What do you propose we do? Kakashi's voice was cold, suggesting we find a suitable battleground or choose an opportune moment. Let us follow your lead, shall we? Kakashi was genuinely agitated, his distress palpable. Though he appeared nonchalant, he was, in fact, fiercely proud. He donned his mask, concealing his handsome visage, a practice he maintained until the events of Boruto, all stemming from his father's remark about the charm of the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. After the death of White Fang, Kakashi's once dull gaze became even more vacant, yet the boundaries of his inner convictions became increasingly pronounced. It need not be so convoluted, Eishu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, his eyes narrowing slightly. I possess a superior and more straightforward method to determine the victor. Engaging in combat with Kakashi was an enticing prospect for Eishu, yet it was hardly rational. Their paths diverged significantly. Kakashi, even in the present, remained grounded in the swordsmanship and taijutsu taught by White Fang, following a blend of warrior and assassin styles. These were precisely Eishu's weaknesses. Although he had some experience in clashing with the Uchiha youth, such encounters were evidently insufficient. Otherwise, Daitu would not be lagging behind. Currently, while Eishu had mastered the Rasengan, a formidable close combat technique, he was, in essence, merely a mage, an incomplete one at that. After all, the Rasengan was developed by Minato to enhance the lethality of the Flying Thunder God technique. Given this context, challenging Kakashi, who resembled the archetypal hero of his childhood, was decidedly imprudent. However, the distinction between rationality and courage was a matter of its own. Eishu possesses no other notable attributes, save for his commendable qualities of calmness and audacity. Cowardice? An impossibility. As a ninja, one must surely master some form of ninjutsu, right, Kakashi? With a nonchalant tone, Eishu remarked, though it may have been futile in your battle against Abito, I have perceived it long ago. How could he possibly know? I concealed it so well. Kakashi felt a jolt of surprise within, yet maintained an impassive facade, perhaps one of the benefits of wearing a mask. Indeed, what of it? This simplifies matters. Raising an eyebrow, Eishu spread his hands and said, unleash your most proficient ninjutsu. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede your victory. Should the instructor inquire, we merely engaged in a sparring session, with no weapons drawn, and Abito can attest to that, correct? To be frank, Kakashi hesitated at first. He sensed something amiss. After all, he was the one challenging Eishu, so why did it feel like he was the one on the receiving end of a blow? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Although his repertoire of ninjutsu was limited, each technique was executed with precision. Kakashi was confident he could steadfastly counter Eishu's assault. It must be a fire technique. First the Uchiha shadow. Then that ninja. Eishu is likely adept in fire jutsu, Kakashi contemplated swiftly. In that case, I shall employ this technique. Are you ready? Eishu inquired, his tone unhurried. Kakashi nodded, and with a resolute spirit, he formed the necessary hand seals. The essence of ninjutsu relies on the speed of hand seals, the quality of the technique, and the artistic flair it embodies, the last being a mere matter of personal preference. Yet, Eishu declared, hand seals? Nonsense. He not only refrained from using hand seals, but even had the energy to jest. You go ahead. I'm concerned that if I strike first, you will find no opportunity to retaliate. Such bravado. Kakashi's gaze turned cold. How had he not noticed this insufferable demeanor before? Shaking off his irritation, Kakashi inhaled deeply to steady himself. With fluid and robust motions, he executed the hand seals, far more aesthetically pleasing than Abito's fireball technique. Subsequently, he pressed both hands to the ground, invoking earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, adorned with a canine visage, surged upward. Abito. In that moment, Abito's disdain for earth release reached its zenith. Oh. Eishu arched an eyebrow. It was his first time witnessing Kakashi's canine earth flow wall in action. Surprisingly, it possessed an artistic quality, as though it infused the jutsu with a soul. Now it's your turn. Kakashi commanded coldly. Eishu advanced leisurely, devoid of any hand seals or superfluous movements. He approached the earthen wall and lightly tapped the endearing dog head. Oh, quite sturdy, he mused quietly. Then, from the palm of his hand, chakra surged forth. Allow me to demonstrate. In a mere 3 seconds, Eishu conjured the spiral sphere and hurled it towards the canine visage depicted on Kakashi's earthen wall. The impact was thunderous. The charmingly foolish dog head was utterly obliterated, creating a substantial breach in the wall. Truly, it was a spectacular explosion of that dog's head. Kakashi, positioned behind the wall, stood frozen, acutely aware of the frenzied chakra that was but a hair's breadth away. Despite the barrier's presence, the force was palpable and unmistakable. Had that technique struck him directly, the consequences would have been dire. Minato never anticipated that Eishu would master the spiral sphere with such remarkable speed. Otherwise, he would never have considered imparting it to the two youths. Deep down, Minato understood that while the technique appeared simple, mastering it required considerable effort, particularly for a standard ninja with a foundational grasp of chakra. Little did he know that some individuals, though not ninjas, were far from ordinary. In a roundabout sense, Eishu was on the verge of tapping into the essence of bloodline elimination. The significance of bloodlines was secondary, the elimination was unequivocal. Chapter 16, The Soul of a Ninja. After being outmaneuvered by Eishu, Kakashi indeed became more compliant. As they rushed out of the classroom at the end of the day, they passed by Kakashi without uttering a word of greeting. The two made their way directly to training ground number 3. Although Obito spent the entire afternoon imploring Eishu not to go, suggesting they could seek Minato's assistance instead, Eishu resolutely declined. His reasoning was clear: one must face the consequences of their actions. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Obito reluctantly followed. They soon arrived at the site of the tree explosion from that morning, where the severed trunk remained untouched in its original position. This only reinforced Eishu's conviction that the old man was indeed coming for him. Damn it, Eishu, it seems we have been deceived. Even Obito sensed the anomaly. If they were truly concerned about the tree, how could the corpse remain so conspicuously displayed? Arriving rather early, one could say the young lad was indeed perceptive. At that moment, not far off, the old man staggered onto the scene, his gait unsteady. The pungent scent of alcohol wafted through the air, unmistakably indicating that he had indulged quite liberally. Eishu squinted his eyes, noticing that the old man had changed into a different outfit, similar in style yet equally tattered, exuding a rather disheveled appearance. However, it possessed a retro aesthetic, starkly contrasting with the modern attire of contemporary individuals. What are we to do? Although the old man exhibited a strong aversion towards Uchiha, Eishu still brought Obito along. Firstly, he wished to facilitate Obito's progress. Secondly, should his assumptions prove incorrect, Obito could lend a hand. This fellow may not possess an abundance of chakra, yet his stamina is remarkable, as if he had been invigorated daily. The old man gulped down his drink, and while indulging, gestured towards a large tree stump on the ground. Let us commence with this tree. It is quite inappropriate for it to lie here. Remove it before sunset. And the farther, the better. If you are uncertain where to take it, just send it to the Konoha Guard Department. Anywhere will suffice, as long as I do not have to see it. This shall be your task for today. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Were they truly asking him to deal with this tree? Goodness, this was a solid trunk nearly as thick as an adult's arm, and combined with dado, they hardly weighed a fraction of it. How absurd. Clearly, they were toying with them. Dado was exasperated. How could they possibly transport this tree to the Konoha Guard before sunset? Furthermore, why was it the Konoha Guard? Not only was it exceedingly far from their current location, but the implications for their clan if questioned were significant. Let us keep our comments brief, Dado. Eishu halted the proceedings, squinting at the old man before him. Are there any further requests, dear sir? Relocate wherever you wish. This time, it was the old man who appeared taken aback, his drink forgotten as he stared intently at the young lad, attempting to discern the secrets concealed within those eyes. However, he soon feigned disdain and waved his hand dismissively. Just remove this bothersome tree. I have no other demands. Hurry. If I still see this tree here before sunset, you two can forget about going home and remain here as trees instead. Huh. Eishu suppressed a mocking laughter within, recalling the tears and despair of the morning. How could it be that merely half a day later, she had become such an eyesore? That old man was undoubtedly up to no good. Nevertheless, this made matters quite simple. Obito, Eishu exclaimed, suddenly filled with fervor. What is going on? Obito responded, equally ignited with enthusiasm. Utilize your great fireball technique and let us obliterate this tree together. Is it not merely a matter of removing it? Is it not simply a nuisance? Whether we deliver it to the Konoha Guard or to the heavens, it is all the same. Without a moment's hesitation, Eishu readied himself. His left hand channeling the yang release, small water ball, while his right hand summoned the lightning release, small battery. In an instant, he was prepared. Before the old man could even react, the 3 types of chakra began to fuse. The small water ball bubbled energetically, the hydrogen release was on the verge of completion. At this point, Eishu's first stage of hydrogen release had matured significantly. Hydrogen was generated rapidly, with remarkable efficiency, and its speed had multiplied exponentially compared to before. Next, Eishu plans to further streamline this process, initiating reactions from the very moment of chakra manipulation, truly transforming from combined ninjutsu into a synthetic bloodline akin to dust release. Only then can his hydrogen release be considered a genuine form of ninjutsu, with lightning release, yang release, and water release reacting harmoniously. While wind release is controlled and fire release ignited, all seamlessly executed. The most critical aspect is the ignition step. The previous incident involving the borrowed flame has left a profound impression on Eishu. He is determined not to repeat that mistake. Are you ready? Abito. Let us proceed, Eishu. Eishu completed his preparations in under 10 seconds this time, while Abito steadily formed his hand seals with practiced ease. The two seemed to have returned to that riverside scene from a month prior. Yet Eishu had now grown capable of conjuring hydrogen release with his bare hands. And Abito no longer needed to pilfer his grandmother's kerosene. His great fireball technique had finally been mastered. Eishu abruptly thrust the hydrogen balloon in his hand towards the severed tree, then bellowed, "Now is the moment. Remember to spray, and then flee." Fire release, great fireball technique. The distance widened as Abito unleashed a searing fireball from his mouth, causing the temperature of the air to rise dramatically. In the next instant, an explosive roar erupted, engulfing the training ground in a brilliant display of flames. Several ninjas practicing not far away turned their astonished gazes towards the commotion, believing that a multitude of explosive tags had detonated. The old man's sake flask was still pressed to his lips, his eyes wide with surprise. Oblivious to the fact that his drink was nearly depleted, there was a flicker of reminiscence in the old man's gaze as he observed the diminutive figure, his expression gradually softening with warmth. He set aside the flask, nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth, smiled, and shook his head, pondering to himself who that might resemble. Eishu and Daitu exhaled simultaneously, gazing at the remnants of the love tree, now reduced to a heap of blackened debris due to their explosive wrath. They exchanged a knowing smile. "Eishu, I believe we can bestow a name upon this technique," Daitu suggested. "It's still too early for that, Daitu," Eishu replied with a cool wave of his hand. "I have actually already conceived a name. But the current power of this technique does not warrant it. Only when I can utilize the ocean release, master a corresponding yang release, and execute the electrolysis release will I have the audacity to proclaim that name aloud. Hydrogen release, world annihilation. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, Eishu merely yearned to witness the expression of that peculiar old man. Yet, when he turned to look, the eccentric old man had vanished without a trace. Eishu gazed around, yet he could not discern the figure of the old man. Instead, several irate ninjas were glaring in this direction. "Whose children are you? Do not recklessly play with explosive tags. It is perilous, you wretched little brats." Indeed, what they perceived was not an explosive tag, but rather a potent combination of ninjutsu. However, upon recognizing the practitioners as mere children, they instinctively assumed it was an explosive tag. "Fools." Abito argued vehemently, "That is ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, you imbeciles. If you cannot comprehend it, then cease your incessant chatter." Meanwhile, Eishu remained fixated on a particular direction. Though he could not locate the old man, he did spot another individual. That person, though well hidden, had evidently been momentarily distracted by the explosion, revealing his white hair. Was it not Kakashi? The very one who had been pummeled earlier? What business did he have trailing behind? Could it be that he was seeking retribution? Observing Kakashi, who was now huddled in the grass and reluctant to show himself, a glint of mischief flickered in Eishu's eyes. "Abito, how have your shuriken skills been progressing lately?" Abito, still caught up in his rant, paused. "I can hit 3 out of 10, occasionally 4. Why do you ask? Then you ought to practice diligently." Eishu pointed towards the bushes where Kakashi was concealed, bending down to gather a handful of small stones. "Throw these at me." Chapter 17. I will let him personally redeem himself. At this moment, Kakashi's emotions were rather complex, akin to the feeling of standing in line at a bookstore for an eternity only to end up with counterfeit literature. It was not the rain of small stones that provoked this sentiment, but rather the scene he had just witnessed. What secrets are these two concealing? Kakashi pondered, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Could that thunderous explosion really have been orchestrated by them? And Abito, when did he acquire the skill to conjure a great fireball? Had he been hiding his true abilities like Eishu? With these mixed feelings, Kakashi chose to emerge from the underbrush, following the unwritten rules of the realm. He made his presence known without hostility, prompting Eishu and Abito to cease their barrage. "Oh, isn't that the chief? What brings you here? How curious. The enigmatic Eishu has arrived. What a surprise, it truly is Kakashi. You should have mentioned it earlier. I would have thrown my shuriken." Abito recognized Kakashi by his white hair, his expression souring as usual. "Is my presence an issue?" Kakashi replied, feeling vexed by the two. They were equally infuriating yet in different ways. One seemed perpetually daft, while the other, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed a wicked streak. Kakashi cast a glance at the charred pit before them. Given its potency, it was no wonder it had been mistaken for an explosive tag. Were it not for his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What technique is this? Kakashi could not restrain his curiosity. "None of your concern," Abito began, only to be halted by Eishu. "It's merely a common combination ninjutsu, infused with my personal insights on life. Nothing worth mentioning." "Ninjutsu? A combination? What on earth? This is anything but ordinary." Kakashi furrowed his brow, driven by a boyish curiosity to delve deeper. Yet his innate pride hindered him from articulating his questions. After a prolonged silence, he managed a simple statement. It appears quite impressive. Merely average, nothing to write home about. Eishu waved his hand dismissively, adorned with a disingenuous smile. The atmosphere grew thick with silence, tinged with awkwardness. Just as Obito, who had been about to retort, chose to remain silent, crossing his arms and turning away in a manner that conveyed his refusal to engage. Thus, Kakashi could not help but inquire, Uchiha Being and his cousin Uchiha Ruohuo both fell to this technique of yours? Nothing of consequence, huh? Recently discharged from the hospital? So soon? Eishu, momentarily casting aside pretense, adopted a more serious expression. Based on his experience and knowledge of the Uchiha clan, he knew that while the present seemed tranquil, as Obito had pointed out, Uchiha Being was not the only cousin. The Uchiha clan was not to be underestimated. This matter, he surmised, was far from over. Eishu and Obito exchanged a serious glance, both recognizing the gravity of the moment. They nodded in unison, a silent agreement that did not go unnoticed by Kakashi, who found himself at a loss for words. Was it not clear from their demeanor that they were plotting something sinister? He had never realized how bold they could be. Yet, as much as he was bewildered, Kakashi felt a tinge of envy towards them. At their age, children are naturally inquisitive and eager for adventure. Kakashi, though prideful, was not reclusive. He yearned to engage with good friends in playful pursuits. The two before him, while somewhat absurd and cocky, possessed a camaraderie that Kakashi, the son of White Fang and the top student of his class, lacked. It seems we must expedite our plans, Obito, Eishu stated earnestly. Indeed, Obito replied, nodding seriously. Let us commence without delay. This place is too crowded. We should find another location to avoid trouble with that old man. Let us go to that place. It is less frequented, and we can prepare while enjoying some fish, they decided, ready to depart. Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping, sensed that they were up to something significant. Watching them retreat, he hesitated, contemplating his desire to uncover the nature of their technique. Yes, that is it, he reassured himself, feigning departure, only to stealthily follow them. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha Being knelt on the ground, his head wrapped in bandages, before his cousin, Uchiha Ruohuo, who lay motionless, his upper body and face tightly bound in bandages. Behind him stood an elderly man, his eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of authority. Outside, a crowd of men and women, ranging from youth to middle-aged, stood in silence, their faces etched with anger, yet none dared to speak. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as if they were collectively holding their breath, unsure whether to disturb the resting Uchiha Ruohuo or provoke the imposing elder. Clan leader, Fugaka-sama. A voice of reverence and surprise broke the silence as a middle-aged man approached, clad in the green vest of Konoha, with the emblem of the Konoha police force on his left arm. It was none other than the current leader of the Uchiha clan and head of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, Fugaku acknowledged, nodding to his clansmen as he made his way inside, taking his place behind the elder. Great elder, I have arrived, Fugaku said, glancing at Uchiha Ruohuo on the ground and then at Uchiha Being, who trembled in his kneeling position. He sighed. This is a failure on my part as clan leader. It is not your fault, Fugaku, the elder replied dismissively. I am aware of the situation. Those two fools, despite their overwhelming advantage, have ended up in this state. As clan leader and head of the Konoha police force, you are already burdened with responsibilities. These reckless individuals have brought shame upon the Uchiha. Fugaku frowned at the elder's words, but before he could respond, the elder continued, however. The Uchiha clan has persisted through the ages, from times of war to our current status as the foremost clan in the ninja world, not solely because of our strength, but also due to the fear we instill in others. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Fugaku. The elder slowly turned to face Fugaku, his icy gaze unwavering. Since it concerns the younger generation, let them handle it. As a newly appointed clan leader, you must not allow outsiders to underestimate you. From that moment, Fugaku found himself unable to interject. The elder held a position of great authority within the Uchiha clan, and even Fugaku had benefited from his guidance in his youth. I understand, great elder. I have duties to attend to in the Konoha police force, so I shall take my leave, Fugaku said respectfully, bowing slightly. In that moment, it felt as though the elder was the true leader of the clan, while Fugaku appeared merely as a clan member assigned to serve within the Konoha police force. Once Fugaku departed, the elder called out, Lai, come in. A young man promptly entered. If Eishu and Obito were present, they might recognize the resemblance between this Uchiha Lai and Uchiha Ruohuo, albeit with a slight increase in age and height. Do you know who inflicted this injury upon your brother? The elder inquired. Uchiha Lai responded, a young clansman and a nameless one. Do you know what course of action to take? The elder pressed. Yes, Uchiha Lai affirmed. I will issue a warning, and once Ruohuo recovers, he will exact his own vengeance. This response pleased the elder greatly, who nodded slightly. Then go. Uchiha Lai vanished in an instant, leaving the room. Chapter 18. Let us progress together. Kakashi, wait. Why on earth are you following me again? Obito exclaimed, exasperated. What's with you today, Kakashi? I was merely passing by. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, spinning a web of deception. Eishu smiled silently. How could Kakashi not perceive his subtle thoughts? It is akin to a university dormitory. No matter how much one enjoys secretly studying, the allure of gaming with roommates is irresistible. Kakashi, in this instance, has merely unveiled a latent penchant for subtlety. Do you not foresee that in the future, Kakashi will also be found clandestinely perusing risque literature until dawn? Yet, observing Kakashi in this manner, Eishu suddenly recalled his previous notion. The reaction of hydrogen release is exceedingly intricate, necessitating the support of water release enhanced by yang release, along with the lightning release derived from the electrolysis of water, and it also requires an open flame for ignition. Although his mastery over chakra manipulation is so refined that he could feasibly accomplish most of it alone, it ultimately does not constitute a so-called bloodline limit. Nor is it a matter of bloodline elimination. There is no such thing as hydrogen release chakra. At its core, it is merely a combination of ninjutsu. The emphasis lies in the concept of combination. Eishu felt a slight itch within. The potency of hydrodynamics is objectively contingent upon the quantity of chakra available. He could initiate the technique alone, but it would invariably require a minimum of 3 portions of chakra. However, if collaboration were sought, he would solely be responsible for the amalgamation of fire release and water release, while Kakashi would handle lightning release, allowing Obito to ignite the spark. To say the least, the resultant power would multiply severfold. Stop deceiving us, you scoundrel. Passing through the training ground to this location, do you take Obito for a fool? Obito exclaimed, insisting that Kakashi depart. How could their clandestine sanctuary be invaded by a third party? Kakashi fell silent, at a loss for words, but fortunately, at that moment, he caught sight of Eishu's exceedingly amiable smile. How should one articulate this? Kakashi always felt as though a price tag was affixed to his forehead, while Eishu seemed to be calculating how to sell him off. Obito, therein lies your error. Eishu offered a comforting gesture to Obito, who wore a bewildered expression, before turning his gaze towards Kakashi. Though we are friends, well, Kakashi is nonetheless our classmate. He provided cover for us during the day. How could you treat him this way? It is true that we must diligently train and strive for improvement. However, strength lies in unity, and Kakashi's presence will only fortify our small group. A single chopstick may easily be broken, but a bundle of chopsticks remains unyielding. Our ability to send Uchiha Being and his cousin to the hospital was rooted in our solidarity and cooperation, was it not? Trust me, Obito. Eishu held Obito's left hand and Kakashi's right, his face radiating a saintly glow. Kakashi will surely be an excellent partner for us, will he not? Obito, perplexed, thought to himself, is Eishu under some delusion or perhaps affected by some stimulant? How else could he speak such nonsense? Kakashi, equally confused, interjected, wait, when did I agree to join you? Can I just pass by? Why can't I leave? What is this bizarre feeling of being drawn into a pyramid scheme? The two boys, forcibly linked by Eishu, found themselves questioning their existence. After several seconds of stunned silence, Kakashi finally reacted and withdrew his hand from Eishu's grasp. Obito promptly pulled Eishu aside and whispered, what is going on, Eishu? What kind of nonsense is this? Are you out of your mind? Eishu's expression shifted dramatically. Where else can you find such an excellent training partner? Moreover, do you have any idea what that old man has planned for us tomorrow? Isn't it beneficial to have an extra pair of hands? Obito paused, then quickly grasped the underlying truth. Why didn't you say so earlier? The two turned back only to discover Kakashi regarding them with a look of disdain. You do realize that at this distance, I can hear you, right? Eishu's face flushed with embarrassment, revealing his discomfort. Nonetheless, he feigned composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Kakashi. Do you not aspire to grow stronger? Do you not wish to uncover how we achieved such remarkable prowess? Eishu spoke, his expression suddenly taking on an air of mystery. It is a combination ninjutsu. According to my theory, ideally, 3 individuals are required to maximize the power of this technique. We may very well usher in a new era. Following the white fangs of Konoha and the legendary Sannin, a new age awaits. Are you certain you do not wish to give it a try? To be honest, Eishu's words nearly moved him to tears. Indeed, there might be an element of persuasion aimed at Kakashi, but the future of hydrogen release is undeniably promising. If only he could increase his chakra reserves and master more jutsu, ultimately discovering swifter methods of reaction. With a mere gesture, unleashing hydrogen release could lead to a cataclysmic impact upon the shinobi world. It would no longer be just a slogan. Kakashi's gaze shifted from disdain to skepticism, gradually evolving into a deep conflict. He certainly did not believe Eishu's fanciful claims. A new era? The poorly told ghost stories from his father were far more convincing. Yet, conversely, the prospect of training together and growing stronger seemed rather appealing, did it not? The notion of together held more allure for Kakashi than the combination ninjutsu itself. Once again, he hesitated. Surely, someone esteemed by my father and that esteemed figure would not hinder my progress. Kakashi mused. Ultimately, under Eishu's sincere and radiant gaze, and with Obito feigning indifference while secretly scheming to persuade Kakashi to join as his subordinate, he relented. All right, but do not expect me to do your bidding. I desire strength, not foolishness. Kakashi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, feigning nonchalance. Yet, in truth, his heart raced with excitement. How thrilling. Would I have companions? Fighting side by side? Skipping class together? Every reserved individual harbors a little monster within, and children are no exception. Very well, let us commence. Eishu declared with fervor, and Obito rolled up his sleeves. This scene left Kakashi bewildered, prompting him to inquire, how do we begin? Of course, we practice. Eishu replied matter-of-factly. Only through combat can we achieve the swiftest improvement. Otherwise, do you think we became this strong for no reason? Is it truly so? Kakashi expressed his skepticism, tinged with a hint of disdain. To portray fighting in such an exquisite light, how typical of you. However, before he could contemplate further, two fists barreled toward him, leaving no room for thought. What the? Kakashi hastily executed a series of backflips to evade, landing atop a large stone, his face a mask of astonishment. What are you two doing? Did you not say we were practicing? Indeed, we are. Obito declared, forming hand seals, and moments later, he was prepared. Fire release. Great fireball. The blazing inferno coalesced into a fireball, hurtling directly toward Kakashi. This is excessive. Kakashi thought as he prepared to counter the fireball with an earth release technique, but the cunning Eishu had stealthily maneuvered to his flank, having already conjured a Rasengan in his hand. Let us advance together, Kakashi, Eishu shouted, unwavering in his original intent. 10 minutes later, gasping for breath, Kakashi lay on the ground, his clothes tattered, his face bruised. A pitiful sight, indeed. Normally, defeating Obito would be a trivial feat for Kakashi, whose rigorous training since childhood surpassed that of a mere brawler like Obito. However, one must not forget Eishu, the strategic ninja who consistently repelled close combat with his Rasengan. With Obito's brute force in front and Eishu's cunning behind, escaping unscathed was no simple task. Nonetheless, Kakashi felt a sense of exhilaration within. After they had collectively subdued him, rather than delivering a finishing blow, they engaged one another in further combat. It seemed they were targeting him, yet in truth. Ouch! Kakashi touched the corner of his eye, wincing in pain. This was indeed directed at him, the audacity. However, this sensation, it was rather delightful, was it not? Chapter 19. Dare to strike Obito? Do you not know he is under my protection? The following morning, Eishu awoke to the call of his biological clock, rising as usual to prepare breakfast, taking time to wash up before the meal was ready. After enjoying his meal, with over an hour to spare before class, Eishu spent some time refining his chakra. As a diligent and studious youth, his mornings were busy and fulfilling. Having prepared everything, Eishu slung his small backpack over his shoulder and set off. It was Friday, with only morning classes scheduled, so there was no need to skip. However, the three of them had agreed that whoever faltered first would be responsible for the shadow clone and transformation techniques. This arrangement fueled Obito's determination to go all out against Kakashi, making Kakashi feel increasingly targeted. Eishu ambled leisurely to school and entered the classroom, only to find Kakashi and Obito already present. Kakashi, as ever, was engrossed in extracurricular literature, which would later transform into a bestseller by a certain sage in his adulthood. Meanwhile, Obito sat at his desk, lost in thought. Good morning, Kakashi, Eishu greeted. Morning, Kakashi replied, having relaxed somewhat now that he was part of the stronger team and no longer felt the need to maintain his aloof demeanor. Good morning, Obito. However, the distracted Obito did not respond, continuing to gaze out the window in a daze. Obito? Still, there was no reply. Eishu and Kakashi exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Obito's expression was vacant, yet his eyes bore a weight of concern, as if some significant event had transpired. Eishu recognized the situation. The last time it occurred was the day before their duel with the Uchiha clan. He approached Obito and gently nudged him, bringing him back to reality. Obito glanced at Eishu and greeted him with a casual good morning. After a moment's hesitation, Eishu ultimately decided against prying further. Obito typically could not contain his thoughts and would rather everyone in Konoha be aware of his feelings, yet when he chose to remain silent, even the most enticing ramen could not coax him into conversation. The school bell rang, signaling the arrival of the teacher, who carried an aging textbook. Meanwhile, the students opened their pristine new books, battling against the drowsiness that threatened to overtake them, a rather arduous endeavor. At long last, the tedious lesson concluded. However, as the teacher announced the end of class, the previously lethargic students transformed into elite ninjas, surging forth in a frenzy. The commotion exceeded that of practical training sessions, even surpassing the usual excitement at the end of the day by several magnitudes. Yet Obito remained seated, unaffected by the ringing bell or the jubilant cheers of his classmates, exuding an air of indifference as if he had transcended all concerns, embodying the essence of a wise Uchiha sage. Come on, Obito, let us go eat. We have work to do this afternoon, Eishu urged, suppressing his inner curiosity. I'll pass, Eishu. Grandma wants me to come home early for a thorough cleaning. Obito replied, seemingly prepared with his response, scratching his head and offering Eishu an apologetic smile. This only heightened Eishu's unease. If it were merely daydreaming, it would be one thing, and he could understand if yesterday's training had exhausted him. However, Obito's demeanor, invoking his grandmother, suggested that something more serious was afoot. Nevertheless, Eishu stifled his curiosity and concern, smiling as he said, all right then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Obito replied, shouldering his small bag and exiting the classroom alone. What is wrong with him? After Obito left, Kakashi approached Eishu, and the two peered through the window, observing Obito's retreating figure with puzzled expressions. It's not like him, Kakashi mused. Let it be. When he figures it out, he'll share. It's probably nothing significant. Eishu raised an eyebrow and remarked. This is not the decisive battle at Shinwu Bridge. The situation is manageable. Meanwhile, Obito hurried along, cautiously glancing around at a street corner, feeling an unease that prompted him to slyly circle a few times. Surely, they haven't followed me. Obito exhaled, his eyes filled with concern, which swiftly transformed into determination. At last, he returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, but instead of heading home, he made his way to a training ground. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the second Hokage and Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha finally possessed a space that was unequivocally theirs, free from disturbances. The clan's territory boasted an array of amenities, including a street of snacks, taverns, casinos, and training grounds, even a bustling entertainment district, making it a miniature version of Konoha. Although it was somewhat remote, situated a distance equivalent to half of Konoha from the core area, its tranquility was a welcome reprieve. Upon arriving at the training ground, which was far less lively than those in Konoha, Obito found only one individual waiting patiently. This person, on the verge of adulthood, donned the Uchiha clan's attire. A sword at his waist, towering 3 heads taller than Obito, with long black hair that gave him a somewhat handsome appearance, albeit with a somewhat aloof gaze. Lai Senpai. Obito approached the young man nervously, lowering his head. I apologize, but I could not bring Eishu with me. The young man before Obito was none other than Uchiha Lai, the elder brother of Uchiha Being. Within the Uchiha, engaging in conflict among kin bore little consequence, especially among children. However, should an outsider intervene, even with mere ridicule, they would be regarded as an enemy by the Uchiha. This sentiment bore similarity to the Hyuga clan, another prominent family in Konoha, both aimed at establishing their clan's authority and safeguarding their kin's bloodline limit from external covetousness. Yet, the two clans differed fundamentally in their approaches. The Hyuga clan employs the metaphor of caged birds to ensure the Byakugan remains intact. In the event of an accident, the caged bird would destroy the Byakugan. Conversely, the Uchiha's method is decidedly more hardcore, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Any adversary that dares to provoke the honor of the Uchiha will face relentless pursuit and eradication, regardless of the cost. The actions of Eishu and Obito are perceived distinctly within the Uchiha clan. Naturally, Obito, as a member of the Uchiha, would not face undue hardship, at least not overly. However, Eishu, as an outsider, injuring a Uchiha to the point of hospitalization cannot be overlooked by the clan. That would be unbecoming of the Uchiha. I had given you a chance, Obito, Uchiha restated coldly. While both Hokage and Kage of the North may lack skill, the honor of the Uchiha clan is inviolable. My intention was merely to caution that brat, yet your actions today have left me profoundly disappointed. If that is the case, I shall confront him personally. Uchiha strode away from the training ground, casting a disdainful glance at Obito as he departed. At this hour, he should still be on his way home. Do you truly believe I must rely on you to find him? Regret it. My greatest aversion is deceit. Initially, he merely needed to await Hokage's awakening to seek vengeance, but now he must contend with my wrath. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression shifted, and he quickly turned around. Senpai. Yet, his call went unanswered as Uchiha continued on, completely disregarding him. Clenching his fists in frustration, Obito's breath grew heavy. If you have the capability, then come at me. Where were you when they attacked me? You cowards. Obito shouted in a fit of hysteria, unleashing years of pin-up grievances as he charged at Uchiha. Seeking death, Uchiha's eyes narrowed, and with a mere turn, he faced the oncoming youth. Without even drawing his weapon, he delivered a powerful kick. The force, amplified by chakra and Obito's own momentum, would surely render him half-dead if it connected. Yet, Uchiha showed no sign of holding back. Some individuals, despite being born and raised within the Uchiha clan, adorned in their garments and bearing their insignia, are merely ordinary people lacking the noble blood and glory of the Uchiha in this clan that venerates strength above all. Furthermore, since Obito initiated the attack on Uchiha, even if Ri were to beat him to a pulp, it would be inconsequential. As Obito faced impending defeat, a sudden voice erupted, "Get him." Uchiha paused, and in the next instant, a figure flashed between him and Obito just as they were about to collide. Doton, Doriheki. Obito, crafty as he was, understood that Uchiha, being a nin, was not someone he and Eishu could contend with. As a fellow Uchiha, he presumed he would not face extreme hardship. Thus he opted to shoulder the burden alone. Obito was audacious. Although he knew Ri was a nin, the moment he heard Ri intended to seek trouble with Eishu, his instinct was to fight. Yet, while he was cunning and bold, he was not foolish. Challenging Uchiha was one thing, but running headlong into a wall was another, especially when that wall bore Kakashi's canine visage. Bang! Obito quickly crossed his arms to shield himself, but he still took the brunt of the impact, leaving his head buzzing. Meanwhile, Eishu, with his hands slowly forming 2 Rasengan, charged towards Uchiha. Dare to strike Obito? Do you not know he is under my protection, you coward? Chapter 20. Battle against the ninja battles are often decided in an instant. Kakashi separated Obito and Uchiha and Eishu, wielding his Rasengan, charged directly at Ri. Yet, the disparity in strength was evident. As Eishu advanced, Uchiha remained remarkably composed. He positioned himself, sidestepping Aishu's attack, then delivered a solid knee strike aimed at Aishu's face. The impact knocked Eishu back, but Ri's brow furrowed. A shadow clone. Indeed, in the next moment, with a puff, Aishu's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. As Kakashi's Dori Heki fell, it revealed three boys standing shoulder to shoulder. The trio, known as the Little Forest Trio, the Konoha Ninja Academy's first-year truancy squad, had arrived. Eishu. Obito murmured, his mind still reeling. Kakashi's expression darkened. Questioning why, at such a moment, Obito remained so insufferable. Your notion of spring cleaning is rather abstract, Obito, Kakashi remarked. Eishu, unfazed, replied with a smile. Does your grandmother know? Eishu. Obito's eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion. Yet, Aishu's expression grew serious. We'll settle this later. For now, focus and deal with this fool. Although only a shadow clone had been defeated, the pain still resonated within him, and considering the unexpected speed of his opponent, it was evident that this individual was no trivial adversary. Eishu felt a growing sense of frustration in his heart. First, it was Uchiha Being and his cousin Uchiha Ruohuo, and now this fellow. These insignificant characters who didn't even deserve names in the future kept appearing like nesting dolls. Defeat a cousin only to face an elder brother. They had repeatedly given him headaches. Quite literally painful ones. This man called himself Uchiha Lai, the elder brother of Uchiha Ruo, at least a Chunin, possibly even a Jonin. Obito finally snapped out of his daze, his earlier sobbing vanishing without a trace. When it came to fights, especially brawls, Obito always found his spirit reignited. He probably isn't a Jonin, Kakashi analyzed. Otherwise, your shadow clones wouldn't have stood a chance to get close. Don't forget, this is an Uchiha. Remember the Sharingan and Jinjutsu. The three hallmarks of the Uchiha: fire release, the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, and their hairstyle. No, their swordsmanship. Eishu nodded in agreement. Yet, even if he is not a Jonin, it is likely that this individual has the potential to awaken the Sharingan. One must tread carefully. For not everyone possesses the fantastical nature of Obito. The ascent to Chunin did not grant him the Sharingan. At the brink of death, he merely had 2 Tomo. However, he subsequently leapt from 2 Tomo straight to the Manjiki, a feat that can only be described as a medical miracle. Eishu was uncertain whether the Uchiha before him had activated his Sharingan, yet he could not engage in battle with his eyes closed. Hence, he had to take a gamble. Uchiha Lai regarded the 3 individuals before him without uttering a word of mockery or displaying any rage. Instead, he maintained his usual aloof demeanor, embodying the principles of the Uchiha clan. His gaze swept over Obito and Eishu, revealing unmistakable disdain, yet when it fell upon Kakashi, a hint of caution emerged. Indeed, caution, albeit subtle, was evident as he considered Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, though he did not regard it with particular seriousness. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Merely teaching a few youngsters a lesson hardly required trepidation. Nevertheless, Uchiha's arrogance would not compel Uchiha Lai to take matters too seriously. Was it you 3 who harmed Being and Rohua? With the son of the White Fang present, it is hardly surprising. Uchiha Lai crossed his arms, adopting an air of nonchalance, signaling that he would not strike first. Kakashi's expression shifted suddenly, becoming somewhat peculiar. What to do? He regretted coming along. It was they who were fighting, not him. If his father were to find out, well, given his father's twisted sense of humor, he would likely inquire whether he was fighting for a girl. Kakashi sighed, feeling as though he had boarded a ship of thieves. Kakashi. Eishu called out with a complex tone, momentarily startling Kakashi. Was he suggesting that he should leave? Did he not wish to implicate him? It was only natural for Kakashi to think this way, given the clear circumstances before them. Although Obito was somewhat erratic, he was undoubtedly loyal. He had come alone. After all, to protect Eishu. Kakashi reasonably assumed that Eishu was of a similar disposition, seemingly cunning, yet ultimately loyal. However, Eishu was destined to disappoint him. This fellow was not easy to deal with. We might only have one opportunity to strike. Obito and I possess a particularly formidable technique, our strongest attack. However, this technique requires some time to execute, so, I beg of you, Kakashi. Eishu spoke with genuine emotion. In truth, he was already contemplating the urgent need to collaborate with Kakashi on the manipulation of hydrogen release. Strength in numbers would allow them to harness the full potential of this technique. However, Kakashi remained oblivious, still mired in the rudimentary stages, unable to engage in a joint effort. Thus, the only option left was for Kakashi to stall for time. Kakashi wore an expression of exasperation, casting a disdainful glance at Eishu, but he was met with a gaze filled with sincerity, not just from Eishu, but even from Obito. Had the two conspired together? Kakashi nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Why, as the esteemed chief, should he align himself with these two? Yet, he managed to suppress his instinct to turn and walk away, gritting his teeth as he said, "You two, hurry up." With that, He bent slightly, resembling a small cheetah. His eyes filled with a blend of resignation and determination as he looked toward Uchiha Lai. Come. Let me witness the disparity between the heirs of the Uchiha and the White Fang. Uchiha Lai still did not draw his sword. As if the long blade were merely a decorative piece. Kakashi sighed, and amid the admiring gazes of Eishu and Obito, he charged forward. Pardon me, senior. Kakashi maintained his politeness, remembering to greet before engaging. Uchiha Lai responded with the customary etiquette of the Uchiha clan, raising a hand to deflect Kakashi's punch, followed swiftly by a kick aimed at Kakashi's chest. You have not yet reached the level where you can offend me. Kakashi was at a loss for words once again. Nimbly pivoting to evade, transforming his hand into a blade as he unleashed the techniques he had diligently honed since childhood. Internally, he pondered the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Compared to this individual before him, Obito seemed almost endearing. How infuriating. Kakashi wrestled with his frustrations in the heat of battle. While Eishu and Obito had already completed their preparations. Kakashi, stand aside. With a resounding shout, Eishu prepared his hydrogen balloon, expending nearly all his chakra. Obito also puffed out his cheeks, forming the necessary hand seals for his great fireball technique, which was poised for release. Kakashi, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly retreated, rubbing his arms as he landed. This individual, indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, possessed immense strength and an extraordinarily fierce martial prowess. Each strike was remarkably precise, even without the activation of his Sharingan. Simultaneously, Kakashi felt a surge of anticipation. Was that technique the combined ninjutsu they spoke of? According to Eishu, it was ideally executed with the collaboration of 3 individuals. Well, what would it lead to in the future? Before Kakashi could ponder further, their combined ninjutsu was already aimed at Uchiha Rei. First came Eishu's hydrogen balloon, now larger than ever yet advancing with greater speed. Following closely was Obito's great fireball, both of them controlling their techniques with utmost precision, successfully avoiding premature detonation. Obito was particularly diligent, recalling his previous mishap where a mismanaged igniting cotton swab nearly resulted in Eishu's right hand being scorched. In Eishu's eyes, there lingered a hint of concern. Yet an overwhelming sense of confidence prevailed. He held nothing back. The explosive potential he possessed was undoubtedly formidable, equipped with at least 10 detonating tags. He had even envisioned the radiant glow of victory. However, Eishu had underestimated the complexity of combat among ninjas. The fierce battles between them employed every conceivable tactic. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and genjutsu were merely instruments of their craft. Beyond mere strength, the most crucial element in ninja confrontations was intelligence. Although Uchiha Lai was unaware of the molecular formula of hydrogen release, he was acutely aware of the circumstances that led to his brother being hospitalized due to an explosion. Overthinking, young one. Uchiha Lai stood resolute, his hands forming seals with such swiftness that they became mere afterimages. Wind release, wind strike technique. In an instant, a tempest arose. And to Eishu's astonished gaze, his hydrogen balloon was forcefully pushed back, colliding with Obito's fireball, resulting in an explosive conflagration. Boom. The sound of the explosion resonated as anticipated, yet the impact fell short of expectations. Uchiha Lai raised one hand to shield his face, absorbing the limited force of the detonation. His sleeve was charred and tattered, but that was the extent of the damage. The formidable combination of Inuki and Obito, long undefeated, was unexpectedly thwarted by a seemingly ordinary wind technique from Uchiha Rei. This is the reality of the Nin. Despite being a step away from the rank of Nin, they are not particularly distinguished figures within the ninja world or in Konoha. However, the prowess and vision exhibited by Uchiha Rei are far beyond those of 2 mere genin. Had the power of the hydrogen release struck Uchiha Rei in its entirety, it could have led to a different narrative. But such what-ifs are mere illusions. Uchiha Rei, being a Nin, possesses both strength and intellect. In fact, if Uchiha Rei were to sustain even minor injuries, both Obito and Inuki would have ample reason to take pride in their efforts. Yet, before the two could even pat themselves on the back, a chilling voice resonated from behind them, declaring, "Remember this. When you encounter a Uchiha, keep your distance." Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Rei had already executed a Shunshin, positioning himself right behind them. With his hands poised like blades, he raised them high, ready to strike them down in an instant. It was at this moment that a raspy yet enchanting voice quietly interjected, "Ninjutsu, Great Serpent." Accompanied by this voice, a massive serpent burst forth, its girth equivalent to that of a large barrel, its body composed of impenetrable white phosphorus. The creature not only obstructed Uchiha Rei's assault but also shielded Obito and Inuki beneath its formidable form. Uchiha Rei retreated repeatedly until he found himself against the wall of the training ground, his chakra adhering to the wall as his body remained parallel to the ground. His gaze was fixed upon the serpent and the cold, proud figure standing in the arena. "Orochimaru." "Sir," Uchiha Rei said, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased by Orochimaru's unexpected arrival. It is rare for Orochimaru to visit the Uchiha clan's territory. He wondered what business brought him here. The arrival was indeed Orochimaru, the enigmatic figure of Konoha, who typically had little to do with the Uchiha. His sudden appearance, especially in rescuing the 2 young ninjas, left Uchiha Rei in a state of uncertainty regarding Orochimaru's intentions and the relationship between the two youths and the enigmatic sage. I seldom come here. Orochimaru replied in his gravelly tone, simultaneously dispelling his technique. The white serpent dissipated into smoke. Inuki, observing this, was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether this was a ninjutsu or a summoning technique. Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward Inuki, his serpentine eyes scanning the young boy before returning to Uchiha Rei against the wall. However, given your rank and abilities, even if I frequented this place, you would not be worthy of my presence. Such venomous words. While Obito had yet to comprehend the implications, both Kakashi and Inuki widened their eyes in disbelief. The statement bore little lethal power but was rife with insult. Uchiha Rei's expression immediately turned frosty. He had been interrupted in his lesson to the two youths and then humiliated. His disdain for Orochimaru was palpable. Nevertheless, this is Uchiha territory. They harbor no fear of any adversary. Yet, the distinction between fearlessness and action is significant. The Uchiha clan possesses ambition and pride, but their intelligence is equally formidable. Uchiha Rei cast a cold glance at Inuki and Obito before redirecting his focus to Orochimaru. One day, I shall compel you to meet my gaze directly. Orochimaru. With that, Uchiha Rei vanished from sight. However, his departure garnered little attention. Orochimaru had never regarded Uchiha Rei as noteworthy. He scarcely knew who this individual was. At that moment, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes sparkled with intrigue as they fixated on the young Inuki before him. Inuki, too, was transfixed by Orochimaru, completely unaware of Uchiha Rei's departure. Uchiha Rei had dispelled the hydrogen release with his wind technique, an outcome that had indeed taken Inuki by surprise. Yet, much more than this. It was Orochimaru's sudden appearance that left Inuki bewildered. What on earth is going on with this person? Eishu felt somewhat bewildered. For Orochimaru possessed a level of danger during this era that could rival that of Uchiha Obito. It is not the thief one fears, but rather the thief's intentions. In this regard, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito share a fundamental nature, both harboring sinister designs akin to the abduction of children, with beginnings that span from 5 to 10 years. It appears you have become adept at manipulating chakra, quite commendable. Orochimaru's voice was both hoarse and alluring, leaving Obito in a haze. While Kakashi's curiosity ignited like a raging fire in his eyes, instilling a chill in Eishu's heart. This individual is indeed harboring ulterior motives towards him. Judging by his tone, he must have been lurking for quite some time. In truth, the primary credit belongs to Obito, whose progress has been the most significant. Eishu decisively chose to allow Obito to take the lead, hoping that Orochimaru would soon recognize Obito's potential and measure himself against Uchiha Madara. However, before Eishu could even provoke any emotions in Obito, Orochimaru suddenly raised his fingers once more. This took Eishu by surprise, prompting him to concentrate chakra in his palm and enter a defensive stance. In times of urgency, human potential often manifests explosively. Eishu had previously achieved the fastest record for forming a Rasengan in 3 seconds, but this time he managed to shorten it by an entire second. Yet, just as he prepared to fight for his dignity within 2 seconds, a small white snake holding a scroll appeared in Orochimaru's hand. What has happened to Eishu? Obito was once again bewildered. Even Kakashi was left in a haze by Eishu's unexpected move. The atmosphere on the scene became palpably awkward, but Orochimaru seemed utterly unconcerned. He regarded Eishu with a wry smile, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling interest. Your techniques demand a high level of chakra transformation. Here are some ninjutsu that should suffice for your current abilities. As Orochimaru spoke, his body began to dissolve into the ground, creating an impression of submerging underground. The small snake then released a damp, sticky scroll, vanishing alongside Orochimaru. Anticipating our next encounter, Orochimaru's voice echoed in the air, causing Eishu's expression to change repeatedly. First, he felt uneasy about the old man, then about Orochimaru, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he might be suffering from a string of bad luck, despite not being in his zodiac year. Bold Obito picked up the scroll left by Orochimaru and opened it, only to be left speechless. Fire release, fire dragon bullet, water release, water wave bullet. Lightning release, lightning burst, wind release, great breakthrough, earth release, yellow spring. How do you pronounce this? Swamp, earth release, yellow spring swamp, a B-rank earth release technique. Kakashi, who had unknowingly approached, provided an explanation, his expression equally peculiar. Obito exclaimed in shock, wow, we struck gold. Eishu. Orochimaru had left behind 5 ninjutsu, all of which were of a notably higher caliber than the small water sphere and tiny electric techniques that Eishu had mastered. Orochimaru-sama is truly a kind and approachable senior, Kakashi remarked, still in disbelief. This statement jolted Eishu back to reality. Kind and approachable? Not at all. If he were to betray the village, a single glance from him would make you question your very existence. That would indeed be the definition of friendliness. At the same time, Eishu felt puzzled. At this point, Orochimaru should not have transformed into a scientist yet, should he? According to Eishu's recollection, Orochimaru had taken a darker path only after failing to become Hokage. There seemed to be no reason for him to target Eishu now. In the future, I must find an opportunity to properly express my gratitude to Orochimaru. Obito sighed, gazing at the magnificent fire dragon depicted in the scroll, filled with wonder. Upon hearing this, Eishu nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, the appearance of Orochimaru today undoubtedly provided significant assistance to the three of them. Not only did he drive away Uchiha Itachi, but he also left behind a valuable scroll of ninjutsu, which effectively addressed his urgent needs. Eishu, having merely heard the names of those ninjutsu techniques, realized their immense utility, particularly their perfect alignment with his affinity for hydrogen release. In this instance, Orochimaru truly proved to be a benevolent figure. Alas, if only the position of Hokage were not determined by a system of recommendation and inheritance, otherwise, without a doubt, I would cast my vote for you in the future. Eishu murmured to himself, pondering what Orochimaru would eventually become. In truth, it mattered little to him. After all, that was a matter for the future. Given some time, he could also be amiable, and moreover, he embodied the true essence of global equilibrium. Everyone is an intellectual. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 22. A heavy burden and a long journey. After a brief commotion, the three finally realized they had not dined at noon. Eishu promptly suggested that they dine together to celebrate, to which Daitu enthusiastically declared that he would treat them. The trio then made their way to Ichiraka Ramen. Fortunate that the dinner rush had just passed, sparing them the necessity of queuing. However, Daitu soon found himself in a predicament. Eishu, do you still have any money in your pocket? Didn't we both give our funds to that old man? He exclaimed. I have none, replied Eishu, who had subsisted on instant noodles for the past few days. Allow me to handle it. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who raised his hand, assuming the responsibility for the bill. Daitu and Eishu felt somewhat embarrassed, daring only to order a modest set meal. Yet, when Kakashi revealed his wallet, a thick wad of cash that surpassed the heft of a textbook caught their eyes, and they were instantly taken aback. Kakashi, how are you so wealthy? Daitu gasped in astonishment. Eishu felt a tinge of displeasure. It was natural for Kakashi, being the son of the White Fang, to enjoy better circumstances than his own. However, carrying around his living expenses for several years seemed rather excessive. This isn't my money, it's my father's. Kakashi retorted with a hint of disdain, swiftly stowing away his wallet. The funds were payment for his previous mission, but he had departed the village for another task. Hence the Umbu entrusted the money to him. Obito was taken aback for a considerable time upon hearing this, ultimately letting out a long sigh. I truly wish to graduate soon and start earning as a ninja. Beside him, Eishu blinked and cast a meaningful glance at Kakashi. Graduation, early graduation. Then becoming a CH Nin or J Nin, Kakashi held a remarkable record in this regard. Such a record was so formidable that even the future Itachi Uchiha could not surpass it. Yet, the circumstances surrounding this achievement were somewhat tragic. Eishu calculated the time, that matter seemed increasingly imminent. A formidable warrior should not fall in battle but rather succumb to the slander of their own kin, perishing within the confines of their own fragile heart. No matter how one listens, it all seems somewhat abstract. After lunch, the three friends returned to the familiar grove. Though they were there to cultivate their skills, they chose not to engage in a crude confrontation but instead unfurled the scroll left by Orochimaru. The scroll contained 5 common elemental jutsu of moderate difficulty, which, by all accounts, should not have been within the reach of these 3 aspiring ninjas. Yet, it was evident that none of them harbored such concerns. Kakashi even asserted that should he desire these jutsu, he could easily obtain them from his father. This revelation sparked a notion in Eishu, perhaps in the future he could glean some jutsu from Kakashi's home? Of course, White Fang must remain alive, but that was a matter for another time. One that Eishu could not dwell on presently. Obito, do you think the great fireball technique might be too challenging for you? Eishu asked, his expression peculiar. Shall we master the fireball technique completely before moving on? This was no mere provocation. Eishu genuinely worried that Obito might overreach. However, should Obito wish to learn, he would not stand in his way, fearing that if the great fireball was not mastered, the fireball technique might also be forgotten, resulting in a loss that felt akin to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon rind. It seemed, the issue was not significant. Obito appeared to grasp Eishu's intent, but still wished to attempt it. I am quite familiar with the fireball technique. The hand seals for these 2 techniques are quite similar, so I should manage. Very well, Eishu acknowledged, refraining from further commentary and turning his attention to Kakashi, his demeanor becoming more serious. Kakashi seemed to understand what Eishu was about to convey, adopting a serious expression in response. I have mentioned my aspiration to change the world, to forge a new era. Ideally, it requires the 3 of us, Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi replied, nodding solemnly. Eishu continued, stating that this lightning release technique should be learned by both of them simultaneously, as it would facilitate his future manipulation of chakra. Once Obito mastered the Great Fire Dragon technique, they could experiment with a synchronized 3-person usage. He was acutely aware that multi-person combination ninjutsu was far from simple. Although he could execute the dual hand control and backhand control techniques with precision, those were solely under his command, granting him complete operational authority. Introducing another individual meant an additional mind and perspective, which undoubtedly required a period of adjustment. I understand, Kakashi replied, nodding in agreement as he discreetly committed the contents of the scroll to memory before retreating to a secluded area for training. Eishu was also quite occupied. Compared to Obito and Kakashi, his workload was the most substantial. At present, he only possessed the ability to wield 3 types of ninjutsu: lightning release, water release, and the sage art representing yang release. While he was currently unable to master the fire release that Obito was striving for, it was imperative that he became proficient in both lightning and water releases to minimize errors. Simultaneously, he needed to dedicate himself to the cultivation of sage art, ensuring that he could infuse sufficient yang release into his water release techniques. Essentially, he was shouldering the burden of 3 jobs, yet Eishu aspired for even more. His goal was to comprehend the transformation of chakra attributes for the second stage of hydrogen release aimed to transcend the theoretical barrier of the reaction process. It could be said that the journey ahead was both arduous and long. The 3 youths trained diligently throughout the afternoon. There was no fervent battle, yet an unspoken sense of competition lingered in the air. Obito was desperately striving to prove his worth, eager to master the great fire dragon before Kakashi could learn that lightning release. Initially, Eishu did not harbor such thoughts. However, the prospect of mastering both skills simultaneously, while Kakashi and Obito had only grasped one, ignited a fervor within him. After all, men remain youthful at heart until their last breath. Yet, the passage of time, marked by a competitive spirit, concluded before twilight descended. This was due to Eishu having signed a temporary child labor agreement with that eccentric old man. Obito accompanied him. As true brothers share both fortune and adversity, Kakashi was initially reluctant to join. Yet he could not resist Obito's provocation. "Are you secretly hoping to practice and surpass both of us?" "Not at all," Kakashi retorted, nearly losing his composure at the implication. Eventually, resigned to the situation, he decided to follow along. Thus, the trio arrived at training ground number 3 in Konoha. However, after a prolonged wait, as the sun began to set and the shy moon made its appearance in the sky, the old man had yet to arrive. Could it be that he had forgotten? Eishu wore a puzzled expression, wondering if he had overthought the situation. Thus, the 3 of them returned to their respective homes. However, unbeknownst to Eishu, at this very moment, in the region between the Uchiha clan's territory and Konoha, a disheveled figure was hastily fleeing, glancing back nervously with a face full of panic. This individual, battered and bruised, appeared unrecognizable, but the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothing confirmed his identity as an Uchiha. It was none other than Uchiha Lai. At this moment, Uchiha Lai was far from the imposing figure he had been earlier that afternoon, when he had boldly stood his ground even before Orochimaru. Now, terror consumed him. Within the Uchiha territory, no matter how audacious Orochimaru was, he would not dare to act against him. Yet just moments ago, he had truly experienced a life-and-death moment. He hadn't even caught sight of his assailant or the manner of their attack. All he knew was that it was a powerful earth-release ninja, and he had no means to resist. Had his reflexes not been swift enough, he might have been buried beneath the earth itself. Heaven knows what transpired. After all, this was Konoha. "I'm almost there, just a little further," Uchiha Lai muttered to himself. Once he reached the Uchiha territory, his life would be secure. Trailing behind him, a figure halted the pursuit. Clad in tattered garments and donning a shoddy mask purchased from a roadside vendor, this person observed Uchiha Lai's desperate flight with a disdainful smirk. The laughter was laced with contempt, yet carried a hint of age, clearly indicating that the individual was not youthful. Is this all there is? The Uchiha of today have truly diminished. Chapter 23, Growing Taller or Becoming Stronger. As night fell, Eishu has concluded his training in ninjutsu. Yet his thoughts are indeed a bit tumultuous. The primary reason for this unrest lies with Orochimaru. Although Eishu is grateful for Orochimaru's actions, he nonetheless wishes to establish a clear boundary between them, if possible. Just as Eishu finds himself in a state of despair, a sudden commotion arises at the entrance. Who could it be? Eishu immediately glanced over and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found nothing but emptiness before him, though a brisk breeze swept through, offering a hint of coolness to the summer's warmth. Just as he was about to close the door and retreat to his abode for an early slumber, in order to conserve his energy for the impending challenges of the morrow, a figure unexpectedly materialized within his room, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Goodness gracious! With a startled cry, Eishu instinctively began forming the Rasengan, before his hydrogen release technique reached its second stage. The Rasengan would remain his go-to skill for emergencies, like dealing with those damned Uchiha bastards. Moreover, it served to cement his leadership position within their 3-man squad. Even Kakashi still couldn't counter this move, much to his endless frustration. Had Minato not been away on a mission and unaware of this development, he'd surely regret teaching Eishu this technique. Yet the moment Eishu clearly saw the approaching figure, the chakra swirling in his palm immediately dissipated. Eishu's expression transformed into one of utter bewilderment. "What brings you here?" "Ah, I have previously stated that your body bears my chakra mark. Even if you escape from Konoha, I could easily retrieve you. Is it merely the second day, and already you aspire to become a tree?" Indeed, it is that peculiar old man who is even older than Keikai. In the afternoon, Eishu did not see him and thought that the old man, due to his age, had forgotten about the matter. Little did he know, the old man came over that very night. "I, along with Dai too, waited for you until sunset, yet you never appeared. What could I do?" Eishu furrowed his brow and spoke. His day had been rather unfortunate. First, He was confronted by Uchiha Ri with a wind-style technique that broke through hydrogen techniques, and then he received a peculiar lollipop from the enigmatic Orochimaru. Although he faced no real danger, by the end of the day, Eishu felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Thus, he naturally did not offer a warm reception to this unexpectedly intrusive old man. However, the old man's demeanor was quite the opposite of Eishu's. He appeared to be in high spirits, his complexion rosy, and even his drinking posture was more carefree. Let us consider today as an exception. We can make it up later. The old man waved his hand dismissively and took another swig of his drink. Just when Eishu was perplexed by this behavior, the old man suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Kid, the feeling of being unable to defeat others, it's quite unpleasant, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Given the multitude of events that had transpired that day, his subconscious instinctively associated them with Uchiha Ri. Following this instinct, he also excluded the absent old man from his thoughts, instead relating the situation to his own predicament of being compelled to work. This cognitive shift occurred in an instant. Yet within that fleeting moment, a new question emerged in Eishu's mind. Who exactly is the old man referred to? Eishu, a student of the humanities, has chosen the artistic path of philosophy. Lacking knowledge in finance and warfare, he finds himself adrift since his arrival, unable to even sustain himself with a simple bowl of ramen. When challenged to a duel, he narrowly escaped a private reprimand from a more seasoned rival. However, this does not diminish Eishu's quick wit or his indomitable spirit. The identity of the elder he refers to is inconsequential. What matters is his own satisfaction, which remains elusive. Gazing intently into the elder's eyes, Eishu resolutely declared, "This sensation is peculiar, an incessant sting that leaves me breathless. Yet I cannot help but reflect upon it. I even begin to envision myself wielding formidable power to vanquish my foes, pressing them to the ground and grinding them mercilessly until they bleed. Yet, I am acutely aware that, at this moment, I am incapable of such feats." The elder brother of Uchiha Huoying is undeniably formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the two parties exist on entirely different planes. It is akin to the distinction between a professional boxer and a social media influencer showcasing bicep curls. Techniques such as the spiral sphere and hydrogen release are indeed powerful, with a future potential that aims to alter the very fabric of the world. Nevertheless, Eishu recognizes the fragility of his own foundation. His physical prowess, experience, and chakra are all lacking compared to Uchiha Ri, who is expected to be a nin. In terms of combat experience, he even falls short against Kakashi. Ultimately, the skirmishes of children and the battles of ninjas are realms that do not intersect. Eishu's words, seemingly a response, were, in fact, a moment of introspection. He still had a long way to go. The old man gaped, rendered speechless by Eishu's reply. Could it be that today's youth are so precociously mature? The old man felt that the myriad thoughts he had prepared were suddenly rendered futile, prompting him to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" "What to do?" Eishu rolled his eyes, exasperatedly shrugging his shoulders. "Of course, I must become stronger. I can't just wait for others to lend a hand, can I? I would love to have a Hokage as a father, but that is not a reality, for reasons unknown." The old man's gaze became evasive upon hearing Eishu's words. However, he quickly suppressed this peculiarity, crossing his legs as he took a hearty swig of his drink, the flush on his face intensifying. "That is indeed a valid point." Eishu rolled his eyes once more. "So, your late-night visit to my home was merely to ascertain whether I had gone out this afternoon? Now that you know, you may take your leave. I am at an age where I am still growing, and I cannot afford to neglect my nutrition or sleep." Eishu spoke with a hint of irritation. The old man paused his drinking, realizing he had been given the proverbial boot, and instantly reverted to his tempestuous demeanor. "What nonsense. When I was your age, I could battle the Uchiha for 3 days and nights without breaking a sweat, and yet..." Suddenly aware that he had let slip too much, his expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to salvage the situation, he caught sight of Eishu's contemplative look and sighed. "Well, you will find out sooner or later," he mused, taking another swig of his drink. "In any case, at your age, it is crucial not only to grow taller, but also to develop your body. None of those formidable ninjas became powerful by going to bed early and growing overnight." As he spoke, the old man rose to his feet and strode purposefully toward the door. "You've struck a fortunate chord, lad. I see potential in your chakra manipulation, and your cunning nature is well suited for a ninja. If you wish to grow stronger, come find me before dawn tomorrow. Of course, if you fear that a lack of sleep will hinder your growth, then perhaps it would be best not to come." With that, the old man shook his head and chuckled mischievously. As his laughter echoed, the old man's figure vanished, just as mysteriously as he had arrived. Eishu could hardly comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat, but whether he understood or not had become inconsequential. At this moment, Eishu's emotions are somewhat stirred. Senju, indeed, is a member of the Senju clan. This old man is truly one of them. He is even older than the founding of Konohagakure, surpassing the ages of both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kohara Yutane, and has even fought against the Uchiha. Who else could he possibly belong to if not the Senju? Yet, a question arises. What exactly does this old man find appealing about me? Eishu's expression suddenly became peculiar. First, There was the Watergate spiral juxtaposition transforming into a semi-finished hydrogen release, followed by Orochimaru generously gifting a lollipop. And now, there appeared an elderly man. Almost certainly a member of the Senju clan. One might ponder the state of his social connections. Do they not seem particularly vibrant? Chapter 24. The Constraints of Morality and the Sealing of Conscience, 3rd Hokage. Shuoemo, when did you return? Is the situation dire? In the depths of the night, within the residence of the 3rd Hokage and head of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently reviewing documents. Upon seeing the gravely serious expression of White Fang, who had just returned from a reconnaissance mission, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. As you anticipated, 3rd Hokage. White Fang produced a scroll stained with dried blood from his bosom and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Iwagakure, Suna, and Kumogakure. They have also torn apart the peace treaty. As Hiruzen unfurled the scroll and perused its contents, his gaze became increasingly frigid. The scroll, acquired at the cost of countless lives of Konoha shinobi, contained a simple yet grave message. Iwagakure had amassed a considerable number of shinobi heading towards the borders of the Land of Earth, with the vanguard having crossed the Canopy Bridge and now lying in wait within the Land of Grass. They are heading straight for Konoha. Shuoemo. Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully stowed the scroll, his voice imbued with a hint of lethal intent. The legendary shinobi, though past his prime, still bore the regal demeanor of a lion under the setting sun. Only the mist remains unengaged. It seems the third great ninja war cannot be staved off any longer. 3rd Hokage. White Fang responded in a somber tone. In truth, it was evident to any astute observer that the participation of Kirigakure in the fray was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, their direction of attack would likely mirror that of other ninja villages, as seen in previous wars, directly targeting Konoha. The disparity between Konoha and the other ninja villages was vast. The first great ninja war birthed a master of ninjutsu, while the second produced the White Fang and the legendary Sannin. Since the inception of the first great ninja war, despite the ongoing attrition, Konoha had consistently maintained its position as the foremost ninja village, an existence that threatened the balance of power and was, therefore, intolerable to human nature. Kiri has already initiated its offensive. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved another scroll, similarly stained with dried blood, and tossed it to White Fang. He caught it with care, acknowledging it as the final tribute to those heroes who could not even be laid to rest in Konoha. Kirigakure had forged 7 formidable ninja blades, wielded by elite Jainin, known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, whose strength was unparalleled and whose methods were ruthless, having already obliterated a small nation. They were now advancing toward Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken up his pipe. As White Fang scrutinized the intelligence from the scroll, Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, filling the room with a hazy shroud. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. After a moment of contemplation, White Fang raised his head. His eyes ignited with fierce determination. Lord Hokage, I wonder whose blade is sharper, those of these men or my White Fang. With fervor, White Fang volunteered for the task. Yet he failed to notice the subtle shift in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. You have a more pressing mission. Shuoemo Hiruzen deftly deflected White Fang's offer. I have entrusted matters with the Mist to the Hyuga clan. With a substantial number of Hyuga clansmen present, the effectiveness of Mist techniques will be minimized. While victory may not be assured, holding them at bay is certainly feasible. As Hiruzen spoke, he exhaled another plume of smoke and continued, compared to the Mist. The battlefields of Iwagakure and Kumogakure require your presence far more urgently. Shuoemo taken aback. White Fang immediately knelt. Yes, Lord Hokage. As dawn approached, the first light of daybreak heralded its arrival. Having completed his morning routine, Eishu made a decision that contravened family tradition. Today's breakfast would consist of instant noodles. Sated, he stepped out into the world, adorned by the starlight of early morning and embraced by the gentle breeze, his steps resolute. Today marked the beginning of his journey toward strength. Before long, Eishu arrived at training ground number 3. The old man had yet to arrive, but Eishu was unperturbed. He found a spot to meditate and began refining his chakra, his mind racing with the mechanics of a new jutsu. In stark contrast to last night's restless musings, he now appeared extraordinarily focused. Having lived 2 lives, his worldview had transformed, yet his values remained steadfast. The only difference lay in his approach to striving, transitioning from a tedious 996 work schedule to a life of conflict and combat. At last, as the moon was ensnared by clouds, the sun began to rise on the horizon. The old man's figure finally materialized. Ah, I see you've arrived quite early. The old man intended to jest, but, upon witnessing Eishu's earnest expression, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. I am ready, let us commence. Eishu's enthusiasm caught the old man off guard, yet he sensed that this was the true essence of the young lad, much like those from years gone by. Strike me. The old man's unexpected command astonished him. However, Eishu remained unflinching, standing still and gazing intently at the old man, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Simply envision me as the person you despise most, and proceed. Do not dawdle. The old man urged impatiently. Yet, Eishu shook his head, as if shackled by moral constraints, his conscience sealed. The old man, growing increasingly impatient, insisted, what I mean is, There is no need for imagination. With a hum, Eishu summoned 2 spirals in his left and right hands and charged directly at the old man. Eishu had perused countless novels in his past life. He understood the process well. With all his might, the old man would gain a clearer insight into his existence. As the old man observed Eishu charging towards him, confusion washed over him. There was no need for imagination. You little rascal. What are you? Just as the old man was poised to enter a state of fury, he was momentarily taken aback, then a smirk crept across his lips. Is this your method of attack? I truly wonder whom you resemble. He murmured softly, his eyes now gleaming with pride. Yet, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The old man raised his fingers in a gesture, summoning a tremendous surge of chakra that enveloped the land. While the momentum was impressive, the speed was lacking, and the intentions were all too transparent. This was not a mere street brawl, young one. The old man manipulated his chakra, preparing to entomb Eishu in the earth, intending to start afresh. This would mark Eishu's first lesson, a severance within the heart. However, at that moment, do not think you can ensnare me with the same trick twice. You old coot. With a mighty roar, Eishu slammed one hand into the ground, unleashing a spiraling orb of chakra that erupted with such force it carved a crater into the earth. While tearing up the turf was secondary. The most crucial aspect was that the old man's chakra buried beneath the surface was disrupted. Yet, Eishu's assault did not weigh. His speed only intensified as the remaining spiraling orb surged towards the old man, while his free hand began to weave yet again. During this period, Eishu has indeed discerned a peculiar issue. In the absence of chakra extraction, he observed that Ibido, while naturally recovering, could unleash 3 colossal fireballs in a single day, which marked his limit. In contrast, under identical circumstances, Eishu was capable of executing over 5 spirals daily, excluding his own diminutive version of the spiral, akin to Boruto's. Eishu reached a conclusion. His chakra reserves appeared to surpass those of an average individual significantly. Now, confronted by the enigmatic Senju elder, Eishu harbored a daring hypothesis. Could it be that the reason for his lack of a surname was not due to lineage from figures like Orochimaru or Jiraiya? Might he possibly be treading the path of Tsunade? This conjecture was audacious, bordering on the realm of dreams. Yet, it was precisely this audacity that led Eishu to believe it was not entirely implausible, and perhaps even something to anticipate. After all, if his musings proved excessive, he would not incur any loss, would he? Furthermore, what if dreams were to manifest into reality? Chapter 25. 1 month later, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Eishu, as per his usual routine, rose early, boiled water, attended to his hygiene, and then indulged in instant noodles. However, just before stepping out, he noticed a significant date marked on the calendar. Eishu paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow. Has it truly been this long? Today marks the birthday of the original owner of this body, as well as the anniversary of the passing of the original owner as parents. Coincidentally, it also signifies the 180-day anniversary since his arrival in this realm. Eishu turned his head to glance at his reflection in the mirror. He remained strikingly handsome, albeit slightly darker and leaner, giving him a more refined appearance. Additionally, on the outer side of his thigh, he had strapped a ninja tool pouch, further enhancing his resemblance to a true ninja. A month's time, while it may seem neither long nor short, is ample enough for one to shed bad habits or cultivate positive ones. For Eishu, who had been diligently training, this month had resulted in a significant evolution of his ninja skills. Ninja proficiency encompasses not only physical techniques and ninjutsu, but also a myriad of essential skills. The old man's teachings lacked any sense of boundaries or limitations. For instance, the concealment of breath and tracks, environmental combat analysis, coded language and intelligence gathering, as well as the nuances of assassination. These were lessons unattainable in the Ninja Academy, which primarily instilled the will of fire and the fundamental regulations governing ninjas, such as the 3 bands. Given Eishu's current prowess, even if he were to choose to graduate early, he could effortlessly surpass Kakashi's records. However, he opted not to do so. During this period, Konoha had noticeably become quieter. While ordinary citizens remained unaffected, the number of ninjas leisurely wandering the streets had dwindled. The Third Great Ninja War had fully erupted, and graduating now meant heading directly to the battlefield. Eishu was unperturbed, yet Ibido was not quite ready. Though Ibido had mastered the great fireball technique bestowed by Orochimaru and wielded 2 fire techniques, he still had much to learn before facing the true chaos of war. Suddenly, a shuriken was launched forth, and Eishu was not idle. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a water release, water bullet technique in an instant. The water bullets. Though not dense, Eishu has yet to reach the threshold of chakra nature transformation, nevertheless. This does not hinder him from advancing the development of hydrogen release to the second stage. From the moment of imprinting, he directly merges chakra during the formation phase of ninjutsu. This is largely thanks to Orochimaru, whose ninjutsu may appear random, akin to a gift bestowed upon him. However, upon practical application, Eishu is taken aback by the profound insight of Orochimaru, the Cold Lord, a disciple of ninjutsu and a future eminent scientist. The lightning release, lightning explosion given to him is inherently a technique for mid to close-range lightning strikes, utilizing chakra to coalesce into bolts of lightning for localized assaults. This complements the water release, water bullet perfectly. In fact, even in the absence of the conceptual premise of hydrogen release. A standard water bullet can be combined with lightning explosion, allowing the water projectiles to carry lightning, thereby doubling their might. In Eishu's case, that power could multiply exponentially. One water bullet after another takes shape, yet under the enhancement of lightning, they transform into energy spheres. Eishu retrieves an explosive tag connected to a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, poised to launch it forth. Just then, an elderly voice suddenly booms, precisely interrupting the moment Eishu activates the explosive tag with chakra. Eishu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, retracting the explosive tag as the hydrogen before him dissipated. You really ought to learn to economize, you rascal. The cost of a single explosive tag could sustain you on instant noodles for an entire week. Do you not feel any remorse? The old man remarked with mild exasperation. Yet, Eishu merely smiled serenely. Ever since he had allied himself with Kakashi, this little landlord, he had found himself quite well supplied with explosive tags. He and Obito had the fortunate opportunity to explore Kakashi's arsenal of ninja tools, and what a sight it was, various tools stacked by the boxful. A spectacle that was truly beyond the reach of the impoverished. At that moment, Eishu felt a sudden impulse to abscond with the money he had obtained, intending to improve his living conditions. Strangely, however, this month's living expenses not only failed to return to normal, but instead doubled, amounting to a staggering 2,000 taels. This was 4 times more than his previous meager existence of 500 taels a month. It is not an exaggeration to say that he had grown bold enough to purchase the most expensive instant noodles, and he dared to buy a week's worth of milk and eggs without hesitation, despite his youth and the remarkable achievement he had attained. Eishu did not succumb to complacency. Rather, he was gripped by a sense of urgency. If all went as expected, this unexpected windfall was likely due to the favor of Orochimaru. Well then, your training shall conclude for now. No need to return in the future. Just as Eishu was basking in his satisfaction, the old man suddenly spoke, leaving Eishu momentarily stunned. What? I said there is no need for you to come back, the old man retorted, casting a weary glance at Eishu. You're still young. Missing a few hours of sleep won't harm you, but look at my age. I've been accompanying you in this exhausting endeavor. In any case, the special training is over. Come back when you've mastered the transformation of chakra properties. As the old man spoke, he rubbed his aching back and began to walk away from the forest, leaving Eishu with nothing but his retreating figure. Really? I wonder how many days it will take to recuperate. The faint sound of the old man's grumbling could still be heard. Yet Eishu's gaze was imbued with increasing respect. He bowed deeply in the direction the old man had departed. Though I know not your name, thank you. Dear elder. The old man seemed particularly sensitive about his identity. Eishu had once attempted to casually inquire, but was met with various evasions each time. Nevertheless, he had long ceased to dwell on the matter. Even if the Senju clan had vanished, it mattered not. This once glorious lineage had faded away, and all he could do was offer the utmost respect and gratitude to the old man. Simultaneously, Eishu resolved silently to swiftly master the transformation of chakra properties. The old man appeared to have no children, yet such mastery of earth techniques must not be wasted. Chapter 26, The Late Kakashi and the Impending Storm Fire Style. Hey, Eishu, you lack martial ethics. As Obito was forming hand seals, a barrage of water bullets interrupted him, forcing him to dodge while lamenting. I know your hand speed is impressive, but must you not allow me to complete my seals? Be gentler, Eishu. The enemy will only be faster than I am. Obito. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Obito lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, a look of deep resentment on his face as he gazed at Eishu. You have changed, Eishu. You used to be this ruthless only with Kakashi. But now, humph. Obito turned his head away stubbornly, unwilling to behold that handsome face. Speaking of that face, there was a source of heartache. During a recent training session among the three, he had inadvertently scratched Eishu's arm with a kunai. The injury was not severe, yet it required treatment. The trio's training was indeed intense, especially since they had faced formidable foes like Uchiha Obito, particularly Obito himself, who understood all too well the importance of becoming stronger. At that moment, Eishu's depleted chakra rendered him incapable of performing sage techniques, so Obito and Kakashi had to take turns supporting him to the hospital. Then, Obito witnessed a scene that filled him with anguish. Due to the pressing circumstances of the front lines, the Konoha hospital had begun operating at full capacity. Countless nurses employed shadow clones, and even Kome had no time to dote on Eishu. Given the minor nature of the wound, it was the intern nurse, Rin Noera, who attended to Eishu's treatment. Their actions appeared exceedingly intimate, and their relationship had likely transcended mere friendship, perhaps even. In truth, Eishu had become acquainted with Rin because he had diligently pursued medical ninjutsu training during the past month. This was motivated both by his desire for young release and to prepare for their class division. With Obito's rapid growth, an early graduation was assured, and he did this for the sake of Obito and Rin. After all, if Madara dared to send him a tailed beast in a few years, he would be unable to resist. Rin could not contain the three tails, as she was a professional medical ninja, and their specialties did not align. Such matters were best left to Eishu. Hydrogen release, when all is said and done, is a relatively complex composite ninjutsu that can involve multiple users. But having an additional tailed beast to assist seems not to conflict. Yet, that was a matter for another time. At present, Eishu is not contemplating a battle of wits with Bando, but rather pondering the whereabouts of Kakashi. One wonders, why has Kakashi not yet arrived today? Could it be that he overslept? After observing Eishu's prolonged silence, Dai-Tu rose from his seat, puzzled. He still relished the notion of jointly overpowering Kakashi alongside Eishu. Perhaps they should wait a little longer. After all, the village has yet to be rife with rumors, suggesting that incident may not have transpired just yet. After all, to compel a formidable shinobi of the Hokage level to succumb to despair and choose self-destruction requires considerable preparation. The duo continued their practice, with Eishu endeavoring to apply the techniques he had learned from the elder on Dai-Tu, both to reinforce his own understanding and to impart knowledge to Dai-Tu's day. However, Kakashi's continued absence began to instill within Eishu a sense of foreboding. Although the trio had only trained together for a month, Kakashi had undoubtedly become an integral part of their small fellowship. Adhering to the principle of not abandoning nor giving up on anyone, Eishu made a resolute decision. Let us proceed to Kakashi's residence, Dai-Tu's day. I hope he is not unwell. As they traversed the streets of Konoha during the midday hour, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. The absence of ninjas clad in green vests was noted, yet it did little to diminish the prosperity of Konoha. Eishu had never ventured to the front lines. Thus he could not articulate the notion that such prosperity is forged in blood. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered within him. He couldn't help but glance at Obito. Once this fellow became somewhat more reliable, they would surely find themselves on the battlefield, wouldn't they? At last, the opulence of the past was left behind. The territory of the Hatake clan was somewhat remote, though not as isolated as that of the Uchiha. This place was primarily tranquil. Yet it remained relatively close to the heart of Konoha. Obito's frequent tardiness compared to Kakashi could not be devoid of such implications. The two finally arrived at a grand residence nestled within the forest. It was not exactly steeped in antiquity. Yet it was undeniably a palatial abode in contrast to Eishu's modest dwelling. Just as Obito was about to press the doorbell, several individuals emerged from the courtyard of the Kakashi household, all donned masks, and Eishu surmised they were members of the Umbu rather than Root. With Kakashi standing among them, such was the situation, one must brace oneself mentally. Eishu vaguely overheard a few individuals speaking to Kakashi, but regrettably, his lip-reading skills were still rudimentary. The old man had only imparted the foundational techniques to him, and he had yet to master them. Nevertheless, he was able to discern references to the Hokage and the White Fang, as well as the admonition not to leave Konoha. A few members of the Umbu departed from the Hatake residence under Kakashi's farewell, while Obito and Eishu stood silently to one side. It was only after the group had left that they turned their attention to Kakashi. What is going on? Obito inquired with curiosity. His impression of the White Fang was limited to that of a formidable figure, a great man, and the one closest to the Hokage, essentially, someone immensely powerful. As for the Umbu, that knowledge would only be introduced in the second semester of their first year at the Ninja Academy. In nothing, Kakashi replied, his gaze somewhat evasive. Yet he could not conceal the Eishu spoke with utmost seriousness, so much so that even the earth seemed to take on a grave demeanor. Kakashi slowly raised his head, his expression gradually becoming more complex. Despite wearing a mask, Eishu could discern Kakashi's internal turmoil. You need not bear this alone, Kakashi. Eishu continued. While there may be matters beyond our reach, the more allies we have, the greater our strength becomes. You must understand this principle. It is not that I wish to remain silent. Eishu-kun, Kakashi replied, gazing up at the sky, his tone laced with resignation. I fear that, even united, the three of us might prove ineffectual. Chapter 27, a hard-hitting method of comfort in the Hokage building of Konoha. A spacious conference room was filled with the higher echelons of the village, seated on either side of a long table. However, referring to them as the upper crust was somewhat misleading, as it comprised merely 3 council elders and the Hokage. These individuals dictated the very direction of Konoha, wielding the power of life and death over the village. The gathering of such figures indicated that Konoha was on the brink of a significant dilemma requiring resolution. The failure of the Kamina Bridge operation had led to a Wagakure reinforcing its defenses, rendering any future offensive endeavors nearly impossible. A venerable woman, known as Tsuji Nakamatsu, who served as Konoha's financial and diplomatic minister, and was also a disciple of the second Hokage, spoke with a heavy tone. Tinged with anger, they demand compensation for the damages caused by the White Fang's team, amounting to a sum of 10,000 ryo. If we refuse, they will initiate an attack on Konoha. Nonsense. A bespectacled elder, also well into his years, slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, as if they had no intention of attacking Konoha. Compensation? That scoundrel Noki. This elder, named Mito Gaidon, a disciple of the second Hokage and a longtime comrade of Sarutobi Hiruzen, similarly served in Konoha's diplomatic and internal affairs. You have known Noki for years. If he were to propose other demands, it would be uncharacteristic of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, appeared calm, yet his brow remained furrowed. The situation had unfolded as he had anticipated. Those present had experienced 2 world wars and would not lose their composure over a fleeting setback. However, the failure of the White Fang had forced Konoha to abandon its original combat plans, not entirely nullifying their efforts, but certainly not favorable news for the village. This was the reason they convened. Hiruzen turned to Shimura Danzo. What is your perspective, Danzo? My stance has remained unchanged. Hiruzen, replied Danzo, narrowing his single eye. His cold gaze exuding a sense of menace. War will inevitably come. It has always been present. Even with the destruction of the Kamina Bridge, Iwagakure's assault will not cease. Nor will the other great shinobi villages. I have said it before. Hiruzen, Danzo continued with a chilling glare, if you had heeded my advice. The only one suffering now would be Noki. The Kamina Bridge connected the land of fire and the land of earth, linking Iwagakure and Konoha. In times of peace, it served as a conduit for economic exchange, historically significant for both parties, though of less importance to the prosperous Konoha. However, during wartime, this bridge would become a critical route for Iwagakure to transport military supplies and shinobi. The Kamina Bridge was easily defensible, yet challenging to assault. A mere handful of troops stationed could render it a thorn in the side of opposing forces. Danzo had suggested on multiple occasions that, even at the risk of diplomatic tensions, Konoha must maintain dominance over the Kamina Bridge. While this proposal faced neither outright opposition nor support from the other 2 elders, it had not received the Hokage's endorsement. The village holds significant discontent towards you, Hiruzen, Danzo added. The failure of the White Fang's mission was under your orders. With your long tenure, Konoha has faced consecutive assaults from across the shinobi world. People perceive this as a sign of Konoha's weakness. I have long maintained that an unwavering defense merely demonstrates fragility. Instilling fear in others and being regarded as a fool are 2 entirely different matters, Hiruzen. Danzo said this without regard for Hiruzen's darkening expression or the reactions of the remaining 2 elders. As the hawkish representative of Konoha, Danzo wielded a particular authority during times of impending conflict, especially as the Dove faction had proven its misjudgment. Danzo, enough of this, Tsuji Nakamatsu interjected coldly, seemingly attempting to counter Danzo's assertions, though her words lacked impact. Hiruzen, however, raised a hand, conceding, Danzo is not entirely incorrect. Konoha has reached a point where it must demonstrate its strength. If we cannot instill fear in the shinobi world, then neither will our teachers nor the first Hokage find peace in the afterlife. In that moment, the aging lion revealed his formidable presence. The meeting quickly revolved around Konoha's counteroffensive strategies. Although a defensive posture would typically be advisable, all present understood the underlying truth. Konoha desperately needed to assert its power. At last, the meeting concluded, and Tsuji Nakamatsu and Midogate departed to execute orders and oversee affairs. Yet, Hiruzen and Danzo remained behind. The atmosphere thickened with silence. Hiruzen exhaled wisps of smoke, while Danzo appeared to feign slumber, both unwilling to leave. Share your thoughts on the Kamina Bridge and the White Fang's failure. Hiruzen finally sighed, breaking the silence. Danzo opened his eyes, refraining from immediate response, instead retrieving a scroll. This contains the complete details of the White Fang's mission, from its inception to the point of abandonment. My route was involved throughout, providing a more comprehensive account than the White Fang's own report. Hiruzen took the scroll, his expression shifting as he absorbed the information. It was not merely the fact that Danzo had infiltrated the darker aspects of the mission, nor the fact that he had reached the White Fang's immediate subordinates. It was the unsettling phrase, abandoned mission? Thus, Uncle White Fang chose to abandon the mission to safeguard his comrades? At the Hitaki residence in the main hall, Obito expressed disbelief. Indeed, Kakashi sighed, his eyes filled with concern. This is what those ANBU agents relayed to me. They were once my father's subordinates. And my father has yet to return to Konoha. Beside him, Eishu remained silent. The situation aligned with his understanding. The White Fang had forsaken the mission to protect his team. This decision directly led to a series of tragic events, the White Fang's suicide, Kakashi's initial descent into darkness, his eventual emergence thanks to Obito, only to fall again with Obito's demise, and then Rin and the Watergate couple. A tragic cycle, akin to nesting dolls, perpetually replayed in Kakashi's life. I apologize. I should not have burdened you with this. Kakashi crouched on the ground, his hands clasped over his head, his body trembling slightly, exuding an air of profound anguish. At this moment, I found myself utterly at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed, fearing the worst for my father. The Kakashi before me was not yet the formidable figure known as Hitaki Kakashi, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the likes of Kagaya Tsutsuki. Ultimately, he was merely a 5-year-old child. The abrupt failure of his father's mission, shrouded in uncertainty regarding his fate, undoubtedly signified a tremendous peril. In such circumstances, even an adult would be consumed by worry, and a more sensitive soul might well succumb to emotional collapse. Despite Kakashi's precociousness, his heart remained fragile, for otherwise, he would not repeatedly retreat into himself. Obito stood nearby, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, unsure of how to offer comfort. Instinctively, He thought of treating Kakashi to a bowl of ramen with the meager allowance he had just received. However, before he could articulate his intentions, Inuzuka suddenly delivered a swift kick, sending Kakashi sprawling to the ground. Look at you in this pitiful state. Whether your father would be disappointed upon his return is irrelevant. I can hardly bear to acknowledge you as a comrade. Eishu rushed directly before Kakashi, seizing his collar and bellowing with fervor. This scene left Obito in a state of shock, while Kakashi wore an expression of utter bewilderment. You must rise to the occasion, Kakashi. Even if Uncle Whitefang has indeed perished, it is for the glory of Konoha. The only course of action available to you now is to train diligently and grow stronger. If Uncle Whitefang were alive, you would fulfill the missions he could not complete. Should he have fallen, you must exact vengeance upon the Rock Village for him. Do you understand? Eishu's method of offering consolation can only be described as formidable, having known him for such a long time. Daitu was taken aback to discover this commanding side of Eishu. Just as Daitu contemplated secretly, giving Eishu a thumbs up in admiration, he suddenly turned his head with a serious expression directed at him. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within Daitu, prompting him to fervently declare, I will be obedient. I will practice diligently, Eishu. I promise I will become stronger. Though he himself could not fathom the reason behind his fervent explanations, Eishu nodded slightly and then turned to Kakashi. For the following week, the three of us would train tirelessly, and then we would apply for graduation. If Uncle Whitefang truly does not return, then we shall storm Iwagakure. I, along with Obito, will accompany you without hesitation. This is the only course of action available to you now. Do you understand? Chapter 28. The Return of Whitefang, the Light and Dark of Hokage. Graduating early does not necessarily imply stepping onto the battlefield. Eishu understood in his heart that, at this stage of the war, Konoha had not yet reached a point of utter desperation. Moreover, even in the later phases, when Obito stepped onto the battlefield and was ensnared by Uchiha Madara's machinations, Konoha had largely refrained from sending their young ninjas into combat. To elaborate, the essence of the shinobi world war revolved around the distribution of interests. A matter far from threatening the very existence of Konoha. The fact that the four great ninja villages opted for divided assaults rather than forming a united front to attack Konoha serves as a testament to this reality. Everyone harbored desires for Konoha, yearning to carve out a peace for themselves, yet they dared not push the leader of this esteemed village to the brink. Thus, from Eishu's perspective, the priority was to hasten his graduation from the Ninja Academy, obtain the ninja headband, and embrace the life of a shinobi, as this offered substantial value. In times of war, the experiences and growth he could gain would be unattainable in the relative safety of Konoha. If the old man was willing to teach him, it would be fortunate, yet he was still far from mastering the transformation of chakra nature. And mastery could not be rushed. Moreover, even if the old man were eager to impart his knowledge, the extent of what he could teach was limited. Eishu yearned for the old man's earth release techniques and the Senju clan's remarkable longevity, but it was unreasonable to expect the old man to sacrifice his very essence. Undoubtedly, there was one crucial point to consider. Eishu believed that his mastery of hydrogen release had reached the stage of practical application. The equilibrium of the ninja world could not be achieved through insular efforts. The veracity of knowledge must be tested through real-world practice. Thus, the trio's clandestine escapade officially commenced, aimed at rescuing the legendary ninja, Whitefang. Their plan entailed both skipping classes and rigorous training, yet it was markedly different this time. Each member prepared their own shadow clones, even Obito was no exception. Moreover, they did not resort to the basic clone technique previously employed by Eishu, but rather the more formidable shadow clone technique. To ensure absolute certainty, Eishu conducted meticulous experiments. He discovered that with over 50% of his chakra, he could sustain the clones for an entire day, and even with minor engagements, such as receiving a moderately forceful punch, they would not dissipate immediately. However, he noted that among the three, only he achieved such results. Kakashi required the entirety of his chakra to be allocated to his shadow clones to match Eishu's endurance, while Obito, regardless of his efforts, could only maintain his clones for half a day, and they were exceptionally fragile. A mere touch could cause them to shatter, necessitating great caution. It was evident that Obito's starting point was indeed the lowest. This realization, however, left Eishu puzzled. Was it that his chakra was exceptionally abundant? Or had the technique evolved under the tutelage of the elder? Consequently, Eishu decided to absorb Obito's shadow clones into his own, and the trio embarked on their unique training regimen. It was no longer mere sparring. Rather, it encompassed shuriken throwing, the execution of ninjutsu, and the refinement of hydrogen release. The concept envisioned by Eishu unfolds as follows. He and Kakashi simultaneously employ water release, water bullet technique, and lightning release, lightning strike. Upon Kakashi's technique striking his own, the control remains firmly in his grasp, still possessing the capability to launch water bullets. Meanwhile, Obito aims a great fire dragon at their adversary, amplifying its potency exponentially with hydrogen release. The Great Fire Dragon, a formidable technique within the realm of fire release, is esteemed not solely for its power, but for the vast potential it harbors for development. A skilled practitioner can unleash multiple fire dragons simultaneously. Yet Obito is evidently constrained by his limited chakra, necessitating a focus on maneuvering the fire dragon's trajectory. According to Eishu's design, this technique could aptly be termed Great Fire Dragon Hydrogen Release Cannon. Once perfected, the synergy of their combined chakra would yield unforeseen chemical reactions. Days pass as the trio fervently trains, as if they are holding their breath in anticipation. Kakashi transforms his worries into motivation. Eishu yearns to grow stronger, while Obito trails behind, seemingly without a clear objective, yet determined not to let Kakashi outpace him. On the fourth day of their training, a sensational piece of news erupts in Konoha. White Fang has returned. In the corridor of Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, hasten their steps. Nurses and ninjas they encounter express their utmost respect before silently parting to clear a path. Nurse Nanao reports urgently 6 stab wounds. The lower leg injured by an explosive tag. None are life-threatening. However, due to excessive chakra depletion and severe fatigue, Lord White Fang is currently in a coma but has passed the critical phase. At last, Sarutobi arrives at the hospital room, where Nanao opens the door for him. What greets his eyes is a robust yet unconscious man, clad in a hospital gown, with visible bandages wrapped around him. Remarkably, the specially crafted chakra short sword remains tightly gripped in the hands of the comatose man, albeit ensnared by the bandages. Lord White Fang's determination is astounding. We exerted considerable effort, yet could not pry it from his grasp. Even techniques to stimulate his nerves proved futile. Truly unbelievable, Nanao exclaims in awe. Because he is White Fang, Sarutobi murmurs, sighing deeply, his tone laden with complexity as he adds, Konoha's White Fang. It is regrettable that this sharp blade could not sever the bridge of Shimikuzen. At this moment, Danzo interjects coldly from the side. Sarutobi furrows his brow, while Nurse Nanao bows her head. Now is not the time for such discussions, Danzo. Sarutobi responds icily, casting a sidelong glance at Danzo before shaking his head. Danzo narrows his eyes, and while they appear to be at odds, perhaps only the two of them truly understand the underlying relationship. Once White Fang's life is confirmed to be secure, Sarutobi and Danzo extend their condolences to other patients at Konoha Hospital. After a full 2 hours, they finally return to the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Sarutobi promptly dismisses all his subordinates. The light and dark Hokage lock eyes across a spacious desk. Have you clarified the situation, Danzo? The facts are laid bare, Sarutobi. Perhaps you might wait for White Fang to awaken. It depends on you. These simple words envelop the air in a profound silence. Sarutobi, agitated, puffs on a cigarette. His peripheral vision catches sight of a report on the desk. It originates from the Ninja Academy. Rather than a single report, it is more accurate to say 3. 3 children have simultaneously applied for early graduation, one of whom is White Fang's son. Sarutobi's expression gradually shifts to one of complexity. After a lengthy pause, he exhales a sigh. Let it be as you say. Do your utmost not to harm the children. You are too naive, Sarutobi. Even if I... Danzo scoffs, ready to retort. But he meets the frigid gaze of Sarutobi. At this moment, even the dark Hokage, Danzo Shimura, is momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He snorts, very well. Chapter 29, Graduation Examination Boss. This bun you made today, it tastes off. On this day, at 10 in the morning. In front of a breakfast shop in Konoha, a customer points at the bun in his hand, voicing his complaint. This. The somewhat distracted boss panics, takes a bite, and his expression turns exceedingly awkward. My apologies, dear customer, it's undercooked. Allow me to refund your money and provide you with some properly cooked ones. Please don't be upset. The boss, displaying a commendable attitude, immediately offers compensation. However, the customer waves his hand dismissively. It's fine. This isn't my first time eating breakfast here. But boss, you look a bit unwell today? That troublesome boy of mine has gone to the battlefield. He lacks any real talent. And I can't help but worry. The boss explains while packing freshly steamed buns for the customer. The customer receives the buns but sighs first, saying, indeed. Many young ninjas have recently headed to the battlefield. They say Iwagakure is attacking. Sigh. If only Lord White Fang could destroy the Shimikuzen Bridge. That is true. I heard that Lord White Fang had the opportunity to complete the mission but inexplicably chose to abandon it. Another customer agrees. I heard from others that it was to save a comrade. The boss remarks thoughtfully, then glances at several young boys who have just arrived. Young lad. What would you like? One of the boys has produced money but remains silent, his head lowered, seemingly in a troubled mood. It is his companion who steps forward. Boss. 6 large hot buns, meat-filled. All right. The boss accepts the money, quickly packs the buns, and hands them to the boy. The 3 boys depart immediately. And the boss watches their retreating figures, especially the white-haired boy, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. That one. He seems to be Lord White Fang's child. Does he not? Aren't you supposed to be in school today? Several customers turn to look upon hearing the name White Fang. Yet, the boys move swiftly, disappearing down the street. Don't overthink it, Kakashi. On the way to school, Eishu finishes 2 buns, noticing that Kakashi is yet to eat, and offers encouragement. Hurry up and eat. If you lack energy by the time the exam arrives, it will truly be over. Indeed. It has been 4 days since White Fang returned to Konoha. Their graduation assessment has been approved, and today marks the day of the examination. As expected by Eishu, the whispers circulating within the village have gradually permeated every corner. The failure to destroy the Kamizuki Bridge signifies that Konoha must deploy more ninjas to the front lines. And naturally, the families of these ninjas are bound to be concerned. This is a natural human sentiment. However, it is supposed that the mission assigned to White Fang should have been classified as top secret. The destruction of the Kamizuki Bridge should have been categorized as an S-rank mission. Yet, ironically, this matter has become common knowledge throughout Konoha. Although the grievances have not yet reached a boiling point, one can only imagine the ensuing public sentiment should Konoha as ninjas fall in battle. Kakashi has been somewhat despondent these past few days, and even Inoshu's invigorating techniques seem to have lost their efficacy. At last, the trio arrived at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Today is rather special. They arrived later than usual, and under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly be late. However, the trio displayed no signs of panic regarding tardiness, nor did they even carry their backpacks. Are you all prepared? Eishu was rallying for the final push. Of course, Obito clenched his fists, shedding his usual nonchalance, his expression serious and his gaze resolute. This will be my first step towards becoming Hokage, with a fiery spirit. Obito glanced at Kakashi, stating, once I become Hokage, should you fail to surpass Uncle White Fang, don't dare to say you know me when you step outside. With that, he strode directly into the ninja school, leaving Kakashi with a cool silhouette. Eishu was at a loss for words, concluding that Obito's way of comforting others was rather unconventional. Each harbored their own thoughts as the three of them sought out their teacher, Keitai, with whom they had spent the past 6 months. Under his guidance, they entered a reasonably spacious room, observing the 3 boys, who were curiously scanning their surroundings like inquisitive children. The named Keitai cleared his throat. Enough of the gazing. This is not the examination venue. Prepare yourselves. And remember not to get too nervous. As he spoke, Keitai felt a peculiar sting in his nose, and not wanting to lose composure in front of the children, he hurriedly exited. Before leaving, he reminded them, stay safe. Even if you do not pass, there will be another chance next year. With that, teacher Keitai departed, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. The 3 boys then realized that the graduation examination not only signified their transition to becoming ninjas, but also meant bidding farewell to a teacher with whom they had shared daily moments for half a year. This feeling, once I become a ninja, no more early mornings. I can sleep until dawn without a care. From now on, I'll indulge in Ichiraka ramen every day, with extra chashu on my Naruto rolls. Hey, Eishu, help me figure out where I can wear my ninja forehead protector to stand out. I suggest tattooing it on your face. Watching the jubilant 2, Kakashi felt a slight lifting of the weight on his heart. He clenched his fists, silently urging, Father, you must pull through. He had his own reasons for not wanting to fail this graduation examination. Outside, not far from the room, teacher Keitai, hearing the cheers from within, felt his hands tremble with frustration. Just as he contemplated returning for one last lesson with the 3 mischievous boys, 2 masked Umbu appeared. Have they arrived, Keitai? Yes. They are inside, Keitai replied, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. It was rare for first-year students to apply for graduation, let alone 3 at once, particularly with one being the son of the esteemed White Fang. This graduation examination had already drawn the attention of the village's higher-ups. Even that distinguished individual intended to observe it in person. Moreover, the examination content differed significantly from previous early graduation assessments. Keitai sighed, realizing that there was little left for him to do but to silently pray for the 3. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage office of the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage, donning a Hokage hat and smoking a cigarette, gazed out at the bustling Hidden Leaf village, his eyes resting on the thriving ninja school not far away. That place symbolizes the future and hope of Konoha. Are you ready? This might seem premature for you, but for those 3 children, there is no one more suitable than you, Saratobi Hiruzen said softly, his tone filled with warmth and encouragement. Behind him, a serious-looking man with a buzz cut nodded in affirmation. Yes. Chapter 30. This buzz-cut handsome man looks so familiar. Oh no, Eishu thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Following the 2 Umbu, Obito whispered anxiously, Isn't it just a graduation examination? It's not like we're being tested on theoretical knowledge. What is there to fear? Eishu replied irritably. In fact, from the perspective of a ninja honed by a month of intensive training, he could discern other nuances. The 2 Umbu before them were silent and impassive, their every movement seemingly natural yet perpetually tense. Undoubtedly, should any unexpected situation arise, these 2 would transform into lethal machines, ready to eliminate threats. This was precisely why Obito, who had initially been full of vigor, suddenly felt deflated. Ultimately, it stemmed from his inexperience with bloodshed and combat, a primal resistance manifesting within him. Or perhaps it was simply the consequence of a lack of knowledge, although Eishu had never encountered blood. The old man's rigorous training seemed to prepare him for the battlefield. As for Kakashi, it goes without saying. His father held the esteemed position of captain of the Konoha Umbu, specifically overseeing the Umbu operations. However, it wasn't long before Eishu's composure faltered. From a distance, he spotted a figure, though he could not name them and had never met them. The palpable aura of pressure instinctively made him tense. As they followed 2 Umbu members, drawing closer to the examination site, Obito suddenly recognized a silhouette amidst the crowd, exclaiming in shock. Wait, that is the clan leader. Obito was astonished that their graduation assessment could attract the attention of the clan leader. Oh no, Eishu. It truly is our Uchiha clan leader. What if he is here to cause us trouble? Obito felt a surge of panic. It had been days since he had encountered Uchiha Huoying, and his classmates would steer clear of him, which had felt quite satisfying at the time. But now, reflecting on it, a sense of dread washed over him. After all, they had sent Uchiha Huoying's cousin to the hospital. Calm down, Obito, Eishu remarked, observing his companion's frenzied demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Can you imagine such a character becoming the third great demon of the ninja world in the future? If he were seeking trouble, he would have done so long ago. There is no need to worry now. Focus on performing well. Perhaps the clan leader will take a liking to someone like you. And remember, you are the Uchiha's foremost genius. Eishu hastily consoled with a blend of coaxing and persuasion. Uchiha, the foremost genius. At this, Obito's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Having settled Obito, Eishu turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Are you ready, Kakashi? Kakashi replied nonchalantly, appearing to have adjusted his state of mind. Eishu, our graduation assessment has stirred quite a few people, hasn't it? Perhaps they all wish to witness the prowess of the son of White Fang. Let us not disappoint Uncle White Fang. Kakashi, give it your all. The trio promptly positioned themselves in the open arena. The assessment grounds resembled the final stage of the Chunin exam, an outdoor training field surrounded by tiered spectator stands, albeit on a smaller scale. Eishu recalled that his last visit was at the beginning of the school year when Saratobi Hiruzen addressed the children about the will of fire. At this very moment, Eishu could feel powerful gazes lingering upon him, one after another. In the past, such attention might have made him uneasy, but now, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Rather, he found it somewhat tedious. He pondered the extent of influence the old man's special training had imparted on him. TSK, their ages combined probably wouldn't even reach adulthood, would they? The youth of today, TSK, remarkable indeed. In the spectator stance, the notable figures of Konoha were engaged in casual conversation. Who could argue otherwise? Narashikaka mused while observing the arena. I still have faith in the son of White Fang. Akimichi Choza stuffed a handful of fries into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. The other two children seemed rather frail, looking somewhat malnourished. Yet the son of White Fang is not particularly robust either. Choza, Yumeka and Noichi chuckled, then turned his attention to Shikaku. By the way, Shikaku, what are your thoughts on these children? To be honest, I too find the child in the middle somewhat weak and frail. One is the child of White Fang, and the other belongs to the Uchiha clan. This child has already lost at the starting line. Inoichi nearly recited Eishu's identification number. As this sentiment echoed the thoughts of many, commoner ninjas often found themselves at a disadvantage when compared to those from prestigious clans. This was not prejudice, but rather an undeniable truth. However, Narashikaka shook his head. Some things cannot be assessed merely by appearances, Inoichi. Suddenly, Shikaku's eyes lit up as he noticed a figure flickering into the center of the arena. A golden-haired young man with a buzz cut and a radiant smile graced the scene, exuding an aura like a refreshing spring breeze. Has Minato arrived? At this moment, the three candidates standing at the center of attention felt a mix of emotions. Kakashi remained unaware, while Eishu and Obito exchanged peculiar glances. This buzz-cut handsome fellow seemed somewhat familiar. Once again, greetings, everyone. I didn't expect you all to apply for graduation. Time flies, doesn't it? Minato greeted with a smile. Hello, Minato-senpai. Eishu greeted with a glance at Shueimen's hairstyle, a sense of guilt washing over him. Has Shueimen truly forsaken that flowing mane? It is evident that Shueimen's hair is impeccably neat, likely trimmed. After all, it has been 2 months since that incident. At present, Eishu is left pondering a singular question. Will the buzzcut affect his future title of Golden Flash? If it were to transform into Buzzcut Flash, that would indeed be rather awkward. In contrast, Obito is not as preoccupied, primarily due to a lingering sense of insecurity. After all, thus far, he has not only failed to master the spiraling sphere but has not even managed to accomplish the initial step. However, as fate would have it, just as Minato finished his greeting, he inquired with a smile, by the way, how is your training with the spiraling sphere coming along? If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out later. Eishu was at a loss for words. Would progressing too quickly be considered a problem? Nonetheless, it appears that Minato is destined to be their guiding ninja, provided they successfully pass their graduation assessment. Eishu cast a discreet glance at Obito. He felt a considerable sense of assurance regarding Obito's prowess. Although he was unaware of Obito's childhood in the original world, the current Obito had already mastered 2 fire-style jutsu and could engage in fierce exchanges with Kakashi. While it was true that he had yet to emerge victorious, his capabilities were more than sufficient for him to qualify as a genin. Eishu's concern did not stem from his abilities, but rather from the standards of evaluation set forth by the Chunin who would soon arrive. He feared that they might harbor peculiar opinions regarding the Uchiha clan, or worse, that they might be dispatched by Danzo, which would spell disaster. However, as Eishu's mind wandered through these unsettling thoughts, he suddenly realized that Minato before him showed no intention of departing. Observing Minato's radiant smile, Eishu came to a realization and swallowed hard. Minato-senpai? Eishu inquired tentatively. Do you have something planned for today? The sudden inquiry from Eishu left Obito somewhat perplexed. However, Kakashi, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Minato, scratching his head and chuckling heartily, remarked, I knew I couldn't keep this from you. With a smile still adorning his face, he extended one hand, fingers splayed. Before his demeanor turned serious, yet still maintained a hint of amusement. 5 minutes. Children. I am your examiner, Namikaze Minato. You merely need to endure for 5 minutes under my scrutiny to pass. You still have ample time to prepare, he stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, the three youths felt a simultaneous jolt of surprise. It wasn't just them. Even the esteemed figures in the audience from Konoha shared their astonishment, though Minato had yet to attain the legendary status of the Yellow Flash. It was merely a matter of time and recognition. His prowess was evident, having risen to the rank of elite Jonin and mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. A testament to his strength. In truth, Minato enjoyed considerable popularity and favor within Konoha. Setting aside his formidable abilities, his girlfriend was none other than the fiery Chili, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, a direct descendant of the first Hokage's wife, and the host of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Minato's mentor was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and a direct disciple of the third Hokage, making this teacher-student lineage traceable to the second Hokage. With such a powerful and renowned Jonin as the examiner for these three young aspirants, how could one not be astonished? 5 minutes was a daunting challenge. Even seasoned Chunin would likely falter. In the viewing area, Narashikaka stroked his goatee, his interest piqued further. It appeared that the Hokage held high hopes for these three youngsters. A spectacle worth witnessing was surely in the offing. Chapter 31, the rank of elementary students. The revelation that Minato would be the instructor for their graduation assessment indeed caught Eishu off guard. Yet, with time running short, he had little room to ponder further. Eishu gestured, and the trio swiftly huddled together, heads bowed, arms draped over each other's shoulders, conducting their final pre-battle pep talk. He's fast, unbelievably fast, the kind where close combat is hopeless for us. Eishu's expression grew solemn as he spoke. Daitu recalled the unexpected events of that day, nodding in deep agreement, expressing his fear that we might be rendered incapable of using ninjutsu, which would indeed be disastrous. After all, ninjutsu requires hand seals and the manipulation of chakra, yet on that day, even a mere thrown bottle was effortlessly intercepted by Minato. What should we do? Kakashi interjected, his face a canvas of confusion. In truth, Kakashi believed he understood this buzzcut senior to a certain extent, as his father had often spoken of him. However, it appeared that these two were even more familiar with one another. Moreover, judging by Daitu's demeanor, he seemed to be somewhat haunted by past memories. So, what exactly had these two endured? We are not without hope, everyone, Eishu stated in a low voice. In a life-and-death struggle, he would choose to surrender. Losing to Minato was not disgraceful, nor would it be shameful to join him. However, the crux of the matter was that this was merely an evaluation. Furthermore, victory was not a necessity. They only needed to stall for 5 minutes. The trio began to quietly confer about their battle strategy. Minato, arms crossed and smiling as always, patiently awaited their actions. The surrounding gazes swept across the arena, and the discussions in the spectator seats grew increasingly boisterous. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, an elder was engrossed in a crystal ball, watching the live broadcast. This child is remarkable, muttered Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a cigarette. Captivated by the scene, the weak compare themselves while the strong appreciate. Among the three candidates, some observed the disparities in lineage and beginnings, while others discerned something altogether different. The son of White Fang, along with that Uchiha child, seemed to center their focus on the one named Eishu. This piqued Sarutobi's curiosity, as his impression of Eishu had lingered at the stage of presumed genius. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly noticed half of a mummy standing before him. Sarutobi blinked in surprise. When did you arrive? Shimura Danzo remained silent, his single eye fixed intently on the crystal ball, or rather, on a particular figure within it. At that moment, the three youths lined up, ready for action. Teacher Guangtai at the sidelines raised his hand high before bringing it down. The assessment begins. Minato maintained his ever-present smile, though his crossed arms naturally fell to his sides. Despite not wielding a weapon, this gesture signified his respect for the evaluation. Minato was courteous, cultured, and poised. However, the demeanor of the three candidates was quite the opposite. Let us do this, Eishu bellowed with fervor, and the three youths immediately launched a direct charge. Ah, what vigorous enthusiasm. Many spectators chuckled in response. The trio of apprentice ninjas dared to confront an elite Jonin, opting for close-quarters combat. Whether this was an act of courage or folly is a matter subject to personal interpretation. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists and legs colliding reverberated across the arena. Although Minato appeared to be holding back, merely engaging in a measured response, the truth was that the three could hardly approach him, consistently being repelled instead. After 100 exchanges, the trio synchronized to separate, forming a triangular formation to encircle Minato. The boys were panting heavily, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Minato. However, the audience erupted in applause, regardless of the outcome. It was commendable for their age to engage Minato, even briefly. Perhaps they were still far from being true ninjas. Yet most of those present had merely come to enjoy the spectacle. In a quiet corner of the bustling crowd, a couple sat in serene observation. The woman, in the prime of her beauty, wore a soft smile tinged with allure. Her abdomen was gently rounded, suggesting she was 6 to 8 months pregnant. They were mostly isolated from others, as if they were witnessing a different event altogether. What remarkable children. Our child should also be this exceptional, right, Fugaku? She mused. Of course, he is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, our child, Fugaku replied gently. The couple exchanged affectionate glances, their sweetness evident. Much like the distance the Uchiha faced from Konoha, which provided them ample space. Fugaku's gaze drifted back to the boy with the spiky hair in the arena. His eyes sparkled with admiration, yet they also glimmered with a distinct intensity. The Uchiha clan had become accustomed to external threats and the exclusion from Konoha, with various clan elders forming their own factions, subtly hinting at internal discord. As the clan leader, Fugaku understood that before realizing his greater ambitions, he must lead the Uchiha toward renewal. His thoughts soared, and his gaze grew resolute, as if he held immense hope for Obito. Unfortunately, Obito remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would have been ignited with enthusiasm. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous, as he needed to maintain composure for his moment to shine. The three boys exchanged knowing glances. Nodding in unison, under the watchful eyes of all, they began to maneuver around Minato. Oh, Narashikaku in the viewing area detected something and his eyes lit up. They had prepared a strategy? No, it seemed they had just devised it moments ago. Intriguing indeed. As the trio continuously repositioned themselves, each retrieved smoke bombs from their ninja tool pouches and hurled them down. In no time, Minato was enveloped in a swirling haze of smoke, which formed a circle, allowing only glimpses of the boys' fleeting silhouettes. The battle instantly escalated in sophistication. The spectators were left in awe, while the adults watched with a childlike sense of play. They were surprised to discover the youngsters' proficiency was not to be underestimated. However, some, like their teacher, Keitai, were left utterly bewildered. Keitai had already been taken aback by their physical prowess during training, even considering that if they did not graduate soon, he might find himself out of a job. Yet now, a singular question occupied his mind. Where did the trio acquire those smoke bombs? Surely they hadn't pilfered them from the school. While stealing from the school may not be egregious, Keitai would be elated if the three managed to graduate. However, if the smoke bombs had appeared, then what about explosive tags? Keitai dared not ponder further. He felt an unsettling premonition that regardless of whether the trio graduated, his own prospects seemed perilously close to termination. Yet, it was undoubtedly an unfounded concern. Eishu and his companions did not pilfer within the academy. The shuriken, smoke bombs, and explosive tags were all procured from Kakashi's residence. Although it remained uncertain whether such items would be prohibited during the examination, it was prudent to be prepared. The three youths maneuvered adeptly amidst the smoke. Meanwhile, Minato, after a brief interlude, commenced forming hand seals. Indeed, he had been awaiting this moment. The third Hokage had summoned him not merely to serve as an examiner, but to act as a guiding jonin for the trio, to gain insight into his students' abilities and compatibility. Expecting three aspiring genin to endure 5 minutes before an elite jonin was, in itself, a dubious proposition. Minato's intent in waiting was to discern the trio's tactical approach. Having observed sufficiently, he was ready to retaliate. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fundamental wind technique. Ideally suited for dispersing the smoke, was Minato's chosen maneuver. His hand seals were executed with remarkable precision and elegance, displaying a captivating artistry. A fierce gale erupted, sweeping away a significant portion of the smoke surrounding him. However, it failed to unveil the trio of youths. A slight smirk graced Minato's lips as he pivoted, adopting an offensive stance directed toward his rear. In the next moment, astonishment flickered in his azure eyes. I'm getting serious now, Minato-sensei. Before him appeared 3 identical figures, each manipulating a blue chakra sphere with both hands, advancing toward Minato in a formation reminiscent of the character. They were all Eishu, each employing dual-handed control. Chapter 32, a display of skill that was Minato's Rasengan. What on earth? In the stands, Akimichi Chozo was utterly astounded. Minato had not returned to Konoha for 2 months, primarily engaged on the front lines. Chozo had been fortunate enough to witness Minato's unmarked technique during a support mission. The combination of its power with the Flying Thunder God technique was formidable, yet it was the name of that technique that lingered vividly in Chozo's memory. However, he never anticipated that this young boy would employ it, and in such a synchronized manner with both hands and 2 shadow clones. If Chozo was so taken aback, one could only imagine Minato's reaction. Have you truly mastered it to this extent? Minato felt a sense of unfamiliarity toward the young lad before him. How long had it been? Just a little over 2 months, it seemed. He had merely provided the 2 children with guidance on their training direction and the foundational principles of the Rasengan, uttering no more than 10 sentences in total. While he had no intention of being dismissive, he had planned to offer more detailed instruction at a later date. Little did he expect that they would not only grasp the concept, but would do so with extraordinary amplification. Nonetheless, Minato's fundamental ninja qualities remained robust, despite his astonishment. He readied himself once more to engage against the trio of Eishu. With a swift motion, Minato executed a knee strike upon one Eishu, who immediately bent over like a cooked shrimp, followed by a puff of white smoke. Minato's eyes gleamed with understanding. This was undoubtedly a shadow clone. And based on his impression of that child, the true body would not be so easily discerned. Yet, just as Minato prepared to counterattack, a slight furrow creased his brow. The sensation from the clone felt amiss. Got you. You rascal. Within the smoke, Obito gritted his teeth, resolutely embracing the figure of Minato. That was not a clone. That was a transformation. The illusionary trees were false, the Rasengan was fabricated, yet Obito's assault was undeniably real. With every ounce of his strength, Obito clung desperately to Minato's leg, as though willing to sink his teeth in if necessary. This ferocity cast an eerie atmosphere over the battlefield. Drawing peculiar glances from the onlookers, even Fugaku's eyes flickered with unreadable intrigue. What an unconventional Uchiha. But the trio's offensive was far from over. Following Obito's charge, the remaining two trees lunged forward, one of them dispelling the transformation technique mid-sprint, revealing Kakashi. Gripping a tanto, he clearly intended to engage in close combat. Yet upon witnessing Obito's full-body grapple on Minato, a flicker of exasperation crossed his gaze. Holding him back doesn't mean literally clinging to him, idiot. Resigned. Kakashi clenched the tanto between his teeth and swiftly formed hand seals. Just before reaching Minato, he skidded to a halt and slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. A technique bestowed by Orochimaru, now perfected through a month of relentless training. Kakashi's hard-earned triumph. Behind him, the remaining tree, the real one, cursed inwardly. This damn overachiever. He swore he'd only focus on lightning release, yet he mastered Earth Release too. Yet, Kakashi's timing was impeccable. The ground beneath Minato's feet liquefied into treacherous mire, and with Obito's leech-like persistence, escape became nearly impossible within such proximity. Pardon the intrusion, twin Rasengan. Two spiraling spheres struck true. The spectators gasped in confusion, but Chza Akimichi paled. He knew the destructive potential of that technique. If those brats landed a direct hit. Yet relief washed over him as Minato's form dissolved into splintered wood within a puff of smoke. The real Minato flickered 20 meters away. His usually composed expression now bare of its usual serenity, shock laid plain in his widened eyes. Confirmed. That was the Rasengan. No genjutsu, no mimicry. The obliterated substitution log left no room for doubt. You alright, Obito? Eishu's strike missed its mark, and he immediately turned his gaze towards Obito, uncertain whether he had inadvertently harmed him due to their close proximity. Obito gasped sharply, stumbling a few steps, sensing an impending crisis. Alarmed, Eishu rushed to support Obito, his hands emanating a green glow, signaling the arrival of the medical ninja, Eishu. Kakashi paused momentarily before hastening over. This scene left the spectators in utter astonishment. The audience suddenly quieting down. Some were concerned, while many were captivated by the healing technique displayed by Eishu. Who would have thought that this graduating team would include a medical ninja? In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly pulled out several strands of his beard. Fixated on the crystal ball, his expression a mix of panic and disbelief. Beside him, Shimura Danzo appeared contemplative. What are you fools still doing? Hurry and save him. Sarutobi bellowed, aware that few understood the true potency of the Rasengan, but the ninjutsu instructor was certainly among them. Yet, on the screen, apart from Minato, no one dared to step forward, perhaps fearing interruption of the exam, or perhaps due to other reasons, such as Obito's Uchiha identity? Who could say? Meanwhile, Minato had no time for such thoughts and dashed towards the three youths. However, just a few steps in, his keen observational skills alerted him to Obito's unusual behavior. Lying in Eishu's arms, Obito's hands were restlessly moving, seemingly forming hand seals. Minato was momentarily bewildered. At that instant, a voice emerged from beneath his feet. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. A small hand grasped at Minato's ankle. It was Kakashi. Was it the leftover chakra from his earlier Earth-style, Hell Swamp, or a clone hidden away with a smoke bomb? In that moment, Minato understood everything. He could see through his enemy's schemes. A man destined to become Hokage could not be easily fooled. Yet, he could not fathom why these young ones were so cunning. Suddenly, Obito, who had been unconscious, sprang up like a carp, crouching on the ground, his hand seals already formed. Fire-style, great fire dragon technique. But that wasn't all. Kakashi's real body had arrived beside Eishu, the two standing like guardian deities flanking Obito. Lightning-style, lightning burst. Water-style, water bullets. Three ninjutsu were instantaneously formed. Yet, Obito did not launch his attack immediately. Although Kakashi's lightning and Eishu's water techniques manifested, they remained in place. At that moment, the audience fell into a profound silence. The battlefield had shifted in an instant, leaving some spectators initially distracted now completely taken aback. However, Minato, renowned as Konoha's swiftest, despite being ensnared in traps, quickly regained his composure. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he dispelled Kakashi's clone, then leaped into the air, forming hand seals for his previously utilized wind style. Great breakthrough. In just 2 months, have you all grown to this extent? As long as I disperse the fire style, Your technique will be rendered ineffective, correct? A smile returned to Minato's face. Let us not forget, he was a man well versed in the principles of the hydrogen release. At that moment, the target's trajectory shifted, adjusting the trajectory. Elevate by 4, shift left by 1. Abido fire. Aya! Abido cried out as the delayed fire style erupted from his mouth, transforming into a fire dragon racing towards Minato. Wind style, great breakthrough. A tempest arose. Minato's wind technique was equally prepared, its scale and power somewhat greater than the previous dispersal of smoke, but still limited. The fire style, great fire dragon technique was also in Minato's arsenal, the very first ninjutsu taught to him by his unreliable teacher. Minato immediately recognized Abido's technique and was calculating the chakra levels, even considering how to avoid harming the three youngsters. However, Minato's goodwill was undoubtedly superfluous. Better suited defeating a dog. The fire dragon collided with the whirlwind, not only failing to dissipate immediately but instead enduring for a moment, even leaving behind a few sparks in the air, though scant and few, for Eishu, who had been aiming for so long. It was enough. Hydrogen release, nuclear P-bomb. Water orbs surged forth, colliding with the small balloons generated from lightning, preserving the quality and velocity of water bullets, slicing through the air towards the sparks above. In the next instant, a cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the arena, echoing in the hearts of the spectators. Mikoto even felt her unborn child kick in response to the commotion. The crystal ball in the Hokage's office instantly lost its visual feed. Bang! Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent, suddenly slammed his palm against the table. These children are the roots of my legacy. They must be protected. Chapter 33, Monkey. Do not overstep your bounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the few beard strands he had just pulled out, then at his excited old comrade, his expression gradually turning disdainful. Do you truly believe it possible? He questioned, pointing at the crystal ball. I have already selected the Jounin instructor. Do you think this is the time for such discussions? Regarding the Jounin instructor, Sarutobi felt fortunate for his foresight. Judging solely from the power of the recently displayed ninjutsu, if a Chunin had been sent in, it would have been disastrous. But so what? Danzo exclaimed loudly. You saw their tactics, disguised, deceitful, cunning. They are clearly born spies. Natural roots. Danzo was animated, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Recalling that the last time Danzo had been this excited was upon hearing of the third Kazekage's mysterious disappearance. Surely not? Sarutobi retorted, puffing his cheeks and glaring. They're still so young, just a bit mischievous. How can they be labeled as deceitful and cunning? That's simply excellence. Isn't it just excellence? Sarutobi believed that tactics were secondary. From the perspective of a ninjutsu instructor, the combination ninjutsu utilized by the three children was what he valued most. He might not know the exact power, but from the images relayed by the crystal ball, it was undoubtedly substantial. Just how young were these three? How refined could their chakra manipulation be? How pure could their chakra quality become? How much chakra could they combine? Most importantly, this was not even a bloodline limit. Minato had mentioned before that he had been slightly disappointed by this. The conclusion was clear. The combination ninjutsu of these three children had a low threshold and great power. If it could be disseminated among Konoha's ninjas, the village's combat capabilities would undoubtedly soar to new heights. This would be his legacy during his tenure. Sarutobi, you. Shimura Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Judging by his tone and demeanor, it was evident that today's affairs would not unfold with ease. Yet, the term give up had never graced Danzo's lexicon. He was even prepared to contend for the position of Hokage. His solitary eye glinted with cold determination as his aura gradually intensified. Following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, upon your ascension as Hokage, I established Root, which initially comprised merely 17 members. By the time of the Second Shinobi World War, the ranks had swelled to over 500, with nearly 2,000 talents funneled into the Umbu. However, post the Second Shinobi World War, Root has dwindled to fewer than 200 members. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. Was Danzo resorting to a sob story? This was uncharacteristic of you, Danzo. They bore no names, no surnames, and even in death, could not have tombstones, only code names. Danzo continued, his voice growing colder and his presence more imposing. Presently, I have scarcely 10 J-nin left under my command. As Danzo's words grew more chilling, Sarutobi, my demands are modest. I seek not your funding nor your authority, merely a handful of youngsters to nurture myself. Are you truly unwilling to acquiesce to this? Danzo slammed his hand down, exclaiming, do you truly wish to burn the bridge after crossing it, dismantling what I have painstakingly built? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. The images he had conjured dissipating before him. It seemed Danzo held a genuine interest in these three youngsters. After the Second Shinobi World War, there was no shortage of personnel. Hiruzen rubbed his temples, deftly countering Danzo's advance with a casual dismissal. However, given that my old friend had unleashed his trump card, he felt compelled to respond. Thus, it is evidently impossible to grant all three, so choose one. Do not set your sights on White Fang, son. You know I cannot agree to that. Sarutobi offered a sweet olive branch while subtly admonishing Danzo regarding the matter of White Fang. Yet, Danzo might have misinterpreted the intent. believing it to be an encouragement to hasten his efforts. With a scoff, he insisted, "Then I shall require 2, no less. 1, or else we shall not discuss it further. Moreover, you must not coerce the children. I demand to be present throughout the recruitment process. You, monkey, must not overstep your bounds." Shimura Danzo as singular, I widen with fury. "I am the third Hokage. This is an order." Saratobi Hiruzen refused to be cowed. "You." Danzo trembled with indignation, yet Saratobi remained unfazed, leisurely drawing on his cigarette, maintaining his composure. Humph. Eishu and his companions successfully passed the assessment and received their forehead protectors. However, they still needed to head to the Hokage building in a couple of days to register as ninjas and collect their ninja IDs. "Look, Eishu. Should I wear it on my head or around my neck? It's such a tough choice. This forehead protector is so stylish. What should I do?" Obito was already brimming with uncontainable excitement. What if he ranked at the bottom of the class? He was still the first to graduate. From now on, he would be a distinguished ninja, drawing closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Most importantly, he would soon embark on missions and earn bounties, finally achieving his freedom to enjoy ramen. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. See you later." Kakashi didn't linger, apologizing briefly before darting away in a flash. This made Eishu raise an eyebrow, hoping Kakashi's early graduation would help Might Guy lighten up a bit. "Congratulations, children," came the voice of Minato, approaching with a smile as he looked at the two who had donned their forehead protectors. "Hiki." Obito scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Meanwhile, Eishu observed that although many had left the spectator stands, several individuals were making their way towards them. He had never met any of them, but he could still deduce their identities from their appearances. For instance, the Ino Shikacho trio was easily recognizable by their distinctive hairstyles and builds. There were also a pair of twins, clad in wooden clogs with serious expressions, who seemed quite young yet exuded an air of wisdom beyond their years. They must be the Hyuga brothers, without a doubt. Additionally, there was a couple approaching. The woman was noticeably pregnant, and the man bore the emblem of the Konoha guard on his arm. "Obito, your clan leader has arrived," Eishu quickly pointed out, recognizing Fugaku and Itachi. The mention of the word clan leader seemed to have a magical effect, instantly tempering Obito's exuberance. Eishu observed with a sigh in his heart. Obito truly bore no semblance to a member of the Uchiha clan. The aloof and haughty demeanor characteristic of the Uchiha was entirely absent in him. In fact, Obito even exhibited a slight trepidation towards the Uchiha clan, akin to the other villagers of Konoha. Yet, it was precisely this quality that must have drawn Madara's attention to Obito, was it not? Contemplating this, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Eishu's mouth. Kakashi had graduated significantly earlier than in the original narrative, and Obito had undoubtedly reaped the benefits of this. Presently, their combined technique, the hydrogen release, demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. After a period of collaboration and with his own innovations, their prospects appeared boundless. When the three of them ultimately entered the battlefield, Madara's attempts at orchestrating a remote ambush would surely become a formidable challenge. Eishu smiled faintly. It seems the roles of predator and prey are about to reverse. Chapter 34. My dream is to achieve global nuclear equilibrium. That night, after indulging in a solitary bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Eishu returned home, took a shower, and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Glancing at the pristine forehead protector by his bedside, he felt a sudden impulse to share his good news with that peculiar old man. Yet, he swiftly quelled this urge. He was not as naive as Obito. Never mind. Being a mere genin is hardly a noteworthy achievement. Eishu raised an eyebrow. Rather than boasting to the old man, he deemed it far more prudent to swiftly master the transformation of chakra nature. The first phase of hydrogen release was already perfected, whether used independently or in combination with other jutsu. What he needed to focus on now was to hasten the fusion of chakra, which entailed researching the so-called hydrogen release chakra. Of course, as per their agreement, once he mastered the transformation of chakra nature, he would also inherit the old man's earth release. The returns on this investment are nothing short of bountiful. Yet, he wondered about Kakashi's father. Eishu murmured, if White Fan could choose not to take his own life, it would greatly benefit Kakashi, and by extension, himself. To speak of their long-standing camaraderie formed through skipping class together, wouldn't it be quite effortless to rely on a strong ally? Navigating life in Konohagakure or the shinobi world, having a formidable figure in your corner certainly brings a sense of security. Take, for instance, the current situation at the front lines of Sunagakure, where the legendary Sannin are soon to part ways. Back when they were not yet known as the Sannin, they had fought their way to the front of Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Country. Though they were not his equal, they managed to survive and earn the title of Sannin. Why was that? It was simply because the Sannin had a worthy mentor in their corner, the esteemed Hokage in his prime. Though their master would become the legendary Yellow Flash of the future, that was still in the future, wasn't it? If White Fan could survive, then Minato would have to address him as a senior. As Eishu indulged in his errant thoughts, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Just as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Uchiha Madara in his dreams, an urgent knocking on the door jolted him, nearly causing him to falter. Damn it! With a swift motion, Eishu sprang up, thinking that if it were Obito at the door, he would ensure Obito became Obito the second tonight. Cursing under his breath, he rushed to the door. However, upon opening it, he was met with nothing but emptiness, accompanied by a gust of wind. This familiar sensation inexplicably soothed his agitated mind, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips as he turned back to survey the room. Indeed. A drunken figure lay sprawled there. Was it not the old man? You're here? He scoffed. You heartless wretch, not even a word after graduation? Are you secretly hoarding mission rewards? The old man launched into a tirade of sharp remarks. Eishu, however, feigned indifference, dismissing the matter as trivial since it was merely a lower-ranked ninja, nothing of great significance. This remark left the old man momentarily stunned. After a lengthy pause, he took another swig from his flask, followed by a light chuckle. Humph. Young in years but old in tongue. Yet you are correct. A lower-ranked ninja is merely the most common kind of fodder in the ninja world, often relegated to the role of cannon fodder on the battlefield. Truly, it is nothing of great consequence. The fallen tree is of little consequence. He has long grown accustomed to the old man's sharp tone. To speak candidly, he feels a sense of joy at the old man's presence. Although the old man possesses a rather irritable temperament, lacks finesse in his actions, wields a biting tongue, and is somewhat neglectful of cleanliness, he remains, after all, quite endearing. Eishu arrived alone in this foreign realm, and few individuals commanded his esteem. This eccentric old man was certainly one of them. Here, take this, the old man suddenly said, rummaging through his robes before tossing a tightly wrapped object to Eishu. The tree received the weight, which felt somewhat heavy. By its tactile sensation, it seemed to be a weapon, yet it was surprisingly light. Ing immediately recalled the chakra short sword that Kakashi's father carried, having heard that the more advanced the weapon, the lighter it becomes. Eishu could hardly contain his laughter upon arrival, exclaiming, "Look at you, showing up unannounced and without any gifts." However, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he unwrapped the parcel. It was neither a chakra short sword nor even a kunai. It bore no semblance to weaponry whatsoever. Instead, the elderly gentleman had gifted him an ancient scroll, one that exuded a distinctly archaic charm, its texture reminiscent of a particularly dense wood. As Eishu's curiosity piqued and he prepared to unfurl the scroll, the old man cleared his throat, prompting Eishu to pause and direct his attention towards him. Before you open that scroll, I would like to inquire, young one, are you truly certain you wish to become a ninja? The old man's demeanor shifted dramatically from that of a typical cantankerous elder to one of grave seriousness, leaving Eishu momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he responded without hesitation, of course. Why do you ask? The old man's gaze turned scrutinous, suddenly evoking the essence of a wise sage. Eishu furrowed his brow. Huh? Why do you wish to become a ninja? The old man inquired, emphasizing his tone. Or have you already prepared yourself to face everything that may come with being a ninja? Death, betrayal, conspiracy? Eishu fell silent. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, it is a perilous profession. Since the founding of Konoha, there have been 3 great ninja wars in over 40 years, with countless ninjas falling in battle. With an omniscient perspective, he understood well how challenging it would be to make a name for oneself in this world without any advantages. Rather than confronting these dangers, perhaps a stable existence, waiting for the final outcome, might be a worthwhile choice. Yet Eishu's lips curled slightly. To traverse a lifetime only to lead an ordinary existence would indeed be a lamentable waste. Eishu gazed up at the elderly man, his eyes shimmering with clarity and unwavering conviction, a resolute determination emanating from him as he spoke. Although I have not experienced the things you mentioned, I have certainly contemplated them. The path of a ninja is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Having spent time at the Konoha hospital, I am acutely aware of the perils involved. If given the choice, I would yearn to be an ordinary person, tilling the land each day, or perhaps serving as a forest ranger, playfully engaging with innocent children, all while facing the vast sea under the warmth of spring. The old man furrowed his brow at these words. Then you? Because I have a dream, dear grandfather. Eishu replied, a confident smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth, as though it were an entirely natural response. This smile seemed to possess a certain enchantment, prompting the old man to inquire, a dream? Indeed, Eishu said, casting his gaze at a 45-degree angle toward the heavens. My dream is the complete annihilation of the world. The air grew awkward in an instant. As the old man observed the self-assured Eishu, he suddenly felt that his concerns and questions were superfluous. Meanwhile, Eishu seized the moment of the old man's distraction to quietly unfurl a scroll. Upon its opening, a startled exclamation escaped Eishu's lips. Before him lay an emblem that was both foreign and familiar, so familiar that he had seen it numerous times before. And even if he were to close the scroll and wait another decade or so, he could still replicate it. Yet he was certain that this was the first time he had encountered this mark since his traversal. Beneath the emblem, a line of ancient characters proclaimed, the chakra refinement technique of the clan of the forest. Volume 1, and Chapter 35. I, too, am a loser today. Obito strode with an air of arrogance. His stance wide, nostrils flared, he proudly displayed his forehead protector to anyone he encountered, exuding an undeniable swagger. But what of it? A ninja must embody confidence and flair. Otherwise, what distinguishes him from those who, nearly a year into their studies, have yet to graduate? Hey, that person looks rather foolish. Doesn't he resemble Obito? On the roadside, a seemingly more cheerful Kakashi turned to Eishu and posed the question. At this moment, Eishu appeared somewhat distracted. Yet he followed Kakashi's gaze and raised an eyebrow. It seems to truly be him. However, Kakashi, how is Uncle White Fang? Has he been discharged? He has indeed been discharged, but he still requires some time to recuperate, Kakashi replied with a smile, his usual deadpan eyes surprisingly narrowing into a thin slit. Revealing his genuine excitement today. My father shared a great deal with me. I feel as though I had been overthinking things before. Although he challenged the rules, he made a decision he would not regret. In any case, thank you, Eishu. Kakashi expressed his sincere gratitude. Yet, Eishu could not muster any joy. A decision without regret. Perhaps it was merely that the time had not yet come. Fighting valiantly, even sacrificing missions to save comrades. One day they too would find themselves among those who cast blame upon themselves. Such a blow was undeniably profound. For nothing is more effective in shattering a person than the destruction of their faith. That's good, Eishu replied with a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat rigid. Kakashi, perceptive as ever, noticed Eishu's unease. Is something troubling you, Eishu? Eishu paused momentarily, expressing a sense of wonder. It was astonishing to think that just a while ago they were skipping classes, and now they had become ninjas so swiftly. Kakashi echoed this sentiment, marveling at the rapid changes that had transpired. From skipping classes to applying for graduation on behalf of his father. Never in his wildest dreams did Kakashi imagine such a scenario. At merely 5 years of age, he was already a prodigy, having entered school early. And now he was graduating ahead of schedule, an incredible feat indeed. The two youths gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exhibiting a maturity uncommon for their age. Starkly contrasting with the spiky-haired boy who approached at a 75-degree angle. Oh, is that not Ninja Eishu and Ninja Kakashi? What a coincidence. Are you two about to embark on your journey as ninjas today? Obito called out, drawing sympathetic glances from those nearby. Kakashi's expression instantly reverted to his signature deadpan stare. And along with Eishu, they tacitly chose to ignore him, both wishing to feign ignorance of this individual. Fortunately, at that moment, a handsome man with a buzz cut appeared above them. It was Minato, as their examiner and also their guiding jonin. Minato was here to lead the three genin to obtain their ninja licenses. You're all looking lively as ever. Shall we set off? The Hokage has likely been waiting for quite some time, Minato said with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Obito chuckled foolishly, Kakashi nodded politely. But Eishu could not share in the joy upon seeing that face. Sighing, he had once believed he could emulate Minato, crafting a tale of a commoner's rise to greatness. Without any external aids, relying solely on his courage and intellect, he envisioned himself achieving peace in the ninja world. Yet, he had not anticipated his own moral decline. The memory of the old man's actions from the previous night, under the pretense of correcting something, left Eishu feeling tainted. 10 minutes later, in the Hokage's office, the three boys received their respective licenses, each adorned with their photographs and a unique ninja code. Kakashi retained his code, 009720, Obito's was 009721, while Eishu, being the oldest at over 6 years, bore the code 009722. Indeed, Eishu was the eldest among this young team. Obito would not turn 6 for another 2 months, and Kakashi was merely 5.5. Despite their collective youth, the trio donned their forehead protectors. And they indeed appeared the part, one with a spiky head, another with pale hair and lifeless eyes, and a third with a sorrowful demeanor. As if he had lost something of utmost importance. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed these three youngsters with evident fondness, unable to suppress his smile. From this day forth, you are officially ninjas of Konoha, genin, Sarutobi announced, his voice elevated yet still imbued with kindness. Obito's face flushed with excitement, trembling slightly. To receive recognition from his idol was a moment of sheer bliss. I hope you will all strive diligently, embody the will of fire, adhere to the 3 rules, and become powerful ninjas worthy of respect, Sarutobi continued, rummaging through his drawer to produce several scrolls. These scrolls were exquisitely crafted, contrasting sharply with the other scrolls on the desk, small yet exuding a sense of luxury. With keen eyes, Eishu instantly recognized them. They resembled the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, albeit lacking the viscous substance. Is it possible to receive ninjutsu as a benefit upon becoming a ninja? I had never heard of such a thing before. Eishu felt a sense of perplexity and intrigue, yet he harbored no curiosity regarding the contents of the scroll. He chuckled softly. It was no longer necessary, ever since he unrolled the ancient scroll bestowed upon him by the old man last night, and subsequently endured the old man's vigorous correction of his body through chakra manipulation. Eishu felt a sense of impurity within himself. However, he simultaneously reaped numerous benefits. For instance, he acquired an array of ninjutsu techniques. The accumulated knowledge of the Mori clan over the years was substantial. Although the elder forbade him from learning forbidden techniques, he was nevertheless endowed with a comprehensive foundation in basic ninjutsu. Indeed, the elder was not merely a third-rate training ground supervisor. The chance encounter and the subsequent provocation that day were not mere coincidences. They were meticulously orchestrated. It represented a choice to retreat into seclusion, to integrate into a village, and to provide the last vestige of protection for a once-vanished clan. Although he often felt that his chakra was insufficient and his talent lacking, he managed to achieve results and proficiency through sheer effort, often expending several times the energy of his peers. This was not solely due to his diligence or the inherent compatibility of the ninjutsu with his abilities. While those factors played a role, it was primarily because he possessed a greater amount of chakra than his contemporaries and a talent that surpassed that of others. Eishu only learned last night that he was not without a surname, but rather that it had been concealed from him. Much like Tsunade, and similarly to Ju, his name should have been Senju Eishu. He is a member of the Senju clan, and indeed, he is quite formidable. Chapter 36. The 7th Squad officially debuts children. This is a carefully selected ninjutsu that I have prepared for you, a gift as you embark on your journey to becoming genin. Minato, you must teach them diligently. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, pushing the scrolls to the front of his desk, reminiscent of the joyous act of distributing red envelopes during the new year. Ah. I thank you on behalf of the 3 children of Team 7, Lord Hokage. Minato exclaimed, taken aback, as if witnessing his own children receiving a festive gift. Thank you. Grandpa Hokage. The 3 youths bowed in unison, each receiving their respective scrolls. Go ahead and open them. They have been meticulously chosen for you. Albeit the difficulty is no small matter. Children, you must strive diligently, for Grandpa Hokage will indeed be conducting inspections. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke kindly, gazing at the 3 youngsters as if he were transported back to the days of the legendary 3 ninjas. Indeed, how many years had passed in the blink of an eye? It was surprising that the most unreliable of them all, Jiraiya, had taken on a disciple and trained him so well. Naturally, the disciple's disciple must also be exceptionally talented. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, but his gaze suddenly flickered as he looked at Eishu. What a splendid child, with such remarkable talent. He had mastered a technique that Minato developed over 3 years and merely 2 months. Furthermore, he could collaborate with his companions to create combination jutsu. This spirit of teamwork was of utmost importance to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This embodies the very essence of the will of fire. No, I absolutely cannot allow Danzo to squander this talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the agreement between them and glanced at the scrolls he had dispatched. A knowing smile spreading across his face, revealing a hint of cunning. My old friend, did you ever imagine? I have already begun my preparations. Not a single one shall be given to you. Hehe. Eishu unrolled the scroll, only to discover it contained a water-release jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet. This technique was one he was well acquainted with, not only due to its frequent appearances but also because he had seen it just the previous night. Every word etched perfectly in his memory. Eishu suddenly lost all interest. Damn it. Upon realizing that he was a descendant of the Senju clan, he felt as though he had lost so much in an instant. Eishu then cast a glance at Obito beside him, only to find Obito gazing at him with eager anticipation. He must not be able to read, Eishu realized instantly. He took a look at the scroll and offered Obito a reassuring glance. It contained a B-rank fire release technique known as Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. This technique could be considered one of the more formidable jutsu among the many taught to ninjas. Jiraiya's Fire Release, Flame Bomb, when advanced, transforms into the pseudo-sage art of Great Flame Bomb, which is somewhat connected to Miyaboko Mountain. While Hiruzen Sarutobi lacks Sage Mode, he has ingeniously combined the Fire Dragon Bomb and Flame Bomb to create the even more powerful Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The combination of Fire Dragon Bomb and Flame Bomb makes this technique exceptionally potent. 1 is equivalent to 2. It shares the same B-rank classification as his Water Dragon Bomb. It possesses a certain level of complexity, yet remains accessible to learn. Mastering it would significantly enhance one's control over chakra. As a token of goodwill, it is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Eishu glanced once more at Kakashi, only to discover that Kakashi had already finished perusing the scroll and had subtly nodded in approval. It appeared to be a B-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Truly, the bond between master and apprentice was evident, even in their discerning taste for gifts, both of which were essential resources for lightning release techniques. Minato, here are the most recent D-rank missions. I have selected a few suitable options for you to consider, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he produced yet another scroll, marking the 4th one. Indeed, Minato responded promptly, though inwardly he pondered whether it was too soon for them to undertake missions right after graduation. It was crucial to first acquire some fundamental ninja skills. However, recalling the battle from 2 days prior, Minato swiftly grasped the Hokage's intent behind this arrangement. It seemed that the Hokage held substantial expectations for the trio. Minato meticulously selected a task that involved assisting an elderly man with tree maintenance, offering a reward of 6,000 ryo. 6,000 ryo, while the lowest remuneration for D-rank missions, was still an astonishing sum that Eishu and Obito had yet to encounter in their lives. As ninjas, their labor was naturally valued higher than that of the common folk. Minato's choice of this task was also motivated by the desire to train simultaneously. Thus, after accepting the mission, Team 7 officially embarked on their journey. Nevertheless, Minato did not rush them into the task. Instead, he opted to first gather a bit of shadow. Eishu stands at the center position, with B. Sabito to his left and the thumbs-up Kakashi to his right. The crew-cut Minato stands behind the trio, radiating a sunny smile. Eishu strikes a signature pose reminiscent of a formidable figure from a past life, turning sideways with a smile and an outstretched hand. May the ninja world attain peace, free from the scourge of war. After completing the formalities and taking photographs, Team 7 has officially made their debut. Eishu has fulfilled his wish by taking Lin's place, thereby rescuing an innocent girl and simultaneously positioning himself as a potential candidate for the Three Tails Jinchuriki, further advancing the cause of nuclear peace in the ninja world. At this moment, the sun was already at its zenith. Children, shall we convene at the second park at 2 o'clock this afternoon? For now, let us disperse, Minato announced with a smile before vanishing in haste, appearing somewhat rushed. This provoked a strong dissatisfaction from Obito. Shouldn't we be treated to a meal? I intentionally starved myself this morning, eagerly anticipating this lunch. Perhaps Teacher Minato will host a dinner later. You can endure your hunger until then, Kakashi suggested with a hint of mischief. Eishu gazed in the direction where Shui Min had departed, and he had a faint inkling of what awaited him in the afternoon. Although it seemed rather unnecessary, he felt that foregoing the endeavor would somehow lack a sense of ritual. Having dispersed, he hastily made his way home for a meal, aware that the afternoon would likely be far from uncomplicated. Eishu remarked and immediately headed in the direction of home. Obito sighed with a grimace, lamenting the loss he had just incurred. Upon returning home, Eishu casually tossed the scroll gifted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen onto the bed before commencing to boil water, preparing to indulge in instant noodles. He was now a ninja, on the verge of completing a mission, and soon, such humble meals would be a thing of the past. Yet, he could not bear to waste what he had. He still had 5 or 6 barrels of provisions remaining, and discarding them would indeed be a pity. Eishu was poised to prepare a meal with great determination. Do not inquire about the reason behind his substantial appetite. Some matters are beyond mere expectations. Eishu awaited the boiling of water, lost in thought. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on his mind, demanding careful contemplation. For instance, the revelation of his descent from the Senju clan. Did anyone besides the old man know of this? Apart from Tsunade and himself, how many remained of the Senju clan? Who exactly was that old man? Why did he take such a peculiar interest in him? Could there be other underlying reasons? A multitude of queries ensnared Eishu in reflection. So much so that he was oblivious to the water nearly evaporating. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door jolted him back to reality. Startled, Eishu rushed to open the door, only to realize the water had completely boiled away. He hastily extinguished the flame before dashing to the entrance. Yet, upon opening the door, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by the visage of the visitor. To be precise, he could not discern the strangeress features, for they were obscured by a mask. Eishu's heart was filled with bitterness. He pondered about Akai, a man whose single kick nearly altered the course of destiny, who pleaded desperately to join the route under Danzo's command, only to be coldly rejected. What had he done to draw Danzo's attention? He was merely 6 years old, still but a child. In Eishu's heart lay unspoken anguish, yet his countenance bore an innocent expression. Regardless, he would never join the Root organization. The honor of the Senju clan forbade him from succumbing to degradation. Elder Danzo? The Root? I have never delved into that. With a look of skepticism, Eishu inquired, what is it that you all do? In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere shifted. Good child, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, slamming his palm upon the desk, followed by a deep exhale. That despicable Danzo. How is this any different from abducting children directly into the Root? Thankfully, the child has remained vigilant. A rhythmic knocking echoed as Shimura Danzo strode into the Hokage's office with purposeful steps, catching sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in contemplation over his prized possession. A flicker of exasperation passed through Danzo's single eye. You're not a child anymore. When will you cease this peeping habit? And to lose the fundamental vigilance expected of a ninja while spying on others, how can you still call yourself Hokage? With a resounding thud, Danzo struck the ground with his cane, his irritation palpable. Hiruzen. Huh? It's Danzo. Come quickly, take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned. Danzo's eye glimmered with disdain. I have no interest in that. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, about to voice his thoughts when a voice emerged from the crystal ball, belonging to Eishu. Infiltration? Assassination? Intelligence gathering? Protecting Konoha? ISNT this what we learn in the Ninja Academy? I want to go. I have just graduated with great difficulty. I intend to head to the battlefield and confront the enemy directly. Moreover, ISNT at the duty of every Konoha ninja to protect our village. This morning, Grandpa Hokage praised my excellence and rewarded me with a B-rank water release technique. No, I want to go. The atmosphere in the office froze momentarily. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to enjoy a relaxing smoke, Danzo's furious voice erupted. Monkey, what exactly have you been hiding from me? I haven't spoken ill of you, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, exhaling a plume of smoke with an air of nonchalance. Good child, Grandpa Hokage's praise was not in vain. Danzo's hand trembled in anger. This troublesome old man was insidious indeed. Yet at that moment, Eishu's voice rang out once more. The battlefield of the Root, more advanced? In what way is it advanced? Is it true? Can I confront the elites of enemy villages directly? Is there a chance to assassinate the enemy's leader? Can I really do this? The voice of Eishu was imbued with a certain excitement, reminiscent of a primary school student receiving the news of being elected as an exemplary student. The composed expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually became rigid. Shimura Danzo's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Who would have thought? This old man has stood firm in the shinobi world for decades. What tempests and trials has he not witnessed? A mere child, easily dealt with. Danzo, do enlighten this old man with the truth. How many children has your root deceived? The anger caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands to tremble, turning into a reflection of Danzo's character. When the foundation is flawed, the structure above crumbles. How adeptly he manipulates the young ones. Confronting elites directly? Assassinating the leaders of enemy villages? Such are the deceptive tales meant to beguile children. Huh. Shimura Danzo scoffed dismissively, too weary to offer an explanation. And what of the treatment within your root? The voice of Eishu resounded once more. By joining your roots, can I learn a multitude of lightning and water ninjutsu? Is there truly a reward for defeating enemies? Is that real, Uncle Mask? Can I really do it? Alas, upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a chill of foreboding wash over him. The curve of Shimura Danzo's mouth became increasingly pronounced, his single eye narrowing slightly, an expression of assured victory that he had long since mastered. Strategizing and infiltrating enemy secrets to seize control of the situation. Disrupting their formations and striking with ease, Danzo had grown accustomed to the taste of triumph. Sighing, Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall inform Minato later. But Danzo, are you certain you wish to bring him to the roots for training at such a tender age? Although he is graduated, he is still. That is no concern of yours, Sarutobi, Danzo replied coolly. The training of a spy differs greatly from that of a ninja. It is preferable to sever bonds from an early age. For a scion of a prominent family, joining the roots at such a young age would be implausible. The implications of joining the roots are an unspoken truth among the higher echelons of Konoha, cutting ties to the past and future, feeding on darkness, and treading within the shadows of the village. That is the essence of the roots. However, Aishu's records indicate he is an orphan, which alters the circumstances significantly. In high spirits, Danzo, having already foreseen the outcome, had little desire to linger further. He produced a scroll and tossed it to Sarutobi Hizashi. This is a list of suspicious individuals recently infiltrating Konoha. The roots need to keep an eye on the Uchiha, but we lack personnel. You should assign someone to monitor them. Hizashi received the scroll but did not even bother to open it. His mind clouded with irritation as he waved his hand dismissively, effectively issuing a dismissal. He began contemplating how to explain the situation to Minato. That little fellow, despite being a mere civilian ninja, played a significant role within Team 7, clearly emerging as the core of the trio. Moreover, being a medical ninja, such a versatile civilian ninja is indeed a pity. At that moment, Uncle Mask, may I make a request? The conversation within the crystal ball continued. I really want to join the roots. The benefits are excellent. And I can fight for Konoha. But for such a wonderful opportunity, I wish to bring my companions along. One is named Uchiha Bido, a master of fire techniques, and the other is Hataki Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, who was previously the top student in our class. We three vowed to fight on the battlefield together, to serve Konoha, and even to marry and have children together in the future, so. Thud, thud, rumble, rumble, rumble. Sarutobi Hizashi's smoking pipe fell to the ground, rolling several times and scattering ash and tobacco everywhere. Yet, he paid it no mind, his expression shifting from disappointment to a state of dazed astonishment, and then gradually to euphoric excitement. This is promising. What? They are not within the selection range for the roots? Surely, you jest. Uncle Mask, Abido is the top talent of the Uchiha, and Kakashi is the son of the White Fang. I cannot even compete with him. Your roots seem rather unimpressive, lacking even this basic intelligence. Forget it. Forget it, I won't go, unless you include them. Otherwise, it's non-negotiable. With that, the young boy turned and strode back to his room, slamming the door behind him. The sudden change of demeanor left the elite of the roots momentarily stunned, standing at the door for quite some time. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly switched off the crystal ball, facing the office door while his head turned towards the crystal ball, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. Little did Shimura Danzo suspect that just moments ago, he had been preparing to embark on a mission, ready to inform Minato. How could it turn so cold so quickly? Rest assured, Danzo, your roots are short-staffed. I will ensure the Umbu provides ample support, given our relationship. Oh, Danzo, do not leave. This was accompanied by a resounding slam of the door. In the Hokage office, bursts of laughter erupted. Danzo, not far off, wore a grim expression. Coldly, he cast a glance towards the Hokage office, a strange light flickering in his remaining eye. If that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. Sarutobi. Chapter 38. Kushina. I am lying as Eishu dashed into the room. His expression instantly darkened. He swiftly moved away from the door, hiding behind it, as if he were a ghost. Eishu filled the scorched kettle once more with cold water and kindled a fire to bring it to a boil. Throughout this interval, he neither heard the knock at the door again nor the retreating footsteps of the personnel. First Orochimaru, and now Danzo. The predicament is rather grave. Eishu murmured, I fear not the thief's theft, but rather the thief's lingering intentions. While Orochimaru maintains a somewhat benign interaction with me, Danzo is an entirely different matter. To be candid, Eishu had just steeled himself for resistance. If that rude operative were to approach too forcefully, he would have made a commotion to draw attention. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of many, he found it hard to believe that a member of Root would dare to abduct someone. Could they truly label him a spy? The water boiled, yet silence persisted outside the door. Itsuki remained vigilant, taking out bucket after bucket of instant noodles to prepare. Yet by the time he had unconsciously finished them all, the knocking did not return. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the Root had wandered far away, faint footsteps suddenly echoed from the rooftop above. Without a moment's hesitation, Eishu conjured 2 Rasengan, with his ears perked and head tilted. He realized that the base was indeed not so easily subdued. However, today, if the base dared to be obstinate, he, as a member of the Senju clan, would not hesitate to retaliate. It is worth mentioning that Eishu's mastery of the Rasengan had significantly improved, especially following the events of last night. The Senju clan possesses a unique constitution and a distinctive method of chakra refinement. Eishu had previously utilized a generic civilian version. According to the Elder's account, the standard chakra extraction technique is utterly incapable of fully activating the unique physique of the Senju clan. The chakra capacity of the Senju clan is not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Eishu also comprehends the distinction between the sage body and the mortal flesh. Naruto must still suppress the Nine Tails, as his chakra exceeds that of an adult Kakashi by more than double. Upon receiving the acknowledgement of Kurama, his chakra surpasses Kakashi's by 100-fold. The blue aura of the sage body is eternally worthy of trust. Moreover, the sage body of the Senju clan entails more than mere abundance. After undergoing correction, Inoki's chakra circulation became noticeably swifter than before. With a mere clap of his hands, the first Hokage could summon any jutsu at will, while the second Hokage entered instant kill mode with just a finger flick, all thanks to this improvement. Now, Inoki stood poised with both hands gripping his kunai, his gaze icy and his ears pricked, unwaveringly tracking the intruder's position on the rooftop. The footsteps gradually shifted from the roof to the eaves, and Inoki's piercing eyes locked onto the window. His knees bent slightly, coiled like a spring, ready to strike at any moment. Eishu is acutely aware of his own capabilities. While a lower-ranked ninja may not fully encapsulate his entire strength, the disparity becomes evident when compared to those ruthless individuals from the Root organization. His sage body, in the face of such overwhelming power, offers him little advantage. Therefore, he must take the initiative, create a diversion, and then seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Eishu had already devised an escape route within his mind. The distance from his current position to the nearest outpost of the Konoha Guard required navigating merely 3 intersections and 2 streets. With the aid of his shadow clones for disguise, eluding the Root should pose no challenge. However, he needed to create some trouble for them right from the outset. Otherwise, no number of clones would suffice to evade capture. Just then, a small foot unexpectedly appeared beside the window. Its size was modest, larger than that of Obito or Kakashi, yet smaller than that of the elderly Minato. But Eishu had no time to ponder such details. The dimensions of Root's foot were of little consequence to him. Now's the moment. With his nerves taut, Eishu surged forward. Although his Rasengan had yet to reach the power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, its potency was certainly on par with the model balls produced by the copy ninja. Yet, it was precisely during this dash that the figure finally settled at the window. Locking eyes with Eishu finally discerned the appearance of the visitor. It was a woman, with a cascade of red hair and striking features. Though her expression bore a hint of bewilderment, as she munched on a skewer of meatballs, presenting an impression of naivety. Of course, she was not the Root. Indeed, she was not the Root. Eishu had shared a bowl of ramen with this woman, who could only be the fiery Kyuubi, Kushina. Damn, how could it be Kushina? Was Eishu's initial reaction, swiftly followed by the realization that he was unable to halt his momentum. Then, bang, 5 minutes later. I'm sorry, I thought you were taking a nap. I was afraid that knocking would disturb you, Kushina said apologetically, while Eishu sat quietly to the side, gazing at the 2 large holes in the wall, which were nearly fused together, feeling somewhat despondent. In that moment, he had no choice but to veer abruptly, the cost of which was that his cozy little abode now enjoyed improved lighting. So, what brings you here, Sister Kushina? Eishu inquired, mustering his courage. Kushina's arrival wasn't entirely unwelcome. At least it confirmed that the Root was not pursuing him relentlessly or had been frightened away by Kushina. However, Eishu was still curious about Kushina's clandestine visit. Actually, it was because of Minato. Kushina's gaze faltered, and she scratched her head in a casual manner, appearing somewhat guilty as she spoke. He had an urgent matter this afternoon, so your original assessment, has been entrusted to me. Is that true? Eishu questioned skeptically, as Kushina's demeanor almost inscribed the word lying upon her face. Trusting her seemed dubious. But on another note, how did Kushina know where he lived? Of course it's true. He has been pleading with me for quite some time before I finally agreed. Kushina, for some inexplicable reason, suddenly sounded more assertive, but quickly realized something was amiss, narrowing her eyes. Wait, little Eishu, are you doubting me? No, Eishu shrugged. I'm merely curious as to why you didn't wait for us at the agreed spot. Of course, if I had known you all were. Kushina caught herself, sensing something was off, and upon glancing at Eishu, she was met with his almost amused expression. For some reason, Kushina found this little rascal quite infuriating. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Kushina. In the Hokage office, Minato expressed his apologies with a guilty demeanor. It's nothing serious, Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied generously, waving his hand dismissively. Although you are the guiding jonin of Team 7, there will inevitably be instances where you must undertake special missions. Having Kushina substitute for you occasionally is not a bad thing. Minato let out a quiet sigh of relief. During the last graduation assessment, he had returned hastily and failed to inform Kushina, which directly led to her explosive reaction upon hearing about Team 7's debut at noon. Why wasn't I told about such an amusing role as the guiding jonin? Just for calling Kushina wild. Red hair flailing about at that moment left Minato with a headache, while simultaneously fostering a sense of sympathy for the three little ones. Let us hope Kushina does not cause any chaos. Minato thought to himself, a wry smile etched across his face. In the afternoon at Konoha Second Park, a perplexed Eishu observed Kushina, who was rummaging through her small bag, seemingly in search of something elusive. He discreetly inquired of Obito. Is this the reason you divulged my family's location to your girlfriend? What a loss. Obito responded. They say Sensei Minato has something to attend to. Let us just cooperate. After all, she is the teacher's wife. With a serious demeanor, Kakashi added, according to my father, our teacher's wife is quite formidable. Reputed to be the most fearsome presence in Konoha. When she gets angry, even the Hokage must retreat to the safety of his home. Eishu nodded in agreement. Though Obito appeared puzzled, Sister Kushina, is she really that terrifying? I find her rather gentle and generous. Obito, true to form, had previously likened Orochimaru to a congenial figure. His impression of Kushina remained anchored in the memory of a sumptuous bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Strange. I distinctly remember bringing it along, she exclaimed. Aha, found it. At last, Kushina retrieved a delicate bell from the cacophony of trinkets within her bag, holding the bell aloft. She smiled, her eyes squinting in delight. Children, the evaluation is about to commence. Regardless of the means, if you can seize this bell from me, you shall pass. As she spoke, she cast knowing glances at Eishu, seemingly seeking affirmation. Eishu found himself at a loss for words. I can assist you in reaching the gathering point, but I cannot divulge the details of the evaluation, lest I inadvertently confess to having stolen the answers. Gazing at the solitary bell in Kushina's grasp, Eishu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Logically, there should be two bells. The evaluation was meant to assess trust and bonds among comrades. However, it appeared that Kushina had not contemplated this, likely having only heard from Minato about the task of obtaining the bell. Shall we begin the evaluation now? Kushina inquired. The three youths, including Eishu, momentarily froze, with Obito being the first to react. Apologies, Sister Kushina, he declared, charging forth. In Obito's eyes, the essence of life was to perpetually advance. You must address her as teacher's wife. Kushina, however, merely placed her fist lightly atop Obito's head, and then, bam! The first prodigy of the Uchiha clan was downed. Kakashi and Eishu exchanged glances, each recognizing the signal to withdraw. This evaluation feels even more challenging than the graduation exam. Minato was indeed formidable, rigorously testing the three youths while maintaining a balance of pressure. Yet, Kushina was an entirely different entity. Observing the swelling bump on Obito's head, which seemed to emit smoke, both boys realized that this evaluation would be anything but simple. Eishu felt a buzzing in his mind. This was not how one should seize the bell. Given the current atmosphere, it felt as though one might risk their life to snatch it. What should be done? Kakashi swallowed hard and inquired. Perhaps Kakashi himself was unaware that, in certain situations, particularly under such extraordinary circumstances, he had developed a reliance on Eishu. It was unwise to engage in a head-on confrontation. Ultimately, the priority was to rescue Obito. Cover me, Kakashi. Eishu steeled himself as he spoke. Although seizing a bell did not warrant an all-out attack, one could not simply stand by and watch. The two exchanged a glance, a silent agreement passing between them. And then they charged towards Kushina from opposite sides. Kushina, caught in a dilemma over whether she had been too harsh, raised an eyebrow at the sight before her. The two little rascals approached with fierce determination, and a single thought echoed in her mind. Remember how Minato handled such situations. Indeed, she resolved to assess them seriously. Thus, Kushina lifted her fists. To his astonishment, Kakashi, who had been the swiftest, executed an abrupt stop. He rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, deftly flicking his wrist to opt for shuriken in place of his reckless charge. What followed was a moment Kakashi would never forget. Kushina, channeling chakra through her hands without even moving her feet from their position, effortlessly caught the shuriken barehanded. Kakashi had launched 5 shuriken in total. The little firecracker caught 2 with one hand and 3 with the other, pausing to contemplate her next move. Then, with a swift gathering of her hands, she exerted force, producing a resounding crunch as the 5 shuriken were reduced to mere scraps of metal scattered on the ground. Gulping, Kakashi felt his throat dry up. Had he not halted in time? Meanwhile, Eishu had already surged forward. A sense of panic gripped Kakashi, but instinctively, he wished to give Eishu a thumbs up, truly a warrior. As Eishu reached Kushina, it appeared he was on the brink of repeating Obito's fate. Good day, sensei. You look beautiful today, Eishu exclaimed, unleashing an unprecedented desire for survival as he stood before Kushina. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Kushina's fists softened into delicate gestures, and with a smile, she prepared to deliver a playful tap to Eishu's head. What a sweet tongue. Kushina mused, contemplating the complexities of educating young ones. However, Eishu had no intention of clashing with Kushina. He preferred to engage in a fierce struggle with the roots, determined to fight to the bitter end rather than provoke the little firecracker. Suddenly, Eishu dove down, not executing a ground technique, but instead seizing the fallen Obito. Kakashi. Smoke bomb. With a thunderous roar, Enoshu unleashed his voice, and Kakashi, unwavering, promptly activated the smoke bomb almost in synchrony with Enoshu's call. Bang! The smoke erupted instantaneously. At that moment, Eishu intended to seize the opportunity to drag Obito away, but a small hand from his shoulder, imbued with an immense strength, startled him. There's no escaping now, little Eishu. Kushina's voice was so gentle, as soft as a devil from the depths of hell. At this very moment, a phrase suddenly sprang to Eishu's mind. Angels, in order to instill fear in demons, disguise themselves in a repulsive manner. Conversely, demons, to tempt humanity, assume the guise most beloved by people. Now is certainly not the time for pretense of erudition. Eishu gritted his teeth, releasing his hold on Obito, and delivered a swift kick, sending Obito flying. At the same time, he began forming hand seals. Kakashi instinctively caught Obito, but his heart sank. How could they proceed with the mission now that Eishu had exchanged himself for Obito? Yet, before long, Eishu's voice echoed beside Kakashi, urging him to flee. Run, run, run. The frantic plea of Eishu, who had narrowly escaped using the substitution technique, echoed in their ears. The three boys stumbled away in disarray, and a loud crack resounded behind them. Without a doubt, the wooden post they had used as a decoy was doomed. Kakashi and Eishu were left in despair. What was supposed to be a simple test, a mere bell-snatching exercise, had transformed into a hellish ordeal. Lord Hokage, I shall intercept Kushina at once. In the Hokage's office, Minato watched the crystal ball, which was on the verge of turning into a horror show, and quickly sought advice. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly for a moment, glancing at the crystal ball and then at his own thinning hair. It seemed that his hair had been shedding quite rapidly these past few days. Well, Minato, I believe Kushina is capable of handling herself. There is no need for excessive concern. Overindulgence could backfire. True to his seasoned nature, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sharp observation cast the three youths of Team 7 into a frying pan, subjecting them to repeated trials. Minato's mouth fell agape, his expression gradually turning dazed as he observed the three boys frantically fleeing within the crystal ball. There was a thought that lingered in Minato's mind, one he was uncertain whether to voice. Chapter 40. In the vast Konoha, not a single refuge for the three. Wake up, Obito. The sharp shaking roused Obito from his daze. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something heavy were resting upon it, and a fiery sting on his face. As his vision cleared, he was met with the sight of a head of white hair that he despised. Obito was momentarily stunned, but soon fell into a state of agitation. Damn it, Kakashi, did you just slap me? I did not, Kakashi retorted. Enough with the nonsense. I'm down to only 2 clones, and my master is about to catch up. From behind came Eishu's voice, and when Obito turned to look, he saw Eishu forming hand seals. The English tree bore the marks of shadow clones, and after 2 wisps of smoke, 2 despondent English trees materialized. I beg of you. Tonight I shall indulge in a feast to make amends. Eishu called out to his shadow clones. The 2 clones sighed, each mimicking the motion of forming a chakra ball, yet it was evident that their chakra was insufficient. Reluctantly, the 2 clones could only embark on a fleeting journey unarmed. With a sense of detachment from life, they resolved to face death without fear. After sending off the 2 clones, Eishu gracefully leapt up, plucking a branch from a small tree and began to draw on the ground. In the southwest corner of Park Number 2, there lies a small river adjacent to our usual training spot. It is an opponent we are certainly incapable of defeating, and together we would only be offering ourselves as sacrifices. We must devise a strategy to separate and make our way there. Eishu sketched a drawing on the ground and pointed to a corner of the map, saying, Are we planning to launch a counterattack by utilizing the water's momentum? Kakashi furrowed his brow and then, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed in astonishment, Eishu, you can't possibly have grasped what Lord Hokage entrusted to you. Grasped? Nonsense. I'm merely heading there to make my escape. Eishu was left speechless. Kakashi, typically a person of considerable intelligence, has somehow transformed to resemble Obito. Eishu pointed beyond the map and remarked, Our mentor's wife strikes without restraint. We should abandon the bell retrieval mission for self-preservation. The kind-hearted and beautiful Kumami would surely grieve if anything befell me, and with Nono at Konoha Hospital potentially luring him away, it would be tantamount to delivering myself to peril. Follow this river downstream, and we shall soon reach Konoha's border. A brief sprint along the perimeter will lead us directly to the village gates. The plan of Eishu is quite straightforward. Engaging in a fight would undoubtedly be futile. It is not a display of fervor but rather an invitation to trouble. The notion of being hospitalized over a bell is truly excessive. In reality, according to the genuine rules of bell snatching, their desperate rush to rescue Obito had already constituted a successful endeavor. Certainly, considering the efficiency with which his shadow clones continuously vanished, as well as the pain feedback he experienced, it is evident Eishu could ascertain that Kushina was likely completely oblivious, still clinging to the notion of educating them as she pursued them. It is rather peculiar. What the three of them now faced was simply a struggle for survival in this world. Utterly absurd. However, I believe that the gates of Konoha might not be able to deter their teacher. Moreover, once they become ninjas, they are forbidden from leaving the village without permission. So it seems we may not be able to escape. Kakashi expressed his concerns. Yet, Eishu shook his head. He could not disclose that he was aware Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a fact he kept to himself. Given our age, we merely need to remove our headbands and disguise ourselves as if we are merely venturing out for leisure. It should not pose much difficulty. Kakashi's eyes brightened at these words, and even Obito reacted, giving a thumbs up. Eishu, you truly are impressive. Meanwhile, in the crystal ball, Kushina had once again resolved two of Eishu's dilemmas with her intellect. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bear to watch, and quickly switched to the scene of the three youths, their desperate sprint evoking a sense of sorrow. It was no wonder that Minato would request to intervene once more. Minato, you must understand. The purpose of this trial is... Sarutobi Hiruzen paused mid-sentence. Years of being in power had conditioned him to instinctively pull back. But upon reflection, the objectives of the assessment had indeed been met. Obito, in his reckless manner, had already forfeited his chance in a single encounter. And the trio's chosen response was to flee relentlessly, evidently abandoning their mission. Yet, before forsaking their task, they had not abandoned their comrades, by all accounts. This trial had achieved full marks. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently lamented. It seemed he had overstepped. He cleared his throat, stating, I intended for Kushina to become more acquainted with the children. Since it has come to this, you may go. Minato was elated, responding without hesitation as he vanished from sight in an instant. His speed so remarkable that Sarutobi Hiruzen could scarcely comprehend his movement. The Flying Thunder God technique has advanced even further. Observing the faint ripple of space-time chakra lingering in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with contentment. With the legendary Sannin preceding him and Minato following, it was evident that these three young individuals were equally exceptional. The future of Konoha truly seemed secure. Eishu dashed forward, while the three individuals set off from different positions towards the same direction, yet he was the most unfortunate among them. Little Pepper, with an unknown mindset, fixated solely on him, relentlessly pursuing. Were not all those shadow clones sufficient for you to unleash your fury? In the midst of his frantic dash, Eishu found himself silently cursing. It was true that he had awakened his body, and his chakra had undoubtedly multiplied 3 to 5 times since his graduation. However, even with such enhancement, he could hardly sustain this level of exertion. Along the way, he had already lost a dozen shadow clones. The issue was not merely the depletion of chakra, but rather the urgency of the situation. Though a single encounter would render them incapacitated, he still needed a semblance of delay. He had attempted to have the shadow clones launch an attack using the Rasengan, but aside from exhausting his chakra, it proved utterly futile. He even tried transforming the clones into Minato or Sarutobi, yet Kushina swiftly discerned the ruse. Fortunately, Eishu was nearing his destination, and both Obito and Kakashi, ever the loyal comrades, stood by the small river, waving from a distance. They had not retreated prematurely, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. Eishu glanced back at the subtly approaching Kushina and let out a sigh. Kushina must have gone easy on him, otherwise, with her prowess, she could have caught up in mere seconds. However, the leniency shown by a Jonin towards a Chunin is hardly sufficient. Why can't she take a leaf out of Minato's book? A measured approach, just the right amount of pressure. Eishu had indeed contemplated unleashing a powerful technique. Although the consumption of his chakra was considerable, it was not impossible for him to hold back alongside Kakashi and Obito. Yet, this was not a life-and-death struggle. There was no necessity for such measures. He reassured himself, considering it a repayment for that bowl of ramen. From a distance, he waved at the two and shouted, "Run! They are about to catch up." Life, for the three youths, was exceedingly cruel. They embarked once more on their journey of escape. It was rather amusing that within the vast expanse of Konoha, there was no place for the three of them to find refuge. It was truly remarkable. On another front, Kushina felt she had found her rhythm. She decided to be a little harsher with the shadow clone, teaching it the ferocity of the enemy, while being gentle with her true self, allowing it to feel the warmth of a mentor's love. Who would have thought I possess a knack for teaching? Kushina thought confidently, having already planned to supervise their D-rank mission the following day. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, Minato, having arrived via the Flying Thunder God technique. His expression bore a hint of urgency, but upon noticing the absence of any students near Kushina, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a tender smile tinged with exasperation. He gently probed, "Kushina, perhaps Eishu, that trick of yours won't work." As the punch loomed closer, Minato was left bewildered. Kushina exclaimed, "Oh, little son, game over." Chapter 41. After all, they are still children. The trio from Team 7 ran and ran, following the small river until they darted into another grove. They could see the main road ahead, with the gates of Konoha not far off. However, it seemed that Kushina was not in pursuit. That is strange, Eishu murmured, somewhat incredulous. Yet, the shadow clone he had dispatched had indeed held out for quite a while, already breaking today's record. What should they do now? Should they really leave the village? Kakashi gazed towards the distant gates with a sense of longing, yet he was also filled with hesitation. After becoming a ninja, leaving the village without prior notice could lead to severe consequences, potentially being branded as a rogue ninja. However, Eishu remained composed. Whether to exit the village was inconsequential. As long as he avoided a beating, that was what mattered. Kushina's strikes were neither light nor gentle, and he had no desire to unwittingly deliver himself into Danzo's hands. The matter of snatching the bell was minor. The greater concern was earning Danzo's favor. Let us go? Our mentor might be lost. But if she truly wishes to find us, it would take her no time at all, Eishu suggested. This situation pertained to a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, the Tensigen. It was said that upon closing one's eyes, one could comprehend everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Eishu concluded that Kushina had lost her way. If she truly could not find herself, the three of them would surely become anxious, fearing they might resort to activating the Kagura Mind's Eye at any moment. This thought evoked a series of reflections from Eishu, who found himself unexpectedly enlightened by Kushina's predicament. The sensation of vulnerability was indeed quite distressing. He resolved to intensify his training upon return. While he could not afford to neglect the development of his hydrogen release, he also needed to swiftly master the myriad of ninjutsu at his disposal. Even if the second stage of hydrogen release might not materialize swiftly, he must possess some means of self-defense. The trio immediately set off towards the gates of Konoha. Kakashi, though hesitant, instinctively fell in line with the group. In contrast, Obito was somewhat reluctant to leave. He longed to keep his forehead protector on even while bathing or sleeping. Yet today, how infuriating. Upon my return, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. This is the last time. I will never allow anyone to force me to remove my forehead protector again. Minato, you're awake? How do you feel? Dizzy? Minato opened his eyes, the concern etched on Kushina's face momentarily easing his headache. Perhaps this is the power of love. He mused as he mustered a faint smile, replying, I'm fine, Kushina. Only then did Kushina breathe a sigh of relief, her expression shifting from worry to mild reproach. It's all your fault for suddenly appearing. I thought it was little Eishu's shadow clone. It was my mistake for not dodging in time. It has nothing to do with you, Kushina. Minato firmly believed that his girlfriend was always right, and any shortcomings lay with his own inadequacies. Yet, Kushina reminded him. His three students seemed to still be on the run. Kushina, how long have I been lying here? Minato inquired. About half an hour. A bit quicker than last time. Kushina felt a touch embarrassed. She hadn't exerted much effort, mistakenly believing it was a shadow clone. Understanding the burden of being the host of the Nine Tails, it was inevitable that Kushina could not leave the village freely. This immense strength without an outlet contributed to her lack of restraint. Of course, Minato's submissiveness had also fueled Kushina's boldness. Half an hour, you say? Minato rubbed his brow and gently touched the small bump on his head. The dizziness was somewhat disconcerting, yet the pain also served as a jolt. They shouldn't have gone too far, Kushina. Can you try to sense their location? Minato was solely focused on locating his three students and assuring them that Kushina was, in fact, a gentle person. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were frightened. However, Kushina shook her head, unable to do so. I'm sorry. Minato was taken aback. About 10 minutes ago, they left the range of my senses. Kushina sighed, gazing at the bell in her palm with a hint of disappointment. The children must be terrified of me. Minato wished to reassure Kushina. You're overthinking it. They merely wish to survive, nothing more. But the instinct for survival prompted him to rephrase. You're just too anxious, Kushina. They are still children, and it's natural they cannot comprehend your feelings. Minato radiated warmth, dispelling some of the gloom in Kushina's eyes. Now, shall we go find them together? Yes. The journey of Team 7 beyond the gates of Konoha was uneventful, yet not without its tensions. There were no inquiries or registrations. But the three were acutely aware of numerous gazes scrutinizing them as they passed. Not only were there Byakugan users, but others capable of sensory perceptions. The atmosphere outside the gates was far more tense than it appeared. After walking a considerable distance, Eishu finally exhaled deeply. He had ventured beyond the gates of Konoha before during school outings, even receiving heartfelt sushi from several female classmates that day. However, that experience felt mundane, and he had even entertained thoughts of Konoha's lax defenses. Yet, with the growth of his abilities, stepping outside the village again brought an unmistakable discomfort of exposure. Perhaps starting as a Hyuga wouldn't be so bad, Eishu mused inwardly. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as within his values of the ninja world, sage techniques outweighed the Sharingan, which in turn surpassed the Byakugan. Where shall we go now? After a while, Obito suddenly inquired. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Eishu, clearly indicating that the responsibility for decision-making rested upon him. Eishu hesitated for a moment before suggesting, why don't we head to the place where we had our spring outing? I recall there's a river nearby where we could catch some fish to eat. I'm utterly famished. This proposal was unanimously approved. After being relentlessly pursued by Kushina, their physical stamina had been significantly drained. The trio quickly oriented themselves and set off anew. Soon arriving at their destination, the verdant meadow was fresh and soft beneath their feet, and not far away flowed a crystal-clear stream. Bathed in the warm sunlight with a gentle breeze caressing their faces, the spirits of the three youths were considerably uplifted. The spring outing location of the Ninja Academy was not too far from the Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring that in the event of an unexpected situation, assistance could be rendered promptly. Nevertheless, they were assuredly beyond the barriers and surveillance. The seventh squad, seeking refuge, planned to replenish their energy and return only as the sun began to set. Although venturing away from the village would undoubtedly incur reprimands, it was a preferable alternative to facing physical punishment. Obito, go gather some twigs for a fire. Kakashi, and I will catch some fish, suggested one of them. Eishu divided the labor and swiftly dashed into the nearby woods. Meanwhile, Kakashi descended into the water to catch fish. Although Eishu had feasted on fish numerous times over the past 6 months, it was Kakashi who truly excelled in the art of fishing. In an effortless motion, he produced a shuriken, aimed at a plump fish gliding through the crystal-clear stream, and with a swift thrust, he struck. There it was. Kakashi tossed the fish towards Eishu. Excellent! Eishu exclaimed, as his task was to prepare the fish's entrails. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at Eishu's throat. In a flash, Eishu's pupils contracted, instinctively. He grasped the fish and swung it towards the shuriken. Though the shuriken was razor-sharp, the fish's ample fat provided a fortunate buffer. Incredible feats were accomplished by Eishu. As the hefty fish was nearly split in two, yet the shuriken was also cast to the ground by Eishu's deft maneuver. An enemy assault. Eishu shouted at the top of his lungs, not to alert the now concealed Kakashi, but rather to caution Obito. The trajectory of the shuriken was unmistakably directed towards Obito. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 shuriken were launched, all aimed squarely at Eishu. This time, the angles were more cunning, yet they originated from the same direction. Eishu did not dare to be careless. He swiftly drew a kunai and struck with 2 sharp sounds, while his mind raced with thoughts. He had underestimated the situation, perhaps due to our lack of protective headgear. It appeared that these were not mere enemies from the neighboring village. The adversaries were concealed while we were exposed, yet this was not what troubled Eishu the most. Obito had just dashed away not long ago, and now the danger was likely even greater. I will maneuver around to cover you, Eishu, Kakashi declared, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Without uttering a word, English Tree swiftly retrieved a smoke bomb from his pocket and hurled it towards Kakashi's advancing path. Simultaneously, he decisively yanked down his ninja tool pouch, with one hand grasping it while the other delved inside to extract shurikens, unleashing a barrage of firepower in the direction of his foes. Eishu's shuriken technique is indeed remarkable. The old man has imparted considerable knowledge to him. Within a distance of 10 meters, he can achieve an astonishing accuracy of 99 out of 100. However, the current adversary lies over 100 meters away, compelling Eishu to adopt the role of Shoyu, desperately seeking out Huoying. How infuriating. Had he misjudged the situation? In the depths of the jungle, a figure muttered a curse, having underestimated the prowess of these 2 young ninjas. With a swift motion, a shuriken sliced through the air, and by sheer luck, Eishu struck true, the shuriken landing directly in front of this individual. Merely 2 young ninjas from Konoha, seeking their own demise. A cold glint flashed in the person's eyes as he drew his blade to cleave the shuriken in half. Then, crouching low, he moved like the wind, evading the oncoming shuriken while charging towards the direction of the white-haired boy. Eishu and Kakashi quickly discerned the appearance of the assailant, though devoid of a mask. The figure bore the forehead protector of the hidden cloud, possessing a tall and slender physique that moved with remarkable swiftness. The gleaming blade in hand shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. It was a ninja, a hidden cloud ninja. Kakashi, remain steady. Eishu let out a roar, swiftly coming to Kakashi's aid. The fact that this cloud ninja managed to venture so close to Konoha indicated that he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, possibly even a J-nin. Just a month prior, Eishu and his companions faced Uchiha Lai, narrowly escaping annihilation with a single encounter. Uchiha Lai was merely a ch-nin, and even with severe force, he would not truly resort to killing the 3. However, the present circumstances were drastically different. The enemy was not only likely to be a J-nin but would undoubtedly fight to the death. As the front lines of Konoha were still engaged in battle with the cloud, the situation was dire, fraught with peril. Yet, paradoxically, rather than feeling anxious, Eishu felt a surge of exhilaration. In the presence of others, he could claim that his diligent training was for the glory of Konoha, to bring honor to the village. When the old man inquired about his motivations for becoming a ninja, he could feign lofty ideals about achieving peace in the ninja world. But deep down, only Eishu understood the truth. He had always been a grounded individual, a person of simplicity, one who had transcended base desires. His relentless training was not for self-preservation, nor did he harbor any grand aspirations. He merely wished that when faced with adversaries, he could wield his strength and compel them to kneel in submission. At this moment, it was all about the battle. Chapter 42. Does he not resemble a dog? Bang. Crash. Kakashi braced himself against a strike from the Cloud Ninja, the force far exceeding his expectations. Merely parrying the blow required all of his strength. And then he was brutally kicked in the stomach by the Cloud Ninja, sent hurtling backward. Eishu arrived just in time to catch Kakashi. And the two of them staggered back several steps before finally dissipating the force of the impact. What do you say? Eishu inquired swiftly. His strength is considerable and his speed is not to be underestimated. However, his swordsmanship is rather mediocre. It is plausible that his ninjutsu might be his forte. But in a direct confrontation, I am not his match. I must seize the opportunity. Kakashi gritted his teeth and rubbed his abdomen. That last kick had not been gentle on him, and the foe before him was somewhat formidable. TCH. Spat the Cloud Ninja. Clearly irked that his own strike had been intercepted. Without further ado, the Cloud Ninja twisted his wrist and launched another assault. You take a moment to recover, Kakashi. Eishu remained composed, his hands moving with astonishing swiftness as chakra swiftly consolidated into a jutsu, water release, water bullet technique. Bang, 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 bang. Eishu currently possesses 3 conventional combat ninjutsu, the spiral sphere, thunderburst, and water bullets. Though somewhat limited in number, his proficiency in these techniques is commendable. With remarkable swiftness, Eishu mounts a counterattack, despite not infusing it with yang release. The sheer volume of his attacks creates a torrent akin to a curtain of water cascading forth. Oh? The advancing Cloud Ninja maintains his pace. Yet a glimmer of surprise flickers in his eyes, initially perceiving them as mere Leaf Village youngsters frolicking outside the village. He now finds them capable not only of withstanding his strike, but also wielding ninjutsu. It seems they hail from a prominent family. What a fortunate turn of events. The Cloud Ninja's lips curl into a cruel smile as he presses forward, undeterred, brandishing his long blade while forcefully charging through the water bullets. Kakashi instantly adopts a defensive stance, his short blade poised behind him. Eyes fixed intently on the figure before him, ever ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, Eishu narrows his eyes, diligently assessing the strength of his adversary. The Cloud Ninja stands approximately 172, 51 centimeters tall, with dark yet healthy skin, seemingly around 20 years of age, reflecting on the prior 2 waves of overconfident shurikens. Coupled with the current reckless approach, and considering Eishu's general understanding of the Cloud Village and the rules governing shinobi, he chooses to disregard the reason for the Cloud Ninja's presence here. Eishu speculated that the Cloud Ninja before them was likely a chunin, and appeared to be in a hurry. Of course, he could also be a particularly skilled jonin. They could not afford to confront anyone stronger, as their chances would diminish. Even if their opponent were merely a chunin, their odds of victory were still slim. As the Cloud Ninja drew closer, Eishu made a swift decision. Kakashi. Use that technique. That technique? Kakashi hesitated, unsure of what was being referred to. Eishu reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved the final smoke bomb, pointing to the ground before slamming it down with force. Kakashi instantly understood, discarding his short blade and quickly forming hand seals. As the smoke bomb obscured the figures of the 2 young ninjas, the Cloud Ninja halted, his gaze filled with disdain, though his body remained in a defensive stance. I am curious to see what tricks you 2 can conjure, the Cloud Ninja muttered, exuding confidence. Is it shuriken? Or perhaps some technique that requires time to execute? A cold smile crept across the Cloud Ninja's lips as he deftly drew several shuriken, aiming them into the smoke. Now is the moment. Sounds emanated from within the smoke, followed by 2 figures darting from opposite directions, evading the shuriken and making a hasty escape. TCH. Cunning little brats. The Cloud Ninja scoffed, unsheathing his blade and giving chase. But he abruptly halted mid-step. The smoke had begun to thin, revealing a glimpse of Kakashi's discarded short blade. The Cloud Ninja smirked silently, glancing toward the direction of Konoha. While the atmosphere was calm, engaging in battle was not a wise choice. You 2 are quite the geniuses in Konoha, I suppose. It's a shame that on the battlefield, I would have relished the opportunity to toy with you both, he taunted, his tone shifting to one of cold mockery. Come out. Your shadow clone is far too crude. Do you take me for a fool? Silence reigned within the smoke. The Cloud Ninja's patience waned as he raised his long blade, a glint of determination in his eyes, and charged into the lingering haze. Yet, there were no signs of the 2 young ninjas. The short blade lay on the ground, but the surroundings were devoid of life. TCH. A transformation technique. The Cloud Ninja's expression shifted as he began to piece together the situation. They had utilized transformation techniques, deliberately discarding the blade as a ruse to lure him in. Clever little brats. Frustration seeped into his voice, but suddenly, his eyes narrowed with a sly grin. He raised his long blade, aiming the tip at the empty ground beneath him. Surely, that was the most anticipated response from you 2, right? Too naive, you little rascals. The sharp blade plunged into the earth. Whether due to the softness of the ground or the blade's keen edge, it met no resistance and sank incompletely. TCH. The Cloud Ninja spat, the sensation of the blade striking empty air confirming his suspicions about the ground beneath. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, having momentarily feared he had been deceived. At that moment, strange sounds began to emanate from below the surface. The Cloud Ninja smirked, lifting his blade once more and employing it in a piston-like motion against the earth. How lewd. Kakashi remarked from a distance, watching the Cloud Ninja's repetitive actions with disdain. Enough of this, Eishu declared, producing a kunai attached to an explosive tag. His lips were pale. He dared not hold back as he let his shadow clone perform the hydrogen release. However, with Obito absent, this was his only recourse. The explosive tag ignited. Whoosh. The kunai sliced through the air. The Cloud Ninja, engaged in his piston-like endeavor, sensed something amiss and looked up, his pupils constricting as he discarded his weapon and fled. His reaction was swift, yet it could not match the precision of an experienced strategist. The explosive tag failed to catch up to the fleeing ninja, detonating before it could reach him. However, before the Cloud Ninja could exhale in relief, a fierce blaze erupted before him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom. The explosions echoed in rapid succession, engulfing the area in brilliant flames. The Cloud Ninja never anticipated the explosive tag's formidable power, believing it to be mere fireworks until the shockwave hurled him into unconsciousness. Eishu, are you all right? From a distance, Eishu nearly lost his footing, but fortunately, Kakashi caught him. Eishu waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing, merely a bit exhausting. As Eishu spoke halfway, alongside Kakashi, his expression suddenly turned peculiar. From a distance, a voice echoed, Eishu. Kakashi. The tone was filled with profound grief, hysteria, as though on the brink of collapse. The two quickly lifted their heads, forgetting the past, only to find Obito clutching a large bundle of twigs. In Chapter 43, titled Artwork, Obito had just returned when he heard an explosion, followed by an unknown ninja being hurled through the air. Instantly, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Kakashi and Eishu had encountered an enemy, and a battle had erupted. While the adversary was vanquished, the fate of the two remained uncertain. Don't scare me. Obito whimpered, his fragile twigs tumbling to the ground as he spoke with a quivering voice, running frantically towards the epicenter of the explosion. Yet, upon arrival, he found nothing but charred grass and a large crater left by the Shadow Clone's decapitation technique, devoid of any presence. The crater had collapsed. The explosive force that could nearly obliterate an adult was no trifling matter. Yet, Obito remained undeterred, tears mingling with snot as he rushed to the edge of the crater and began to dig with his bare hands. Eishu, Kakashi, please don't scare me. Show yourselves, woo-woo. In the distance, witnessing this scene, Eishu and Kakashi fell into silence. It was evident that Obito's emotional state had shattered. The intensity of the explosion, paired with the absence of their figures, led him to fear the worst. However, the more desperate the situation appeared, the more reluctant they were to reveal themselves. It was not born of any malicious intent, but rather a desire to preserve Obito's dignity, a man of unwavering strength. Should Obito realize that his vulnerable moment was being broadcast live, they genuinely feared he might succumb to despair. To their surprise, Obito displayed a surprising depth of emotion. Kakashi, reflecting on the situation, could only exclaim a heartfelt lamentation. In the absence of a response from Eishu, one must ponder why Madara chose Obito. Is it not precisely due to this reason? It must be said that Madara's insight is truly astute. While the entire world regarded Obito as a mere laggard, only Madara discerned his potential. The subsequent events have substantiated this belief, the transformation of the double Tomo into the Rinnegan, the mastery of the would release innate to White Zetsu on the very night of awakening, and the unleashing of the single-eyed Rinnegan that ignited the Fourth Shinobi World War, plunging the entire ninja realm into chaos. Eishu's expression suddenly shifted. The Sharingan? 5 minutes later, Eishu and Kakashi intentionally created a commotion in the forest for Obito, who mistakenly believed that there were other foes lurking nearby. In a moment of rage, he transformed his sorrow into strength, seizing Kakashi's relic and charging forward. However, upon witnessing Eishu and Kakashi supporting one another, Obito did not exhibit the anticipated bewilderment. Instead, he launched an attack. Who do you think you're trampling upon? Obito bellowed, his eyes gleaming with a chilling crimson, infused with a frenzied desire to kill. As he swung Kakashi's short blade with ferocity. Calm down, Obito. Eishu retorted, shedding his pretense of calmness and responding with a powerful shout. His voice resonated with vitality. The sage body not only boasted an extensive chakra reserve but also remarkable recovery abilities. In such a brief span, he could restore a significant portion of his strength, maintaining normal functionality. Yet Kakashi was genuinely in a weakened state devoid of the sage body. He found himself too drained to evade Obito's impending strike. Ultimately, it was Eishu who yanked Kakashi away just in time. As Obito's blade narrowly missed severing Kakashi's mask, merely taking a small tuft of white hair instead. Calm down? What nonsense. I will slay you, Obito roared, relentless in his fury. In a state of urgency, Eishu remained composed enough to form a final spiral sphere, his last reserve of chakra, though its power was mediocre. Its creation left him utterly defenseless. Look closely, Obito. It is I, your Eishu. This spiral sphere ultimately saved both Eishu and Kakashi from peril. Obito stood frozen, his mouth agape and expression vacant, before his eyes gradually reddened and his lips curled into a frown once more. Obito. Meanwhile, a bewildered Kakashi observed Obito's face, which seemed on the verge of tears, and was overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. Yet, in the next moment, Obito exclaimed with a voice choked with emotion, I refuse to believe it, and charged once again towards Kakashi. Eishu intended to intervene. But upon witnessing Dato discard his short blade, he realized something and exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Eishu, save me. Kakashi, pinned beneath Dato, emitted a desperate plea. Yet the number he dialed was out of service. Dato unleashed a torrent of blows upon Kakashi, seemingly intent on venting his earlier frustrations. This ordeal persisted for a full 10 minutes, culminating only when Dato, utterly fatigued, ceased his assault, leaving Kakashi resembling a swollen pig. The three youths sprawled on the ground, limbs akimbo. It was uncertain who chuckled first, but soon they were all in uproarious laughter. Kakashi, you absolute fool. Haha. You did this on purpose, you crybaby. Ugh. Did you all see that? Eishu, Kakashi, don't scare me like that. Ugh. Eishu, you join in too. How infuriating. After nearly half an hour of revelry, they returned to the battlefield. There were no terrifying tales of vanished corpses. The cloud ninja lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless body. Had it not been for Eishu's experience at the Konoha hospital, where he discerned a faint pulse upon inspection, they might have truly believed the individual had perished in the explosion. Nevertheless, the trio remained vigilant. They first stripped the tattered clothing from the cloud ninja, tearing it into strips with their kunai, and then securely bound him. Eishu harbored concerns that the cloud-concealed ninja might awaken during this period and unleash an overwhelming force to break free. To counteract this, he meticulously dampened cloth strips, allowing water to permeate the fibers and enhance their resilience, emphasizing a particular detail. Do not question why a liberal arts student possesses such knowledge. It is simply a testament to the equitable nature of 9 years of compulsory education. Yet, Eishu remained uneasy, desiring to bind every joint of the cloud-concealed ninja, even going so far as to insert an explosive tag within the ninja-esque trousers. Is such severity truly necessary? I can't shake the feeling that he might not awaken at all, Kakashi pondered with a perplexed expression. Eishu gazed at the cloud shinobi, nearly transformed into a work of art by his own hands, raising an eyebrow. What does it matter? This fellow's life holds little value. Moreover, it seems that as long as they leave a head intact, the interrogation department can extract intelligence. How knowledgeable you are, Eishu. Though I seem to recall my father mentioning that this is indeed the case. By the way, Obito hesitated to voice his concern. Are we sure this fellow's brain hasn't been damaged? It should be, right? The three of them caught a few fish by the riverside. The small twigs Obito had previously gathered proved useful. After roasting several fish and consuming them, they finally set off towards Konoha. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows of the three triumphant youths. Chapter 44, Worthless. What use are you? What? You found him? And brought back a cloud spy? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been fretting over the whereabouts of the three children, felt his beard grow one strand shorter. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato, equally amused and bewildered, pondered how the three little rascals dared to run straight out of Konoha to evade Kushina. Even more absurdly, they returned with one more than they left. Where is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked anxiously. Minato recalled the pitiful state of the cloud shinobi during their encounter, along with thoughts of his own lost locks. Coupled with the explosive tags in his pants and the techniques Jiraiya-sensei had vaguely mentioned, Minato contemplated for a moment and replied, the three children are unharmed. Root personnel promptly took over the cloud spy, and based on his injuries, he should still be clinging to life for now. This fellow certainly moves quickly, always arriving just in time for a hot meal. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, but soon his expression turned serious. Minato, you must keep a close watch on your students during this period, especially while investigating this incident with them at Root. You need to be present throughout, understood? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly admonished with grave intensity. Minato, puzzled yet compliant, nodded. Yes, boss, 5 bowls of special ramen, and 1 bowl to prepare later, please. Sure thing. At Ichiraku ramen, Kushina beamed, while the 3 boys sat upright. Once Ichiraku arranged 4 steaming bowls of ramen, Kushina declared the feast to commence, and the boys, like puppets, began to wield their chopsticks. Eat quickly. After filling up, we still have to grab the bell. Even if we escape the village, we cannot give up halfway, Kushina kindly reminded. The 3 boys immediately jolted with determination. Today's ramen tastes a bit bitter. Eishu felt a gentle nudge on his left side. Stealing a glance, he discovered that Obito and Kakashi were gazing at him intently, their eyes ablaze with urgency, as if imploring him to devise a solution swiftly. Eishu silently scoffed, wondering if Minato was too intimidated to show his face. Asking him for assistance? Absurd. However, on the flip side, having Kushina by his side was not entirely unfavorable. Upon their return to Konoha, they were intercepted by the vigilant guards at the entrance. Leaving was easy, but re-entering posed a significant challenge, especially with a comatose ninja from the Cloud Village in tow. To Eishu's surprise, the first to seek them out were not Minato and Kushina, but rather several Root ninjas. Although Eishu had yet to discern the distinct artistic styles of the masks worn by the Root and Anbu, he recognized one of the masks, belonging to the ninja who had approached him earlier that day. Reflecting on the day's events, it had indeed been eventful. First, the debut of Team 7, followed by the arrival of the Root operatives, an intense pursuit from Kushina, and finally a battle of wits with the Cloud Ninja. As anticipated, the Root operative, Eishu naturally refused, citing that the gas at home was left on. This was, in fact, a covert signal to act. Kakashi immediately drew his blade, while Obito nearly revealed his newly activated Sharingan. At just 6 years old, Obito was still too inexperienced, after all. It was an unexpected event that could be considered a fortunate accident. The atmosphere was serious, as the three young boys were determined to resist the unfairness of fate and fight for their freedom, only to face imminent reprimand. Fortunately, Minato and Kushina arrived just in time. Kushina said nothing, merely raising her fist, while Minato decisively commanded a retreat without uttering a harsh word. Thus, the scene of defiance was averted. Minato proceeded to report back, while Kushina led the three boys to their destination. What they ordered appeared to be a bowl of ramen, but it symbolized their collective resistance and their quest for freedom. Sitting beside them, Kushina seemed ready to reprimand them, yet she was, in reality, a protective talisman, warding off any ill intention. My apologies for the delay. Minato's cheerful voice rang out like a refreshing breeze, akin to a ray of sunlight illuminating the hearts of the three youths. Your ramen, sir, exclaimed Irika, swiftly presenting a steaming bowl. Thus commenced the first official gathering of Team 7. Minato thanked the owner and was about to dig in when he noticed the eager gazes of his three students, suddenly understanding their unspoken request. With a gentle smile, he conveyed a look that said, "It's on me." Kushina, look. Kushina squinted and smiled, her crimson hair seemingly dancing in a breeze. Haha, today's ramen smells delightful. The expressions of the three boys transformed from hope to bewilderment, then to disdain. Useless. What good are you? And so, time quietly slipped away amidst the bittersweet evening of ramen. After finishing their meal, Minato paid the bill, and Kushina suggested a stroll. The three little ones dared not refuse and followed behind, somewhat crestfallen. After walking for a short while, Kushina suddenly turned, her expression serious. From now on, you are not to run off on your own, understood? Understood, the three boys chorused in earnest apology. The outside world is perilous. Today, you encountered someone of lesser strength whom you could handle, but what about next time? Not every encounter will be so fortuitous, do you understand? Understood, they replied once more, acknowledging their mistake. Furthermore, if you plan to sneak out again, you must inform me. That way, I can accompany you. In short, I must be there. Understand? Understood. We shall heed your teachings. The three boys affirmed, expressing their commitment. Later that night, after bidding farewell to Minato and Kushina, the trio walked along the street, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Life was not easy, often striking unexpectedly, leaving one unprepared. Obito, when do you plan to inform the clan leader about your awakening? Eishu inquired as they walked. Huh? Obito hesitated, having never considered that question. I suppose. Tomorrow morning? Is there a problem, Eishu? Nothing. Eishu replied, choosing not to elaborate. Obito had merely activated a single tomo. This might not necessarily be a blessing. Every situation has its duality. While this version of Obito had grown stronger, the path to further evolution of his Sharingan would likely be fraught with challenges. He could not simply feign death again. That would require exceptional acting skills, and after this incident, Obito's mental fortitude would only strengthen. Well, for now, there's no need to worry about such matters. Eishu shook his head, casting aside the myriad of distractions cluttering his mind. His sole focus now was on becoming stronger and repairing the walls. Indeed, the mere thought of the two gaping holes in his home filled him with a sense of unease. Day by day, what a nuisance. Chapter 45. The blindingly white teeth in the morning, he savored the buns purchased with his hard-earned money. Eishu arrived at the meeting point early, around 6:30. Although the designated time had not yet arrived, he wished to practice for a while. The nature transformation and fusion of the second stage of hydrogen release demanded his immediate attention. Yesterday had been exceedingly perilous. He had to escape using the transformation technique. And had an experienced ninja been present, they might have dispatched a shadow clone to pursue him. Truth be told, even against a mere clone, they would undoubtedly have been outmatched. It was a gamble, one that relied on the intellect of the enemy. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Otherwise, Obito might have activated his Manjiki Sharingan right then and there. In fact, had he been able to initiate the second stage of hydrogen release with instantaneous reflexes and spontaneous ignition, that Cloud Ninja would not have dared to approach him. He could have unleashed a barrage of miniature hydrogen bombs upon his adversary, who could withstand such onslaught. However, mastering the transformation of chakra nature is no simple feat. The elder once stated that understanding chakra transformation is fundamentally a process of refining the quality of chakra. The more ninjutsu one masters, the greater their control over chakra. And naturally, one gradually learns to manipulate chakra attributes. Of course, some individuals may spend their entire lives mastering only 2 or 3 types. Individuals like Eishu, who possess a natural dual affinity, are already considered quite gifted. Eishu finds it quite comprehensible. One may envision chakra as a body of water, where controlling the temperature allows it to freeze into ice, boil into vapor, or transform into gas. Introducing additional variables implies that 2 types of chakra can react simultaneously, potentially leading to electrolysis that produces hydrogen gas, or even transforming into magma for advanced bloodline limits. This is the underlying principle. However, while understanding is one matter, the execution is an entirely different challenge. Eishu has now realized that his innate talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Yet he has not become so arrogant as to consider himself capable of creating a bloodline limit at the tender age of 6, particularly when only accounting for the lightning and water release. Furthermore, adding fire release would render the bloodline obsolete. Thus, it is prudent to commence his training with water release. Taking a deep breath, he recalls the contents of the scroll, channels his chakra, and forms the necessary hand seals. Before becoming the ambassador of nuclear peace, Eishu decided to first accomplish the modest goal of mastering the art of the water release technique, even if it meant settling for the river release. Water release, water dragon bullet. As the clock struck shortly past 8, the sun began its daily ascent. Obito and Minato arrived in succession, while Kakashi nearly arrived late. Engrossed in practice, Eishu was momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. However, upon witnessing Kakashi's apology to Minato, he was taken aback. He could understand Obito's punctuality issues, after all. Women often influence the speed at which one rises. But Kakashi almost being late was indeed a curious occurrence. Eishu discreetly observed Kakashi and indeed sensed something was amiss. The vacant gaze had once again located a soul, yet Kakashi appeared to have lost his. It seems White Fang has retreated into his shell once more, Eishu mused inwardly. He had long foreseen this, recognizing that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The comrades he had fought tirelessly to rescue not only expressed no gratitude but instead joined the ranks of the critics, a significant blow to his spirit. Nevertheless, the crux of the issue lay with Kakashi. White Fang's vulnerability was not a fragile heart, but rather an overwhelming sense of pride. Kakashi, after today's mission, I intend to visit your home with Obito to replenish our supplies and settle the accounts from this period. Eishu found an excuse, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. He initially intended to inquire about the White Fang, but considering Minato was nearby, he thought it prudent to take the latter's feelings into account. Kakashi, still in a daze, didn't quite grasp the situation at first. As for money, it was inconsequential. He was quite willing to take whatever was offered. The affluent Kakashi didn't ponder too deeply. Meanwhile, Obito beside them was a bit smug, declaring, I want to be joining you. The clan leader will personally guide my training. You know, as the Uchiha's most talented genius, it's always hey, wait for me. D-grade missions are often tedious yet straightforward. Assisting an elderly gentleman with tree maintenance, Kakashi and Eishu completed the task in just half a day. As for the Uchiha prodigy, he was still striving to stand parallel to the ground atop a tree. Of course, Obito was entirely idle, as clearing branches was his assigned duty. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Team 7 finally received their first reward. A bounty of 6,000 Ryo, which Minato didn't take a single coin from. Left each of the three with 2,000 Ryo. Kakashi felt it was satisfactory, albeit a bit meager, but after all, it was earned through their own efforts. However, Eishu and Obito were far from composed. Eishu, please hit me. Am I dreaming? 2,000 Ryo for half a day's work. My goodness. Obito exclaimed in astonishment, repeatedly counting the money, each time feeling as though the total had increased in an endless cycle. TCH, it's just 2,000 Ryo. Look at your aspirations. Eishu, also counting his money, expressed disdain for Obito's glee. At 4:30, Eishu followed Kakashi back home. I'm back. Father, we have guests. Kakashi greeted in what seemed like a normal tone. Coming. A middle-aged man's voice responded from within, different from Eishu's expectations, resonant and hearty. Not quite as gentle as Minato, yet it conveyed a sense of security. Suddenly, Eishu's eyes widened. A tall, silver-haired man with a ponytail burst in energetically. Bearing a 70.08 resemblance to Kakashi, he wore a broad smile, exuding an amiable aura reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. However, below the neck, things seemed awry. Clad in an apron, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and a spatula in the other, what caught the eye was the apron's pattern, a cute, plump Shar-Pei adorned with a pink headband, delightfully charming, yet somewhat blinding. Fortunately, behind the apron was clothing rather than muscle, otherwise, Eishu might have needed to wash his eyes immediately. I'm Kakashi's teammate, Eishu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eishu bowed, allowing his eyes a brief respite. No need for formality, young Eishu. I often hear Kakashi speak highly of you. You're quite a dependable companion. White Fang laughed heartily, showing no signs of fragility. Kakashi, please take little Eishu inside to rest, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner. Today, father has prepared roasted fish, just for you. White Fang hummed a tune that Eishu couldn't comprehend as he departed, leaving a composed Kakashi and an expressionless Eishu in his wake. Let us go? Fetch the ninja tools, Kakashi beckoned. Eishu was utterly perplexed. Given White Fang's demeanor, Kakashi shouldn't be so melancholic, right? Could something have transpired that he was unaware of? That seemed unlikely. He had heard numerous complaints while purchasing buns earlier that morning. Well, he thought. Let us take it one step at a time. Eishu suppressed the doubts within and followed Kakashi onward. Chapter 46, Apologies, I cannot find joy. Eishu's concern for White Fang transcends mere assistance to Kakashi. It undoubtedly harbors a degree of personal interest. Regarding Root, Eishu comprehends the relentless nature of Danzo, who was a man of unwavering resolve. He would rather perish than succumb to Root. This sentiment may be somewhat exaggerated. Yet he is resolute in his refusal to bow to malevolent forces unless absolutely necessary. However, Eishu is acutely aware that this approach is not sustainable in Danzo's eyes. There exists no such thing as an untouchable entity. Kushina and Nagato may provide temporary protection, but there will inevitably come a time when they cannot shield him. At that juncture, he may find himself ensnared in Root's dark confines, subjected to a barrage of seals and restrictions, followed by relentless brainwashing tactics, or even seductions of wealth, beauty, and forbidden techniques, compelling him to capitulate and lose his will. In essence, he has become a target for Root, placing him in a precarious position. Yet, he aspires to resist this fate and reclaim agency, necessitating a strategic approach. White Fang, too, is under Root's scrutiny, making him a natural ally and a valuable asset that Eishu cannot afford to overlook. It would be prudent to carry additional smoke bombs, as they seem to serve us well. At that moment, Kakashi's voice punctured Eishu's reverie. All right, Eishu said, promptly stowing the valuable items in his ninja tool pouch. Yet, he cautiously inquired of Kakashi, by the way, has Uncle White Fang always been so, benevolent? Kakashi visibly stiffened, as though the smoke bomb in his hand had malfunctioned. Well, my mother passed away early, and given his busy schedule with missions whenever he is home, he tends to mostly behave this way. Kakashi turned his head, ostensibly to retrieve a kunai, but Eishu could sense the profound embarrassment reflected in Kakashi's demeanor. Well, that's quite commendable, he replied. Eishu truly wished to convey to Kakashi that the essence of life lies in cherishing what one has. Yet, he found himself perplexed. If White Fang was in such a state of normalcy, why then did Kakashi exude such melancholy? Should he not have grown accustomed to it? With this query lingering in his mind, Eishu strapped a ninja tool pouch to each leg and proceeded to the dining table of the Hataki household. Upon removing his glaring apron, White Fang transformed entirely. His robust physique, broad shoulders, wise eyes, and beaming smile presented a striking contrast. If only he wielded a blade and exuded a hint of menace, the ambience would be even more fitting. Dig in, little Eishu, don't be shy. Consider this your own home. If it were possible, I would invite you to move in with us. Ha ha ha. All right, I shall begin. The dinner prepared by White Fang consisted of grilled fish. Although he had not anticipated Eishu's visit, judging by White Fang's demeanor, it seemed he had a plentiful supply of fish at the ready. Eishu and Kakashi leisurely savored their meal. However, Baya seemed unhurried, instead fixating his curious gaze upon Eishu. To avoid the awkwardness, Eishu could only bury his head in his food. Yet suddenly, when Eishu glanced at Kakashi beside him, he discovered that Kakashi was in a remarkably similar state. Eishu seemed to have grasped something profound. Could it be possible that Kakashi's melancholy is not a reflection of any despondency exhibited by his father, but rather a result of his own father's prolonged presence at home? Perhaps, for a child, witnessing his once invincible father relegated to the role of a mere house husband could be the most disheartening experience. Little Eishu. At that moment, White Fang spoke. Yes, Uncle White Fang. I heard from Kakashi that you have developed a rather formidable combination ninjutsu. Though it is a pity I could not attend your graduation ceremony in person. Eishu recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He promptly set down his chopsticks and, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, I merely proposed a concept. The success of ninjutsu relies on the collective effort of the three of us. Kakashi, seated nearby, lifted his gaze as Eishu continued his discourse. I am also fortunate to have two excellent companions. Kakashi's lightning release harmonizes beautifully with my water release. As for Obito, our other teammate, his mastery of fire release timing is remarkable, and the three of us share an exceptional rapport. No, you are far too modest, young Eishu. White Fang interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Rapport and bonds can be cultivated over time, but the concept you proposed is not something just anyone could conceive. You are a genius, child. White Fang's words were steeped in sincerity, devoid of mere pleasantries. After all, he was a man whose vision could rival that of Madara himself. Madara backed Obito, while White Fang supported Guy, leading to an outcome that was all too evident. Yet, Eishu discerned a deeper implication within those words. Bonds can be cultivated gradually. Does that imply that severing them requires but an instant? Has White Fang begun to lose faith in Konoha? In his heart, Eishu increasingly felt that his suspicions were correct, yet this did not hinder his outward demeanor. A pronounced disappointment lingered upon his face as he sighed. Indeed, even Uncle White Fang perceived it this way. As these words escaped his lips, coupled with Eishu's melancholic aura, they immediately captured the attention of the Hataki father and son. Uncle White Fang, puzzled, wondered what was troubling this child. Kakashi, too, was somewhat bemused, thinking, Eishu, you seem to have digressed. At this moment, Eishu sighed once more and began to perform. It seems everyone believes I have committed some grave deed. Uncle White Fang thinks so, and so does Elder Danzo. Yet, in reality, without Kakashi and Obito, this combination of ninjutsu is unattainable. Alas, Eishu seized the juice from the table, tilting his head back to drain it in one swift motion. With unfulfilled ambitions weighing heavily on his heart, he gazed skyward, letting out a long sigh. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi stood frozen, utterly astounded. He had thought he understood Eishu well enough. Yet this evening's grilled fish had revealed a side of him that was unexpectedly theatrical, a deeply sentimental facet. Meanwhile, White Fang, with his neighborly, hearty smile, found it gradually faltering. The two words uttered inadvertently by Eishu, crafted with care, had struck a chord. Indeed, the efforts of comrades should not be obscured. You are not mistaken, dear Eishu. White Fang, with a smile, lifted the juice from the table and consumed it in one go, though it seemed somewhat lacking in flavor. Nonchalantly, he poured himself another glass and remarked, however, "You should feel elated that even someone as esteemed as Danzo has praised your talent." White Fang's probing remarks led Eishu to sense that his bait had been taken, and quite firmly at that. A substantial catch. "I apologize, Uncle White Fang, but I cannot find joy in this," Eishu promptly replied, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face, revealing a hint of excitement. "Lord Danzo wishes for me to join the Roots, but the condition is to sever ties with Kakashi and Obito. I cannot do that. Nor do I understand why Lord Danzo cannot see the efforts of Kakashi and Obito." Having broached this subject, he implored, "I hope you grasp the gravity of the situation. Mr. Tsukumo Hitaki, should you perish, Danzo will swiftly ensnare your son into the Roots. He would even persuade your son to eliminate the third Hokage. If you wish to keep your son safe, then cooperate with me sincerely. Do not resort to tricks, for I could easily sell Kakashi to Danzo in an instant." In his heart, Eishu is screaming with madness. Chapter 47. Roots, blossoming again. 8 o'clock in the evening. Despite White Fang's earnest attempts to persuade him to stay, Inoki resolutely chose to return home for rest. The gap in his wall remained unrepaired, merely patched with adhesive tape as a makeshift window, an inadequate deterrent should any burglar set their sights on his dwelling. Traversing a mountain path and passing through a park where elderly residents engaged in their evening exercises, Inoki found himself contemplating the merits of a nightly training regimen. Today's physical exertion had been modest, and his water-style techniques remained largely unpracticed, though progress had been made in the root resistance plan, with White Fang's feedback proving favorable. Inoki understood well the adage that true strength comes from self-discipline. At 8:30, he arrived at Training Ground 3, not the closest to his home, yet his destination nonetheless. Regrettably, the old man was absent. Hand seals formed in sequence: boar, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster. The techniques of the ink tree are not entirely unfamiliar. And the water dragon seal is remarkably abundant, seemingly available in numerous variations. The old man bestowed upon him as many as 25 seals, while the flying monkey's day cut possesses several as well, totaling 21 seals, which can be considered a refined selection. One would hardly discern the intricacies of the situation without a meticulous examination. It is perplexing why the endeavor did not culminate in a decisive strike, resulting in the acquisition of 44 seals. The most awkward aspect is that the opposing Kakashi has merely replicated the efforts, rendering the entire scenario rather awkward. Eishu currently wields the meticulously refined version of the water dragon bullet bestowed upon him by Saratobi Izashi. It features 2 activation modes. The first involves harnessing the surrounding water currents to coalesce into a water dragon. The second entails expelling a water dragon using his own chakra. Eishu undoubtedly holds disdain for relying on the currents of water. The Senju clan possesses its own distinct honor. He intends to forge his own path. Following the chakra manipulation techniques etched in his memory, Eishu steadily formed seals, channeling his chakra with a sense of ease and satisfaction. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes, sensing the potential for success. Water style, water dragon. Wait. Eishu spat out a considerable amount of saliva, and ultimately, the last segment went awry, which directly depleted over 20% of his chakra. Why linger at night instead of returning home to rest? Eishu cast a disgruntled gaze upon the 2 individuals in his line of sight, who appeared to be of average height, likely around 11 or 12 years of age. The crux of the matter was their sudden emergence, coupled with their unwavering stares directed at him, akin to specters, which caused a tumult within his mind, reminiscent of the tragic incident involving Obito. Alas, he had nearly succumbed to. Come again. Though Eishu was displeased, the training ground was public, and he had to continue with a mere twist of his body. However, due to the angle of his vision, he noticed 2 other youths, equally young, staring intently at him. Reluctantly, Eishu had to temporarily set aside his practice of water escape. He glanced behind and to the sides, and indeed, he found himself encircled. There were 8 of them, all around 11 or 12 years of age, lacking forehead protectors, yet each had a ninja tool pouch strapped to their legs. Eishu concluded that they were undoubtedly ninjas, as the current ninja academy still operated on a 3-year curriculum. As for their lack of forehead protectors, it was evident that their intentions were far from virtuous. Could these be members of the Uchiha clan? A brawl? Eishu searched for the presence of his cousin, Uchiha baying, recalling the fierce words once spoken by Uchiha Lai. This situation could be attributed to Danzo. Their contributions in bringing back the Cloud Village ninjas had likely been overshadowed, and while there might be some rewards, it was probable that few were privy to the details. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not dare to seek trouble with him. However, in an instant, a figure emerged, donning the familiar mask of the Root organization, prompting Eishu to realize the gravity of the situation. It was Root. Eishu's expression suddenly turned grave. The tenacity of the Roots exceeded his expectations. They had sought him out 3 times in just 2 days. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact How could he take seriously a group of individuals who lacked even masks? With a slight curl of his lips, Eishu thought to himself that this was indeed a foregone conclusion. As he observed, the older youths encircling him approached, each donning a mask as they walked. Eishu was at a loss for words. What was this all about? I am Shinobi of the Root, here on behalf of the Elder Council of Konohagakure. One of them stated, his tone remaining icy. Yet, this time, Eishu discerned an uncharacteristic calmness that had eluded him in previous encounters. It seemed victory was assured. Eishu felt a twinge of regret for having restrained himself in front of Hakuba. He should have invited him to stay the night. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about the upcoming visit to Kakashi's house for supplies. In addition to a myriad of ninja tools, Hakuba had entrusted Kakashi with a few signal flares before departing. In Hakuba's words, it was better to be prepared than to face misfortune unarmed. The next time he ventured outside the village, it was essential to ensure a swift means of communication with the village. At that moment, Hakuba exemplified the demeanor expected of a captain in the umbu, while Kakashi's typically vacant gaze transformed into one filled with wonder, revealing his undeniable admiration. As the encirclement around him tightened, Eishu placed a hand upon his tool pouch, his gaze fixed intently on the root ninja before him. A Navi smile gracing his lips, brimming with excitement and hope. Is it true? Has Lord Danzo granted my request? Can Kakashi and Obito join the ranks of Root? The Root ninja remained unfazed, responding with an indifferent tone. One is the son of Root's current greatest target, and the other belongs to the Uchiha clan. Elder Danzo may desire it, but it is far from simple. My answer remains unchanged from yesterday, Eishu, a mere genin of the leaf. The Root ninja's eyes grew colder still, adding, and there is no need for such a fade. You certainly did not appear so innocent when you left the gas on at home yesterday. Eishu shrugged, dropping any pretense and revealing his hand. My answer remains the same. If you wish for me to join Root, then Kakashi and the others must. He was interrupted by a Root ninja, who stated matter-of-factly that Elder Danzo had declared he possessed the right to refuse. Yet this right would only take effect after he had joined and grasped the true nature of Root. Eishu choked on his words. Whether or not this was Danzo's exact phrase was uncertain, yet the sentiment undeniably bore his hallmark. Without understanding Root, one could not refuse to join. One must first become a part of Root to truly comprehend it. Only then could one reject the notion of membership. There was no room for negotiation. Root was a one-way street. Once you entered, you remained a part of it for life, unless the third Hokage himself intervened. However, Eishu was not so presumptuous as to believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would confront Danzo on behalf of a mere civilian. Especially since this was not the era of the third Hokage, when their relationship thrived. He could not disclose his identity as a member of the Senju clan, for that revelation would only heighten his peril. Thus, could he choose ignorance? Eishu contemplated making one last attempt, his hand already poised over a signal flare. Yet the Root ninja merely smirked, swiftly retreating as, in synchrony with his movement, 8 seasoned Root youths brandished their kunai, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. You may select a group of adversaries. Only by defeating them can you gain any semblance of choice. This proclamation compelled Eishu to relinquish the signal flare. Chapter 48. Dare to insult the Master of Arts? A Great Water Dragon Technique. Eishu instinctively selected one of the groups, launching shurikens while simultaneously creating distance. Indeed, the youth rooted in other directions dispersed, yet subtly obstructed Eishu's escape route. Indeed, Eishu yearned to flee, but not at this moment. The 2 youths deftly evaded the shurikens, one brandishing a kunai and charging forward, while the other remained stationary, forming seals. TCH. Eishu spat in frustration. They had always been the trio ganging up on others, yet today, they found themselves facing retribution. Engaging in close combat necessitated vigilance against the ninjutsu from behind, and retreating recklessly would only lead to a passive predicament. Eishu made a swift decision. He must leverage his strengths. Water release, water bullets. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Eishu swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers moving with such speed that it seemed as if they were igniting sparks. The water bullets coalesced almost instantaneously before launching forth, boasting a high frequency and expansive coverage. With ample chakra at his disposal, Eishu sought to capitalize on his strengths while evading his weaknesses. Earth style, earth flow wall. At that moment, however, the young boy from the Root stationed at the rear altered his hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground, almost simultaneously with Eishu's counterattack. The earth trembled slightly, and a wall of soil erupted unexpectedly. Although it lacked the vitality of a dog's head, it effectively intercepted all of Eishu's water bullets. A scowl crossed Eishu's face. He desperately wished to inquire if he could select a different opponent. It was evident that this adversary had come prepared. With a grunt, Eishu concluded his ninjutsu and formed seals once more, summoning a shadow clone that, in half a second, crafted a Rasengan and charged at the earthen wall. Boom. The wall finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered, yet the shadow clone dissipated in the process. Eishu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the feedback from his shadow clone, unable to fathom how it had vanished. However, upon witnessing the retracting earth spikes on the earthen wall, enlightenment dawned upon him. Both were ninjas adept in earth techniques, one wielding the earth flow wall and the other the earth spike. A combination of ninjutsu, indeed. This experience imparted a valuable lesson to Eishu. The art of combined ninjutsu was not solely his domain. Furthermore, even techniques of the same elemental affinity could be amalgamated. For instance, in this very moment, the earth flow wall, enhanced with reverse armor, provided a perfect blend of offense and defense. Eishu couldn't help but glance at the other three groups of young ninjas. Unsurprisingly, they exhibited a similar level of coordination. One must not display such expressions. They are merely the Root's apprentice ninjas, temporarily teamed in pairs, with less than 2 days of practice together. A voice resonated from behind, belonging to one of the Root ninjas, who began to commentate on the scene. As I previously mentioned, the battlefield of the Root is of a higher caliber. Unlike conventional skirmishes, we fully exploit every advantageous factor, our enemies' habits, weaknesses, and even their bonds. The Root follows an elite path, emphasizing efficiency and synergy. While your two comrades may indeed share a high level of understanding with you, in the eyes of the Root, dismantling you would require merely a singular strategy. Just as it stands now, all your ninjutsu, from the moment of hand seals, has been laid bare. They will swiftly implement countermeasures to suppress and retaliate. This is the essence of the Root. This is nothing short of a display of superiority, undeniably a demonstration of prowess. Eishu undoubtedly felt a sense of resentment. Yet it must be acknowledged that the methods employed by the Root faction are indeed quite efficient. Yes, he placed his trust in the words of this Root ninja. However, that does not imply that he would concede defeat. The Root faction possesses considerable capabilities, indeed. If my master's wife were present, would you still dare to boast so audaciously? Eishu uttered a scornful remark, silencing the voices behind him in an instant. However, his intentions extended beyond mere bravado. What he was about to undertake would be exceedingly ruthless, fraught with peril. Regardless of the likelihood of success, even if he were to prevail, it would only intensify Danzo's avarice towards him. Eishu began to form hand seals with both hands. Meanwhile, a Root ninja behind him suddenly shouted, "Interrupt him." Though somewhat lacking in martial decorum, Eishu paid it no heed. He realized that this Root ninja's purpose was to unsettle his mindset. Regardless of whether he could win or not, this process itself was a manifestation of his integration into the Root. Ultimately, he would likely be compelled to resort to force. He had already seen through everything. In an instant, two young ninjas from the Root launched their assault once more, moving with remarkable speed. One to the left and one to the right. Both simultaneously formed hand seals, and their seals were identical, leading one to ponder whether they intended to unleash a combined powerful technique or if one was a feint while the other was the main attack. With a disdainful smile, Eishu thought, "Such petty skills dare to challenge me?" He declared, "Water style, water dragon bullet." With a resounding roar, Eishu exuded an imposing presence. Coupled with the series of seals he had just performed, the two young men at the Roots fixed their gazes intently, immediately bracing themselves against the ground. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls, they declared in unison. The term multiple earth flow walls transcends mere addition. It embodies the concept of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, culminating in a formidable barrier of 4 earthen walls standing resolutely before Eishu. Yet, the anticipated torrent of water remained conspicuously absent. Eishu's lips curled into an expansive grin, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. "I apologize, Lord Hokage. I have just acquired this technique from you and have yet to practice it. However, I am truly grateful for your trust." The expression of the Root ninja instantly turned a shade of deep crimson, for this marked the second occasion he had been outwitted, accompanied by Eishu's taunting remarks. A series of 3 distinct sounds echoed, poof, 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 as Eishu initiated his maneuver. The first 2 sounds signified the creation of shadow clones, each wielding a double yellow spiral sphere, while the final sound heralded the deployment of a smoke bomb. The advantage of Eishu lies not in the quantity of chakra, nor in his mastery of the hydrogen release or the spiral sphere, but rather, as always, in his intellect. Konoha's 6th transform. Surround him. The Root ninja decisively inscribed the phrase unprincipled conduct upon his mask, while the remaining 6 youths from the Root swiftly encircled the mist. However, they refrained from launching an assault, evidently wary of Eishu's potential escape. The Root promptly took control of the Cloud Ninja, confirming his identity before hastening to the scene to assess the situation, gaining a certain understanding of the tactical maneuvers employed by Eishu and his companions. At this moment, Eishu stood alone, unable to execute the combined ninjutsu. Yet, in the eyes of the Root ninja, it seemed he was preparing to flee. As I have stated, until you have defeated them, you possess no right to leave, the Root ninja sneered. Meanwhile, the 2 Earth Release youths showcased the fruits of their training, coordinating seamlessly as they quickly dispelled Eishu's 2 shadow clones. They exchanged glances, hesitated not a moment, and charged into the fog. Just then, from within the haze, Eishu's voice resonated. "I have also mentioned, do not flaunt your minor skills before the master. Behold my mighty water dragon bullet." "Ha!" The Root ninja scoffed. "Still just a child, always." Suddenly, amidst the mist, a majestic azure water dragon roared into existence. The water dragon howled and rampaged, and the 6 Root youths, along with the 2 who had just rushed in, had no time to react. In an instant, they were swept away by the dragon's ferocity. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The water dragon circled and ascended, beginning to dissipate in the process, yet still surged towards the root ninja. Do you dare to strike me? Do you know the consequences of such actions? The root ninja bellowed, but his body instinctively formed the seals for the substitution jutsu. Eishu remained silent, instead quietly retrieving 2 explosive tags, which he swiftly launched in 2 distinct directions alongside his shuriken. You lot think I would ever consider joining your ranks? Perhaps being a leader would be more fitting. Pathetic. Eishu may be sharp-tongued, yet his body betrays a more honest disposition. With a fierce retort, he swiftly takes his leave. At this moment, shrouded in shadows, an elderly man, adorned with a subpar buy one get one free mask from a roadside stall, silently observes the unfolding scene. Little rascal, he chuckles softly, his gaze drifting from the water dragon striking the target dummy to the root ninja, who is poised to confront an imminent explosion. He lifts his eyes to the luminous moon above. You truly resemble him. Chapter 49. Ultimately, I have become a reflection of Abido. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Eishu, reluctant to return home, wanders the streets, the cold wind howling around him. Well, perhaps that's an exaggeration. He is not entirely lost on the streets, especially since it is summer. Eishu was primarily driven by hunger. He had recently expended an extraordinary amount of chakra, successfully executing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Moreover, Eishu was not averse to returning home, while the roots appeared to be audacious and defiant. Today's actions indicated that their intent to capture him was less about showing off and more pragmatic. Unlike the Umbu, the roots prioritized efficiency. It would be far more effective to apprehend him and subsequently display the might of the roots. Thus, Eishu concluded that Danzo had taken a keen interest in him. Almost salivating at the prospect, yet he hesitated to overtly seize him. Of course, had he not managed to fight back or successfully escape today, the narrative would likely have been quite different. Danzo, the ultimate right of interpretation belongs to me. Ichiraka ramen. Boss, I'll have a regular and a supreme set. Accustomed to frugality, Eishu suddenly recalled the substantial sum of 3,955 ryo nestled in his pocket. Inspired by Kushina, he decided to indulge himself. After all, it was only a few days into the month. His living expenses seemed to multiply, and not splurging a little would be a disservice to himself. All right, please wait a moment, young customer. The Ichiraka staff were exceedingly welcoming. Speaking of which, Ichiraku was in his early 20s and should consider marriage. Eishu pondered whether to give a gift, perhaps securing a lifetime discount card, an opportunity for a modest gain. While waiting for his ramen, Eishu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as his dish had yet to arrive, 2 new patrons entered the establishment. What can I get for you 2 young guests? Oh, Lord Asuma has arrived. Please, take a seat. What would you like to eat, Lord Asuma? 2 bowls of supreme ramen. Ichiraku's enthusiasm intensified, making Eishu acutely aware of the disparity in treatment between ordinary patrons and supreme VIPs. It could only be said that the younger Ichiraku, still finding his footing, had indeed been bent by the weight of life. Eishu seized his moment of contemplation and turned his gaze, only to behold a little girl energetically bouncing towards a chair, alongside a spirited young man with a toothpick dangling from his mouth. A small bowl will suffice, boss. Asma, please refrain from this behavior. I assure you I have the funds. Moreover, do not follow me any longer, if this were to be seen. Eishu, what brings you here? What a coincidence. The little girl, none other than Shi Ri Hong, suddenly recognized Eishu, her surprise evident in her bright red eyes that blinked playfully, adding to her charm. Greetings, a Hong Ai. Eishu was about to extend a courteous salutation when she interjected, What on earth are you doing here? Eishu was interrupted, and the other party appeared rather unfriendly, leaving him somewhat bewildered. From his divine perspective, it seemed that Asma's pursuit began only in adulthood, culminating in an unsatisfactory conclusion. However, upon closer inspection, Asma's ambitions appeared to be extensive, yet that was of little concern to him. Even the knowledge that the future president of the Red Club would blossom into a stunning beauty failed to ignite his interest in the young girl. The reason was simple. He was not inclined to engage with the inexperienced. Nevertheless, although he harbored no interest in the young lady, his fascination with the spirited Asma was quite profound. I have a task today. I just finished and have yet to eat, Eishu replied with a smile. Then feigned a bow, cautioning, Be careful, Hong, there are mosquitoes. In a pretense to shoo away the mosquitoes, he lowered his head, utilizing the smooth surface of his forehead protector to deftly refract light, blinding Asma's eyes with precision. In the end, Eishu has indeed taken on the persona of Abido. Asuma exclaimed, What a dazzling brilliance. While Hong remarked, Eishu, you are so considerate. The young girl, enjoying the supreme ramen, was assured that the ingredients were perfectly sufficient for 3 bowls. It would be a shame to waste any. I'll only charge for the small bowls. She added with a smile. Be careful, it's hot. Please take your time. Under Eishu's watchful gaze, Ichiraku displayed unparalleled emotional intelligence. Firstly, she addressed Asuma's dignity by considering the price, and then when serving the ramen, she demonstrated great skill. 3 bowls of noodles were served on a single platter, with the young girl being served first, followed by Eishu and Asuma, side by side, without any precedence. Eishu, with the discerning gaze of an adult, silently gave a thumbs up to Ichiraku. Truly impressive, esteemed Otatsuki Ichiraku. It is often said that one cannot balance a bowl of water evenly. Yet Ichiraku astonishingly managed to balance 3 bowls of ramen, displaying a rather formidable prowess. I commenced my meal. Eishu resolved to act swiftly and return home for a restful slumber, choosing not to engage with Asuma tonight. However, the spirited young man Asuma clearly felt unappreciated. Casting a glance at Eishu before surveying Hong, the embodiment of the elite of Konoha. Just moments ago, he had swatted a mosquito and proceeded to eat without washing his hands. How unsanitary. Hong, you must keep your distance from him. Meanwhile, Eishu, slurping his noodles, thought, I just unleashed a mighty water dragon bullet, effortlessly surpassing the odds. Are you certain you wish to provoke me? Do you dare to challenge my authority? Eishu was about to bow down once more to swat away the mosquitoes, but at that moment, the little girl objected. How could one say such a thing? Eishu was merely trying to assist me in driving away the pests. You are being utterly unreasonable. Eishu, the ramen today is truly delightful. Asuma, who was momentarily taken aback, expressed his surprise. Eishu continued to blissfully savor his noodles. Meanwhile, at the root base, in a dimly lit chamber where only the flickering candlelight provided illumination, the shadow of Danzo swayed incessantly, exuding an eerie atmosphere. We have failed, master. The disheveled root ninja knelt on one knee, accompanied by 2 youthful comrades. Danzo, accustomed to perusing scrolls in the shadows, squinted his eyes but refrained from directly observing his subordinates. I underestimated the situation. The process was truncated significantly, yet considering the age and past of the target, the term underestimate could elucidate much. An A-rank ninjutsu, you say? How long did it take? Danzo inquired without lifting his gaze. 30 hours. And the actual training time did not exceed 5 hours. The root ninja replied swiftly and accurately, evidently well prepared. 5 hours. Danzo finally set aside the scroll and regarded his subordinate directly, taking in the disarray for the first time. His surprise was palpable. As a disciple of the first Hokage, he understood all too well the complexity of that technique. Although his master had streamlined it to a 4-seal activation, most novices took an extensive period to master its intricate seals. Yet, Danzo did not remain astonished for long. The weak are governed by emotions, while the strong utilize their time to devise strategies. Prepare 3 commonly used water-release jutsu scrolls from the second Hokage. Simultaneously, activate the priestess and engage the target. Inform her that if she can persuade the target to willingly join Root, then I shall grant her request for retirement. Chapter 50. Water Release. Spiraling Water Sphere. Kakashi was in high spirits today. His father had vanished early, yet he had prepared breakfast and left a small note. Son, I'm off to work. I might be busy lately, so please manage your own lunch and dinner. His father's concern was as indulgent as ever. But what truly delighted Kakashi was that his father had finally regained his vigor. Kakashi was acutely aware that, despite his father's seemingly carefree demeanor, the failure of the recent mission in the village's negative perceptions had continued to weigh heavily on him. White Fang has drawn his blade in a long time, yet now, things had taken a turn for the better. His father was revitalized. And Kakashi believed that it wouldn't be long before that formidable figure returned. After finishing breakfast, Kakashi donned his replica of his father's attire and set out to meet his teacher, Minato, to receive their new assignment. Traversing mountain paths, passing through parks, and navigating bustling streets, Kakashi overheard discussions about his father, but he no longer cared. It was not a matter of habit, but rather indifference. Misunderstandings would eventually be resolved, and life must continue. At last, Kakashi arrived at the designated meeting point, Konoha's No. 1 park, the largest park in the village, conveniently located near the Hokage building and the Ninja Academy. Soon enough, he spotted Eishu seated on a stone in a corner of the park. Eishu arrived punctually as always, a habit of impeccable timeliness that even Kakashi envied. Good morning, Ing. Kakashi greeted, but his salutation was cut short as he observed Eishu's intense demeanor. With a bun clenched between his teeth, oblivious to the grease and saliva trickling down, he was deeply engrossed in his task, a mass of struggling chakra forming in his hands. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, sensing that it resembled a Rasengan, yet something felt amiss. What on earth is he doing? Kakashi mused. Wasn't Eishu's Rasengan quite proficient? At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice reached Kakashi's ears. He is manipulating the chakra's form. Specifically, he is trying to employ the water style using the Rasengan technique. Kakashi felt a sudden jolt of surprise and swiftly turned around. Good morning, sensei. Minato gestured for silence, lowering his voice. Let us not disturb him, allow him yell. Good morning, Sensei Minato, exclaimed Obito, his spiky hair bouncing as he waved enthusiastically, igniting a lively atmosphere. Kakashi's expression darkened, and Minato's south smile froze in place as he quickly glanced at Eishu. Sighing, this is bad. In an instant, the little chakra sphere in Eishu's hands burst apart with a pop. Minato was correct. It indeed was a water chakra sphere, splattering water all over Eishu's face, causing him to shudder. Observing this, Minato swiftly appeared beside Eishu, his speed surprising Kakashi. Obito scratched his head, a nagging feeling that he might have caused a mishap. What is going on? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Oh, nothing much. Genius, you're just too exceptional. Obito looked at Kakashi with suspicion. You know? Know what? Of course, the challenge from Uchiha or Ka-Wait. You don't know? How would I know about your Uchiha internal affairs? TCH. Kakashi and Obito continued their banter. Meanwhile, Minato reached Eishu, quickly assessing for injuries. Are you alright, Eishu? I'm fine. Just a pity about my bond, Eishu lamented. Glad to hear you're okay. Minato sighed in relief, also offering reassurance. You possess great talent. Mastering the Rasengan in such a short time means you'll soon grasp the transformation of other elemental chakra forms. Don't lose heart. I will share my insights on developing the Rasengan with you, but before that, I have a suggestion. As Minato spoke, he opened his palm, forming a Rasengan instantly. However, he failed to notice the flicker of determination in Eishu's eyes. The principle of the Rasengan lies in manipulating chakra's form, allowing it to flow in a specific manner while compressing it, thus unleashing tremendous power. You aim to present the water-style chakra in the form of a Rasengan, which is a valid approach. However, I recommend that you first refine your own Rasengan, for Minato's instruction trailed off. Before him, Eishu also opened his palm. The dissipated water sphere began to coalesce once more, spinning rapidly into shape. It was unmistakably a miniature Rasengan of water. This Minato could hardly contain himself. Although it was still somewhat rough, there was no doubt that Eishu had succeeded. You found the method? Minato exclaimed in astonishment. With a slight arch of his brow, Eishu released the water sphere in his hand, letting out a sigh that betrayed his dissatisfaction. It's not as you envision, sensei. I can only assimilate with the water nature chakra, and this seems rather unimpressive, doesn't it? After unleashing the water dragon bullet last night, Eishu felt as if his mind had been illuminated. This morning, inspired and brimming with creativity, he endeavored to replicate Naruto's wind release, spiraling shuriken using the water release technique. The process unfolded with relative ease. Being able to execute the water dragon bullet meant that his control over water nature chakra was, at the very least, satisfactory in his own estimation. However, the outcome proved disappointing. Naruto's Rasengan, infused with wind nature chakra, had transformed into an advanced technique. Yet, the Rasengan infused with water nature chakra. It was uncertain whether it was due to his flawed approach or some oversight. Ultimately, the result felt no different than the rotating water release, small water sphere technique. Eishu endeavored to ascertain whether he could directly ascend to the second stage of hydrokinesis. While the universal chakra of water release presented no significant obstacles, the lightning release chakra eluded him entirely, causing him considerable dismay. After all, having mastered the Rasengan in less than a month and successfully executed the water dragon bullet with minimal attempts, Eishu had believed himself to be a prodigious talent. However, reality imparted a sobering lesson. The success of the water dragon bullet seemed entirely reliant on his substantial chakra reserves, a brute force accomplishment. As for the Rasengan, he had gleaned knowledge from the series Naruto and Boruto, thus considering himself a seasoned practitioner. Indeed, one must remain grounded in reality, Eishu mused, recognizing that some misguided ambitions are best left unpursued. Chapter 51. Teacher, please grant me a chance. After much deliberation, Minato resolved to adhere to the original plan and guide Team 7 in accepting a mission. The responsibilities of a guiding jonin include imparting the way of the ninja, teaching ninjutsu, and nurturing the talents of aspiring shinobi. Mastery of the ninja way cannot be rushed. It requires patient instruction. Team 7 possessed sufficient ninjutsu, personally selected by the third Hokage, to keep them occupied for some time. However, in Minato's eyes, Eishu was an exception. This morning, Eishu's demonstration of the water release Rasengan nearly upended Minato's worldview. He could scarcely fathom how this young boy had accomplished what typically only seasoned shinobi, chunin, or even jonin could access. Of course, Minato was eager to enlighten his pupil, aiding Eishu in refining his understanding of chakra transformation theory. Yet, with 3 members in the team, Kakashi might grasp the concepts, but Obito. In the Hokage building on the first floor, the mission hall buzzed with anticipation. A pensive Minato meticulously selected assignments while the 3 youths engaged in spirited conversation. What did Teacher Minato just say? Why do I sense a shift in mood? He mentioned that I would be training alone. Perhaps my training direction is misguided, Eishu replied vaguely, not wanting to elaborate, knowing Obito would not comprehend. Speaking of which, what is your situation? Eishu inquired, turning the question to Obito. Has Uchiha Obito been causing you trouble? How dare he? Obito retorted, his pride evident. I'm currently being groomed as a key talent within the clan. Our leader has high hopes for me. It's enough that I don't trouble him. Yet, this fool insists on challenging me to a duel and has even issued a formal challenge. What a naive young man. A challenge? Kakashi remarked, his expression bemused. Is there anyone in the Uchiha clan more reckless than you, Obito? You'd better step up your game then. We can't afford to bring disgrace upon Team 7. Eishu encouraged, regarding the Uchiha clan. Thus far he harbored only a fondness for Obito, as they shared a bond forged through life and death. His feelings towards Fugaku were merely devoid of animosity. Well, do you not consider who I am? Obito declared with unwavering confidence, a fleeting flash of crimson in his gaze. Though he possessed only a single Sharingan, the number of Uchiha capable of awakening their eyes at such a young age was indeed scarce, which explained Fugaku's heightened regard for him and the frequent personal guidance he provided in training. The Uchiha of this era faced severe restrictions. The policies of the second Hokage, under Danzo's influence, were excessively oppressive. The entire clan was on the verge of being expelled from Konoha. From Eishu's omniscient perspective in recent years, the emergence of only two prodigies, Shui and Obito, was evident. Undoubtedly, both were groundbreaking figures. Regrettably, these two geniuses were both traitors. One merely wished to utilize ninjutsu to prevent war. The other, however, took it too far, wishing for complete annihilation. Eishu could not help but ponder whether, should Obito thrive in health, he would be capable of prevailing against Shui and Itachi in the future. Moreover, was there a possibility that Madara might forsake Obito, opting instead to alter his plans and select a new champion? However, such considerations were mere conjecture for the time being. They would not materialize for at least 5 years. Eishu gently patted Dato on the shoulder and remarked, "Whenever the battle commences, I shall cheer for you alongside Kakashi. It should be in the coming days. It all depends on what Master Minato assigns us. If it is anything like last time, we might very well begin tomorrow," Dato replied. "Let's do it," Eishu encouraged fervently. "Let's go," Kakashi reluctantly joined in. Steadfast Minato presented Team 7 with their second D-rank mission, which entailed serving as a guide for a local nobleman who had traveled from the land of soup, commencing immediately. The remuneration was a substantial 35,000 ryo, placing it among the more lucrative D-rank assignments, though it required a lengthy commitment of 7 days. Excellent. Master Minato likely finds this beneath his notice. So it breaks down to approximately 16,660 ryo per person, leaving just 20 ryo, enough to buy a skewer of 3 color dumplings, 1 for each. Eishu, who had once served as the class representative for mathematics in elementary school, had calculated the figures the moment he saw the mission briefing. How infuriating. 7 days for that wretched soul. Dato lamented, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth in frustration. Kakashi interjected. Just past 10 o'clock. Team 7 awaited the arrival of their client at the designated location. The atmosphere was initially tranquil until 2 Umbu operatives appeared, whispering something to Minato. His expression grew notably serious, and after the Umbu departed, he solemnly addressed the trio. "I regret to inform you, children, that some unforeseen circumstances have arisen that require my attention, and it may take some time. We cannot proceed with this mission. Eishu and Obito, I sincerely apologize, children." Minato smiled wryly, stating, "For today, this is all we can manage. Let us convene at our usual spot tomorrow, where I shall select more suitable tasks." With a sense of resignation, Minato commanded, "Now, we shall disband." Just then, Obito, "You might as well apply to take on today's challenge. Since my father is away, I can go and observe," Kakashi said with a hint of malice. "Being a guide is rather cumbersome. It is far better to tend to the woods. Moreover, the remuneration is quite meager, a mere 16,000 taels. Barely enough for my father's task leftovers, right?" After hearing this, Obito hesitated, while Minato chuckled and shook his head, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Eishu suddenly shouted, "No." He wished to negotiate further. That amounted to a staggering 16,660 taels. A sum he had never spent since arriving in this realm. "What is it, Eishu?" Minato felt an ominous premonition. "Teacher, perhaps you could allow us to attempt a simple guiding task. We are capable." Eishu's face was awash with greed, or rather, sincerity. Minato appeared conflicted. But Obito, he is in danger lately." Suddenly, Eishu yanked Obito closer, and the bewildered Obito found his mouth covered. He had been challenged to a duel by a member of the Uchiha clan, whose strength was formidable. Obito was likely no match. "Obito, Eishu continued to elaborate. "Obito requires ample time for preparation, otherwise, he may face dire consequences. Teacher Minato, I implore you, having grown up in Konoha, guiding is a breeze for me. Trust me, Teacher Minato." Obito interjected with a muffled sound. Kakashi remained silent, quietly observing Eishu's performance. Minato wore an awkward expression. He was reluctant to acquiesce to Eishu's request, harboring concerns for his safety. Yet, witnessing Eishu's fervent desire for this task, coupled with the recollection of his background, softened Minato's heart. After much deliberation, he sighed and conceded, "Very well. But do ensure your safety, particularly with etiquette. Do not lead the client astray before noon. I shall enlist the assistance of other colleagues in the afternoon." Minato's initial instinct was to seek out Kushina, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Ultimately, Minato, still apprehensive, entrusted the mission scroll to Eishu before hastily departing. "You are pushing it a bit, Eishu," Obito remarked with a forlorn expression. Indeed, it felt impossible to slack off. Kakashi concurred. Eishu, filled with a sense of determination, independently undertook the task, exclaiming, "Do you not feel a profound sense of accomplishment?" With that, he opened the task scroll, his eyes widening in anticipation. The first images that greeted him were 2 photographs, one of a portly middle-aged man and the other of a young girl, barely in her pre-teens. The man, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, was identified as Rishuei, the patron of this mission. In contrast, the girl, presumably the patron's daughter, was named Rishueyu. With her chestnut hair and endearing features, she captured Eishu's attention, compelling him to gaze longer. The more he looked, the more familiar she appeared. Chapter 52. As a ninja, I am a professional on the bustling streets of Konoha. The young girl held the hand of an adult, her large, curious eyes blinking adorably. Young miss, from this moment forth, you shall refer to me as father. We are to act as father and daughter, the middle-aged man said with a gentle smile. His voice barely above a whisper, so soft that even the passers-by could not discern their words. Father? The astute Terumi quickly adjusted. Pointing toward the most prominent building in the distance, her bright voice chiming. What is that? It looks so grand. Her innocent inquiry drew the attention of many onlookers, who couldn't help but notice the pair, clearly outsiders. Yet Terumi Kinjiro, the seasoned Mist Village spy, maintained his composure. Affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair as he replied, I am unsure myself, but fret not. We shall soon have a guide who will provide you with the answers, Yu-chan. Really? Where are they? The young girl continued to inquire innocently. Ah, they seem to be just ahead, awaiting our arrival, he assured her. Upon reaching their lodging, they found only 3 young ninja waiting for them. As the pair approached, one of the slightly older boys stepped forward, glancing at the father and daughter before consulting the scroll, then retracting it and nodding slightly. Greetings, Mr. Rishue. I am Eishu, the Konoha ninja responsible for your commission task. Each of his movements and words exuded professionalism as he gestured toward the other 2 boys. These 2 are my companions. For the next 7 days, we shall serve as your guides and ensure your safety during your stay in Konoha. Hello, Terumi Kinjiro replied politely to the boy, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he inquired, is it only the 3 of you? Indeed, Eishu responded promptly, never casting a glance toward the young girl. I see. Terumi Kinjiro felt a sense of satisfaction with the answer. Yet his expression subtly revealed a tinge of disappointment. 3 young ninjas, all genin. For a spy, such a scenario was advantageous, yet for a merchant from a small nation, it was not a situation to openly commend. Rest assured, Mr. Rishue, Eishu continued, as a Konoha ninja, we are professionals. We grew up on the streets of Konoha, and you can place your complete trust in us as your guides. Eishu emphasized the words Konoha ninja with a heightened volume, his emotionless gaze revealing a sense of professionalism that epitomized the essence of a middle tier. Well then, thank you for your hard work. Kazumi Kinjiro hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. His demeanor vividly illustrated the mindset one might expect from a small nation's affluent merchant arriving in a grand ninja village. In that case, gentlemen, please follow me. And, welcome to Konoha. Eishu turned, resembling a detached navigation robot devoid of emotion. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, he could not resist stealing another glance at the girl with his peripheral vision. Girls transform significantly as they grow. Perhaps I am merely overthinking, Eishu murmured to himself. The land of soup lies not far from the hidden leaf village, frequented by many nobles in their daily affairs. However, Eishu had also attended the Ninja Academy. The closest nation to the land of soup is the land of water. Coupled with her striking resemblance to his memories and her perfectly matching age, he found himself intrigued. Eishu harbored suspicions that this girl might very well be the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi. However, he lacked concrete evidence and felt that his suspicions were rather illogical. After all, Terumi had survived the Blood Mist era as a dual bloodline ninja, and even Obito, whose intellect had tripled after his dark transformation, had not been able to eliminate her. In fact, she had even been recommended by numerous elder statesmen of the Mist as a candidate for the position of Mizukage. The influence of her family within the Hidden Mist was likely immense, and her own status should not be underestimated, considering it was a time of war. Her decision to venture into Konoha seemed illogical. Yet, Eishu was uncertain if this was merely a rite of passage for a prominent family. Regardless, even if this girl truly was Terumi in training, Eishu had no intention of meddling. Doing so would only bring trouble upon himself. He certainly could not claim to have seen how Terumi would look over 20 years in the future. He merely wished to earn some money, and there was no need for unnecessary complications. In the Hokage's office, Minato stood before his desk, holding a lengthy scroll, his expression one of astonishment. Is it possible that this is a fabricated memory? With the alliance of IWA and Kumo, it seemed far-fetched. I cannot dismiss the possibility you mentioned, Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered. His gaze lowered in thought. Memories can indeed be disguised through genjutsu, and there are multiple routes into Konoha beyond the Kamizumi Bridge. However, if this is the case, the ninjas at the front lines are truly in peril. Engaging on multiple fronts inevitably leads to oversights. And it is not uncommon for enemy ninjas to inadvertently penetrate deep into the land of fire, even locating Konoha itself. The crux of the matter lay in the intelligence extracted from the captured Kumo ninja. Their team had traversed from the land of earth, utilizing the heavily guarded Kamizumi Bridge, intending to circumvent defenses and ambush the Konoha forces at the front lines of the Kumo battlefield. However, they had been ambushed en route, scattering their ranks. And the Kumo ninja had inadvertently found himself near Konoha. Hokage-sama, please give your orders, Minato urged, his eyes still wide with shock. Yet as an elite J-nin of Konoha, he remained professional. Do not rush, Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, waving a hand to signal restraint. Nonetheless, it was evident that the investigation had fallen to Minato. This was a serious matter, fraught with danger, and it could very well be a trap set by the enemy. The situation at the front is critical. A single thread pulled can unravel the entire tapestry. The elders and I must deliberate further. Do you understand? Minato nodded. Understood. Please allow me to proceed to the interrogation department. I wish to gather more information regarding the Kumo ninja brought back by those 3 children. Very well, Hiruzen agreed readily. A hint of relief washing over his serious countenance. At such a pivotal moment, it was reassuring to have his own apprentice in charge. It was worth noting that the capture of the Kumo ninja was indeed a feat accomplished by the trio of children. Due to confidentiality, they could not publicly commend them. Yet the children did not protest, which was a relief. What more could he ask from his disciple? Speaking of which, what were those 3 little rascals up to? He recalled they had completed a D-rank mission just yesterday. Were they resting today? Not quite. Minato hesitated before breaking into a wry smile. They are currently engaged in an independent mission. Chapter 53, The Spy's Classroom at noon. The time for lunch arrived. The father-daughter duo of Hisashi and Terumi May expressed a desire to indulge in the most quintessential Konoha cuisine. Standing in front of a barbecue restaurant, Eishu, considering his youth and various dietary restrictions, proposed they instead enjoy a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. It was affordable, delicious, and distinctly local. Observant as ever, Terumi Kinjer chimed in. I'll treat. Thus, Team 7 enjoyed a hearty meal. After lunch, Team 7 diligently escorted the father and daughter to their inn, where they claimed to be weary from their journey and planned to rest in the afternoon before exploring later that evening. Consequently, Team 7 awaited in the reception area of the inn, demonstrating their professionalism. After all, the barbecue had cost them nearly 10,000 ryo, leaving even Kakashi feeling a bit uneasy. In the room, Terumi Kinjer meticulously arranged and inspected the surroundings. With a slight adjustment of the furniture, an area emerged that was invisible to the outside world from any angle. Only then did Terumi May nonchalantly draw back the curtains, creating an appearance of normalcy. Father, we are quite safe now. There are no eavesdroppers or watchers. Miss Terumi, Kinjer smiled, his expression devoid of pretense, instantly transforming from a prosperous middle-aged man into a figure radiating wisdom, mesmerizing Terumi May. You are surprised, Miss Terumi, Kinjer said, sitting down with poise. The highest form of a spy's disguise is not merely about sound, posture, or physique. Mastery of transformation techniques or certain skills can achieve that. However, identifying flaws is far simpler than masquerading. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you only have one chance to reveal your true self. The young girl nodded slightly, deep in thought. Please take a seat, Miss Terumi, Kinjer gestured, indicating that the lesson was about to commence. Terumi May obediently sat down. You need not master these skills. As the daughter of the Terumi clan, many will cater to your needs. However, there is one crucial lesson you must grasp. Kinjer pointed to his chest. You must see through the hearts of others while ensuring that your own remains concealed. As the future head of the Terumi clan, the distance to your enemies will only decrease. At the mention of her becoming clan head, Terumi May's expression turned frosty, but she refrained from speaking, clearly disinterested in the role. Noticing her reaction, Kinjer chuckled softly. Let us set that discussion aside for today. Miss Terumi, after walking around Konoha this morning, have you made any observations? Indeed, Sensei, Terumi May replied promptly. Konoha is bustling, yet the layout of the streets and the number of pedestrians suggest that, overall, I believe the war has significantly impacted Konoha. Kinjer raised an eyebrow. In what way? They even sent 3 children to undertake missions. Terumi May pouted. Isn't that your carefully orchestrated task, meant to assess the current state of Konoha's ninjas? It seems that rescuing our target may not be as challenging as we initially imagined. You have made progress, Miss Terumi, Kinjer affirmed, pouring her a cup of tea. As she raised the cup to drink, he suddenly added, however, you have committed a grave error. Terumi May nearly choked but patiently inquired, please enlighten me, Sensei. You have underestimated the 3 ninjas, just as you have underestimated Konoha. With that, Kinjer produced a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and, channeling chakra into it, declared, Release. A remarkable scene unfolded as an image appeared on the notebook's pages, none other than Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the White Fang. A common squad would never feature a child with white fangs, nor a young lady of high status. Furthermore, 2 ordinary members would not allow the child of white fangs to willingly walk behind them. Most importantly, has the young lady ever noticed that their ages are not vastly different? Kimi stared incredulously at the white-haired figure in her small notebook, her eyes wide with disbelief. While she did not recognize the child of white fangs, she was well aware of the significance of the white fangs. Their status was akin to that of the head of the Kimi clan in the Hidden Mist. At this moment, Kimi's mind was not on anyone else but the young man who had greeted them at the beginning. Who could be the individual that would allow the child of white fangs to contentedly trail behind? The son of the 3rd generation? If a mere squad is thus, one can only imagine the implications for Konoha, my lady. Kimi Kinjiro interjected appropriately. We have ample time, yet the opportunity is singular. In fact, I have already informed our covert operatives in Konoha to alter the objective of this mission from rescue to eradication, ignoring Kimi's growing shock and confusion. Kinjiro smiled and added, the effects of rescue and eradication are rather similar, both would sufficiently mislead Konoha into making a decision. The greater the forces they deploy in the battles of the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone, the more advantageous our position will be on the front lines, making it conceivable to breach the defenses of the Hyuga clan in one fell swoop. Yet, that is the task assigned to me by the current Mizukichi. Compared to his ambitions, your growth and safety are of paramount importance, my lady. Aiki, I desire a chilled fruit juice. In the lobby of the inn on the first floor, the financially challenged Ibido gazed longingly at Aiki and spoke. I see you as a chilled fruit juice. Aiki coldly rejected. A ninja's foremost quality is endurance, so hold it in. Huh? Senpai Yano? Eishu was taken aback. The woman before him, beaming as she cradled a large bag, could only be his mother. As he watched Yinaoyu retrieve cup after cup of chilled fruit juice from the bag, he felt somewhat dazed. I happen to have a day off today and passed by here. From a distance, I thought you looked familiar. And indeed it is you, children. You are on a mission, aren't you? Yinaoyu said, not waiting for the trio's response, and continued with a smile. You must be exhausted. Do indulge in some juice. It's sweltering out, and we wouldn't want anyone to suffer from heat stroke. Eishu gazed longingly at the chilled fruit juice in his hand, harboring suspicions about its potential toxicity. Meanwhile, the ever-impatient Ibido could hardly contain himself any longer. Thank you. Senior, you are truly wonderful. Slurp, gulp, slurp, gulp. Chapter 54. Actors in Position, a Spy Drama. After confirming its safety, Eishu took a refreshing sip. It must be said, enjoying a chilled watermelon juice in the height of summer is quite invigorating. As Eishu murmured softly to himself, he discreetly observed Yinaoyu. She possessed a gentle demeanor, the kind befitting someone who could establish an orphanage. However, Eishu dared not let his guard down. Should Yinaoyu decide to retire from her previous life and open an orphanage, he might find himself volunteering there without hesitation. For now, though, it was best to refrain from such thoughts. As Eishu savored the chilled fruit juice provided by Yinaoyu, a sense of caution began to stir within him. Currently, Yinaoyu remained a spy for the roots, and a most formidable one at that. What schemes might Danzo be concocting this time? Eishu's gaze was peculiar. Has Danzo shifted towards familial bonds? Is he aiming to become the first of the orphans from the Nanaka Institute? Wait a moment. Could it be that he is seeking someone from the upper echelons? For some inexplicable reason, this thought suddenly flitted through Eishu's mind. What if, just what if, that young girl is indeed Mei Terumi, come to Konoha for some training? Then this mission would certainly become quite the spectacle. Eishu was amused. Shuei Min casually assigned a task to Class 7, and they managed to catch such an abundant haul of fish. At that moment, Eishu, the benefactor, arrived. Kakashi, who had been attentively observing the staircase, suddenly spoke up. Eishu was momentarily taken aback, turning to see none other than the father and daughter who claimed to be exhausted and in need of a rest that afternoon. His heart began to race, thumping wildly in his chest. The red team contender, Yanoyu, a top-tier spy from the roots. The blue team contender, Hanadazawa, suspected to be a premier spy from the Hidden Mist, undoubtedly possessing some remarkable skills to have brought Terumi Mei for training. If his suspicions were correct, a spy showdown was on the brink of unfolding. Ah, you are still here. How delightful. Terumi Kinjiro noticed the trio from a distance but feigned surprise as they drew nearer, clutching his abdomen and appearing to be in agony, with the young girl assisting him. This is our duty. Mr. Nishimizu, why does your complexion seem rather poor? Eishu immediately noticed the unusual pallor of Nishimizuzawa and expressed his concern. Setting aside assumptions, if he were mistaken, he could not afford to lose the mission's reward. It could be a stomach ailment. I have been experiencing severe cramps since earlier. Terumi Kinjiro grimaced in pain. Eishu, I kindly ask you to escort me to the nearest hospital. To the hospital? Eishu raised an eyebrow. Although uncertain of the identity of the person before him, he had seen his fair share of espionage films in his past life. The hospital, after all, was a place where chaos could easily be instigated. Could this fellow truly be a spy? Eishu's heart raced once more, yet he spoke calmly. Very well, Mr. Nichitsui. The hospital is not far from here. Please bear with me for a moment. Then I shall rely on you, young Eishu, said Terumi Kinjiro. Unaware that the shinobi before him was an impostor, he expressed his gratitude, adding, I'm grateful you Haven Tea left. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Indeed, the Konoha Hospital was one of the locations Kinjiro intended to inspect personally. In addition, there were the Ninja Academy, the Security Department, and even the Barrier Division. All part of his plan. The three lower ninjas before him would serve as his finest guides, with Konoha Hospital as merely the first stop. Just as Terumi Kinjiro felt assured about this endeavor, a gentle, yet somewhat stiff voice interjected. Allow me to take a look. Turning to see a woman with glasses approaching. Her expression was one of seriousness and concern. From Kinjiro's years of experience, he surmised that this woman was likely a medical ninja. Why? Did that young boy just refer to her as senpai? Could he also be a medical ninja? Kinjiro's mind raced with questions. He held on to the hope that perhaps this woman was merely a kind-hearted individual. However, that illusion was swiftly shattered when Yanoyu produced a stethoscope from her bag. Sir, please take a seat here. Rest assured, I am a medical ninja from Konoha, Yanoyu said soothingly. Kinjiro felt an urge to curse, but quickly composed himself. Devising a counter-strategy. Then I shall trouble you. Konoha truly is astonishing, he exclaimed, praising Konoha while seizing the opportunity to crush and swallow the pill hidden within his specially crafted teeth. A professional spy places utmost importance on the details. Beside him, Terumi May expressed her concern, asking, "Father, are you all right? I told you not to eat so much greasy food." One could not deny that May possessed a natural talent for espionage. Her mix of concern and complaints, coupled with the innocence of a young girl, managed to deceive Eishu and the others. Yet, let us not forget that the woman before them was no ordinary medical ninja. She was the head nurse of Konoha Hospital. Wait, that was incorrect. She was the ace spy of the Root, codenamed the Walking Priestess. A title few in Root could claim. Yano-yu not only discerned May's subtle flaws but found them inconsequential. What raised her suspicions was the faint, peculiar movement of Kinjuru's jaw. This maneuver was commonly employed by spies from Root. Instantly, Yano-yu's suspicions were piqued, yet she maintained her composure, activating her spy instincts. Now holding the advantage. Please lean back slightly and breathe as I instruct. Do not be anxious. Yano-yu exhibited the professionalism expected of a medical ninja. She pressed the stethoscope against Kinjuru's abdomen, successfully concealing her actions from the keen eyes of the Mist's ace spy. Moments later, Yano-yu's expression turned appropriately grave. It appears to be food poisoning. However, it has not fully manifested yet. Right now, it is merely a warning from your body, requiring timely treatment. Upon hearing this, Kinjuru felt a surge of relief, though he maintained the facade of distress, groaning, "Oh, it pains me so." "Father." Terumi May chimed in, reciting her lines. Meanwhile, Eishu watched intently, momentarily forgetting his duty to assist, as per the mission's instructions, to escort Kinjuru to the hospital. Just then, Yano-yu spoke again, rousing Eishu and causing Kinjuru's heart to plummet. However, food poisoning should not be taken lightly. "Young Eishu, could you please visit Konoha Hospital and find Nurse Kumi? Have her bring the necessary medication for food poisoning, using treatment plan number 1. I will remain here to treat this gentleman." Chapter 55. All guesses confirmed. Swish. Swish, swish. 3 figures leapt and darted along the path to Konoha Hospital. At this moment, Eishu's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. The first plan, risking the honor of the Thousand Hand clan, was undoubtedly a covert signal, a notification to the Roots. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the situation with Jomei. Alas, Eishu remained uncertain as to why Yano-yu had instructed him to seek out Kumi. Perhaps Kumi was affiliated with the Root organization. Her gentle and sensual demeanor merely a facade. Of course, it could also be that he was somewhat acquainted with her. Who could say for certain? Shortly after Eishu departed, Terumi Kinjuro, assisted by Yano-yu and the innkeeper, returned to his room. Yano-yu glanced briefly at the room's layout, already formulating a plan. A moment of rest was in order, as Konoha Hospital was not far from here, and treatment would soon be at hand. What a bother. Terumi Kinjuro murmured weakly, then turned to his daughter, Terumi May. "Yu-chan, my stomach aches. Please brew a pot of tea for our esteemed doctor." Terumi May's pupils contracted slightly. "Understood, father." She then appeared to act without caution, opening her luggage in front of Yano-yu and retrieving a jar, cradling it as she approached the tea table. However, Yano-yu instantly sensed something amiss, rising to intercept Terumi May. "No need, young lady. I shall not partake in your offerings." As soon as the words left his lips, ping, Yano-yu sidestepped, delivering a swift blow that rendered the young girl unconscious. A kunai had somehow appeared in his hand, perfectly positioned to deflect another kunai as Terumi Kinjuro suddenly erupted into action, launching an outright assault. The previously harmonious doctor-patient relationship shattered in an instant, revealing both spies' true identities. "When did you begin to target me?" Terumi Kinjuro demanded coldly. "We?" Yano-yu chuckled softly. "It seems fortune has not favored you. You merely crossed paths with me." Little did he anticipate that his identity would be activated so promptly after his previous assignment. Consider it a repayment for Lord Danzo's favor in granting her request. "Oh." Terumi Kinjuro's eyes remained icy. "How did you discern my flaws? I believed I had concealed them entirely. Does pondering this serve any purpose?" "You cannot escape." Yano-yu replied, not intending to provide clarity. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out, "Water release. Water prison technique." Yano-yu's pupils constricted, realizing too late the danger. He attempted to evade, but it was futile. Of course it serves a purpose. The transparent water prison enveloped Yano-yu like a magnified dewdrop, ensnaring him completely. Terumi Kinjuro withdrew his hand, his expression contorted in pain. He extracted a powder from beneath his fingernail and ingested it, finding some relief from the excruciating pain in his abdomen. He then formed a series of hand seals, creating 2 shadow clones to take over Terumi May's water prison technique. From the crevice of his suitcase, he produced several explosive tags, handing them to one of the shadow clones. "Miss, I regret to inform you that we have been compromised. My clone can buy us some time. We must flee." Terumi May's expression was grave. "Understood. Please take care of things here. I will go assist Senior Yano-yu. Go ahead, and remember to bring me back some chilled beverages. I'm parched." Unexpectedly for Eishu, after he relayed Yano-yu's instructions to Miss Kumi, she did not merely discard her nurse's attire with a flourish to transform into a long-legged ninja. Instead, she provocatively remarked, "Surprised, little brother?" Everything appeared quite normal. Miss Kumi had prepared her tools and medications, seemingly ready to administer an injection. "Lead the way, my dear Eishu." Dazed, Aishu's hair became disheveled, and he sighed inwardly. Turning to lead the way. It seems. I may have overthought this. 10 minutes later, the four arrived at the inn, and as Eishu accompanied Miss Kumi upstairs, he realized he did not actually know the location of the benefactor's room. Eishu felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Realizing that he still had some distance to cover before reaching professionalism, he promptly approached the proprietor standing at the front desk, inquiring, "Excuse me. Could you tell me which room the guest who went upstairs due to a stomachache is in?" The third room on the left on the third floor." The proprietor replied swiftly. However, he soon added, "But that doctor and the young lady left earlier, claiming they needed to purchase some medicine." Upon hearing this, Eishu's brows furrowed instantly. Something feels amiss. Eishu turned to gaze at Kakashi, only to find that Kakashi's expression was equally grave. Eishu nodded, acknowledging that Kakashi was indeed the son of White Fang, exhibiting remarkable composure before going offline. However, to the side, Obito was also performing adequately. "Huh? Kakashi. Why are you cursing?" exclaimed Eishu. "Damn it, you go with him." With a swift kick, Eishu sent Obito out of the group chat, who left grumbling and cursing. Yet, upon turning back, Eishu discovered that Miss Jio Mei had already vanished. Eishu cast another glance at the small medicine box left on the ground, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon him. He inwardly cursed his own negligence. How could he have failed to notice the transformation of the investigator into a scene of chaos? Just as he was about to dash upstairs, a piercing scream echoed from afar, "Kumi, don't come over." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire hotel violently, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Eishu was taken aback. He had deduced everything correctly. Yet, the prize was merely a single online explosion experience card. "Boss, open the door and prepare to evacuate the guests. I am going upstairs to rescue those in peril." With a loud shout, Eishu made to dash upwards. However, before he could reach the second floor, a sudden roar resounded, and a searing wave of flames erupted forth. Eishu immediately discerned that this was not ninjutsu. It was likely a fire that had broken out somewhere, though it was more probable that it was a deliberate act, employed to buy time. In an instant, Aishu's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly began to form hand seals. However, these were not the seals for any water-style techniques. While the water bullet technique possesses formidable offensive capabilities and can extinguish flames, its impact would likely prove overwhelming for the inn. The water dragon bullet, though a viable option, remained outside his realm of proficiency, as he could only sustain it for a mere 2 seconds. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of water it produced would serve well to quell the fire. Yet, the complexity of the hand seals led Eishu to consider a more efficient approach. Before long, multiple shadow clones manifested, totaling 4 in number. Each clone adeptly gathered chakra with their hands, channeling the water-style technique he had devised earlier that morning, the spiraling water sphere technique. While its power was still under development and paled in comparison to the water bullet's impact, its strength lay in its dispersive nature. With an ample supply of chakra, a single spiraling water sphere could indeed replicate the effect of a bucket of water being thrown. 2 of the shadow clones dashed towards the staircase, their hands skillfully controlling the spheres, ready to unleash a torrent upon the flames raging on the second floor. "We've got this covered," they declared. In the ascent, Eishu and his 2 shadow clones truly take flight. Chapter 56. You can always trust shadow clones. At this moment, Eishu felt a surge of anger. How dare those despicable mist-hidden spies harm his beloved Kumi? Although it was highly likely that she had been infiltrated by the roots of the enemy, her beauty, kindness, and fair legs made her worth saving. If she remained unscathed, that would be a relief. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to capture Terumi Mei and sell her to the roots. A fair exchange. He hoped that after this, Danzo would refrain from seeking him out, and perhaps he could even secure a buy-one-get-one free deal, acquiring Kumi for himself. With shadow clones to shield him from flames and others paving the way, Eishu swiftly arrived at the stairway leading to the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, he couldn't help but utter a curse. The scene remained that of a disaster. However, the chaos here surpassed that of the 2nd floor. The explosive tags had wreaked havoc in this confined space, transforming the 3rd floor into a veritable wasteland amidst a sea of flames. Fortunately, the 3rd floor was the topmost level of the inn, and it seemed that the mist-hidden spies had not deployed an excessive number of explosive tags. Otherwise, a collapse would have rendered any rescue efforts futile, leaving him to prepare for a feast instead. Onward. With a sweeping gesture, Eishu summoned 2 pre-prepared shadow clones, each wielding spiraled water spheres, charging forward. Simultaneously, he formed new hand seals, conjuring yet another pair of clones. In such circumstances, it was prudent for the original to refrain from rushing ahead, for the adversary was both cunning and ruthless, potentially harboring hidden strategies. One need not inquire where Eishu acquired such wisdom. If pressed, he would undoubtedly act similarly. Moreover, he possessed the remarkable ability to transform his clones into explosive tags, even if he lacked sufficient detonating notes, thereby striving to obliterate the area entirely. Thus, the 4 shadow clones advanced in 2 waves, providing cover for one another as they hurled their water spheres, maneuvering with the precision of a tactical unit. Their efficiency was commendable, causing flames to retreat wherever they ventured. And the clones even managed to rescue several panicked travelers. Amidst the chaos, Eishu stood with arms crossed, his demeanor calm yet somewhat cold, the forehead protector gleaming brightly above him. Yet, despite this composed facade, two of his shadow clones were caught off guard, struck by an unexpected surge of fiery projectiles, dissipating into smoke. One clone on the second floor was also lost, merely due to exhaustion of chakra. There were few travelers on that level, especially during these tumultuous times. And business for the proprietor was suffering. Ultimately, after the costly sacrifice of 3 shadow clones, the last remaining one reached the innermost corridor where Yunayu and Kumi were expected to be, beckoning to Eishu. Eishu remains reluctant to go. Firstly, all the travelers who could leave have already departed, and now, his attempts at bravado would go unnoticed. Secondly, it is truly unwise to throw oneself into peril for the sake of the core personnel. While Miss Gyome is indeed exceptional, his own well-being is of considerable value. Eishu gestured for his shadow clone to assist, yet the clone merely shrugged, indicating its inability to help. With no other option, Eishu steeled himself and charged forward, simultaneously gritting his teeth and summoning 2 additional shadow clones to restore his numbers and bolster his sense of security. At this moment, the corridor was almost entirely shrouded in mist. Eishu rushed into the room where the shadow clone resided, and upon surveying the scene, he immediately comprehended the urgency of the call. Yeno was gravely injured, aside from her hairstyle. The severity of her burns exceeded that of the previous incident with Minato by more than threefold. Yet, even with such injuries, hers was the least severe in comparison to others. It appeared she had performed some desperate act at the last moment, as her arms bore the brunt of the damage. Her left arm was already severed, hastily secured by Kumi with clothing and a stick. Her abdomen was wrapped with Kumi's garments, soaked in blood. And beside her lay a blood-stained shuriken, indicating she had recently been pierced in the stomach. Eishu cast a glance at the now serene Kumi, who was adorned only in a ninja's specialized fishnet shirt. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to wear a size 32C, complemented by a pair of shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Yet, she bore wounds on her legs, stirring a pang of sympathy within Eishu. He observed the shadow clone and silently acknowledged its prowess. Indeed, his shadow clone comprehended him well, after diligently honing his celestial arts for countless days. It was finally put to good use. Allow me, Sister Kumi. Do not fret. The calamity outside has already been resolved. Kakashi and Obito have pursued the adversaries. We are safe now. Moments later, Eishu, accompanied by his legion of shadow clones, carried the gravely injured Yanoyu and the emotionally conflicted Kumi downstairs. A delightful sense of accomplishment shared between them. From a distance, Eishu could discern a cacophony of voices, with numerous individuals voicing their grievances. Upon a closer inspection, Eishu realized that the Konoha guard had arrived, yet they were obstructing the exit. A member of the Uchiha clan was fervently attempting to explain the situation. Do not act recklessly. There may be spies from enemy villages among you. As outsiders, you will be detained here until the Konoha guard conducts their investigation. Remain here until our personnel arrive. The Uchiha's tone was frigid, exuding an air of dominance and ruthlessness. Local villagers from Konoha whispered amongst themselves, while startled travelers persisted in their inquiries. However, the Uchiha remained unyielding, one hand poised over his ninja tool pouch. And Eishu sensed that he might activate his Sharingan at any moment. At that moment, someone in the crowd finally noticed Eishu's descent. Ah, it's that valiant young ninja. A voice rang out, drawing the attention of all. Presently, Eishu cradled a beautiful injured woman in his arms, his appearance somewhat disheveled, creating a stark contrast with the Uchiha at the entrance. Is the young man uninjured? Truly, he is a Konoha ninja. The disparity is indeed vast. Thank you, young man. Despite being fellow ninjas of Konoha, the differences in their treatment were glaringly apparent. Eishu stepped forward from his shadow clone, casting a brief glance at the Uchiha with a fleeting pang of sympathy before clearing his throat solemnly. Everyone, he declared, the danger has been neutralized. Please cooperate with the efforts of our Konoha military police force. Rest assured, the Hidden Leaf will compensate for any losses incurred. Venturing outside now would leave you with nowhere to go, and you may even be seized as hostages by lurking spies. Trust in us. The Konoha military police force guarantees your safety. Eishu harbors a rather unfavorable impression of the Uchiha clan. Initially, he intended to take a jab at them, but upon reflection, he opted for a more strategic approach. In a couple of days, Obito is set to confront Uchiha Kakashi, and while Eishu wishes to attend the match to offer his support, he is also apprehensive about the Uchiha's potential hostility towards him. Therefore, he decides to temper the public sentiment with a few well-chosen words, considering it a form of insurance. This will also yield positive repercussions for Obito's future endeavors within the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, the conflict is intensifying, and the pressure on Konoha is mounting. The Uchiha clan is destined to take to the battlefield in the near future. Indeed, Itachi is soon to be born and will be thrust into the fray by the age of 4, which is approaching swiftly. Eishu is currently setting the stage, perhaps in hopes of acquiring a legitimate Sharingan in due time. After Kakashi acquired the Sharingan, he transformed into a unit of chakra measurement. Yet he remains incapable of wielding it. Not only does he lack this ability, but even attempting to emulate someone like Danzo would likely prove futile. Eishu suddenly felt a yearning. If only he could possess a Sharingan, the issue of chakra fusion would be effortlessly resolved. How marvelous. Chapter 57. This enchantress is not to be underestimated. The explosion at the inn was quite loud, drawing the immediate attention of Konoha's armed forces. To Eishu's astonishment, the first responders were not from the root or the Umbu, but rather the Uchiha from the Konoha Guard. This was akin to Konoha's military triumphing over Konoha's SWAT. Eishu found himself at a loss as to whether to commend the Uchiha or to offer incense in gratitude. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as Konoha's formidable blade. In summary, the oppression was insufficient, and they deserved it. Notably, when the Umbu arrived, they did not engage in any disputes with the Uchiha. The Uchiha appeared to harbor little animosity towards the Umbu after handing over their responsibilities. They withdrew to assist in evacuating the civilians. It was only then that the Umbu took charge of the inn and began escorting the guests away. These guests were from other villages, mere ordinary folk who dared not breathe in the presence of the masked ninjas from Konoha. The injured Yano Yu was transported to Konoha Hospital, while Kumi chose to remain behind. In the inn, only Eishu, Kumi, the innkeeper, and several Umbu members remained. Please provide us with the information of the guests, and also, try to recall the movements of personnel prior to the explosion. As for your losses, someone will attend to that. The Umbu's demeanor was considerably improved. The innkeeper, who had been on the verge of a breakdown just moments ago, instantly revived upon hearing that someone would take responsibility for the damages and became remarkably cooperative, eavesdropping on their conversation. Eishu couldn't help but sigh when he heard that there were 5 casualties on the list. He had an inkling of this number, after all. He had rescued everyone in the inn. It seemed that in this game of espionage, the Mist Village had the upper hand. However, he wondered where Terumi may have gone, as this part was not mentioned in the original work, and he was uncertain whether it would trigger any butterfly effect. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With Ibido preparing to grow stronger, it was likely that the Mist Village would no longer experience any crimson fog. As Eishu raised an eyebrow, he pondered whether this meant that Wu-In had undeniably profited. This thought stirred a sense of imbalance within him. He realized he must devise a way for Wu-In to compensate him. After all, nurturing Ibido had demanded considerable effort and care. Little Eishu, are you concerned about your 2 companions? Just as Eishu was lost in these thoughts, Kyun's voice resonated. As Eishu turned his head to glance, the familiar figure of Jio-mei stood before him, her smile and voice unchanged. Even her way of addressing him remained the same. Yet, she had suddenly transformed into a stranger. The nurse had morphed into a seductive spy, her gaze enticing. If the former Jio-mei had been akin to the amiable older sister next door, the present Jio-mei resembled the alluring older sister perched atop a neighboring BMW. Her status had undeniably ascended. The remarkably composed Eishu was struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, Kakashi and Ibido had been away for quite some time. And had Jio-mei not mentioned it, he might have completely forgotten. With their prolonged absence, could it be? Are you both all right? At that moment, a member of the Umbu approached the two, his tone straddling the line between a request and a command. Eishu was about to speak when suddenly, Jio-mei stood up. I am a ninja from the Root Organization, codename Juan, currently on a mission. You may verify my identity with Elder Danzo, but I regret to inform you that I am solely accountable to Elder Danzo. Eishu gazed silently at Jio-mei, remaining reticent until she subtly turned her head and winked at him, prompting him to feign surprise. Very well. But please refrain from wandering about until the colleagues from the Root arrive. Surprisingly, this Umbu member appeared quite amiable. It was uncertain whether he had recently been selected from the Root and was still unfamiliar with the duties, or if he harbored lingering sentiments for his former employer. Perhaps it was due to Jio-mei's striking beauty, or he might even know her personally. In any case, he did not press Jio-mei further. After Jio-mei clarified her identity, the Umbu member turned his gaze back to Eishu. He said nothing, yet his expression conveyed an unspoken message. May I delay my departure for a moment? Eishu raised his hand and stated, I wish to wait for my teammates, who have gone in pursuit of a spy. No, came the curt reply. Even when they return, you will need to visit the Umbu. You may wait there. Indeed, the Umbu's tone had grown somewhat frosty. This differential treatment left Eishu feeling disgruntled. His countenance darkened as he recalled how valiantly he had rescued so many, earning accolades from numerous villagers. Is this how you treat a hero? Unexpectedly, Jio-mei interjected at that moment. She slightly bent down and rested her head against Eishu's, placing her entire weight upon him. Are you certain? His teammate is none other than the son of Lord Haku. Eishu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Jumi, which was rather inconspicuous. He also did not foresee that Jumi would actively speak on his behalf after revealing her affiliation with the Root. This compelled Eishu to ponder Jumi's true motives. On the surface, her decision to disclose her identity appeared to be a protective measure for Nanoyu. However, her current support for him was far from straightforward. If this operative did not equate to the Root, then anyone subjected to pressure from their superior would undoubtedly feel disgruntled. While Eishu was uncertain whether this operative harbored any resentment towards the esteemed Baiya, he was certain that he would not be spared from the ire of this handsome young man, who might even resort to some rather foolish actions. Eishu gradually came to a realization. What a bewitching enchantress. She was, in essence, attempting to drive him to his very core. It would be wiser for me to wait in the shadows, senior. Eishu countered her advances, tears brimming in his eyes as he locked the memories of his past sister away. Kakashi detested nothing more than the troublesome White Fang. Senior, I shall accompany you. Eishu resolutely liberated himself from Gyomei's oppression and strode towards the door with purpose. He exited with a sense of righteousness and integrity. The actions of Eishu left the Umbu agent and Gyomei both in a state of astonishment. A smirk appeared on the lips of the female spy, her eyes gleaming with interest, as if she had spotted her prey. However, at that moment, two figures suddenly rushed back. Panting heavily, it was Kakashi, who had returned empty-handed from the pursuit. Upon witnessing the scene, Kakashi momentarily stood in shock, but he swiftly gathered his thoughts and addressed the situation. Eishu, those individuals are not simple. There must be accomplices. Kakashi exclaimed, still catching his breath, clearly not fatigued from the chase. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Eishu gestured for Kakashi to compose himself, just as Obito also made his way back. Damn, Kakashi, you heartless. Obito exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the threshold beneath his feet, leading to an unfortunate stumble that left him in a comical heap on the ground. Not only embarrassing himself, but also shattering a vase at the entrance. The owner, witnessing the destruction, cried out in despair. That vase was just bought for 3,000 taels. At this moment, as Eishu was about to help Obito to his feet, his expression turned peculiar. The lament of the shopkeeper struck a familiar chord within him. Chapter 58. It's decided. Time to change houses. With questions lingering in their minds, Eishu and his companions followed an Umbu agent away. Along the way, Kakashi and Obito engaged in a relentless bickering. Do you know what this is? The Sharingan, my brother. You won't believe what I saw. What do you want from me? Obito exclaimed. Then why didn't you catch them? Kakashi retorted. Huh, as if you managed to catch them. Obito shot back. Not at all. I don't have the Sharingan. If I did, I would have caught them. Enough with the antics. Die, damn it. Come on, lend me your eyes. Go and retrieve that person, hurry. Kakashi, it's too late. The person has vanished without a trace. Besides, your eyesight is as good as blind. Even dogs wouldn't want it. Die, damn it. Kakashi, draw your sword. Immediately. Kakashi, are you afraid? The loser crawls home. In a moment of desperation, Eishu resorted to his ultimate move. The master's wife is coming. Die and Kakashi, instantly, Konoha has a little hot pepper that can soothe a child's night cries. Eishu had a general understanding of the situation involving Kakashi and Obito. Following the shopkeeper's guidance, they pursued diligently, relying on their familiarity with Konoha, and indeed managed to catch up with them. However, complications soon arose. Obito spotted a father and daughter to the east, while Kakashi saw the same figures directly ahead. Both could only discern their silhouettes, lost amidst the throngs of people. Each was confident in their judgment, leading them to part ways. Yet the outcome was inevitable. They would soon be outpaced. Obito even narrowly avoided a shuriken. Kakashi suspected that the enemy must have accomplices. Thus their difficulty in catching up was understandable. Yet Obito remained defiant, convinced he was pursuing the right target, believing that if Kakashi had kept pace, they would have succeeded in capturing them. This disagreement fueled their bickering. After being startled by Eishu, neither acknowledged the other as they continued onward. The Umbu operative remained composed, silent as if wearing earplugs. Upon learning about the two's predicament, Eishu grew increasingly uneasy, particularly due to the shopkeeper's pained groan, which left him feeling restless. Have you discovered anything, Eishu? Kakashi was the first to notice Eishu's unusual demeanor and inquired. Nothing. Eishu gestured subtly toward the Umbu operative, prompting instant understanding from Kakashi. This is the situation, Hokage-sama, Uncle White Fang. Contrary to Eishu's expectations, the three of them were not confined to a small dark room for interrogation, but were instead brought directly to the Hokage building. Even more intriguing to Eishu, and exciting for fatherly Kakashi, was the presence of White Fang there as well. You have done exceptionally well, little Eishu. On behalf of those you saved, Hokage-sama expresses gratitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. And to you, Kakashi and Obito, although you did not capture anyone, you have narrowed the search area, so do not feel guilty. You have both excelled. Once I conclude this matter, I will reward you along with the previous Cloud Ninja incident. This is our duty. The 7th squad echoed in unison. White Fang nodded with a smile, suggesting it was time for the adults to take over, encouraging the children to return home and rest. Thus, the 7th squad took their leave. However, as they departed, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and White Fang instantly darkened. Can we deduce their intentions? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired solemnly. White Fang shook his head, uncertain. However, the level of their operatives in the mist should not be underestimated. Several notable mist operatives have mobilized, alongside some previously elusive shadows. It appears we are dealing with a significant threat. White Fang's gaze turned steely. Despite Eishu's casual remarks about using water release and shadow clone techniques, while simultaneously rescuing others, the dangers they faced and the catastrophic toll inflicted upon Konoha by the mist spies were glaringly apparent. White Fang felt a wave of anxiety for the trio merely from hearing the reports. If anything were to happen to those three, White Fang dared not dwell on such thoughts. His immediate goal was to extract the truth and eliminate the threat. A formidable adversary. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered momentarily, his demeanor becoming resolute. The higher the rank, the greater the potential devastation to Konoha. White Fang, I grant you half a day. Mobilize the Umbu as you see fit, including my personal guards. It is imperative that we uncover their motives and eradicate them. I would rather forego the intelligence they possess than witness our children in peril. With the situation on the battlefield escalating, with the fronts of IWA and Kumo shrouded in uncertainty, and Minato along with a cadre of elites poised to depart, the stakes could not be higher. In this moment, anyone daring to disrupt Konoha would only meet with ruin. It seems we shall not be enjoying Uncle White Fang's grilled fish tonight. The 35,000 Rio bounty evaporated as the 7th squad disbanded, aimlessly wandering the streets. Eishu has momentarily cast aside the clutter of thoughts in his mind. The unexpected incident orchestrated by Huoying is, in fact, a favorable development for Baida. Undoubtedly, the focal point of public attention has shifted. Eishu had initially been preoccupied with the dilemma of rescuing White Fang, but now it seems that concern is no longer necessary. In fact, should White Fang be resolved flawlessly, there exists a possibility for a resurgence in popularity, potentially allowing it to compete for the esteemed title of Hokage. While this may appear improbable, it is certainly preferable to being treated as a mere pariah. If you desire grilled fish, I, too, possess the skill to prepare it. Kakashi, evidently in high spirits, was more filled with curiosity than anything else. By the way, Eishu, did you not make a discovery? What exactly did you uncover? Well, Eishu had not intended to involve himself, as it was not his affair. Capturing a spy, would that earn him even a trifling reward? It appears that it might indeed. Eishu was momentarily taken aback, though he could not ascertain with absolute certainty that the person before him was Madarumi. They had indeed engaged in actions that allowed the entire Hidden Leaf village to momentarily forget their disdain for the White Fang. If he could capture her. Eishu's demands were modest. A B-rank mission's reward would suffice, wouldn't it? He had long yearned to acquire a new residence. Darn it all. Why must he carry all his possessions with him at all times? It was all due to those 2 gaping holes in his room. They were quite symmetrical. And not only did they let the wind in during the night, but Eishu also felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. If Danzo truly wished to sever ties, he wouldn't even need to knock on the door. He could wake up one morning to find himself bereft of his kidneys. My discovery is quite straightforward, Eishu declared, his demeanor taking on a grave seriousness. He had made up his mind. Losing 35,000 Rio was hardly a matter of consequence. He would boldly take the plunge and change residences. Have you all noticed something? Chapter 59. In broad daylight, beneath the clear sky, you have done exceedingly well. 1. At the root base, Kumi. No, 1 had already changed into the attire and equipment of the root, her alluring figure concealed yet still enticing. With a swift motion, a scroll was tossed before Kumi, accompanied by Danzo's voice. The Miko is gravely injured and temporarily unable to partake in any operations. Even upon recovery, she will revert to a state of silence. This is the task she could not complete. Now, it falls to you to take her place. Kumi unfurled the scroll, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The Miko had always been Kumi's idol. As the ace spy of the root, she had accomplished countless missions, excelling in the art of disguise. Despite knowing her true identity after working alongside her for so long, Kumi often found herself ensnared in a web of illusion. Ultimately, which was the true Miko? A task entrusted to someone of such caliber should not be trivial. Yet, gazing at the singular mission detailed within the scroll, the familiar name, the well-known photograph, and the exceedingly high evaluation left Kumi astounded. At all costs, ensure he willingly joins the root. Are you serious? A mere child? And, at all costs? What does that entail? Upon completing this mission, you will be able to go to the front lines of Sunagakure and avenge your parents. Danzo's voice floated through the air. Kumi was initially taken aback by his words, but soon, her beautiful eyes brimmed with hatred. Yes. Eishu. Will we be discovered? I have a feeling it is unlikely. Fool, if you don't know, then refrain from speaking recklessly. Kakashi. Do you dare to utter that again? Enough. If he were an ordinary person, he could not possibly discover us. Conversely, if we were not being discovered, it would be equally implausible. Do you understand? Eishu patiently explained, lest the two start bickering again. Indeed. The trio was currently tailing and surveilling a hotel owner along Konoha streets, the very man Eishu suspected of being a Mist Village spy. The resemblance was uncanny. Their groans sounded strikingly similar, and both were portly, middle-aged men with greasy complexions. It might sound far-fetched, but with Minato still absent and them too intimidated to seek Kushina's training, they figured they might as well investigate. Fortune favors the bold. If luck was on their side, they could strike gold. If not, it would serve as good practice. So they trailed him, step by step. The hotel owner moved at a leisurely, unassuming pace, making their task effortless. Yet this very ease made them increasingly doubtful, especially Eishu. His previous clairvoyant insights had stemmed from, well, actual clairvoyance. Infiltrating Konoha rendered transformation jutsu useless, and even the most masterful disguises struggled to evade the Byakugan's gaze. Moreover, Madarumi was still young. Heavy makeup would only raise more suspicion than her natural face, which had nearly given her away to Eishu immediately. But now, His foresight was depleted, leaving him to rely solely on his wits. Watching the hotel owner's nonchalant stroll, Eishu almost convinced himself that summer breezes through the room weren't so bad after all. Just then, they noticed the man glancing furtively around, startling them into pretending to gaze at the sky. When they looked back, the owner had quickened his pace, his plump legs churning like tiny motors as he scurried forward. Did you actually guess right? Damn, Eishu, Obito exclaimed, astonished. Even he could tell something was off about this guy now. It's too early to say for sure. Let's keep following, Eishu replied cautiously. Eishu maintained a semblance of composure. What if the proprietor merely sought the sensation of first love? The innkeeper walked along, closely followed by the 7th class. Eventually, the innkeeper arrived at the entrance of an entertainment district, his face lighting up with a look of yearning as he rubbed his hands together, then eagerly stepped inside. This. Eishu loathed his ill-fated words. Observing the tavern's entrance, marked with a sign prohibiting entry to minors, 3 boys, barely of age combined, found themselves momentarily perplexed. What should they do? Kakashi and Obito turned their gazes toward Eishu. Eishu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to disguise himself as a member of the Watergate. Just as he hesitated, a hurried figure darted across his peripheral vision. Though not tall, the individual moved with surprising speed, and crucially, was shrouded in a hood, cloaked in an air of mystery. Eishu swiftly turned his head to look, unable to discern the person's face, yet he caught sight of a strand of chestnut hair. Pursue. Eishu hesitated for less than 2 seconds before making a decision. Those 2 seconds reflected a seasoned individual's fundamental qualities, alongside a concern regarding the enemy's deceptive tactics. However, the moment Eishu recalled the several signal flares tucked away in his pocket, a sense of calm enveloped him. After all, this was Konoha, under the bright and clear sky. How could one fear the enemy's ambush? The 3 of them dashed forward with swiftness. Meanwhile, the figure behind them promptly sensed the tailing presence and quickened its pace. It was the afternoon, with the sun shining high in the sky. The streets of the residential area were relatively sparse, allowing both parties to confront each other directly. With nimble steps, the pursuit transitioned seamlessly into a chase. The 2 sides pursued one another, soon revealing a park bathed in sunlight. Under the scorching sun, the vast park appeared nearly deserted. Yet, this park was adjacent to a dense forest. The figure did not pause. It plunged headlong into the thicket. However, Eishu raised an eyebrow. At this juncture, even a fool could discern that the adversary was luring him into the woods, where ambushes undoubtedly awaited. They would pursue until this point. Once they emerged from the forest, their escape would be futile. As Eishu abruptly applied the brakes, Kakashi and Obito also came to a halt. The 3 exchanged glances, and Kakashi shrugged, remarking, "Indeed, this forest is vast, and the deeper we go, the more perilous it becomes. Even if we manage to slip through, encountering a barrier would instantly reveal our presence. Let us leave it at that." Eishu rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and tossed 2 signal flares to Obito. "What for?" Obito asked, visibly perplexed. "To summon reinforcements and encircle this area." Kakashi shook his head. "With your intellect, I truly wonder how you manage with your clan. Watch out." Kakashi's pupils dilated as he abruptly shoved Obito aside. With a swift motion, he drew his short blade and deflected a shuriken aimed at Eishu. The clash of metal resonated sharply, and in that moment, a rotund figure emerged from the depths of the forest, none other than the innkeeper who was supposed to be at the tavern in the singing and dancing district. Beside the innkeeper stood a young girl with brown hair, who bore a striking resemblance to Terumi Mei, the little girl named Mizushinyu. Quite the reaction. "No wonder you are the son of White Fang," the innkeeper chuckled. "I believe with you as hostages, Konoha will always tread carefully. Wouldn't you agree? Little hero Eishu? 3 against 2. I wonder where your courage stems from. Let us not forget, this is Konoha." Obito, who had been overlooked, let out a cold laugh as he crushed the 2 signal flares, sending up a billowing plume of red smoke that shot skyward. In that instant, Obito felt himself in the spotlight. Surrender willingly. We treat our captives kindly in Konoha, especially the little girls. Of course, if you wish to resist, you are welcome to try. Just wait until Hey, Kakashi, why are you pulling me? Obito, in his self-important moment, detested being interrupted, especially by Kakashi. Just as he turned to express his frustration, he noticed a series of figures rapidly approaching. Reinforcements arriving this swiftly? Obito initially found it hard to believe, but once he discerned the fierce expressions of the approaching individuals, none of whom bore the Leaf Village forehead protectors. Good grief. Chapter 60. Must we seek refuge in the mist-hidden village? Obito's 2 signal flares summoned a multitude of ninjas, approximately 20 in number, emerging from all directions to encircle the 3 of them. The ancient machine of Eishu whirred with frenetic energy, calculating tirelessly, yet the conclusion was singular. Danger, danger, danger. The adversaries before him were not merely ninjas, but cunning spies, masters of psychological warfare. His array of unconventional tactics would likely prove futile, and could potentially incite the wrath of these formidable foes. The mere presence of so many spies concealed within the hidden leaf was already ludicrous. Confronting these 3 minors was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword against defenseless chicks, leaving no room for mercy. It appears that I truly lack the fate of a spy. Perhaps I should devote myself to the earnest study of ninjutsu instead, Eishu lamented inwardly with a heavy heart. This moment felt like a fogged mind. Having been swept away by reckless abandon, ventilation in the summer ought to be improved. Eishu raised both hands, his face filled with despair. You're impressive. I surrender. Please do not kill me. Thank you. Beside him, Kakashi raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Eishu's declaration, casting his blade to the ground and lifting his hands as well. And my father is White Fang. The entire Umbu is under his command, so please do not kill me either. Thank you. For a swordsman, such an act was indeed a profound humiliation. Yet, his father had once stated that if relinquishing one's weapon was to safeguard one's comrades, it was a different matter entirely. Kakashi understood well that while the enemy appeared to have the upper hand, reinforcements from Konoha would soon arrive. The most anxious were the individuals before him. In this scenario, maintaining composure and avoiding provocation until the adversaries revealed their vulnerabilities was the wisest course of action. As for the blade he had discarded, it was of no consequence. Acquiring a new one would not be a challenge. Obito found himself in a predicament. For the renowned Uchiha genius, to raise his hands and surrender was indeed a formidable task. A chuckle escaped him, as he thought it merely a gesture of courtesy towards Eishu and Kakashi. You recognize this, do you not? Uchiha, the most formidable clan of Konoha. Just ensure you do not kill me, lest you comprehend the consequences. Obito defiantly brandished a white flag, only to be unceremoniously kicked to the ground. Alas, the camaraderie of Team 7 was not limited to combat. Their surrender was equally exceptional. Thus, Team 7 formally capitulated in unison. I knew I was not mistaken about you, young ninjas of Konoha. I initially presumed you might attempt to outsmart me by stalling. Splendid. Engaging with astute individuals always brings joy. The innkeeper spoke, but his tone transformed, becoming that of Eishu's former patron, Mizukawa. This revelation was anticipated by Eishu and elicited no significant surprise. After all, both individuals had long been marked in his mind as spies from the hidden mist. However, upon further reflection, never mind, he thought. Eishu shook his head, confessing his ignorance of espionage matters. As a member of the Senju clan, he resolved to tread the path of resistance. Survival was of paramount importance at this juncture. At that moment, a diminutive, gaunt ninja spy approached, his sharp features and simian appearance exuding an unsettling aura. Yet, Eishu felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Among the travelers he had rescued today, there indeed seemed to be a figure resembling him. How extraordinary! The spy produced a length of rope, expertly binding the hands of the three individuals in a manner befitting a ninja, effectively preventing them from performing hand seals. Could you be a tad gentler, sir? I assure you, I won't resist. Eishu winced in pain, adding, if necessary, I can easily forget your face. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Retorted the sharp-featured ninja spy, his voice as piercing as his countenance. Once the trio was securely bound, others approached, intent on covering their heads with black cloth. Eishu furrowed his brows momentarily, but soon returned to his usual demeanor. Just before the last flicker of light extinguished, he beheld the ambiguous expression of the innkeeper, a smile that seemed both genuine and mocking. This left Eishu in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the innkeeper they were shadowing was an impostor? Yet, the shimmering waters of the Sunshui marsh lay vividly before him. However, before Eishu could ponder further, a cold blade was suddenly pressed against the nape of his neck. Little ghost, my knife is exceedingly sharp. If you encounter any troubles along the way, it would be wise to inform me first. Otherwise, your head may well be lost. Of course, whether I choose to listen is another matter entirely. Ha ha ha. A seemingly deranged spy laughed uproariously, while the spies nearby joined in silent mirth. Very well, Eishu responded succinctly, complying without hesitation. His nonchalant demeanor instantly silenced the laughter that enveloped him. Eishu, blindfolded, could not see, yet he could sense the multitude of gazes fixed upon him. I have stated before that he is not an ordinary specter. Your methods of intimidation are futile against him, Eagle Spirit. At this moment, he is likely calculating how to collaborate with the ninjas of Konoha to annihilate us all. The voice of Rishueze paused momentarily, growing more solemn thereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, the truly perilous battle has only just commenced. The completion of our mission hinges on what is to come. Indeed, the laughter of spies is silent. Save for the aberration behind Eishu, the spies' responses were profoundly resonant. Eishu could hear each voice distinctly, yet they seemed to merge into a singular entity. In this instant, Eishu's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Since his arrival in this era, he had endured no fewer than 100 skirmishes. Excluding the engagements with the Uchiha, the physical education classes at the Ninja Academy, and the practice sessions with Kakashi and Obito, only 4 battles remained. The first was against Minato, the outcome notwithstanding. The second was with Little Chili, from which he narrowly escaped. The only encounters worthy of recognition were with that cloud-hidden ninja and the fateful night of the 9 kills at the root. He emerged victorious, triumphing through intellect, the mastery of hydrogen release, and the astonishing might of the great water dragon bullet. Yet, in the presence of these spies, all of it pales in comparison. The ability to infiltrate Konoha and successfully lay an ambush beneath their very noses demands an exceptionally high level of professional acumen. Eishu has yet to discern even the identity of the wetlands, let alone engage in a battle of wits with those who perpetually thrive in the realm of subterfuge. Must I truly capitulate? In his heart, Eishu murmured, as he could roughly predict the outcome that lay ahead. Kakashi would undoubtedly be unharmed. No matter how rampant the Mist Village became, they would still hesitate to target the White Fang. It was likely that Obito would also remain safe. A 6-year-old prodigy awakening his eyes was not something the Uchiha clan would allow the Mist to take away. The Mist wouldn't even dare to gouge out Obito's eyes. In some respects, the Uchiha's fearsome reputation surpassed that of the White Fang. They were not the kind of cowards who would simply draw on their foreheads to avoid having their clan members' eyes taken. As for him, endowed with the Senju bloodline, he was ostensibly destined for greatness, a future filled with promise. Yet, the crucial point was that, apart from the old man, no one knew of his potential. The Mist's objective was to retreat, and they must possess some leverage. Unsurprisingly, that leverage would be none other than him, Senju Eishu. He could only rely on himself, the Senju clansman living in a rental, who was even reluctant to repair the walls. I just wonder if the treatment will be any better once I reach the Mist. The housing prices there. Obito will likely be very heartbroken, won't he? Sigh. Eishu felt a pang of discomfort as he reflected on the disgraceful state of the traversers. However, at that moment, while he was guided by the dagger pressing against the nape of his neck, he suddenly kicked something beneath his feet. He stumbled and nearly lost his balance. Eishu instinctively gasped and shouted, "Be careful, elder brother." In Eishu's heart, a wave of frustration surged. He had yet to reach the fog-shrouded destination, and he implored, "Please steady your hand." Yet, in the next moment, he observed her meager aspirations. "Prepare yourself." A familiar voice, aged yet robust, carried a sharp tongue, but could not conceal the underlying concern within. Eishu was taken aback for a moment, only to be overwhelmed with ecstasy. Surrender? Just because of your misty concealment? How absurd. As if anyone is without support. I would rather die than yield. Chapter 61. You old man. Eishu has always been a person of remarkable steadiness. Although the recent tumult nearly led to his being sold into slavery, a rather humiliating experience, he still considers himself to be quite prudent. If he had truly indulged recklessly, he would not have emerged unscathed from this ordeal, would he? Thus, it can be said that everything unfolds as it should. Notions of surrender are mere illusions, mere tactics. Earth escape, Earth dragon technique. The old man intoned in his antiquated manner. As Eishu lay on the ground, he felt a tremor reverberate through the earth, as if something colossal was emerging from beneath the surface. The sound of its movement resembled the thunderous march of an army. Eishu soon heard a series of heart-wrenching screams, interspersed with the dull thuds of impact and the sickening crunch of breaking bones. The situation was utterly perplexing. Eishu was uncertain about the elder's true strength, but it must have been formidable. Yet, these spies displayed an extraordinary resilience, as none of them sought mercy. Eishu could not suppress his curiosity. He was on the verge of unleashing his chakra to free his hands and witness the old man's explosive display. However, at that moment, he sensed someone approaching him, causing the chakra he had just summoned to retreat once more. He chose to observe the unfolding situation, gathering strength for what lay ahead. Suddenly, he was yanked upwards, feeling a chilling sensation at his neck, which, from its texture, appeared to be a kunai, sharp and menacing. Well, it seemed he could afford to wait a little longer. In the midst of stillness, Eishu appeared deceptively calm. However, beneath the surface, he was anything but. He feigned fear, arching his body backward in an attempt to discern the stance of the adversary who had taken him captive. "Dear brother, please steady your hand. I surrendered at dawn. And that old man is a stranger to me." Eishu's scheme succeeded, yet an odd sensation lingered within him. The person restraining him must have been rather petite, for his neck had collided with their head. "Then don't move recklessly," came the crisp, slightly nervous voice of a young girl. As Eishu raised an eyebrow in surprise, he realized that it was indeed a fully paid new residence. What a pleasant encounter. Meanwhile, it seemed that the old man had also concluded his affairs. The sounds of trembling ceased, and the cries of despair faded away. The only sounds Eishu could perceive were the rapid heartbeat of the young girl behind him and the heavy gasps of the old man. Is this truly the end? Eishu sensed an ominous turn of events. He understood that the old man was formidable and had never witnessed him unleash his full potential. While these misty spies might not be his adversaries, the old man's greatest foe was none other than himself, his advancing age. Time is a relentless butcher. And who can retain their youthful locks forever? Eishu let out a sigh. Well then, leave the rest to me. Hiki. There is only one Kagaya Otsutsuki left. The dual bloodline and watery shadow belonged to him, Senju, at this moment. In an instant, Eishu's hands became restless. Although he was unable to perform hand seals due to the disruption of his chakra, he was no mere charlatan. After all, what genuine ninja resorts to such gestures? Just then, a voice unexpectedly broke the tension. Lord. It was the voice of Rishueze, though tinged with a cautious and tentative tone. It made Eishu's heart leap. How is this fellow still here? Eishu possesses an unwavering confidence in his auditory abilities. To put it plainly, since the 3rd grade of elementary school, he has scarcely ever faltered in his English listening comprehension, particularly after being deprived of both visual and auditory stimuli. His ears have become remarkably acute. He can nearly discern the heartbeat of Mei Ming. Yet he remains completely oblivious to the presence of the living being, Eishu, standing behind him. The prowess of your earth-based techniques is indeed astonishing, but I wonder, is your chakra not running low? The elder offered no reply, but his labored breathing was unmistakably intense. Eishu sensed a slight movement from the young girl beside him, and then the voice of Eishu resonated before him. Throughout the process of movement, Eishu remained entirely oblivious. Our demands are rather simple. We merely wish to depart from Konoha. However, if you insist on keeping us here, then I shall have no choice but to take this little brat along to meet her demise. My lord, I wish to propose a transaction with you. If I can ensure, begone, take this child away, and do not let me lay eyes on you again in the future. The old man's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Eishu was so engrossed that he momentarily failed to react. Did that old man just play me for a fool? Eishu was taken aback. Simultaneously, he sensed that the young girl behind him experienced a sudden drop in her heart rate. Not only her, but also Eishu in front of him seemed to tremble slightly. Clearly, they were both unsettled by the astonishing words of the elderly man. This was Eishu's first realization of Eishu's movements. Such espionage prowess was indeed terrifying. What? Do you wish to compete with this old man? He taunted. Come on. I'll give you both my hands. Eishu was left speechless. What on earth was this old man up to? He could not believe that the elderly man truly intended to disregard him. Could it genuinely be due to health reasons? You go ahead, Eishu's voice rang out, unmistakably commanding. The girl behind him, Kame, said nothing but paused for 2 seconds before lowering the kunai that had been poised at Eishu's throat to her waist. Let us go, no tricks. At that moment, Eishu's mind was racing. He could conjure 2 projectiles within a second, one aimed at each individual before and behind him. Just enough to suffice. The only dilemma was that he was unaware of Eishu's precise location. After that brief tremor, Eishu had once again slipped into stealth mode, leaving Eishu with no choice but to gamble. But Eishu swiftly conceived a more prudent strategy. With a dazzling backflip, he positioned himself behind Terumi Mei, effortlessly snatching her kunai mid-motion before landing gracefully. The roles of predator and prey had reversed. What could be more exhilarating than this perfect counterattack? Without hesitation, Eishu channeled his chakra, smirking, prepared to be amazed. Yet at that very moment, little girl, beware his hands. He can perform hand-sealess ninjutsu. You'd best attach an explosive tag. Huh. The young maiden froze momentarily, but complied nonetheless. Just as Eishu prepared to execute his maneuver, he abruptly sensed something being affixed to his back. Upon witnessing the situation, Eishu instinctively thought of a traditional cultural export. However, the old man appeared to have anticipated Eishu's move long before, offering another round of admonitions. Furthermore, he seemed to have a hidden blade concealed within his mouth. It would be prudent for you to seal it swiftly. How amusing. He truly spares no opportunity to thwart others. Oh, you mischievous old man. How excessive your actions are. Wait, I'm not hiding anything in my mouth. He defamed me. Ack. MMM. 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 Chapter 62. Dear Eishu, let us engage in a transaction. Eishu embarked on his journey as a hostage once more. However, unlike 10 minutes prior, he now had a cloth, presumably a handkerchief, stuffed in his mouth, and several explosive tags affixed to his back. The old man had arrived. Yet it seemed as though he had not. Eishu was utterly perplexed by the old man's intentions, yet one thing was certain. He could only rely on himself now. Kakashi and Obito are not here. They were nowhere to be seen during the recent battle, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The immediate priority is to devise a means of escape. Eishu pondered within, growing increasingly infuriated. If it weren't for that old man's foolish antics, he would have executed a stunning counterattack just moments ago. I truly did not anticipate that you would be the one among the three, concealing your true self the most profoundly. Under the guidance of Zhao Meiming, Eishu walked forward with his eyes closed. The voice of Eishu echoed once more. But Eishu chose to ignore it, too apathetic even to respond with a grunt. Hidden at the deepest level? I am not boasting. If I were to reveal it, it would surely terrify you in an instant. Alas, your secret, I fear I cannot seek out in person. Eishu sighed. Eishu sensed a tremor beside him. It was Kame Mei who quivered slightly. Unfortunately, his hands were bound by explosive talismans. Otherwise, in that fleeting moment, he could have turned the tables. In the next instant, a flash of light reappeared, and the black cloth bag that shrouded Eishu's head was abruptly yanked away, the blinding sunlight prompting him to instinctively squint. Once his eyes adjusted, the countenance that greeted him was that of his initial benefactor, Nishisawa. Or rather, Kame Kinjiro gazed at Eishu with palpable interest. Their eyes locked, and Kame Kinjiro nodded in approval. Recognizing the potential within Eishu, he possessed the makings of a fine spy. Eishu blinked, appearing remarkably innocent. A spy? I beg your pardon. But perhaps you ought to erase my existence. I am unworthy. In the future, I shall endeavor to keep my distance from your ilk and fire at will. You must have many questions, don't you? My apologies, I almost forgot about that senior's little prank. Kame Kinjiro chuckled softly, and then, amidst the bewildered gazes of Eishu and Kamei, he proceeded to remove the handkerchief that had been stuffed into Eishu's mouth. As Eishu's brow gradually furrowed, he found himself perplexed by the elaborate antics of Rishuei. Tentatively, he ventured, "Well, how about you release my hands as well? It's a bit uncomfortable." "Ah, quite intriguing." Terumi Kinjiro chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was not entirely out of the question, but certainly not at this moment. "Let us converse as we walk, please." Once his vision was restored, Eishu no longer required guidance. Terumi Mei stood behind him, and the trio continued onward. The surrounding trees were lush and dense. Having previously been blindfolded, Eishu's sense of direction had been obscured. He could only estimate their current location near the borders of the hidden leaf, likely beyond its protective barrier. "Allow me to introduce myself. My real name is Kinjiro, but I cannot disclose my surname. It is a rule of our profession. I am Eishu, without a surname." Eishu once again embarked on the task of self-introduction, seemingly resigned, yet in reality, he was meticulously calculating their current location. Exiting the confines of the Konoha barrier indeed allowed the Konoha barrier team to pinpoint their position and the direction of their departure in a timely manner. However, this fellow named Kinjiro was rather cunning. Kakashi and Obito were not part of their group. And Eishu surmised that this individual had undoubtedly orchestrated the involvement of multiple teams to confound the barrier team. Otherwise, Konoha's reinforcements would have arrived long ago. And he need not endure the ire of the old man. How infuriating. Eishu cursed under his breath but suddenly noticed that the surroundings had fallen silent. He turned to glance at Kinjiro, only to find that the expression on his face was rather peculiar, as if he had just discovered that he had been betrayed. With the betrayer sitting right across from him. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. "Well," murmured Terumi Kinjiro, followed by a light chuckle as he shook his head. "Eishu, I wish to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" Eishu's face reflected his confusion, the same bewilderment echoing in his mind. What trickery was he concocting this time? Indeed, a transaction, a mutually beneficial one. Terumi Kinjiro paused, the soft light filtering through the dense foliage illuminating him. "I shall divulge to you all the truths, including the reasons for my arrival in Konoha and why I subsequently fled in haste. In return, you must grant me one request. Trust me. This exchange will prove advantageous for you. Lord Hokage, we have received word from the barrier squad. Lord Whitefang has caught up with one of the enemy groups, and Uchiha Obito has been rescued. The remaining 4 groups of enemy village personnel under surveillance are expected to be entirely eradicated before nightfall," an Umbu reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, observing the slanting sun sinking towards the horizon. The earlier anxiety and fury had dissipated, leaving only a calm demeanor. "What of Minato? He has been gone for quite some time. No word yet?" "The group of enemies under the command of Jonin Minato is not within our surveillance, Lord Hokage. The barrier squad cannot synchronize with the battle situation," the Umbu swiftly replied. "Then we shall dispatch an additional team. Activate all the Mist Village spies in Konoha. We cannot afford to be stingy." Sarutobi Hiruzen stated composedly, "Before nightfall, I wish to see those 3 children." "Yes." The Umbu bowed and departed. However, another Umbu soon entered. "Lord Hokage, we have received an S-rank letter from Elder Danzo of Root." "S-rank?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze faltered. "Bring it to me at once." A minute later, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely tore the letter into shreds, his eyes ablaze with fury. That scoundrel! That scoundrel! The Umbu beside him bowed their heads in silence, none daring to provoke the current Hokage at such a moment. The lion may be aging, yet its majesty remains. However, the rage swiftly dissipated, anger is fleeting. The die had been cast, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could only let out a resigned sigh. "Very well. At the root base, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Regardless of success or failure, you are destined for a grim fate." Yenoyu, Danzo, shrouded in shadows, gazed intently at the blazing sun above, his voice imbued with an unusual warmth. Kneeling behind him was Yenoyu, who had claimed to be gravely injured. "I only beseech that you honor your promise, that after the mission concludes, my identity shall never be invoked again." The latter part of her statement remained unvoiced. Yet her response was unwavering. For a root ninja, there exists no such thing as a concluded mission. The only circumstance that allows for a transfer of tasks is the death of the executor or the initiation of another mission, one that is nearly certain to result in death. Yanoyu opted for the latter, a choice scarcely distinguishable from death itself. Chapter 63. Speed is essential whether you believe it or not. The explosive tags were not planted by us. The setting sun bled crimson as it descended. The forest gradually succumbed to darkness, awakening the nocturnal creatures that lurked within. A wildcat perched on a branch, fixated on the 3 who were about to step into the shadows. I merely used the water prison technique to ensnare her, and activated the highest level emergency protocol to ensure the child's safe retreat. I remained at the inn, coordinating with the innkeeper you encountered prior to your departure. That has always been my role. Reflecting now, it seems we may have been under surveillance even before entering Konoha. Someone has been manipulating me from the very beginning. Terumi Kinjiro spoke, his words straddling the line between truth and deception. Eishu, in truth, has not uttered a single word. Yano and Miss Kumi. The enchanting Kumi has indeed sustained injuries, all of which were incurred while being held by him. Is that so? Eishu pondered, casting his gaze towards the side where Terumi Mei stood. Previously, it had merely been conjecture. Yet now he could ascertain with certainty that she was indeed the future wielder of the dual ninjutsu, the water shadow. And what of the other one? The place that minors are prohibited from entering? Is that also you? Eishu inquired, exhibiting a hint of curiosity akin to the polite engagement one shares while conversing with an elderly lady. That is my person, tasked with guiding you here. The reason for your prolonged surveillance was to ensure the complete withdrawal of all Misty Veil spies. Rishueze responded swiftly, his facial expressions and gaze impeccably controlled. Regardless, Eishu, an analyst proficient in micro-expressions, discerned nothing. Nevertheless, this did not impede his resolute skepticism. All Misty Veil spies withdrawing? How is that conceivable? To say nothing of the fact that the true proprietor of the inn is unlikely to keep pace. Eishu has already formulated a plan. Should he return to the Hidden Leaf Village, he would promptly report the individual worth 500,000. Eishu continues to feign deep contemplation. However, in reality, he is compressing his chakra. Behind him lies an explosive tag, likely in a semi-activated state. The Rasengan could sever the rope in an instant. Yet it is probable that the explosive tag would also be triggered simultaneously. Eishu devised a method to swiftly shed his clothing after freeing himself from the restraints, akin to a golden cicada casting off its shell. However, this process required both caution and speed. He allocated himself a prudent time frame of 5 seconds. The detonation of the explosive talisman would not require such an extended duration. This interval was solely for his own metamorphosis. Eishu had already devised a plan. Wielding a small water orb in his left hand and a spiraling technique in his right, hoping that luck might favor him in extinguishing the explosive talisman. The crux of the matter lay in how to divert the attention of these two individuals. While Kinjiro's strength remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, Kogami may have been lingering behind him, rarely uttering a word. The saying goes, those who do not strive in their youth shall rue their unfulfilled unions. A fitting lament for her. Why not come and tease me a bit? At that moment, a soft chuckle from Kinjiro startled Eishu. Yet, Kinjiro chose not to elaborate further, instead immersing himself in revealing the truth. To you, my words may seem entirely fabricated, of course. I do not expect you to believe me. You and I belong to the same ilk, suspicious of everything, a natural-born spy. Eishu felt a sense of offense. Simultaneously, a piercing voice resonated from the horizon, causing Eishu to raise an eyebrow. Wasn't that the sound of a soaring monkey? Yet, Kinjiro came to a halt, straining to discern the direction of the sound. After 3 seconds, his expression grew increasingly complex. Indeed, Kinjiro murmured softly. Eishu discerned a sense of gravity, tension, and even a hint of relief, as if he had anticipated this moment long ago. Naturally, he chose to adopt a defensive mindset, refusing to dwell on thoughts or indulge in conjecture, thus shielding himself from deception. Kinjiro did not advance any further. Instead, he cast a glance at Mei Jing, his face adorned with a smile that Eishu found inscrutable. My apologies, young lady. It is time to bid farewell. Eishu raised his eyebrows. But in the next instant, stop. Terumi Mei suddenly exclaimed sharply. Yet, Kinjiro had already begun forming hand seals with one hand. Whoosh. Eishu merely sensed a gust of wind. And to his astonishment, Kinjiro had suddenly darted from in front of him to behind. What an opportune moment. Eishu paid little heed to the surrounding chaos, wielding a small water orb in his left hand and a spiral sphere in his right. Meanwhile, his mind conjured images of a 3-bedroom apartment and substantial wealth. Envisioning figures such as Ju Mei, Shi Ri Hong, Gong Shou, Sam Yi, Hei Tu, Xiao Nan, and even Kagaya, all waiting for him, having been absolved of their pasts. What he yearned for was a buff that would accelerate his movements as he shed his coat. In the blink of an eye, the spiral sphere effortlessly shredded the ropes binding his hands, manipulated deftly by the back of his palm. Simultaneously, a small water orb detonated explosively, sending a jolt of pain through his back. Had the orb's power increased? This was certainly a matter to investigate upon his return. However, for now, he needed to hastily remove his coat. With a swift motion, Eishu executed a brilliant escape, casting his coat behind him while simultaneously forming hand seals, instantly transporting himself to a nearby tree with a substitution technique. But that was not the end. He retrieved 2 smoke bombs from beneath his arms, their pungent aroma filling the air. Prepared for any eventuality, although his ninja tool pouch had been stripped away, his old stash remained intact. Mr. Kinjiro, you stand accused of vandalism, orchestrating acts of terrorism, trafficking in children, and malicious assault. In summary, I, as a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, hereby inform you. You are under arrest, Mr. Kinjiro. Eishu endured throughout the journey, yearning for this very moment. At this instant, Jianjiaro cradled the bewildered Terumi Mei in his arms, his expression one of astonishment, as if gazing upon a prodigy. His attention was particularly drawn to the 2 smoke bombs clutched in Eishu's hand. Child, do you perceive that contraption as a detonating talisman or something? What Jianjiaro did not realize was that, in the hands of the old 6th, a single smoke bomb could trade for 10 detonating talismans unless it was liquidated. Yet, what Eishu remained oblivious to was that the Jianjiaro before him, beyond being a high-level spy of the mist, was also an exceptionally skilled jonin. It seemed you had no intention of engaging in a proper discussion, which is fortuitous. Jianjiro formed hand seals with one hand. In an instant, Eishu swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. However, Terumi Kinjiro also employed shadow clones. Just as Eishu believed he had encountered a kindred spirit, Terumi Kinjiro's real body charged forward. "Let's engage in battle. Allow me to witness your prowess," he began, but his words abruptly fell silent. Aishu's gaze sharpened. At this range, even without Kinjiro's audible voice, he could discern his intentions through lip movements. Simultaneously, a rare echo of the old man's warning reverberated in his mind. "Do not reveal your identity. It could spell trouble for you, especially with outside village ninjas. If anyone discovers your secret, you must eliminate them. Under no circumstances should they see the light of day again." Chapter 64. Strike Hard. Version 2.0 concerning the Senju. This battle was inevitable. Eishu understood this, as did his shadow clone by his side. In unison, they prepared to confront Kinjiro. While Eishu began to weave hand seals for the water release, water bullet technique. In truth, he was reluctant to use water techniques in front of a mist ninja. Yet, he needed to launch a fierce assault. Otherwise, should the opponent seize the offensive, he may not withstand it. He reminisced about Kakashi's earth wall technique. Water release, water bullet technique. The water bullets surged violently towards Terumi Kinjiro. As if that were not enough, a smoke bomb suddenly erupted beneath Aishu's feet. As the water bullets commenced their assault, he too vanished into the concealment of the smoke. Eishu once again entered his veteran combat mode. However, this time he didn't restrain himself for long. While the water bullets temporarily suppressed Terumi Kinjiro, his true target was that shadow clone. If my deduction isn't mistaken, the young lady you mentioned must hold considerable status, correct? Eishu has commenced a verbal onslaught, compelling the entire hidden mist to retract its spies concealed within the Leaf Village. What an audacious maneuver. But does this not effectively reveal your true identities to me? As Eishu spoke, the second wave of assault was already prepared. Am I correct, Terumi-san? Eishu did not explicitly mention the name of Zhao Meiming, which can be regarded as a reciprocal gesture of courtesy towards Jianjiro's automatic silence. However, the effect is tantamount to directly naming her. The smokescreen deployed by Hideki seemed to obscure his line of attack. But Terumi Kinjiro had already anticipated it and was about to retreat to support his shadow clones. However, Hideki's sudden shout caused Kinjiro to freeze for a full second. How did this brat know? Just from the words young mistress? This was the clan leader's daughter's first mission outside the village. Had Kirigakir's intelligence network already been thoroughly compromised? Much like how Hideki had been startled by Kinjiro's silenced lip movements earlier, Kinjiro's mind now raced with possibilities. The difference was, Hideki instinctively recalled the old man's words, snapping him back into combat mode faster. Kinjiro, however, was burdened with too many thoughts, unable to halt his overanalysis even in battle. For that 1 second, his state was akin to being trapped in a ninjutsu. A single second, but for Hideki, it was enough. Lightning release, thunderclap. Flashes of lightning flickered within the smoke. Yet no attack seemed imminent. Kinjiro finally snapped out of it, inwardly cursing the boy's cunning as he accelerated toward Terumi-mei. But the moment he moved, the smokescreen began dissipating. Damn these cheap smoke bombs from Lao Lu's gear stash, degrading from sweat and humidity. Emerging from the fading haze were multiple figures, one Hideki after another, his shadow clones now fully prepared. Kinjiro's pupils contracted in shock and intrigue. The clones were arranged in 3 orderly rows, 11 in total. The first row knelt, arms raised, crackling with lightning, the lightning release squad. The second row stood behind them, palms swirling with compact water spheres. The last row was mid-hand seal, perhaps the real Hideki, perhaps not. Who could guess Lao Lu's tactics? Just as Kinjiro reached Mei's side, his own shadow clone, already weaving defensive seals, crushed these bastards. One of the Hidekis roared. The second row unleashed their spiraling water spheres without restraint, hurling them toward their targets. The first row's lightning users didn't idle either. Their bolts surged forth, precisely striking the airborne water orbs, not disrupting their trajectory but amplifying their momentum. Lightning fused with water, yet this time, no electrolysis occurred. 10 shadow clones, 15 techniques. If yang release were added, Hideki would be drained dry. No time move. At the critical moment, Kinjiro bellowed, hands flashing through seals. Water release, water barrier. Judging by the relatively simple hand signs, this was no high-level jutsu. In the vicinity of the toilet in Ying's residence, concealed beneath the refuse bin, lies a scroll containing a B-rank ninjutsu known as water release, water barrier. It is likely far superior to the water wall technique. A flicker of disdain flashed in Eishu's eyes. Do you not wish to witness it? He taunted. And so, the spectacle unfolded. The water wall indeed rose promptly, substantial in scale, seemingly capable of withstanding all. However, the moment the lightning technique, the spiral water ball, made contact with this aqueous barrier, a cacophony ensued. One by one, the small water balls detonated, transforming into planar whirlpools with the lightning coursing through them, shattering the water wall into fragments with a single encounter. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. 3 or 4 additional water balls that had yet to engage in the assault arrived only to find the wall obliterated. One of these struck directly at Terumi Kinjiro, overwhelming him with a powerful current that rendered him weak and exhilarated. Consequently, the city gates swung wide open, the splashes mingling with the immense electric surge, causing Terumi Kinjiro to collapse to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The remaining water balls did not go to waste, crashing down and affecting Terumi Kinjiro's shadow clone, which dissipated into white smoke in a fit of unwillingness, taking Terumi May with it, who also fell to the ground, one after another. The figures of the 6th Squad's Eishu dissipated, with the primary body being the last to vanish. Whether anyone had anticipated this remains a mystery. It is somewhat embarrassing. Eishu had originally intended to unleash another barrage but was hindered by a fear of insufficient firepower, as 10 shadow clones simultaneously dissipated. Eishu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, albeit with a slight replenishment of chakra. He gazed upon the fallen Terumi Kinjiro and Terumi May, their bodies still intermittently convulsing. Yuki instinctively reached for his thigh, only to grasp at emptiness as he recalled his ninja tools pouch had been removed. This predicament weighed heavily upon him. To refrain from delivering the final blow risked squandering a tactical advantage. For should the enemy regain their strength while his own chakra reserves neared depletion, the consequences would be dire indeed. Yet if this were but a feigned weakness, a trap set to lure him into fatal proximity where he might be counterattacked and humiliatingly defeated. Having employed stealth and cunning throughout this arduous journey, he could ill afford to falter at this critical juncture. Eishu immediately began to survey his surroundings, and after a moment, his eyebrows lifted in excitement. He sprinted back and forth, accumulating quite a collection of small stones in his embrace. Mr. Kinjiro? Eishu called out tentatively, before hurling one of the small stones aimed directly at his groin. Eishu exerted considerable effort, determined to ensure that if the person were to awaken in pain, they would be unable to resist at that critical moment. However, Giangiaro remained unresponsive, leaving one to ponder whether his remarkable endurance was at play, or if he had truly been rendered numb by the electric shock. As Eishu walked, he casually discarded items, swiftly arriving beside Terumi May. He showed no mercy, placing his foot directly upon her, suppressing any possibility of resistance. It was not until he had subdued Terumi May that May Kinjiro made any move. At that moment, Eishu raised his eyebrows. This time, it seemed he had triumphed. However, just then whoosh, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the sky once again. Eishu turned his gaze upward, and indeed, he caught sight of a flicker of fireworks. Simultaneously, he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. A rustling noise, indicating that there were quite a number of people. Eishu exhaled in relief. It appeared that reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 65. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy? There are figures ahead. This is the Lord and that esteemed individual. Damn it. How could the Lord be here? Were they not supposed to have retreated? Maintain vigilance. The scoundrels from Konoha should not be far behind. We cannot proceed recklessly. Cursed be. Those fellows are closing in. Kinji, your chakra reserves are still plentiful. Take the Lord and lead the way. Tell Haruko that I have loved. If we are to leave, we shall depart together. Those words are for you to convey to Haruko. Then let us confront the scum of Konoha head-on. How remarkable it would be to have the son of White Fang accompany us to our demise. Let us fight. It is over. Hanging limply from the branch among a throng of Mist Village spies, Eishu dared not even breathe. In this moment, Eishu felt an immense gratitude that his instincts had once again saved him. Had he transformed even a moment later, he would have perished. Yet, the situation was hardly better. He was suspended from a branch, having initially intended merely to observe from afar, yet events had unfolded with such rapidity. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a transformation technique he had mastered even more than the water bullet jutsu. However, after the recent battle, his chakra was nearly depleted. Remarkably, these individuals remained oblivious to his presence, but should he linger for another 10 or 20 minutes, he feared he would meet his end. With a silent breath, Eishu endeavored to maintain his balance while stretching his neck to gaze downward. He beheld a lifeless figure resembling a fish lying on the ground. Its height and build fitting the description. Coupled with the chatter of the Mist Village, he surmised that it must indeed be Kakashi. As fate would have it, he was directly beneath Eishu, and should he falter now, at least there would be a cushion to break his fall. At that moment, a loud crackle resounded. Simultaneously, those scoundrels from Konoha. Are we the only ones left? How infuriating. Is the Lord still unconscious? With 2 consecutive bursts of signal flares, Eishu had initially perceived them as signals from the Umbu, yet it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had assumed. Thus, are these the only enemies remaining? Perhaps Obito has been rescued. With a raised eyebrow, Eishu realized that this was perhaps the only piece of good news he had encountered today. Reflecting on the day, it had indeed been quite thrilling. What he initially thought to be a grand espionage drama turned out to be only half the story, and unexpectedly, he found himself entangled in it. How utterly awkward. Aiki glanced at the lifeless body of Kenshiro, or rather, Jimfoto Kenshiro, lying on the ground. Suddenly, he recalled the words the man had uttered earlier. From the moment we entered Konoha, we've been watched. There's someone who's been using me all along. In principle, Aiki didn't believe a single syllable of it. Yet now, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Coincidence? He instinctively questioned. The kind of thought one might scoff at in a drama. But throughout the entire day, he hadn't encountered a single coincidence. The innkeeper's startled cry had already been exposed as Kenshiro's trap. No wonder shinobi were sometimes called close combat mages. Aiki couldn't help but think that these spies were the true embodiment of the term. Psychological manipulation, too? How insidious. Huh. Aiki's breathing grew ragged. Even if his chakra reserves held, his legs were nearing their limit. Just then, they're here. A Kiri spy barked the warning. His voice tense and grave. Instantly, the air thickened with tension as every operative braced for battle. In Eishu's heart, a flicker of joy ignited. Surely. An enemy that instills fear cannot remain an enemy forever. Moreover, it was previously stated that they belonged to Konoha, so a treacherous betrayal was unlikely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows began to materialize, their faces devoid of expression, concealed behind masks. The umbu, hanging from the tree, Eishu was elated, feeling as if the fatigue in his calves had vanished, and his chakra had significantly replenished. Yet, in the next moment, the order was given, leave behind the son of White Fang and proceed. True to their reputation, the umbu acted with swift precision, devoid of hesitation. Their execution ruthless and without a hint of compassion. However, one perplexing detail left Eishu unsettled, even a tad anxious. The leader of the umbu, her voice and hairstyle. Why does she resemble Yanoyu? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? Eishu was acutely aware of the severity of Yanoyu's injuries. One arm was fractured, and his abdomen bore stab wounds. Given the resilient nature of a ninja's physique, even with the existence of medical ninjutsu, a minimum recovery period of 2 weeks would be required if he were to rise to his feet so soon. For some reason, Eishu recalled the words of Takemi Kenjiro. From the moment I entered Konoha, I was merely a tool, a means to an end. Yanoyu, Danzo, Kakashi. What on earth? A sinister thought took root in Eishu's mind. Could this be aimed at Baya? The cacophony of battle echoed fiercely below, the momentum of the misty shadows spies formidable enough to sustain their assault for a full 2 minutes. There remained a discernible gap between the ninjas and the melee mages. In an instant, the roots seized control of the battlefield, leaving no one standing on the ground. Surprisingly, the already fallen Koji Makoto and Koji Mei managed to evade disaster. A misty shadows operative, in its final moments, leaped onto Koji Mei, shielding her from a fire jutsu. Kakashi made no attempt to resist, likely rendered unconscious. Let us not recover the bodies just yet. We shall commence as planned. Never mind, he has arrived. Just as Yanoyu was about to prepare for something, a root operative was even poised to launch a signal flare. Yet, upon hearing the announcement of his arrival, all members of the root swiftly returned to a state of heightened readiness, as if facing a formidable adversary. In the same location, 2 factions mirrored each other's movements almost identically. It seems we are indeed witnessing a case of black eating black. The tree hung heavily. With Eishu grappling with his physiological challenges, his gaze fixed on everything around him as he struggled to swallow. At that moment, the adversary's adversary approached with astonishing speed. Though Eishu could not discern his figure from a distance, it felt as if a sharp, elongated blade was piercing through towards him, exerting immense pressure even before his arrival. All roots were poised and prepared for action. Meanwhile, Yanoyu had reached Kakashi's side, first removing his headband, then his mask. After confirming the identity, he pressed a kunai against Kakashi's throat. At long last, the figure arrived, clad in a mask that seemed more ornamental than functional. With an unsheathed long blade resting on his shoulder, the striking white hair, imposing stature, and piercing aura unmistakably revealed his identity. The captain of the Konoha umbu, White Fang. Kakashi Hitaki. In that moment, upon seeing the kunai poised at his son's neck, White Fang grasped the gravity of the situation. He discarded his mask nonchalantly, spreading his arms wide, ostensibly to convey that he posed no threat. Yet the palpable pressure was such that even the onlooker, Eishu, felt a chill run down his spine. What do you intend to do? White Fang asked, calm and composed, his gaze penetrating. A semblance of a smile playing on his lips, exuding power. This is your son, Lord White Fang, Yanoyu replied in a low voice. High above, Eishu, who was preparing to seize an opportunity, felt his heart racing anxiously. At this juncture, everything began to fall into place for him. Connecting the dots, he realized that what Uchiha Kenjiro had foretold was indeed not unfounded. From the moment Team 7 received their mission, to Yanoyu's sudden appearance, the explosion at the inn, the umbu's intervention, the ambush by the Kirigakure spies that captured the 3 of them, and culminating in the current predicament, it dawned on him that Kirigakure's role in this espionage conflict, or rather, its singular purpose, was to capture Kakashi and use him as leverage, ultimately directing the blade back at White Fang. This revelation left Eishu in disbelief. He suddenly felt naive, perhaps having underestimated the complexities at play. In the original narrative, White Fang's demise was depicted with such brevity, devoid of detail. There was only the fallen silhouette and a bloody blade, leaving Kakashi in a world stripped of color, reduced to stark shades of black and white. However, the intricacies of the process, the tumultuous undercurrents behind the scenes, could not possibly be as simple as they appeared. Eishu initially believed that Baya had regained his composure. However, he overlooked the source of Baya's despondency. Now, the answer has emerged. Despite his human intervention, Baya's spirit remains ensnared by malevolent forces. Someone has placed a blade at Baya's throat. But what is it that you intend to do? Baya's voice bore no joy nor sorrow. His gaze gradually turned icy, and his aura once again surged, akin to a dagger suspended above his head. As a formidable being, he could maintain absolute rationality. Yet, as a father, when his son's life was threatened, any action he took would be entirely justifiable. At this moment, the white fangs of Konoha were on the verge of unleashing their murderous intent, but this was of no consequence to the Root. Inhuman training could even render one oblivious to their physiological instincts. In the eyes of Root, death could easily be regarded as a necessary sacrifice for the completion of a mission. You have jeopardized the stability of Konoha, Lord Baya. The kunai in Yanoyu's hand drew ever closer to Kakashi. Yet, even so, she still sensed no semblance of safety. Nevertheless, she had to persist. Elder Danzo was willing to bestow upon you a dignified conclusion as a reward for your years of service to Konoha. Baya's eyes flickered with disdain, clearly dismissing those words as mere drivel. However, Eishu, suspended in the tree, saw his expression shift from tension to something peculiar. He recognized Yanoyu. Though not well acquainted, after journeying alongside Takemi Kinjiro today, he had gained a new understanding of the profession of espionage. Language is an art. Even someone as seasoned as he could be swayed by a simple exclamation, illustrating the meticulous grasp this profession has over the human heart. Yet, the current Yanoyu. Eishu harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Yano's words, recognizing them as undoubtedly characteristic of Danzo. However, as a spy, if the objective is to accomplish a mission, such sentiments ought not to be expressed. Threatening White Fang is one matter, but provoking him is entirely another. At the very least, shouldn't there be some discourse regarding Kakashi? If threats are to be made, surely a more constructive conversation could ensue. For instance, discussing posthumous compensation for Kakashi following White Fang's demise, such as tax exemptions for a 3-bedroom apartment, complimentary parking spaces, a dowry courtesy of Konoha, and tuition fees covered by the village. Yano did not utter a single word regarding Kakashi, much to the dismay of even a novice spy like Eishu. Nevertheless, a sudden thought blossomed in Eishu's mind. Is it possible that Yanoyu is merely seeking to provoke Hakuga? Eyebrows raised in surprise, Yuki thought to himself. How could Nono, a future orphanage director, possibly lay hands on little Kakashi who was barely 5 years old? Yet she was deliberately provoking White Fang with such fervor. Could it be that she had a death wish? Damn, that must be it. Eishu was profoundly astonished by the conclusion he had reached. Yet, as his mind raced, the cool yet furious demeanor of Baya finally compelled him to move from his position. The white fangs had been unsheathed. Swish. Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with Baya's formidable prowess. There was no forewarning, no anguished cry from the roots. He was utterly oblivious to the moment Baya made his move. By the time Eishu regained his composure, he beheld the root, clutching its neck and collapsing to the ground, convulsing, on the brink of death. Almost immediately, muffled groans echoed, as one after another, the roots fell lifelessly to the earth. In mere moments, only one root remained standing before Yunayu. So, what are you hesitating for? Baya's voice resonated like a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell, cold, frenzied, laced with derision and disdain. The kunai hovered perilously close to Kakashi's neck. But in Baya's eyes, the distance to Yunayu was even more negligible. Act swiftly. The remaining root roared, and then a flash of white light darted across his throat, blood gushed forth, and his head was severed. Yunayu witnessed a formidable figure suddenly materialize before her. Her perspective obscured the man's face, but she could see the short blade, continually dripping with crimson. Impressive. Baya's display was indeed bloody. Yet it ignited a fervor within Eishu. The act of drawing the blade to rescue his child was far nobler than his self-inflicted demise in the original narrative. The Baya of now was no longer the man derisively labeled as fragile. He had learned to resist, to direct his blade towards those deserving of it. The root resistance plan of the English tree has, from that moment, received significant support, a fully leveled expert vehicle. However, the small hook hanging from the tree has lost its strength and has fallen. Careful now. The process of falling was fleeting. A blankness enveloped Eishu's mind. Yet, when he regained his senses, he found that his feet were still half a distance from the ground. He was caught by the white-toothed figure. Eishu also discovered that Yunayu instinctively extended her hands to receive him, while a short knife with a white blade rested against her neck. Leave Konoha. You are already dead. Baya sheathed his blade, effortlessly lifting Eishu with one hand and Kakashi with the other, departing with grace. Meanwhile, Yunayu gazed at the kunai, which had inexplicably split in two, unable to contain her emotions for a long while. Chapter 67. Baya, it is time to rise. On the Hokage Rock, Eishu gazed at the brightly illuminated village, beside him the steady breath of Kakashi, while White Fang stood resolutely against the wind. It has indeed been a memorable day, hasn't it? White Fang remarked, his tone surprisingly light. Indeed, quite exhilarating, came Eishu's response, though it bore a hint of numbness. Perhaps due to exhaustion or the waning surge of adrenaline. His fervor had receded. Experiencing a bit more is ultimately beneficial, White Fang gently continued. You must have seen quite a lot, right? The shift in White Fang's discourse caught Eishu off guard. He turned to find White Fang's gaze fixed upon the Hokage building in the distance, also ablaze with light. where an elderly figure appeared to be diligently working late into the night. You likely have many questions swirling in your mind, yet struggle to find a starting point. White Fang observed once more. That seems about right. Eishu yearned to express that he was acutely aware of everything, yet he refrained from doing so. For he was a person of modest demeanor. However, upon deeper reflection, could he truly claim to possess omniscience from his vantage point? Not necessarily. What he perceived were merely the outcomes, yet the intricate dynamics and entanglements between individuals could not be encapsulated even in over 700 episodes. Perhaps therein lies the allure of this world. At that moment, Baya turned his gaze towards Eishu, and, as Eishu looked back at him, he shifted his attention to the slumbering Kakashi on the ground. Kakashi was enveloped in a deep sleep, a result of medication and illusion, causing no harm to his body or spirit, allowing him to dream sweetly through the night. Kakashi's fortune lay in his friends like you. Baya smiled, his tone imbued with sincerity. This unexpected praise caused Eishu's eyebrows to arch in surprise. Who could argue otherwise? In life, one must take pride when the moment calls for it. Eishu considers his 9-year compulsory education to have been relatively complete. However, the virtue of humility must be applied judiciously. In this instance, to continue feigning modesty would be sheer hypocrisy. Baya chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, never mind, little Eishu, you are an astute individual. There are matters I must convey to you, which you may endeavor to comprehend, but please refrain from. I can pretend to have seen nothing, and upon rising tomorrow, it shall be a new day. Eishu interjected, decisively responding, if Uncle Baya requires it, I can also attest that Yinyu, the female ninja from the root, along with others from the same faction, were all slain by the scoundrels of Kirigakure. As for her words, Eishu shrugged. They are merely fabrications. I shall simply forget them. Baya's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. He had believed he held a favorable view of this young lad. Yet it now appeared he had underestimated the boy's intellect. Observing that Baya remained unresponsive, Eishu reclined onto the ground, propping his head with his hands and gazing skyward. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Good night, uncle. Baya opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Eishu turned over, and his breathing soon assumed a rhythmic pattern, just as Baya began to doubt whether Eishu had truly succumbed to slumber in an instant. A thought crossed his mind. Had the uncle ever considered what might have transpired had he not encountered Yinyu today? Baya furrowed his brow. This was a piercing question. Although the outcome was presently favorable, it was imperative for Eishu to exercise caution. Little Eishu, what do you wish to convey? I wish to express that you nearly brought us to our demise, dear uncle. Eishu turned over once more, gracefully reclining on her side, propping her head up with one hand, yet her gaze was earnest. So earnest, in fact, that it compelled Baya to be on high alert. Baya sensed a foreboding regarding the fates that awaited him and Kakashi. In any case, the words of the youth would prove significant. He needed to take them seriously. What do you mean? Baya inquired. They are indeed coming for us, uncle, Eishu replied. Today it is the Mist Village, but tomorrow it could very well be the Sand, Cloud, or Rock Villages. Should someone decide to confront us, it wouldn't be out of the question for us to take matters into our own hands. Unless, Eishu paused momentarily. In the recesses of White Fang's mind, he already possessed the answer to the question posed, merely acquiescing to the whims of those individuals. A cold chuckle echoed within him. He reflected on his years of training with a blade since the age of 3, stepping onto the battlefield at 9, enduring countless storms over the years, and how the moniker of the White Fang had garnered notoriety throughout the shinobi world. Yet, in the end, he had unwittingly become a stumbling block. Just as that conscientious kunoichi had articulated, he had become a factor influencing the stability of Konohagakure. How deeply ironic. What do you mean by unless? White Fang inquired, even though he harbored an answer in his heart. Unless you strike first, Uncle White Fang, Eishu replied, propping his head with one hand while the other sagged in a posture of nonchalance. White Fang was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Before meeting Kakashi, he and Obito had found themselves embroiled in daily skirmishes with the Uchiha clan. Even now, Obito had plans to engage in another fight shortly. Previously, the Uchiha had perceived them as easy targets, thus seeking trouble with them incessantly. Their approach had been one of resilience. They would rather endure punishment than not retaliate. But what of the present? White Fang couldn't help but ponder. The tales of Eishu and Obito had long reached his ears. He was acutely aware of the tumultuous incident that had transpired, particularly as Orochimaru had fortuitously been present at the scene. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Even now, they continue to engage in combat. The Uchiha clan may lack many things, but a desire to endure punishment is certainly not one of them. However, they have become more cautious, for during a previous altercation with Obito, I nearly caused a fatality. Thus, if they wish to confront us again, they must do so under the protection of their elders, utilizing a challenge letter as a pretext. I believe you are in a similar predicament, my dear uncle. Their fear is not so much of you, but rather a fear that has yet to fully manifest. After Eishu finished speaking, he swiftly turned away, concluding the conversation. He had said more than enough. Baya, such a person, is decisive in battle yet submissive at home. Why do you not dare to stand tall? It is hoped that after tonight, Baya may undergo a transformation, to not bow from your trifles. nor to resort to self-destruction out of fear for a beloved child. May the world find peace, free from war and betrayal. Observing Eishu, who seemed to drift into a slumber once more, Baya remained speechless for a long time. A sense of dread lingered. It was still insufficient. Baya murmured softly. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, solitary yet serene. He then turned his attention to the Hokage building, ablaze with light, where an elderly figure appeared to be gazing back at him. Baya did not shift his gaze. His eyes gradually sharpened. Indeed, the white fangs can intimidate enemies, yet why do they hold no value before one's own? This is irrational. This is unjust. Baya's figure vanished, opting not to report the battle status at the Hokage building, but instead, he returned home with 2 youths. Report? You likely understand better than I. Perhaps even Eishu himself did not foresee that a father willing to choose self-termination for his son could succumb to darkness without consequence. His words not only altered Baya's fate, but also transformed his very essence. Chapter 68. Perhaps this outcome is not so bad. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. 5 days later, at noon, in Uchiha Training Ground Number 1, 2 youths clashed with fervor, the Great Fire Dragon gaining the upper hand. The surrounding Uchiha displayed a variety of expressions, surprise, indifference, and everything in between. As the taller youth began to exhaust his chakra, Obito grew increasingly invigorated. The Great Fire Dragon seeming to come alive, surging forward to disperse the Great Fireball. Thus, the contest remained undecided, yet the disparity was evident. TSK. Eishu, did you notice those individuals? They left before the match concluded. They seemed quite eager to return home, remarked Kakashi, who had not seen his father for 5 consecutive days. Eishu let out a light laugh, remarking that such individuals would never achieve greatness. They would not offer congratulations to the victor after the competition, yet it is certain that Uchiha Obito would return home to a scolding. TSK. One must admit that Obito has indeed made significant progress. The voices of the two were neither too loud nor too soft. Many Uchiha nearby wore strange expressions, and several attempted to cast fierce glares at the duo before departing, but the two met their gazes fearlessly. The 7th squad had faced life and death 3 times. A team accustomed to walking the razor's edge. The most recent encounter with the mist-hidden village, followed by the cloud-hidden ninja, and before that, the relentless pursuit by the little pepper. With such experiences and trials, the 7th squad had grown remarkably strong. Do you think this is my limit? At that moment, Obito, who held an undeniable advantage, suddenly unleashed a mighty roar. The remaining Uchiha on the field gazed at him with approval, as if they found his audacious spirit to be in perfect alignment with their own. The Uchiha clan, after all, should embody such fervor. Your ninjutsu is merely superficial. A single great fireball has drained you of your essence. And Obito swiftly formed hand seals, and in that instant, the crimson in his eyes finally erupted forth. Eishu and Kakashi maintained an air of composure. What a show-off, lacking any real substance. In the next instant, he unleashed the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito emerged victorious, triumphing over Uchiha Arka with an audacious display, overwhelming him with sheer superiority. 2 months prior, he had been left battered and bruised, earning the sympathy of Miss Kumi, who had scolded him for his misfortune. 2 months later, while Kumi had transformed into a captivating figure of strength, Obito had reduced Arka to a state resembling that of a disheveled pig. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Uchiha Jonin, Arka would have been nothing short of a charred delicacy. In the final moments, the activation of the Sharingan elevated his chakra manipulation to new heights. Others might perceive Obito as a perfectionist, believing that a simple victory could not satiate the appetite of such a prodigy. Yet, Eishu understood that his motives were rooted in the desire to impress, coupled with a strategy to conserve chakra for more formidable techniques. The combination of the Sharingan and the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb required a significant expenditure of energy. Despite the seemingly effortless victory, Obito's tactical acumen was commendable. Following the match, he garnered accolades from the current clan leader of the Uchiha and several elders. Meanwhile, Eishu and Kakashi quietly departed from the Uchiha compound. Their earlier bravado during the competition had been ostentatious, while they felt fearless by day. The night held its own uncertainties. Having donned their disguises, they hastily retreated. There was no shame in this, only irritation for those who remained. I shall return to my training. My father is set to return tomorrow to assess my swordsmanship. Kakashi bid farewell, noting that Minato had been particularly busy. Yet the training of Team 7 had not waned. And let us not forget about lightning release. Merely inheriting your father's swordsmanship will not suffice if you wish to surpass him, Eishu reminded. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively without turning back, acknowledging, I know. Oh, great hero Eishu. As Eishu gazed at Kakashi's departing figure, he was enveloped in contemplation. The events of that day lingered vividly in his memory. Though several days had passed, it felt like a fleeting moment. Indeed, both Kakashi and Obito had significantly strengthened. Obito had avenged his previous humiliation, effectively erasing his accumulated disgrace and returning it tenfold. Kakashi, too, had found his own path to cultivation. White Fang had resolved to pass on his entire swordsmanship to Kakashi, who had begun exploring the fusion of lightning release with the Konoha sword techniques. Eishu remains uncertain whether the Thousand Birds Thundercut will thus come into existence prematurely. However, he is well aware that White Fang has undoubtedly risen in prominence. The recent admiration and reverence bestowed upon the name of White Fang by the Hidden Leaf Village serve as the most compelling testament to this transformation. In the past, White Fang was met with the scorn of many for his failures and missions. Now, he is celebrated for cleaving through the mist and safeguarding the village of Konoha. Eishu is uncertain about the specific occurrences over the past 5 days. However, it was evident that White Fang had undergone significant changes, and quite substantial ones at that. I must exert myself even more diligently, Eishu murmured. Ever since that day when he was bestowed with the 2.0 version, Eishu felt as though he had discovered his path. The rapid fusion of chakra in the second phase of hydrogen escape was likely to yield results soon. If all went as anticipated, it would be within these few days. Eishu walked towards home, to his secluded yet tranquil rented room. Having experienced so much, the tumult of greed and the waves of desire, the beautiful aspirations and near failures, Eishu had come to terms with it all. Though humble the abode may be, its virtues lie in the warmth of virtue. The abundant light and good ventilation were commendable, and importantly, with a single ray of brightness. Coupled with the temporary demise of Yena, even the roots dared not seek him anymore. Perhaps this outcome is not so bad. Eishu returned to his doorstep. But just as he was about to open the door and step inside, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Oh, looking quite spirited, are we? I hope your mind hasn't been damaged, ha 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 ha. The tone was brash, reveling in misfortune, and reeking of arrogance. Eishu's expression darkened. And without uttering a word, he strode into the house, grumbling about that old man. How infuriating. Yet, the old man remained unfazed. At the moment Eishu slammed the door in frustration, the elder had already slipped into his abode. Having entered not through the door but rather through the 2 large windows. What do you want? Eishu glowered. You are not welcome here. Get out. Oh ho ho. The old man showed no signs of being offended. Instead, he seemed to revel in the confrontation. Not much skill but quite the temper. Huh? What's this? Has your pride been wounded? Weren't you quite bold before? Get out. Eishu coldly issued his eviction order. The old man's penchant for mischief was indeed outrageous. Though later reflecting, Eishu suspected that nothing grave would transpire that day. The old man was likely lurking nearby, keeping a vigilant watch. Yet, the more he pondered this, the more his ire flared. Was he merely being toyed with? If only the old man had a granddaughter or something of the sort. He would surely make life miserable for her. Just then, the old man spoke again. Listen, young man, you have made a grave mistake. Since someone has discovered your identity, I had warned you about the necessary actions. Huh? Who revealed that? Eishu turned, ready for a confrontation, but was taken aback to find that the old man had vanished, leaving no trace in the room. Eishu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. A quick visit, and then leave? This does not align with the old man's style. However, at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Eishu-kun, are you home? A sweet voice resonated, causing Eishu's eyebrows to raise instantly. He recognized this voice, familiar either from theme songs or educational films. Yet, he quickly composed his features again. The reason was simple. He was well acquainted with the voice's owner, who had been faithfully waiting at his home 3 times a day for 5 consecutive days. It was none other than the seductive spirit from the roots, Kumi. Chapter 69. Please refrain from excessive speculation. Eishu remains oblivious to the events of that fateful day. The old man wreaked havoc, and subsequently, Terumi Kinjiro became aware of his true identity. The bloodline limit of the Senju clan lacks distinctive features. One must observe attentively until realizing that these individuals possess remarkable endurance, leading to a sudden epiphany. Ah, he is a Senju. Could this old man be doing this on purpose? Training. Eishu's expression was peculiar as he opened the door. What met his eyes was a pair of bare legs. Gyomei was holding 2 lunch bags, having come to deliver lunch. Although Gyomei's true identity had indeed been revealed, her circumstances appeared to be exceptional. She did not don the cold, unfeeling mask of her duties. Instead, she wore a headband, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, her hair cascading in large waves, exuding a liveliness that was even more pronounced than before. Transitioning from a nurse to a spy, she evoked a sensation akin to that of a flight attendant. Of course, Eishu harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards this older sister, who was a full decade his senior. With the teachings of restraint instilled in him, coupled with his own development, he understood the importance of preserving his potential. Oh, it is as sweltering as ever today, but look what your sister has brought you. Gyomei exclaimed, retrieving a long, slender object from the lunch bag, causing Eishu's pupils to constrict. You intend to use this to test the officials. Ding. An ice pop, of course. But you must first finish your lunch. It wouldn't be good for your stomach otherwise. Here, your ramen. No, it's your. Thank you, Gyomei's sister. Eishu chose acquiescence, submitting to circumstances without resistance. He had already instructed Kakashi and Obito, should the day come when he vanishes, they must seek out Little Chili and White Fang to uproot the foundation. I set my thoughts in motion. Eishu picked up his chopsticks, reasoning that it would be foolish to refuse a free meal. Slurping and thumping echoed in the air when, suddenly, a loud knock resonated at the door. Eishu suppressed his irritation. After all, the Hokage had issued an order. The knocking was forceful, yet it had not escalated to the point of threatening to break down the door. and the voice of the visitor was icy and devoid of warmth. Eishu had barely taken a couple of bites when he glanced at the oblivious Gyomei, who was engrossed in her ice pop. And then at the bowl of ramen before him. There was no other choice. Eishu picked up the bowl and walked to the door. For he could not bear to waste food. Ah, greetings to you, esteemed senior of the Umbu. Eishu politely offered his salutation before slurping a mouthful of noodles. Do enjoy your meal. Once you finish, do come along with me. While engrossed in his noodles, Eishu did not catch every word. Yet he grasped the general meaning. Certainly, senior. I shall be there momentarily. To his surprise, the Umbu displayed quite a sense of camaraderie. Could it be that Baiyu was beginning to adopt a more dominant leadership style? How delightful. Eishu was lost in thought as he hastily devoured his ramen. Behind him, however, Kumiko's expression grew solemn, her gaze fixed intently, or rather, glaring, at the shadow operative. Most astonishingly, the operative averted his eyes, unable to meet Kumiko's piercing stare. Engrossed in his meal, Eishu remained oblivious. He was nearly finished, with only the last sip of broth remaining. But in a flash, Kumiko darted forward, intercepting him. She swiftly confiscated his bowl and, with deft precision, slipped 2 ice pops down the back of his collar. Ah, bliss. Eishu promptly retrieved the ice popsicle, only to be met with the concerned expression of Kumi. One for the journey, and one for later, do you understand? Eishu was perplexed but nodded nonetheless. The shadowy figure of the Umbu let out a dismissive huff, signaling for them to depart. The two set off immediately, and as they walked, Eishu intended to share the popsicle, fearing that consuming 2 might upset his stomach. However, the Umbu declined, saying, you should keep it. It may prove useful later. Eishu was truly bewildered by this response. He examined the popsicle, finding it to be perfectly normal. Am I the odd one here, or is it you? With this question lingering in his mind, Eishu followed the Umbu to a towering building. This edifice was situated not far from the Konoha Hospital, just 3 intersections away. Nestled within a forest park that it occupied a third of. Eishu and the member of the Umbu entered through the back door. Prepare yourself mentally. If you find it unbearable, simply hold a popsicle in your mouth to calm your nerves, the Umbu guiding them suddenly remarked. Eishu nodded. As he began to grasp the meaning behind it all, the two of them meandered through a labyrinth of twists and turns, passing through countless barriers and crossing innumerable iron gates. It is worth noting that the interior was quite well appointed, appearing to be rather new, as if it had been recently constructed. At last, the covert agent halted in front of a room, glancing at Eishu, who was savoring an ice pop, and gestured towards the interior. Please, go inside. Certainly. As the door swung open, before even stepping in, Eishu was met with a pungent odor. The scent was intricate, dominated by the metallic tang of blood, intermingled with the foul stench of excrement. Eishu promptly pinched his nose, took a bite of the ice pop, holding the remainder in his mouth, while discarding the rest, as the air in this place felt utterly tainted. Eishu stepped inside. The lighting was dim, with a theme of dark crimson. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the walls appeared to be stained a deep red, reminiscent of blood. Within the room, a figure hung suspended, hair disheveled, body grotesquely marred by blood and flesh. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through Eishu's mind. Do you believe I would skin you alive? You wretched soul? The sight before him seemed almost preferable to such a fate. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed from the corner, the slurping of noodles. This nearly shattered Eishu's composure. He whirled around to find a bald, muscular man enthusiastically slurping up ramen. Eishu quickly popped an ice cube into his mouth, striving to steady his nerves. The ramen the robust man was devouring bore a striking resemblance to that which Jumei had once purchased for him. It was all too easy to conjure vivid imagery in his mind. So, what purpose had led him here? Eishu inquired with a pronounced nasal tone. He specifically summoned you, and the Hokage has granted approval. The burly bald man slurped his ramen and urged, hurry up, you have 3 minutes left before I finish eating. As Eishu and the burly man locked eyes, they both sensed a familiarity in one another. That warm-hearted uncle. You are the valiant youth who acted heroically? This robust figure is none other than the man who, during that fateful encounter with Obito, helped transport Minato to the hospital after a devastating explosion. On that day, he and Obito. Let's not dwell on the past, Minato interjected. What a coincidence to meet you again, young man. I never anticipated. Wait, are you telling me this fellow is your name? The bald man expressed his astonishment, asking, what have you done, brave youth? He is a rogue spy from the hidden mist who kidnapped children, a perilous situation. Suddenly, the burly man seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead in disbelief as he pointed at Eishu. No way. Yes, I suppose. Though unaware of what the burly man had realized, Eishu nodded in affirmation. After all, one cannot deny their own excellence. Then, with a gaze filled with complexity, Eishu turned to regard the disheveled individual. At that moment, he understood precisely who this person was. Chapter 70. My rules are my rules, Mr. Kinjiro. You have lost weight. Eishu sighed. As they were acquaintances, the bald uncle had departed, leaving the space solely for the two of them. Gazing at the bloodied and battered Kinjiro before him, Eishu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Ah, you have come, Eishu-kun. Kinjiro's voice was intermittent and feeble, yet it conveyed his thoughts with clarity. Eishu remained silent. He contemplated inquiring why he had been summoned, yet ultimately opted not to voice his thoughts. But do you still recall our agreement? Indeed. I remember. However, it seems that neither of us can fulfill it now. The mere fact that I am here to visit you already signifies considerable respect. Eishu responded swiftly, perhaps out of a desire to spare Kinjiro from further suffering. The outcome was already determined. Despite differing stances, respect remained. Heh. Terumi Kinjiro let out a light chuckle, displaying a semblance of elegance. Yet, the price of this grace was an unsettling spasm in his lungs. Terumi Kinjiro coughed for an extended period, the blood at the corners of his mouth, not yet dry, becoming tainted anew with blood-tinged froth. Eishu waited patiently. And now he finally understood why the old man sought him today. However, you already know the truth, do you not? Terumi Kinjiro had certainly regained some strength, yet in Eishu's ears, he detected a hint of desperation in his tone. Eishu understood, for it pertained to Kame Ming. He pondered, can I truly grasp this? With a sigh, Eishu remarked that he indeed comprehended everything. The root had employed the strategy of utilizing mist to coerce Kakashi, thereby compelling White Fang to take his own life. Had the root possessed a more ruthless disposition, they might have succeeded. In such a scenario, Eishu felt he could devise 100 methods to subdue White Fang. The tiger bench, the chilly water, and explosive seals. Everything was part of the root's scheme, all orchestrated under Danzo's control. Yet the dilemma remained. What difference did it make that he was aware? He still had to feign ignorance in front of Kamai, to the extent that he was practically living in their home, and he dared not act recklessly. As for the so-called transaction, rest assured, I merely wished to ascertain. If you still remember, that is all. Kame Kinjiro seemed to have regained considerable composure. Eishu sensed that this might be a fleeting moment of clarity before death. This fellow will soon perish. He thought. Indeed, Kinjiro Terumi barely managed to lift his head, no more than a centimeter, yet even this minuscule movement exhausted every ounce of his remaining strength. Eishu finally noticed that he had only one eye left, yet it remained as bright as ever. Don't make that face, Eishu-kun. I've long been prepared for this day. Terumi Kinjiro's tone was lighthearted, though given his current state, it carried an eerie dissonance. They tried to extract something from my mind using forbidden arts, but they failed. And this is the price I paid in our new arrangement. Eishu furrowed his brow. He comprehended the essence of the other's words, which merely alluded to his identity as a member of the Thousand Hands clan. There was an implicit threat woven within the dialogue. Indeed, if such a conversation were overheard by those with ill intentions, it would suffice for them to apprehend him and subject him to interrogation in a dimly lit room. Yet, Eishu remained unfazed, for he had allies backing him. However, should the transaction persist, the situation could become rather precarious. How can you be certain that this cost is not one you are destined to bear, Mr. Kinjiro Koji? Eishu spread his hands, yet his right hand remained poised with 4 fingers together, resembling a blade, signifying, I could snatch away your life in an instant. You wretched soul. However, Jien Kinjiro offered no reply. He merely gazed silently at Eishu, his face a haunting sight, with a smile that was not quite a smile, lending an unsettling air to the scene. Eishu had also watched horror films. She silently recited Bakamaka and resolutely glared back. A transaction? That is non-existent. What? You have already made the payment? Apologies, I have received it. But my rules are my rules. In that case, farewell, Mr. Kinjiro. I wish you a swift liberation. Eishu no longer lingered, turning to depart. However, Jianjiro made no attempt to stop him. As the door swung open, the air, though not particularly fresh, invigorated Eishu, prompting him to inhale deeply a couple of times. The bald uncle was absent. And what awaited him was the dark organization he had encountered initially. May I take my leave now, senior? Eishu inquired. Certainly, replied the member of the dark organization with a shrug. Though concealed behind the mask, Eishu sensed a semblance of amusement in the individual's demeanor. What a lunatic! Eishu mentally cursed, realizing only upon exiting the door the significance of the preceding moment. Eishu immediately set out, the path he had traversed still vivid in his mind. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the voice of the Umbu echoed once more. But for now, you cannot return home, Eishu. The Hokage is awaiting your presence. You have a new mission to undertake. Eishu, Lord Hokage, this may not be entirely appropriate, right? Eishu still has much to learn. Watergate glanced at the third Hokage, his face marked with a blend of concern and hesitation, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed, puffing on his cigarette. This is an unavoidable situation, Watergate. However, it is only for a brief period, merely half a year away from the village, which shouldn't cause much delay. Sarutobi's tone carried a hint of resignation, as if the command were not his own. Half a year. Watergate's expression soured. Being away from the village is not the issue. I am more concerned about. Knock, knock, knock. Grandpa Hokage, I'm here. A voice filled with innocence and politeness rang from outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately beamed with a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Little Eishu, come in. All right. Eishu entered and immediately spotted Watergate, whose expression was clouded with melancholy. Hello, sensei. Ah, it has been quite a while, Eishu-kun, Watergate replied, forcing a smile. Indeed, it had been a long time since Team 7 had gathered, especially given the complexity of their last mission. Little Eishu. I'm here. Eishu responded, yet the warmth of Saratobi's gentle smile made him feel a sense of unease. You have truly worked hard recently. I promise to reward you. And now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Speak up. What is it that you desire? Whether it be ninjutsu or living expenses. It is all possible. Eishu's smile gradually became radiant, yet within her heart, a wave of exasperation surged. What is this? Are you trying to deceive Little Red Riding Hood into opening the door? Even the big bad wolf is more skilled than you. Is this for real? The Hokage, grandfather? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Eishu inquired with a facade of innocence. Of course not, my dear. I am indeed the Hokage. When have I ever misled anyone? Saratobi Hiruzen assured her with a confident pat on his chest. Eishu's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet his mind was occupied with contemplation. As for ninjutsu, he decided it was best to refrain from using it for the time being. The pile of scrolls given to him by the old man still lay hidden beneath the trash bin in his home restroom. Forbidden techniques were equally daunting. He dared not learn them, nor would he risk employing them, especially since one could never be certain if permission would be granted. Eishu discreetly observed Saratobi Hiruzen's expression, attempting to discern the deeper emotions concealed behind his benevolent smile. Then, I wish to exchange for a larger house. Is that permissible, Grandfather Hokage? Chapter 71. She is the legitimate daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, the smile on Saratobi Hiruzen's face momentarily faltered. And even Minato, standing beside him, wore a peculiar expression. Eishu felt a chill in his heart. Had he truly overstepped? Yet, he genuinely wished to leave that place. It was summer now, and he could still find solace in the good ventilation and ample sunlight. But what would happen when winter arrived? Would he truly have to spend money on repairs? That would be akin to a death sentence. Moreover, the house had 2 large holes, rendering it quite unsafe. Despite the fact that Jume had knocked before entering today, bringing food and drink, he distinctly remembered waking up to find that enchanting woman lying there. Eishu is a man, embodying the essence of masculinity, yet he harbors uncertainty about the duration of his grasp on certain matters. Nevertheless, his physique remains that of a boy. Therefore, for the sake of his future happiness and the healthy growth of young Eishu, he endeavors to navigate these complexities. Eishu believed that now, with hope in sight, he must hasten to execute his relocation plans. This endeavor held even greater significance than the development of hydrogen evasion technology. It directly pertained to the future happiness of his wife, or perhaps wives. Furthermore, Eishu contemplated making an additional effort. If a larger house proved unattainable, a smaller one would suffice. Primarily, the walls of his current home were in disrepair. If all else failed, he could consider seeking financial assistance from the esteemed Hokage to facilitate the necessary repairs. Eishu's voice grew increasingly faint as he attempted to evoke sympathy. A tale, reminiscent of the little match girl, rapidly took shape in his mind. In summer, he watched other children enjoying ice pops beneath complete walls. In winter, he observed them standing there, sheltered. And he, alas, could only strike matches. I can do it too, he thought. However, just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Saratobi Hiruzen gestured for entrance, and Eishu did not turn to look, assuming it was merely a report from the Umbu. Yet, Saratobi Hiruzen cast another glance in his direction, his expression tinged with gravity. Little Eishu, your grandfather keeps his promises. If you desire a grand house, it is not impossible. A spark of hope ignited in Eishu's eyes, illuminating his countenance. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn awaited him. Saratobi Hiruzen drew out his words, and Eishu sensed a figure approaching his side. The person was somewhat diminutive. Had the Umbu begun recruiting children? Eishu cast a glance, and then, oh my. Eishu was taken aback. This was his new home. Wait a moment. Eishu quickly turned to Mizumon, only to find him covering his face. As a teacher, he could only watch helplessly as his student leaped into the abyss. He felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. At that moment, Saratobi Hizashi finally had more to say. Allow me to introduce, she is a noble from the Land of Water, the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the Water Country. Due to the current exceptional circumstances, she is unable to return to her homeland. Thus, for the time being, this task will fall to you. The advance payment for this mission is the grand house you desire. And you will also receive a sufficient monthly allowance. As Saratobi Hizashi spoke, he gestured towards the entrance. Come in, Juan. Eishu was utterly bewildered. Knowing that she was the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan, what was there to hesitate about? It was time to exchange for money. Wait a moment. The adopted daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water? What on earth? Just a moment longer. Responsible? The sheer volume of information conveyed by Saratobi Hizashi was overwhelming, and Eishu felt a tremendous weight on his mind. Simultaneously, an ominous premonition surged within him. Indeed, in the next instant, Kumi, clad in short sleeves and hot pants, made her appearance. Lord Hokage, Kumi began with utmost respect, before seamlessly positioning herself beside Eishu, fortuitously placing herself between him and Chirumime. This is a ninja I have dispatched from the roots to oversee your daily affairs. You two should be quite familiar with each other. In light of the relations between our two nations, little Eishu, do not disappoint your grandfather. At that moment, The light in Eishu's eyes has vanished. Master, the target has been located in the land of fire. Shall we proceed with the elimination? The root base maintains its vigilance. If she truly wishes to leave, you will not find her so swiftly. Shimura Danzo's voice bore no trace of emotion. At that moment, another member of the root arrived. Master Danzo, identity confirmed. She hails from the Kirigakure Kagaya clan, codename, the commander of Kirigakure's infiltration plan into Kanahigakure, the Kagaya clan. Shimura Danzo pondered for a moment, questioning whether what occupied his mind had been revealed. Still making efforts, that individual has too many restrictions in their mind, draining their spirit, and requires more time. Upon concluding the report, this member of the root vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, another root member approached. 3 members of the root, each responsible for distinct matters, remained unrelated, answering solely to Shimura Danzo. Such is the nature of the root organization. Each member fulfills their duties, yet at times, even a minor personnel shift can incite tumultuous waves of change. Master, Juan has successfully engaged the target, with a total of 6 affiliated members. Shall we replace them? Not for the time being. Understood. As this member was about to take their leave, Shimura Danzo threw forth a scroll. Effective immediately. The root shall enter a state of semi-silence, suspending all internal investigations and striving to avoid the influence of the Umbu. Until Shikaka Nara departs from Kanahigakure. Yes. Wow, what a grand house. The zombie-faced Eishu gazed at the opulent mansion before him, exclaiming. The so-called mansion resembled a 2-story bungalow, estimated to be around 200 square meters, with a rather sizable courtyard of about 50 square meters. If it were a day prior, no, merely an hour ago. If Eishu were to discover that this house would soon belong to him, he might feel that he had reached the pinnacle of success. At merely 6 years of age, with nearly 4,000 taels of wealth in his pocket, residing in such a vast abode, how trivial the notion of being a mere ninja seems. But for now, please choose your preferred room. I must return home to gather my belongings. Eishu turned to the lady of the Water Nation, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, truly impressive. Eishu finally realized the limitations of his own perspective. The Hidden Leaf Village must certainly be aware of Terumi Mei's true identity, for it was indeed the intelligence he had provided. Yet now, not only was Terumi Mei unharmed, but she had also transformed into the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. How astonishing. It remains uncertain whether the Hidden Leaf truly lacks such funds, or if there exists another ulterior motive. So, is this the rationale behind this group of scoundrels exploiting me? This bunch of beasts? As Eishu made his way home to pack his belongings, his mind was filled with negativity. Initially, things were manageable. In the rental apartment, there was only Kumi, who visited 3 times a day, but limited her visits to just that. However, now, a single room shared by 3 individuals, with 2 enchanting women vying for his attention, he was overwhelmed. Chapter 72. Eishu's blissful life as the sun began to descend in the afternoon. Eishu had already gathered his belongings. A woven bag contained a quilt and bedding, alongside a pillow fashioned from an adult's coat, 2 scrolls, a lightning release technique of a small light bulb, and a water release technique of a small water ball, 3 bowls, for plates, 5 pairs of chopsticks, and 6. In total, he possessed fewer than 10 items, seemingly less than what a vagabond might carry. In truth, Eishu was not particularly materialistic. However, his perspective shifted upon observing Terumi Mei directing a multitude of people as they filled the room with beds, vanities, and an assortment of new clothing. It was as if she truly regarded this place as her own home. Eishu muttered a curse under his breath and returned to his desolate room. Upon entering, his spirits lifted immediately. Although the space was devoid of possessions, it paradoxically felt exceedingly spacious, larger than the combined area of his previous abodes. To put it differently, the 2 openings on that side were akin to grand windows, while here, they could at best be considered mere ventilation openings. Eishu completed the move in just 2 minutes, which he referred to as relocating. In reality, it merely entailed making the bed and casually placing pots, dishes, and utensils wherever convenient. Eishu and Zhao Meiming reside on the 2nd floor, situated at the farthest ends of the corridor, with a room separating them. Upon Eishu's arrival, he noticed that the room was already furnished. Well, it's certainly preferable to sleeping in my own room. Eishu consoled himself, clutching the scroll bestowed upon him by the old man, and all his money as he descended the staircase. These were the most treasured possessions he owned. Previously, he could conceal them in the restroom, but now he dared not. The 1st floor was quite spacious, encompassing the living room, kitchen, and dining area. Yet it was devoid of furniture, a situation Eishu had no intention of remedying, nor could he afford to. If it were up to him, he would even consider clearing the space entirely for the sake of his daily practice. However, the thought of 2 others residing upstairs led Eishu to conclude that practicing outdoors would be more prudent, even if it meant visiting Kakashi's home. As Eishu was about to step outside, he found himself momentarily halted by a gentle waft of fragrance that enveloped him at the doorway. Little Eishu, are you planning to go out? Kumi's hand was perpetually restless. Eishu, devoid of expression, replied, I'm hungry, time to eat. I knew you wouldn't go out. Your sister will prepare something delicious for you. As Eishu was about to decline, Using the excuse that White Fang had invited him to dine at the Kiki family, he could hardly believe that Kumi would dare to stop him. However, at that moment, Terumi descended the staircase, completely disregarding Kumi and approaching Eishu directly. "Take me to buy some daily necessities." The young girl's voice was somewhat cold. This reminded Eishu of his classmate, Yuzuki Yuin, a cool girl skilled in kendo. Had he not read the original work, Eishu would have imagined that Terumi would grow up to be quite similar. It is often said that a girl changes significantly as she matures. Yet one's inherent nature remains unaltered. This begs the question, which version of Terumi is the true one? Nevertheless, given Terumi's current demeanor, Eishu could empathize. Living as a guest in a foreign land, who could genuinely feel joyous? Eishu was again poised to refuse, citing that White Fang was teaching him swordsmanship and then inviting him to a meal. He felt overwhelmed by these two enchanting girls, but surely White Fang could handle them? "Very well, let us go together, little sister. I, too, have run out of supplies." "Eishu, are you two referring to the same thing?" Kahaku is only 6 years old. That age is simply insufficient. In his heart, Eishu made a wager with himself, convinced that Konoha would undoubtedly ignore Kom. For Kom was publicly declared as a member of the Anbu by Sarutobi Hizashi. Thus, on the very first day of settling into his new abode, was he to confront a choice? Should he accompany the aloof Konoha in procuring daily necessities, or join the fiery Kom in her pursuits? Or perhaps indulge in a meal? However, Eishu was destined for disappointment. Suddenly, the young girl flashed a faint smile and took Kom's small hand, cheerfully exclaiming, "All right then, Komne." Eishu was left utterly petrified. Thus, the days that were beyond his ability to articulate commenced. Initially, Eishu found himself struggling to adapt. The expansive house felt overwhelmingly gloomy, and he yearned to send out a distress signal to Abido and Kakashi, yet both declined his plea. Kakashi, to some extent, was reasonable. He explained that his father often did not return home at night, and thus he needed to tend to the household. However, he graciously offered Eishu a place to stay at his residence, subtly declining the request. Abido's response, on the other hand, was rather excessive. Upon hearing of Eishu's predicament, he burst into laughter, proclaiming that Eishu was now ensnared by the allure of women, while he himself was making swift progress under the chieftain's guidance. It would not be long before he transformed into the mightiest man of Team 7. Eishu returned with a spiral pill. However, after a period of time, he discovered that adapting was not as challenging as he had anticipated. Every day, Mei Ming immersed herself in reading, occasionally practicing in the courtyard, and at times even engaged in sparring with Jiomei. Their relationship was surprisingly amicable, exceeding Eishu's expectations, to the extent that they frequented the baths together. Of course, they had extended invitations to Eishu to join them, but he consistently declined, citing his preference for cold water baths as his reason. The two had forged a bond akin to sisters. However, Eishu observed this with a cynical heart, recognizing that if they were indeed sisters, their bond was as fragile as plastic. One was a little spy, and the other a female agent. "Let the facade be torn away. I shall not serve. I shall quietly study my formidable techniques." Moreover, Eishu's companionship with Mei Ming was inherently a long-term mission. The 7th Squad was not supposed to accept additional tasks. Yet, Sarutobi Hizashi made an exception, allowing them to undertake the most basic D-rank missions, which were simple and devoid of pressure, providing sufficient rewards. Initially, Minato expressed concern, fearing it would hinder the 7th Squad's training and growth. However, his worries were evidently unwarranted. White Fang personally instructed Kakashi, and Fugaku taught Abido, while Eishu. Minato was undeniably a commendable teacher. Although he was occupied with numerous missions and had left the 7th Squad, he remained an elite jonin of Konoha, especially during wartime, occasionally undertaking high-risk A-rank or even S-rank missions. To compensate for Eishu, the sole civilian in the 7th Squad, Minato was genuinely devoted to his well-being. He assisted Eishu in researching the transformations of water-style chakra, even enlisting Kushina as help during his occasional trips away. In response, the 7th Squad echoed a surprising consensus. Kakashi remarked, "Well, my dad is going to teach me swordsmanship." Abido added, "Well, my clan leader is going to teach me Uchiha secret techniques." Eishu. I'm called Eishu. Consequently, in Kushina's little classroom, Eishu often finds himself as the sole student. Initially, Eishu was resistant. "Teacher, please be gentle. I am merely 6 years old, still just a child." However, as time passed, Eishu discovered that despite being thoroughly beaten, the effects of his training were surprisingly beneficial. After all, when facing Kushina, he could exert himself to the fullest, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. It was undoubtedly challenging for him to inflict any harm upon Kushina. Eishu surmised that even his hydrogen release would be ineffective, for Kushina was exceedingly powerful. His only advantage, chakra, seemed utterly trivial in the presence of Kushina. In the presence of such formidable opponents, it is nearly impossible for Eishu to not experience significant growth. Thus it is, amidst the fierce competition within Team 7. Time ticks away, slowly fading. Chapter 73. 411 days later, a year and a month and a half later, on June 4th, at 10 o'clock in the evening. In the streets of Konoha, Team 7 has just completed a D-rank mission, assisting a noblewoman in locating her missing pet, including their meal. It took them a total of 12 hours, with a reward of 10,000 ryo each. Speaking of Eishu, the Chunin exams are just around the corner. Are you prepared? Abito inquired with a hint of disdain. How should I know? It seems uncertain, Eishu replied helplessly. Their discussion of preparedness, of course, did not pertain to a man's capabilities, but rather to a woman's, more precisely, a girl's. The return of Terumi Maid of the Land of Water has been postponed yet again, although Saratobi Hizashi provided reasons that were still somewhat convenient. It was not entirely a falsehood. Recently, Eishu has come across some unsettling news. The eldest son of the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Aoi, age 16, has suffered the loss of an eye on the battlefield. Of course, even without this incident, Terumi Mei likely could not escape, as Saratobi Hiruzen has consented. And Shimura Danzo is still very much in the picture. Danzo, in a moment of folly, has agreed, much to the dismay of the Hyuga clan, especially considering that the front lines are still embroiled in conflict, with the primary adversary of the Mist Hidden Army being none other than the Hyuga clan. However, the reasons behind the loss of an eye among the Hyuga, aside from those of the main house, remain a mystery. Particularly as there are still individuals who have not been confined within the caged bird seal. This is something that Eishu cannot fathom. Alas, if all else fails, perhaps we should take matters into our own hands, Eishu, although we are brothers. Wait, just as Abito was about to jest, he suddenly noticed a stream of water shooting towards him, thick and long. Is this for real? Abito cursed inwardly, yet his body reacted instinctively, bending at the waist to narrowly evade the oncoming attack. He glanced back at the innocent tree behind him, which had been pierced with a gaping hole the size of a bowl, causing him to gulp nervously. Kakashi, standing nearby, blinked in feigned ignorance, though his heart raced with trepidation. Eishu, how have you grown even stronger? What do you wish to convey, Tuzi? Eishu casually blew on his fingers. No. What I meant to say is, we are brothers, and we must pass the Chunin exam together. It is imperative. Abito, still haunted by past experiences, wore a face of sycophancy. Eishu has once again grown stronger. The three of them each returned to their respective homes. Well, although the three of them together do not amount to a full mother, Eishu's household is blessed with 2 mermaids. As soon as they entered the door, a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, and the 2 mermaids exclaimed in unison, "You're back." Indeed, Eishu rushed to the dining table, where a sumptuous feast of 5 dishes and a soup awaited. Nothing is more delightful than returning home after a weary day to find that a warm meal and hot water have been lovingly prepared by one's wife and children. Eishu admitted that he had adapted to this way of life. Drink more soup, and you'll grow taller. Jumi, ever enthusiastic, served him a bowl of soup. Thank you, Eishu murmured as he took a sip, glancing at the girl beside him, Mimi, who stood a head and a half shorter. It's quite delicious. You should have some as well. Strangely enough, Eishu himself found it hard to believe that after his 7th birthday, he measured a height of 144 centimeters. This figure, if mentioned, would not seem out of place for a 10-year-old. Kakashi and Abito were relatively tall, now measuring 120 centimeters and 121 centimeters respectively, and as adults, they would be approximately 181 centimeters and 182 centimeters tall. Eishu estimated that not only would he surpass the height of the 2 individuals, but he might even surpass the height ceiling of Jiraiya, who stood at an impressive 191.2 centimeters. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei served herself a bowl and immediately praised Kumi, exclaiming how delightful it was. Kumi smiled silently in response. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite warm, and as they stepped outside, people remarked that they must be 3 siblings, as they even received a discount for their meal. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, Eishu donned the cartoon-themed pajamas that Kumi had bought for him, preparing to conclude what had been a relatively fulfilling day. He also needed to contemplate how to approach Minato and Kakashi, seeking assistance to request a leave of absence, at least to ensure he passed the Chunin exams. If that proved unfeasible, he contemplated seeking out Little Pepper. He had already devised his reasoning. After all, I am a product of your teachings, and stepping out as a mere genin would be a disgrace to my reputation, and yours as my esteemed mentor. Yes, that's the plan. Eishu was on the verge of slumber when suddenly, the bell at the door jingled. In an instant, he snapped into a state of alertness, having just closed his eyes. After adjusting his attire, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, sitting upright with poise. Then, with a deep baritone, he greeted, "Good evening, Sister Kumi." Eishu has indeed adapted to a household with 2 conch maidens. However, this does not tarnish his resolve. Eishu regards this as a form of cultivation, an exercise for the soul, a tempering of will, and a training of composure. Moreover, it stimulates the secretion of testosterone, an indispensable asset for men, enhancing fitness results post-practice while also fostering development in that regard. In the last encounter at the bathhouse, the 7th squad experienced an unexpected outcome. To his astonishment, Kakashi, who effortlessly defeated Acorn, turned out to be the youngest in the 7th squad. At that moment, the 2nd-ranked Abito offered words of consolation. You are still young, and there is ample opportunity for growth. Eishu nearly burst into laughter. Simultaneously, he silently expressed sorrow for Abito in the original timeline. How unfortunate. Every time I enter your room, You seem so tense. Jumi teased with a smile, inquiring if he was perhaps concealing something from her. Eishu felt somewhat taken aback. At the same time, he pondered. Could it be that Terumi Mei and Jumi were involved in something together? Never mind. Such matters among women are beyond his understanding. Is there something you need, Sister Jumi? Eishu asked politely. How ungrateful. Do you think I can't come to see you just because I'm not cooking for you every day? Jumi replied, already sitting cross-legged beside Eishu. Fragrant from her recent bath, one hand rested between her thigh and chin, prompting Eishu to instinctively gaze at the ceiling, though his peripheral vision caught a glimpse. 36C, a size increase of 2. Despite Jumi's high skill level and her flirtatious nature, she was still only 17, the prime of her youth. Yet, those from the ninja world often appear more mature. Ino, at 15 or 16, seemed even more adept at flirting than Jumi. I simply overindulged. So I wish to retire early. Perhaps I might relive some delightful moments in my dreams, Eishu replied calmly. This elicited a cascade of melodious laughter from Jumi, which made Eishu steal a glance, internally exclaiming, goodness. Quite lively without any attire. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Jumi finally returned to a more serious demeanor, though still adorned with a teasing smile. Have you not noticed that Mei-chan has been acting strangely lately? She may not be able to return for a while. Upon hearing this, Eishu raised an eyebrow. He swiftly analyzed the intent behind Jumei's words. In fact, it was Jumei who had inadvertently informed him about the loss of the Hyuga clan's eyes. I am powerless as well. Eishu quickly articulated his thoughts and stated solemnly, I am a ninja. If the war does not cease, I shall inevitably find myself on the battlefield. Her temporary departure may not necessarily be a misfortune for her, nor for me. This response, grounded in sound principles, left Eishu quite satisfied. However, Jumei's expression hardened. You fool. Huh. Eishu was puzzled. His answer was flawless. What I meant was for you to comfort Mei-chan, not to. Do you understand? Jumei vigorously ruffled Eishu's hair, transforming his silky black locks, softer than those of the Hyuga clan, into a disheveled mess. Under Jumei's relentless guidance, Eishu, resigned to his fate, made his way to the front of Terumi Mei's room. The last time he visited, it was to catch a mouse, although he had failed miserably. Knock, knock, knock. Eishu knocked on the door. Are you asleep, Ming? Ah. A peculiar sound resonated from within the room. Eishu furrowed his brows, almost on the verge of barging through the door. However, considering that after the departure of Komei Ming, this door ultimately belonged to him, he would still have to bear the cost of its repair. Eishu hesitated. 3 minutes later, the door opened slightly, revealing the flushed face of Zhao Mei Ming, who stood blocking the entrance. This deepened Eishu's frown. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired with concern. Due to her height, Zhao Mei Ming obscured much of the view. Yet Eishu could still discern the general state of the room. There was no one else present, and the predominant color was a youthful pink. However, what were those crumpled paper balls scattered about? It was quite perplexing. Chapter 74, The Raven's Curse Wishes Fulfilled? The next day, Eishu rose earlier than usual, perfectly evading the morning greeting from Kaori Mei. The primary reason for his early rising was the fear of catching her cold, however slim the chance. The young girl was burdened with thoughts, and it was quite normal for her to catch a slight cold and have a runny nose. Was it not? Nevertheless, Aishu's early awakening was prompted by other reasons. Mizumoto had mentioned that he would announce some news today, purportedly a surprise for the three of them. Consequently, the meeting time was altered from 8 o'clock to 7:30. Eishu commenced his endeavors rather early today, arriving at 6 o'clock without having partaken in breakfast. Thus, he began the intricate process of rolling dumplings, truly engaging in the art of dumpling creation. With one hand, he concentrated to form a small orb of water, while simultaneously, both hands flickered with a radiant energy, rubbing together in a synchronized motion. Bubbles within the small water sphere began to rise with a gentle bubbling sound. This mesmerizing process endured for a full 3 minutes. The once diminutive water sphere had now expanded into a sizable balloon, noticeably larger than before. Indeed, the compression of chakra had become increasingly adept. With a graceful arch of his brow, Eishu made the balloon vanish with a resounding pop. Do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary balloon. It appears quite similar to one from a year ago, yet in truth, it is indeed rather akin. However, let us not forget that Eishu did not form any seals throughout the process. This technique is known as the spiral hydrogen balloon, and its greatest challenge lies not here, but rather in the compression and transformation of chakra. Merely discovering the method consumed Eishu a full 6 months. Eishu began to weave intricate hand signs. Wind release, wind disturbance technique. This unassuming wind-based ninjutsu dispersed the hazardous gases suspended in the air, simultaneously serving as a testament to the fruits of his rigorous training over the past year. Following the mastery of the spiral hydrogen balloon, he had successfully grasped the transformation of chakra nature. In truth, it was not a monumental achievement. Eishu's affinity for water chakra was so profound that it overshadowed his sensitivity to other chakra types. During the lesson on chakra nature transformation taught by Minato to the trio, Eishu discovered that his compatibility with lightning chakra was remarkably akin to Kakashi's. This revelation sparked a bold notion within him. Perhaps it was he, rather than Kakashi, who would ultimately pioneer the development of the Chidori, inspired by the legacy of Naruto. Nonetheless, the idea was promising, and he indeed embarked on the exploration of the transformation of lightning chakra, integrating it with the spiral sphere, thereby commencing the second phase of hydrogen release. He even unearthed the final piece of the puzzle that bridged the transformation between lightning and water chakra, leading him to discover methods for altering other chakra natures. Indeed, he had acquired the ability to utilize fire release. He had attained the freedom to ignite flames. Applause. However, his proficiency remained somewhat lacking, and aside from lightning and water techniques, the energy consumption of other ninjutsu was considerable, particularly earth release. This accounted for Eishu's reluctance to report to that irksome old man for the time being. The wind release persisted for a brief moment. Eishu waited for a brief moment longer. Over the course of a year, his progress had transcended mere expectations. Water release served as the cornerstone of all his advancements, encompassing chakra nature transformation, shape transformation, and the second stage of hydrogen release, all of which were inextricably linked to the utilization of water release. Amidst the necessity for various experiments and meticulous endeavors, Eishu inadvertently stumbled upon a new frontier. He confirmed that the surrounding hydrogen had likely dissipated sufficiently. This marks the commencement of Eishu's training in the art of water escape in this new realm. With his fingers raised gracefully, he aimed at a distant towering tree, which bore countless scars and wounds. Today, Eishu intended to grant it a swift release, a farewell of sorts. At the tip of his fingers, a diminutive sphere of water whirled with fervor. Over the past year, Eishu's most significant advancement lay in his mastery of chakra manipulation and the increase of his blue energy reserves. This astonished the elder, who, during their last encounter when he had inadvertently caused Eishu trouble, spoke the truth in his apology. Even during the illustrious era of the Senju clan, the talent of Yashinoki was exceptionally remarkable. At that moment, Eishu paid little heed to these matters. The old man's foul temper being capable of eliciting an apology from him conjured numerous unpleasant associations in his mind. However, when Eishu realized that the savings he had painstakingly amassed for half a year were now gone, let it be annihilated. Woe is me. Eishu's gaze was intense and his expression fierce. As Joe Xian would say, a ninja's combat relies heavily on momentum. While this may be of little consequence to other ninjas, it holds true for those of their lineage, descendants of sages. Water style, spiraling water blade. The water sphere transformed into a continuously spinning torrent, shooting forth with precision to strike at the heart of the great tree. Boom. The tree, unable to withstand the force, collapsed with a resounding crash. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Eishu departed with an air of nonchalance. The spiraling water blade is a novel weapon crafted by Eishu, blending the transformation of water-based chakra with the principles of the Rasengan and the water style, hard vortex water blade. The hard vortex water blade, akin to the Rasengan, utilizes rotation to enhance kinetic energy. While the Rasengan excels in destruction, the hard vortex water blade is designed for penetration. When these two techniques merge, they form the spiraling water blade, essentially a penetrative projectile within the realm of water style. It bears some resemblance to the secret technique, water iron cannon, of the second Mizukage, the Kirigakure clan, yet Eishu's original intention was to serve as the prototype ninjutsu for the second stage of hydrogen release. Fusion, launch, ignition. Eishu has accomplished it all. At 7:05, Kakashi arrived early, bringing buns for Eishu. By 7:10, Obito made his entrance. The seventh squad was officially gathered, yet their instructor, Minato, had yet to appear. The trio waited for 5 minutes. By 7:15, it seemed the teacher would not come. Kakashi, well acquainted with Minato, shrugged. Typically, Minato would arrive 15 minutes early without fail. Even if he were to be absent, he would notify them in advance. But today, perhaps it was related to the surprise he mentioned. Eishu speculated. Although they were assembled today, it likely wasn't for a mission, considering they had just completed one yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen had granted the 7th squad the authority to undertake missions, but stipulated they couldn't be consecutive. Tsunade remained Eishu's primary responsibility. Obito inhaled sharply, his expression tinged with unease. This surprise, it couldn't possibly be. Don't jinx it. Eishu quickly interjected. Having trained under that legendary figure for a year, he had indeed made considerable progress, yet shadows lingered. Especially after witnessing the manifestation of his recovery abilities, Kushina's punches had become more formidable. Obito fell silent, his face a mask of dread. Yet it was too late. In the distance, a striking silhouette with vibrant red hair approached gracefully, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector. She had traded her usual long dress for a green vest, an unusual sight. This transformation only enhanced her commanding presence, as her flowing red hair added an air of elegance. The three boys felt their hearts plummet. She donned the vest and protector. Surely she intends to deliver a severe beating. In the Hokage's office. They've arrived. Minato, come quickly, Hiruzen exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. His demeanor anything but serious. Minato, however, appeared somewhat anxious. This battle would determine whether the three youngsters qualified to partake in the Chunin examination. Naturally, He felt the weight of that responsibility. Chapter 75. The Little Pepper of the Second War, Part 1. Though a smile graced the little Pepper's face, each step she took forward caused the 7th Squad to retreat. It felt akin to the sensation of not wanting to attend school, resorting to stealing money to buy explosive tags, only to be caught red-handed. Kushina's fists were both painful and solid. A strike from her could genuinely be fatal. Eishu, what do we do? Abito stammered. You haven't done anything recently to anger her, have you? Impossible. Eishu rejected the notion. I've been working incredibly hard, performing exceedingly well. But what about the two of you? Every time she substitutes, you both make excuses to skip, showing her no respect at all. The blame was swiftly shifted onto Kakashi and Abito. Meanwhile, the little Pepper drew ever closer. Is it too hot for you three? Kushina questioned disapprovingly, observing the trio lurking in the shadows, shaking her finger at them. For a ninja, patience is paramount, especially during training, do you understand? Uffed. Hiruzen, before the crystal ball, spat out his tea in a fit of laughter. Minato, can you believe Kushina actually? Ha ha ha. Minato could only grimly assist in tidying the desk. Kushina, she genuinely cares for the children, third Hokage. His words carried a hint of protectiveness, though more so. An undercurrent of guilt. Had the 7th Squad not trembled so visibly, Minato might have been more assertive. The ever-cunning Hiruzen quickly realized his lapse and promptly composed himself, steering the conversation away. Speaking of Minato, do you think those three can endure 10 minutes under Kushina's watch? At this, Minato's expression shifted to one of concern. Enduring 10 minutes under Kushina's scrutiny was far more challenging than surviving 5 minutes in his own examination. Yet, there was no other choice. They were far too young, too inexperienced for anyone to trust them with Chunin-level responsibilities, too tender-hearted to let them undertake the risks those missions entailed. Perhaps this was why the third Hokage had consistently refrained from allowing them to engage in tasks above C rank. Nevertheless, when faced with the question, Minato ultimately nodded. I believe in them, third Hokage. Though they are young, their determination to grow is not bound by age. They will strive. A confident, sunny smile illuminated Minato's face. Hiruzen fell silent, observing the trio in the crystal ball as he took a puff from his pipe. All right, do not be anxious. Just hold on for 10 minutes, Kushina smiled. In her eyes, she thought, to unlock the potential within these children, I even donned this rather unflattering vest. I truly am a wonderful teacher. Yet to the 7th Squad, Kushina appeared cold, unreasonable, and menacing. You mustn't approach. Can we not endure? I feel unwell, my stomach hurts. Abito weakly raised his hand. Eishu and Kakashi exchanged sharp glances at Abito, silently admonishing him not to exhaust his excuses. Kushina furrowed her brow, and an unsettling chill enveloped the three of them. So, Abito does not wish to participate in the Chunin exams? After all, he only needed to endure for 10 minutes to be eligible to register. Are you certain? This revelation was astonishing. Even Eishu and the others were momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds before they fully grasped the implication. The joy was unmistakable. So, the surprise that Minato spoke of was indeed this. In that case, there should be no issue. Or is there? Eishu cursed inwardly. The Chunin exam. And they had to register? Who in their right mind stipulated that participating in the Chunin exam required battling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for 10 minutes? Was this still considered a Chunin exam? Not even 30, nor 300 Chunin could withstand the fury of Little Pepper. Well, you all better prepare yourselves. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Provided, of course, that you don't try to escape. Kushina winked, subtly gesturing toward the sky, and then, with her hands behind her back, hummed a cheerful tune as she skipped away. Cough, cough. Saratobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, glancing at the awkward expression on Minato's face. I didn't see anything. What should we do? Should we take the plunge? The pre-battle meeting for Team 7 commenced, and Eishu was eager to dive in. The experiences of the past year had somewhat fortified his resolve. How to take the plunge? Kakashi retorted, equally eager to brave the challenge. After all, they were facing Chunin. Of course, we go for it. Abito was pumped. But he quickly turned to glance at Kushina and lowered his voice to a whisper, taking a beating to swap for a Chunin that would multiply our wages, brothers. Then it's settled. Eishu declared, his eyes sparkling. To be honest, although I've been getting beaten up lately, I've also developed quite a few strategies. Specifically targeting our dear teacher. I named this strategy, Integrated Multi-Layered Assault from Land, Sea, and Air, and I need your cooperation. 10 minutes later, Team 7 finally emerged from the shadows into the sunlight. Whether it was the warmth of the sun that invigorated them, or perhaps the tactical mindset that calmed their nerves. The three still felt tense, yet they were not so cowardly as to tremble. Now this feels right. If you're ready, let us begin. Kushina also seemed to be in high spirits, her knuckles cracking audibly. This nearly shattered the courage the trio had painstakingly mustered. Fortunately, they persevered, particularly Abito, who, as the central figure in the plan, bravely took the first step. I am awesome. I am awesome. I am fearless. I am fearless. I am a genius. I am a genius. Abito chanted to himself, layering on psychological buffs. Smack in the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen patted his treasured crystal ball, looking perplexed. Could it have malfunctioned from disuse? Restarting the crystal ball. When the image reappeared, Obito was already charging forward. Suffer, perish. Chapter 76. The Second World War of Little Pepper, Part 2. Everything felt so familiar. Obito led the charge, resolute and undeterred. The tragedy of a year ago appeared poised to repeat itself. Yet time had passed, and people could change, they could improve. Over the past year, under the personal guidance of the Uchiha clan leader, Obito's strength had surged dramatically. He was indeed talented, his dark side now thrice as potent, but without sufficient foundation. Even the darkness would be futile. Yet, he was not the only one who had progressed. Little Pepper had also made significant strides. Still keeping a book titled How to Be a Qualified Teacher on her bedside, studying diligently, her experience vastly increased. Moreover, today, Little Pepper came with the intent of going easy on them. Bang! Ouch! Obito fell. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, Kushina was utterly bewildered. I had already held back. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Not only Kushina, but the two watching through the crystal ball were equally stunned. Was this a replay? Obito! The agonizing shouts of Kakashi and Eishu resonated as they charged forward, just as they had a year prior. Kakashi was still a step ahead of Eishu. But this time, unlike a year ago, he was not wielding a short blade. Instead, he leaped forward, hurling a barrage of shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken sliced through the air, and Kushina felt an eerie sense of deja vu overcome with guilt. She instinctively took a step back to create room for Eishu, who was rushing to save Obito. As a teacher, Kushina truly cared deeply for her students. Yet at that moment, the unexpected began to unfold. Suddenly, Obito, who had seemed lifeless, opened his eyes wide, sparkling with determination. He threw a handful of smoke bombs, then formed hand seals, and shadow clones began to appear in succession. Now's the time. Charge! Eishu bellowed, accelerating his speed even further. Ping, 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 ping. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the smoke. With Little Pepper's strength, she could easily handle these kunai even with her eyes closed. Obito's sudden resurrection had put Kushina on high alert. All thoughts of going easy had vanished. Kushina despised deceit. And Obito's recent actions had deeply hurt her. Children, I will make you endure for a full 10 minutes. Not a second less. At that moment, the blood-red pepper was about to make her entrance. The footsteps grew louder, and Kushina furrowed her brow. Are they here? Kushina withdrew her kunai and revealed her iron fists. Had it been before, Team 7 might have already bolted 2 kilometers away. But this time, Earth-style, for corners earth wall, accompanied by a calm voice. The ground trembled slightly as 4 neatly arranged earthen walls rose simultaneously around Little Pepper. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, hastily glancing at Minato. When did this child? About a month ago, though I can't recall the exact date. Minato scratched his head, his smile slightly sheepish. This was no exaggeration. Minato spoke the truth. That little one's extraordinary talent often left him at a loss as a teacher. Indeed, the technique appeared sophisticated, its name comprising 5 words. Yet it was merely 4 earthen walls encircling together. With enough chakra, it could be achieved without difficulty. There was no technical challenge. Had Kakashi employed it, it would have garnered only a modest nod of approval, not a frenzy of admiration. But the crucial point, this technique originated from Eishu. And these walls were devoid of any dog's head. Not yet 8 years old, and he had already mastered chakra nature transformation? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished for a long while, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he recalled another of his disciples, Orochimaru. Equally exceptional, yet with a starkly different personality. And if one overlooked talent, that unorthodox thinking bore a resemblance to Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, combining the strengths of both while discarding their weaknesses. This child possesses something remarkable. The scene in the crystal ball continued. Team 7's strategy was still unfolding. Kakashi and Inuki inadvertently switched places while running. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Kakashi shouted, his body leaping high as he charged into the smoke. Inuki, however, pressed both hands against the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath the fog became exceedingly soft, resembling a quagmire, a flow of mud surging forth. Yet, this earth technique still originated from Inuki. Little Inuki, are you prepared? This time, the sugar-coated shell won't work on me. Kushina had indeed fallen for the ruse. Although their positional error had little overall impact on Kushina, there remained a distinction. In this version, Kakashi's father was alive, and there were faint signs of a darkening influence. His parenting had shifted from a laissez-faire approach to a more structured guidance. Just as Kakashi was about to reach the smoke, his short blade finally unsheathed. Though it was a replica, it bore a semblance to the legendary White Fang. Ah? A bewildered voice emerged from the smoke. If I had known, I would have used shuriken. Even with chakra infused in her hands, they were no match for a proper weapon. Yet, this was not the worst predicament. The ground was soft and filthy, and remaining stationary would soon lead to restrictions. Kakashi's assault came from above, surrounded by Inuki's earthen walls. Truly, a trivial matter. Kushina smirked, her small fist brimming with intricate chakra, executing a swift turn. A powerful punch, followed by a body flicker. Boom. Kushina violently broke through the wall, evading the attack in one fluid motion. Whoosh. With a missed strike. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with excitement. She dodged, she dodged, she dodged. My blade was evaded by my mentor. Yet, one must not blame Kakashi for his lack of success. After all, one should remember the scene where the little pepper crushed Shuriken with her bare hands. More importantly, this was part of their strategy. Everyone was spirited. And that gave Kushina a sense of reassurance. With a smile, she felt her crimson hair begin to sway. First, they had saddened her for a moment. And now they had sullied her shoes. Humph, you two have certainly improved during your absence from class. Inuki is the only one who remains polite. Before the crystal ball, Minato swallowed hard, feeling anxious as he stole a glance at the third Hokage, only to find the esteemed Hokage equally unsettled. Indeed, Kushina's blood-red pepper mode was truly terrifying. Minato glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 minutes left. Hang in there, children. He inhaled deeply, activating his chakra. Although he might need to rest for a day after this, it was the only thing he could do for his students. No one dared to provoke an angered Kushina. Not even the Hokage. Minato prepared himself for a noble sacrifice, ready to fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher. Yet, at that moment, within the crystal ball, Obito declared, "Now is the time." Chapter 77. The Second War of the Little Pepper, Part 2. The resounding roar of Eishu emanated confidence and vitality. Most crucially, this voice originated from all directions, as 8 figures of Eishu emerged simultaneously from the periphery. Each Eishu formed hand seals, their brows furrowed and expressions grave, reminiscent of a tense pre-battle atmosphere, or perhaps a moment of discomfort. Following this, the seemingly inert Obito finally made his appearance. A small hand emerged from the ground beneath Kushina, grasping her ankle with determination. Doton, heart decapitation. Obito's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, for he had not succeeded in his attempt. This technique was intended for Kakashi, and he had not anticipated failure on his first execution. Just as everyone, including the esteemed figures before the screen, presumed Obito was destined to falter once more, his small hand transformed into a puff of white smoke. Subsequently, a figure erupted from the earth 5 meters behind Kushina, leaping into the air with eyes ablaze in crimson brilliance. At this moment, the Eishu from all directions completed their ninjutsu preparation, while Kakashi, who had just missed his earlier strike, formed his hand seals, radiating with lightning energy. This was neither Raikiri nor Chidori, but rather a simple yet effective B-rank lightning technique, intended to complement the water release. The water release, in turn, originated from the surrounding Eishu. Water release. Water surge wave. 8. The 8 Eishu shouted in unison, their bodies swirling with torrents of water, which interconnected upon emergence, swiftly enveloping Kushina in an immense water sphere. Subsequently, streams of water ascended from this sphere, propelled towards Kushina under the enhancement of Kakashi's lightning release. But that was not the end. Obito, positioned at the center, soared into the air, forming hand seals for the fireball jutsu he had mastered a year prior under the tutelage of a ninjutsu instructor. Despite the apparent stagnation of his Sharingan, Obito had vastly improved his chakra manipulation and proficiency in ninjutsu over the year. Lightning release, lightning explosive, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 ninjutsu harmonized as one, surrounding Kushina from every angle, sealing her fate in an overwhelming barrage. The gaze of Eishu radiated excitement. This was his strategy. Moreover, it was a truncated version of the second phase of hydrogen escape, now entering its final step, essentially a combination of ninjutsu. Even without a reaction, its potency was astonishing. Alas, before the crystal ball, Watergate's expression changed dramatically as he began to form seals, attempting to pinpoint the coordinates. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened, saying, "Watergate, do not fret too much. That is Kushina. At this level, she can easily cope. Do not forget, the time she took to become an elite ninja was even shorter than yours." Sarutobi appeared calm and composed, yet the slight tremor in his hand holding the pipe betrayed the tumult within him. What a splendid collaboration, what remarkable talent, what exquisite synergy. If only the old man had offered a little guidance. Sarutobi reveled in his thoughts, relieved that he had not directly acquiesced to Danzo back then. Yet, despite his internal musings and joy, he failed to notice the gravity etched on Watergate's face. Watergate's seals were unceasing. "I apologize, Third Hokage. My concerns do not lie with Kushina. Have you forgotten why the Konoha interrogation department underwent renovations?" Watergate's smile bore a tinge of bitterness. Sarutobi's expression gradually turned vacant as unwelcome memories resurfaced. 3 years prior, a descendant from the land of whirlpools had arrived in Konoha but was deemed a spy from an enemy village and imprisoned within the interrogation department. Little Pepper, having received news through the enemy's operations, sought out the individual directly. Naturally, the Umbu would not allow her to act recklessly, leading to an inevitable conflict, where initially, the Umbu gained the upper hand and suppressed Kushina. Thus, when Eishu sought out Komei Jianjiro, he sensed that the interior was quite new, having undergone commendable renovations. "Hurry, Watergate, quickly. Those are all my treasures," Sarutobi Hiruzen urged fervently. Yet, Watergate, with a resigned smile tinged with trepidation, laid down his hands. "It's too late, Third Hokage. Saratobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He hastily glanced at the crystal ball, only to find it engulfed in chaos. This scenario was familiar to him. The crystal ball was not malfunctioning, but rather overwhelmed by excessive chakra interference, resulting in a loss of signal. This is bad. Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed, echoing Watergate's initial concerns, and promptly rebooted the crystal ball, the image quickly returning. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the ninjutsu instructor found himself surprisingly calm. Never mind. Let us wait until her anger subsides. Watergate. Safety is paramount. Once those 3 little ones recover, I'll let them participate in the exam. No need to fill out the registration form, just mention my name. Saratobi Hiruzen sighed. Reflecting on the children, it wasn't easy for them either. At that moment, 3 Konoha Genin, bound together by floating chains, were engaged in a profound self-reflection. Master. It wasn't my idea. It was Kakashi, he forced me to do this. I am innocent. Obito, ever the loyal friend whom Eishu had recognized upon his arrival, was determined not to let anyone down during such dire straits. What the heck? Obito. You've gone too far. I bear no grudge against you. Master, please let me explain. Let me explain. Bang. Kakashi lowered his proud head, perhaps weighed down by the considerable lump on it. Sigh. Master, please do not be angry. The fault lies with me. I should not have been so eager to showcase my progress over the past year, but after all, it was all your teaching. I merely. Sigh. Eishu sighed repeatedly, his heart heavy with sorrow, while Daitu's expression gradually shifted to one of admiration. Truly, it is you, Eishu. Only you can deftly navigate the temper of the matriarch. Of course, my mistakes extend beyond this. When Kakashi and Daitu were devising their strategy, I should have intervened. But alas, my fault. Daitu's countenance grew increasingly rigid. He even disregarded the piercing gaze that possessed a destructive force akin to Amaterasu, forgetting entirely how to offer a clever rebuttal. Oh, tears. Bang. Daitu is once more at a loss. Eishu let out another sigh. I haven't even activated the dual Sharingan. Could it be that I am truly hindering the potential of Obito's abilities? Eishu contemplated to himself. However, on the other hand, regarding this assessment, they should have passed. The passage of time had become inconsequential if they performed to such a degree and still did not succeed. Eishu would begin to question whether the third Hokage had been usurped by the eminent figures in the comments section. The Nin, the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, seemingly. They were drawing ever closer. Chapter 78. Innocent words at 2:30 in the afternoon. 2 versions of Eishu strolled along the streets of the Uchiha clan, one of whom was carrying Obito on his back. Kakashi had already been dispatched home by another shadow clone, yet Eishu felt uneasy about letting a clone take Obito home. In truth, things had improved considerably. When Obito had first awakened his Sharingan, they had faced considerable backlash, especially since they had sent the elder's grandson to the hospital. Over the course of a year, through relentless effort, Obito had begun to carve out his reputation, claiming to be the Uchiha's greatest prodigy, though the hype surrounding him was gradually diminishing. This was undoubtedly aided by the recent endeavors of the newly minted father, Fugaku. According to Obito's incomplete analysis, combined with Eishu's understanding, the current Uchiha clan was roughly divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by Fugaku, the patriarch, who held a significant advantage, prioritized the Uchiha name over lineage. The other faction, represented by the clan's elder, adhered to traditional views, believing that even among the Uchiha, there existed a hierarchy reminiscent of the Hyuga clan structure. For both public and private reasons, Eishu supported Fugaku and boldly predicted that the traditionalists within the Uchiha would soon be eradicated. This was because the Uchiha were on the brink of entering the battlefield. Following his recollection of the location, Eishu arrived at the doorstep of Obito's home, only to find a young boy standing at the entrance. Who are you? Eishu inquired, regarding the boy with a puzzled expression. Glancing back at the house behind him, this had to be Obito's home, right? Had this fellow moved? Eishu appeared utterly bewildered, for his laziness often kept him from visiting the home of Obito, located in the outskirts of Konoha. I am Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, this is the residence of my elder brother Obito. The young boy sniffled, then pointed at the shadow clone of Obito that Eishu was carrying, exclaiming that today Obito had promised to teach him the great fireball technique. Eishu, what? Stopping the water. Learning the great fireball from Obito. Haha. Upon realizing this, Eishu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He still vividly remembers the scene when Obito first attempted the great fireball, only to be comically beaten into a pulp. Teaching others, indeed. What a sight to behold. Eishu has reason to suspect that Obito intends to mislead Shursui, thereby solidifying his own position as the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan. Big brother, you must be Maruko, the teammate that Obito often speaks of, little Shursui remarked. Once more gesturing towards Obito. What has happened to Obito? Has he been injured again while protecting you? Eishu. Battle alert, battle alert. Maru brother? Are you still protecting me? Eishu appeared utterly perplexed, and the shadow clones behind him were on the verge of losing their composure, wishing to hurl Obito to the ground and deliver a thorough kick to him in frustration. Children speak without a filter. Taking a deep breath, Eishu adjusted his mindset and half-squatted before little Shizuku. Little Shizuku, how old are you this year? I'm 4. Next year, I can start school. You're going to school soon? That is wonderful. Are you quite familiar with your older brother Obito? Yes. Brother Obito takes great care of me. Whenever he sees those who bully me, he always helps me deal with them. Eishu fell silent for a moment. The backgrounds of Obito and Shui are quite similar. Yet the Obito from the original timeline was likely the type to be wholly preoccupied with his own survival and perpetually consumed by thoughts of romance. In contrast, this timeline's Obito has adopted a more positive mindset, and his nurturing environment has improved exponentially. Truly remarkable. Little Shui, can you enlighten me on whether your elder brother Obito has mentioned any other individuals? Perhaps a certain white-haired one? Lord Hokage. The list of villages has been finalized and is expected to arrive at Konoha within 3 days. Very well, you may leave. Yes. In the Hokage's office. After the live broadcast that morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's good spirits persisted. Taking advantage of this favorable mood, he resolved to tackle the most challenging matters at hand. Sunagakure. And Yakura. Oh, the bloodstained ninja? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in surprise, albeit only slightly. Given the current wartime context, hosting a large-scale CH9 exam was ostensibly unrealistic. However, this was indeed a unique juncture amid the ongoing conflict. The battlefronts had nearly all entered a ceasefire within the past month. Orochimaru had repeatedly repelled Sunagakure's invasions, garnering substantial merits, clearly aiming to bolster his candidacy for Hokage. On the Sunagakure front, a ceasefire had been in place for over half a month. The Umbu had learned that Sunagakure had made multiple requests for peace talks, all of which were thwarted by Orochimaru, presumably to enhance his battle achievements. However, the issue of casualties was evidently overlooked by Orochimaru. Hiruzen chose not to confront the matter directly. After all, he wished for Orochimaru to come to his own realization if possible. Kumogakure. What? The youngest is already 14? Hiruzen chuckled lightly, exuding calmness. Iwagakure. Why hasn't Noki dispatched any J-Nin? The battlefronts of Iwagakure and Kumogakure were in a peculiar stalemate. Rather than uniting, they nearly clashed. This was due to Kumogakure's attempt to navigate the waterways, circumventing Iwagakure to engage Sunagakure. Should they succeed, Kumogakure's forces would create a pinching effect against Iwagakure, something Noki could not allow. This provided Konoha with an opportunity to stabilize its front lines. Typically, such large CH9 exams served as a showcase for the younger generation of each village, particularly for the host, Konoha. However, amidst wartime, the CH9 exam naturally bore the gravitas of conflict. As the adage goes, all's fair in love and war. In essence, this CH9 exam resembled a microcosm of the ongoing Great Ninja War. Sunagakure sought peace, thus sending forth their precious bloodstained ninja as a gesture of sincerity. Meanwhile, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were intent on combat, dispatching an array of individuals utterly unrelated to the CH9 tier, essentially acting unreasonably. As for Kirigakure, Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he looked at the name on the participant list. Have they really included Terumi Mei in the CH9 exam? Kirigakure's demand was for exchange, specifically, the exchange of hostages, including but not limited to prisoners from both sides on the battlefield. Hiruzen understood Kirigakure's intent, to trade the Byakugan for Terumi Mei. This was a conundrum. The Byakugan was vital to the High Ga clan. It could be destroyed but must never be divulged. Yet Terumi Mei was evidently worth far more than that. However, should he refuse, the entire High Ga clan stationed at Kirigakure's frontline would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Hiruzen hesitated, a knock echoed through the office. Initially, he instinctively thought it was his old comrade Danzo, as his partner would likely have concocted an array of unexpected plans by this time. Yet in less than a second, he dismissed the thought. Danzo never knocks. Moreover, in the past year, the route had been unusually quiet, leaving Hiruzen curious about what schemes were being devised. Come in. Third Hokage, a robust man, entered, exuding an overwhelming presence. Every gesture and glance radiated authority, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. As he stepped into the Hokage's office, he claimed neither the advantage of terrain nor the support of the people, yet his aura subtly challenged that of the lion himself. Only Danzo could achieve such a feat. Yet this visitor was not Danzo. It was Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha. Here is the list of participants for this CH9 exam, Tsukumo. This matter is of great importance, and after considerable reflection, I thought it best to entrust it to you. Hiruzen pushed the documents across the table. However, Tsukumo did not hasten to accept them. I have heard that Team 7 is also participating in the CH9 exam. What plans do you have for them, Third Hokage? Tsukumo's voice was calm and measured, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hiruzen, rolling tobacco in his hands, paused at Tsukumo's words, then ignited his smoke, taking a draw. It appears that Kakashi has informed you. Indeed, this was also Minato's request. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Tsukumo. I initially intended for them to enroll next year. Tsukumo, as Kakashi's father, I leave this decision in your hands. I can still notify Minato if necessary. Their gazes met at that moment. Hiruzen was a lion, An aging lion, regal yet imbued with a touch of leniency, still retaining his authority. Tsukumo's eyes were like a sharp blade, devoid of emotion calm. Neither sorrowful nor joyful, as if he had grown indifferent to everything. Once, those eyes might have held respect, reverence, or even admiration. But now, it is time they witnessed the harshness of this world. Third Hokage, Tsukumo spoke slowly. As a father, while I worry, children must grow up. I cannot control them for a lifetime. A hint of a smile graced Tsukumo's lips. I trust your arrangements, Third Hokage. Very well. Hiruzen nodded knowingly. The three youngsters are making great efforts. I will ensure they are monitored. After all, they are Konoha's children, the future of Konoha. Then I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of Kakashi, Third Hokage. I will begin making the necessary arrangements. With that, Tsukumo took his leave. Hiruzen remained, gazing at the untouched stack of documents on his desk, lost in thought for a long while, desiring not to be controlled. Yet you, too, were raised under my watchful eye. On June 5th, at 6:15 a.m., the Ying family of three was gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and fried eggs, a harmonious balance of nutrition. Do eat more, Gyomei urged. As she added an egg for Eishu, then seemingly casually inquired, do you have any tasks today? In that fleeting moment, Eishu's mind entered a state of heightened alertness. What was her intention behind this question? What did she truly wish to know? For the time being, he remained uncertain and responded cautiously. Yet, one should not assume that Eishu had merely been passive over the past year. As a ninja, one must always be vigilant. If there are no tasks, then do return early, Gyomei said with a gentle smile, causing Eishu's defenses to wane significantly. All right, Gyomei sister. At 6:30 in the morning, Eishu set off towards training ground number 3. Having employed 2 earth-style ninjutsu the previous day, he felt a sense of accomplishment and decided to seek out the old man, hoping to achieve further breakthroughs before the Nin exams. Meanwhile, after Eishu's departure, Gyomei remarked, you ought to tell him. Ming, if you don't inform him, how will he know? Gyomei sighed. However, Ming, appearing quite composed, replied, perhaps it's because girls mature earlier. He will find out eventually, won't he? Besides, I am not entirely certain if this time it is genuine. Ming lowered her gaze, pondering that it might be wise to err on the side of caution. Oh, you. Gyomei affectionately ruffled Ming's hair. The two shared a bond as close as that of sisters. As for Eishu, after a swift journey, he arrived at his destination. The old man should still be in bed. In the absence of onlookers, Eishu indulged in his practice. The focus of his morning training today was illusion techniques. In the present iteration of Team 7, their combat strategies had matured significantly. Kakashi specialized in close combat, a skill honed under the shadow of his father, the legendary White Fang, who was nearly audacious enough to challenge the Hokage. He eschewed the use of illusions. Obito, on the other hand, took charge of mid to close-range combat, and due to the capabilities of the Sharingan, his dynamic vision and precise chakra manipulation assured that he would not lead an ordinary existence. Occasionally, Obito would resort to illusion techniques. Eishu has reminded Obito more than once that genjutsu is a remarkable skill. Indeed, Obito possesses a commendable talent for illusion techniques. However, Obito stubbornly perceives it as a tedious trick reserved for the weak. He craves fire release. He desires to ignite. What unsettles Eishu even more is that Fugaku never truly imparted this knowledge to him. Thus, the entire 7th Squad's reliance on Obito for genjutsu is utterly misplaced. Eishu's initial desire to master the art of illusion stems from his aspiration to enhance his shadow manipulation abilities. In doing so, he would attain a harmonious balance of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, and the dualities of yin and yang. Who wouldn't yearn to embody perfection? Moreover, as a time traveler, he inherently possesses advantages, particularly a formidable spiritual strength or soul power. Eishu surmised that should he initiate his journey with the Uchiha clan, he might very well awaken his Sharingan right from the outset, and perhaps even manifest a pair of Tomo. Furthermore, the study of genjutsu would present additional advantages. For instance, Eishu's deficiencies in close-quarters combat could be somewhat mitigated. Admittedly, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought. In a situation devoid of ninjutsu, he might even find himself outmatched by Kumi. Kumi, alongside Terumi Mei, often entertained the idea of a weekend shopping spree, occasionally coaxing Eishu to join them. However, he would invariably decline, citing his training as an excuse. Consequently, Kumi would employ her remarkable taijutsu skills, ensnaring him in a series of locks and holds, rendering him utterly submissive. Of course, the moment Eishu utilized chakra, even if merely to execute a Rasengan, he could swiftly turn the tide, reclaiming the upper hand and establishing absolute dominion. Yet, such tactics were not a sustainable strategy. If he could master genjutsu, it would be invaluable. Not only could a mere glare incapacitate foes, but he could also fabricate opportunities during direct confrontations. Much like the incident involving Terumi Kenjiro, which, although based on physical illusions, yielded favorable results. What Eishu desires is precisely that effect. Unfortunately, Shi Rihong has yet to graduate. Otherwise, one could have attempted to take a shortcut. Eishu muttered softly, then began to form hand seals. 8 seals, a fundamental seer-ink illusion, the fox's art of the heart. This technique allows one to unknowingly wander in place, and then simply vanish. It is a rather futile illusion, unnecessary for the strong and difficult for the weak to master. Its only merit lies in its ability to affect multiple targets. It may intimidate the common folk, but against a ninja with even a modicum of knowledge in dispelling illusions, it would be easily countered. With a swift conclusion to the hand seals and activation process, Eishu felt a sense of satisfaction despite the lack of reference to gauge the outcome. However, before he could indulge in his self-admiration, a resounding thud echoed as a fist the size of a sandbag struck his forehead. Pain surged, nearly bringing tears to his eyes, yet instinctively his body reacted. Do not misunderstand, it was not a counterattack with exquisite martial arts. Rather, with a puff, he deployed a smoke bomb, combined with a substitution technique, and found himself 8 meters away. He swiftly formed hand seals again, preparing to retaliate with his most adept ninjutsu, water release, hard whirlwind water blade. The spear-like stream of water took shape in an instant, but it was then that he finally discerned the assailant's features. Disheveled, unkempt, and casually sipping a drink with an air of arrogance. Wasn't he the old man? Eishu let out a sigh of relief. If it had been Kushina, he feared he would have faced a beating. However, if it was the old man, then it would be of no concern. Eishu, undeterred, continued to channel chakra, patiently awaiting the old man's demonstration of earth release. However, the old man's response was somewhat delayed. The figure of Eishu performing hand seals to unleash ninjutsu seemed to evoke long-buried memories. Second brother? Chapter 80, Earth Technique. Power of 1,000 hands. The old man stomped his foot upon the ground, and an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted forth. Eishu was perplexed by the underlying principle. Was it an imprint made with the foot, or something akin to the instantaneous kill technique of Tobarama? In the next moment, the earth trembled, and a peculiar earthen structure erupted from the ground, resembling a middle finger. The hard vortex water blade collided with it, yet could not penetrate even a fraction. It was akin to a child urinating. Eishu's expression darkened. This technique, he must acquire. What are you doing? The old man, still unable to adjust his mindset, spoke first, his words dripping with familiar disdain. Do you think you are quite formidable now? Lacking any room for improvement in other areas, you've begun to dabble in illusion techniques? What use are those, I ask you? Come, unleash your full strength. Deceive me, bewilder me, go ahead. Such a pathetic display. Before you have mastered what you ought to master, do not lay your hands on those worthless techniques. If I catch you again, I will turn you into a tree in an instant. The last time the old man exhibited such a fiery temper was during a previous incident. Eishu had little to express. The concept of illusion is indeed enigmatic. The pinnacle is the deity of another realm, still dormant and unawakened. Without the power of the Sharingan or the bloodline limits possessed by clans such as the Akimichi, his capabilities likely culminate at the level of the true crimson of the setting sun. Indeed, there seems to be no necessity for arduous cultivation. At this moment, the elder appeared to have calmed considerably. Have you mastered the transformation of chakra attributes? Eishu let out a hum. How many have you grasped? I must inform you, to learn the great earth techniques of this old man is not so simple. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Eishu had long been prepared. He pressed his hands against the ground, and instantly, the surface beneath the old man transformed into a quagmire. Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows slightly, allowing his feet to be sullied by the muck, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. So, he has indeed mastered this? However, this level. With a peculiar chuckle, the old man planted his feet firmly once more, and in the next moment, the earth beneath him seemed to come alive, surging forth towards Eishu with a tumultuous force. What on earth? Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment as a phrase surged through his mind. Earth style, great water show. The spectacle before him seemed to transform the old man's earth techniques into a mastery of water. Yet, this revelation lasted but a fleeting moment. Everything around him reverted to its original state. The old man remained unchanged, the ground was still solid. And the normalcy of it all led Eishu to question whether he had fallen under an illusion. Illusions are mere fabrications. But the old man's mastery over the earth is undeniably real. So, do you wish to learn? If you do, just say, I want to. By the time Eishu concluded his training and returned home, the night had already enveloped the sky. Eishu's stomach growled with hunger. Yet today he had indeed gathered a considerable bounty. The old man had not imparted to him the art of earth manipulation. According to the elder's words, ninjutsu could be learned through scrolls, and even a tethered dog could master it. What he aspired to learn was how to become a member of the Senju clan. The old man taught him the formidable foundation, renowned as the basis of the Senju clan, which serves as the starting point for all physical techniques of the clan, representing an advanced version of chakra refinement. Its scholarly title is the Senju-style chakra manipulation technique, also known as the power of the Senju. Eishu prefers to call another acquaintance by the name of monster strength. The exceptionally long blue strands of the Senju clan stem from a robust constitution, as chakra is essentially an energy product released by cells, akin yet distinct from mitochondria. The operation of such an immense chakra quantity and the manifestation of its utmost power are subjects of intrigue. The Senju of the forest once basked in unparalleled glory. a legacy that has endured through time, complete with a comprehensive system. For instance, there exists the Senju-style chakra refining technique and the chakra manipulation technique of the Senju style, known as the power of the Senju, which Eishu is currently studying. In this moment, though his body is fatigued, his eyes shimmer with vitality. He muses that this must be what it feels like to grow stronger. According to the elder's words, the higher the innate talent, the more potent the individual capable of unleashing the power of the Senju. And Eishu is well aware of his own prodigious talent. It won't be long before, at the very least, that which Kumi. Heh. Eishu was filled with excitement. The time to take charge was drawing near. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he spotted two women practicing in the courtyard. Mei Ming was panting heavily, and Jiao Mei was drenched in sweat. Such a scene was indeed rare, and Eishu couldn't help but lament his late return. Nevertheless, he courteously greeted them. Good evening. Is there still food? I saved some for you. Just heat it up yourself, Jiao Mei replied in an unusually normal tone. Eishu raised his eyebrows and dashed inside, truly famished. Just as he crossed the threshold of the house, the voices of two individuals echoed behind him. Are you all right? Ming-chan? I'm fine, Sister Kumi. Please continue. Eishu felt a twinge of curiosity, yet chose not to dwell on it. After reheating his meal, he devoured it ravenously. Following that, he ascended the stairs to indulge in a hot shower, before returning to his room, ready to resume his training. According to the old man's words, only when his mastery of the thousand-hand technique reached the required standard would he truly be deemed worthy of learning the old man's earth technique. The earth technique. Quite an audacious claim, he mused. Eishu muttered to himself, yet he understood that the old man might have exaggerated somewhat, but certainly was not speaking without basis. When discussing the strongest users of water release, his mind immediately conjured the image of Senju Tobarama, the master of the sea release, rather than any of the Mizukage from the hidden mist. In contemplating Tobarama, he first thought not of the flying thunder god technique, but of his elder brother Hashirama, along with that monumental 998 Buddha. To put it plainly, the unique bloodline limit of the Senju clan, fundamentally enhancing their formidable physique, destined them to stand out singularly. Even in the past, when Madara faced off against the two reincarnated sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Tobarama was still able to contend against Izuna. The old man, having survived from that era, proudly referred to his earth release as the art of the earth, which seemed quite justified. However, this was not the reason for Eishu's exhilaration. The Senju style of chakra manipulation seemed no less potent than that of the Sharingan, did it not? Eishu has finally voiced his true feelings. While the combination of the water escape and earth release techniques may sound enticing, he never contemplated that merging the two to achieve the wood release for the sake of world peace was a malevolent thought. His abilities have yet to reach the exalted status granted by the Sage of Six Paths. He is already quite content to possess the bloodline of the Senju clan. What Eishu desires is a self-created ninjutsu technique, hydrogen release, utilizing alternating current from solar water to create a hydrogen-oxygen mixture. He aims to achieve nuclear equilibrium in the ninja realm. This is his ultimate objective. His advantage stems from the 9-year compulsory education, drawing inspiration from his middle school chemistry teacher's Mediterranean teachings. Eishu possesses a premonition. Once he comprehends the principles of his extraordinary strength, the second stage of hydrogen evasion will ignite freely and respond swiftly. There will be no technical bottlenecks whatsoever. Chapter 81. Is this really a genin candidate? 3 days later, at 6:30 in the morning, Eishu donned his shoes, and Jumi handed him his bento. Do your best, future Chunin, Lord Eishu. All right, Jumi sister. Eishu gazed at the large bento box, feeling it was unnecessary. The Chunin exam seemed merely a formality, did it not? The written test would take only an hour, followed by a brief excursion through the forest of death that morning, seizing a scroll to pass, and then the game would be over. After that, there would be the one-on-one matches a month later. V1-1-1-1. N. V1, where V equals N, 1. This was not mere self-assurance or arrogance on Eishu's part. He believed that the title of Chunin from Team 7 was all but assured. After all, as he had stated before, otherwise, Kushina would be quite embarrassed. I'm off. Eishu bid farewell and set forth. Once he departed, Terumi Mei, who had been feigning indifference, swiftly ascended the stairs, changed her attire, and descended. She wore a white half-length coat, paired with Jumi's trendy shorts, and a top reminiscent of Jumi's summer fishing net style. On her thigh, she had once again strapped on her ninja tool pouch. This is yours, Mei-chan. Jumi produced a pink bento box, not significantly smaller than Eishu's. I'm off now, sister. Terumi Mei winked and made a heart gesture, cheerfully preparing to put on her shoes. However, Jumi's tone suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. I really will miss you, Mei-chan. Terumi Mei hesitated. I'm setting out now, Jumi sister. She grasped the bento, turning back with a broad smile, as the two sisters finally bid farewell. Yet, at the moment Terumi Mei turned away, Jumi's expression and gaze turned cold. Inform Lord Danzo. The target has departed. The mist village appears ready for extraction. Whoosh. A figure emerged, donning a hound mask adorned with azure patterns, kneeling before the door. Is there a mark? Here. Jumi tossed a small vial, containing an unknown powder. Follow the scent, but do not alert the prey, Jumi instructed. Understood. At 7:20. Team 7 convened at the first examination site for the Chunin assessment. Minato distributed the application forms, notably bearing the Hokage seal in the signature section. In the name of the Hokage, step into the Chunin examination. All formalities had been prepared. Enter, children, and may fortune favor you. Minato gave a thumbs up. His warm smile akin to the first rays of morning sunlight. Rest assured, Sensei, Eishu replied with unwavering confidence. Beside him, Obito brimmed with self-assurance. Sensei, don't wander far. We'll be out shortly. Show off, Obito quipped, prompting Minato to chuckle as he bid them farewell. I shall await your good news. Thus, Team 7 stepped into the examination hall. Upon entering, they immediately encountered several unfriendly gazes, observing them from a distance with a condescending air. The figures bore the forehead protectors of the Cloud Village, clad in matching vests and long pants, wielding elongated blades, their muscular builds averaging a height of 173 centimeters. What the hell, are these Chunin candidates? Obito reacted with displeasure. Kakashi shook his head and gestured toward another direction. There are even larger ones. Eishu and Obito gazed upon a young man, standing at approximately 5 feet 5 inches, around 183 centimeters, clad in modest attire with an endearing countenance. A shinobi from the Rock Village. TSK. Such disregard for appearance, Eishu remarked wittily. He had never ventured beyond the confines of Konoha. Fully immersed in the relentless competition, oblivious to the tumult of the Ninja World War. Yet, the essence of this joint Chunin examination was crystal clear to him. Each village showcased their strength and youthful prowess, aiming to instill awe in rival territories. It is no wonder that the qualification for their Chunin exams mandated enduring 10 minutes under the formidable prowess of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Eishu cast a glance around at the Konoha candidates. They appeared to be of considerable age, undoubtedly older than the three of them. Yet Eishu discerned that the majority of these Konoha participants were likely above the age of 15. In the original timeline, Obito had participated in the Chunin exams at a relatively normal age, yet he was merely 12 then, as were most of the other candidates. This is rather intense. Eishu murmured to himself. Fortunately, he had refrained from boasting to Kumi before leaving, and he was grateful that Kumi had prepared ample provisions. For the past few days, he had been oscillating between home and the training grounds, leaving early and returning late, and he had not truly noticed the influx of candidates from other villages in Konoha. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. By a stroke of luck, he had learned the art of immense strength from the old man, and the results were promising. Now he had the perfect opportunity to put it into practice. When it came to ninjutsu, he had already mastered the techniques of the Senju clan to an extraordinary degree. Hey, what are those Konoha brats staring at? Just as Eishu was reveling in his own satisfaction, a gruff voice rang out, laden with hostility. The tone was so abrasive that one might easily mistake the speaker for a burly adult intent on instigating trouble. However, as Team 7 turned towards the source of the voice, they recognized it was none other than the 3 cloud candidates they had spotted earlier. What is Konoha doing allowing such youngsters to participate in the Chunin exams? Is there no one else available? Come here. Let me see if you've all grown some hair. One of the cloud candidates beckoned with a finger, gesturing towards the ground, his disdainful gaze and provocative demeanor exuding arrogance. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of nearly all nearby candidates, yet conspicuously absent were any of Konoha's exam ninjas. Eishu observed that a figure clad in a green vest from the Hidden Leaf, situated at their 3 o'clock, vanished the moment a sound was heard. It remained uncertain whether the individual had departed to seek someone or had intentionally concealed themselves. Frustration surged within him. Obito, having rolled up his sleeves, could not possibly endure such provocations as the spirit of Team 7. Dare to bark again, and see what happens. Obito strode directly towards the trio from the hidden cloud, capturing the attention of surrounding candidates. Kakashi and Eishu exchanged glances, with Eishu merely shrugging, indicating that there was little cause for concern. Though of diminutive stature, one possesses quite the temper. Clearly, some discipline is in order, he mused. The hidden cloud candidates approached Obito. But as the distance between them narrowed to less than a meter, Obito launched a surprise attack. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and the hidden cloud ninja immediately stiffened, evidently ensnared in a jinjutsu. Eishu raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the competitive spirit over the past 3 days had not been exclusive to him. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Obito leapt forward, delivering a crisp and satisfying blow. The surrounding candidates fell into stunned silence. The hidden cloud ninja, still entrapped in the illusion, was jolted back to reality by the slap, his face flushed with fury, yet the tempest brewing in his eyes had yet to manifest. As Obito unleashed another jinjutsu with his Sharingan, another slap followed, executing a rapid double strike. His 2 companions from the hidden cloud, sensing the escalating situation, unsheathed their blades without hesitation. You little brat, don't move, barked Kakashi, his imitation of the white fan pressed against the throat of one hidden cloud ninja. Just the right height for such intimidation. Eishu, towering beside them, lacked a blade. Yet the expression of terror on the face of the hidden cloud ninja before him spoke volumes. The hand that sought to draw his weapon was firmly grasped by Eishu, as if he could crush the wrist with sheer force. Chapter 82. An unconventional Chunin written examination with a flurry of slaps. Obito relished his moment of glory. However, leaping to strike was hardly prudent. Thus, he hastily delivered a few more slaps before propelling the hidden cloud ninja a considerable distance with a powerful kick. Kakashi and Eishu returned to his sides, standing like sentinels. Indeed, Obito had put on quite the show, a tradition well ingrained in Team 7. When it came to taking hits, he was the first to step up. When it was time to boast, he was equally first to rise. Enduring the harshest blows while flaunting the grandest bravado was Obito's unwavering ninja way. How does it feel? Eishu inquired discreetly. Not too shabby, Obito replied nonchalantly. If this is the caliber of opponents we face, it seems manageable. They probably think I'm a ninjutsu specialist now. Kakashi interjected wisely. Best not to let our guard down. I sense that the towering figure from the hidden stone poses the greatest challenge. Those who assumed that Obito was merely a braggart would be gravely mistaken. Mastering the art of bravado was a skill in itself. If one could successfully project an image of confidence, gauge the enemy's strength, and create an air of confusion, the task was far from trivial. The hidden cloud candidate, who had endured several slaps, finally regained his composure, his simmering anger now fully charged. Yet, the renewed crimson glow in Obito's eyes instinctively compelled him to retreat, revealing a sense of trepidation. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, the impact of such minor actions proving unexpectedly profound. At that moment, the leaf examiners, previously absent, arrived on the scene. What is going on here? Are you here to take the exam, or to cause trouble? Hurry inside. Lateness will result in disqualification. A few figures in green vests appeared, fortuitously separating Team 7 from the hidden cloud squad. With a raised eyebrow, Eishu led Class 7 towards the examination hall with the poise of victors. As they passed by 3 candidates from Huoying, they defiantly raised their middle fingers in unison. Do not let us encounter you in the forthcoming assessments, or we shall effortlessly turn you into mere trees. Obito's fierce declaration bore a hint of villainy. Eishu's name rang a bell, leaving Kakashi somewhat bewildered. What tree? Eishu? The expressions of the few Kumogakure candidates turned ashen, while the Konoha examiners feigned ignorance. After all, they were on the same side. At 9:30 in the morning, the candidates settled into their seats, and the assessment was about to commence. By a stroke of coincidence, Team 7 found themselves in the same examination hall as those 3 from Kumogakure. Even more fortuitously, their chief examiner was a familiar face to Eishu, a robust, bald man with a penchant for ramen, whose connection to their classmate Mori Naibiki remained a mystery. The duration of the assessment was set for 1 hour. The bald man grinned broadly, revealing a smile that could frighten small children. During the examination, candidates were prohibited from leaving their seats. Even if an explosive tag detonated before them, they were to remain motionless. Any movement would result in failure. Each candidate was allowed but a single opportunity to submit their paper, and any detected cheating would lead to immediate disqualification. Once the bald man concluded his announcement, the examination papers were distributed to the candidates. The rules mirrored those of the Chunin exams that Eishu recalled Naruto undergoing, albeit with a more formidable air. However, the content of the papers differed significantly. There were no insurmountable problems, only fundamental theoretical knowledge. Was the focus of the assessment directed elsewhere? Eishu pondered, yet he diligently began to write. Despite having attended only half a semester of classes, his reputation as a top student was well earned. It would be no exaggeration to assert that even the chief student, Kakashi, could not match his theoretical prowess. Passing these questions would be a certainty. As agreed, Eishu refrained from inscribing his name on the paper and wrote fervently. He intended to submit the paper to Obito and then compose another. After all, it was everyone's responsibility to look after those who needed assistance. Yet, barely 10 minutes had elapsed since the examination commenced. Eishu likely comprehended the essence of this trial. Be cautious, bellowed the bald, muscular man suddenly. In an instant, a shuriken imbued with an explosive tag plummeted onto the desk of a Konoha examinee. The explosive tag crackled ominously, poised to detonate. The Konoha candidate, gripped by panic, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He swiftly grasped the shuriken and prepared to hurl it away. Meanwhile, the bald man had already opened the door for him, gesturing outward as if to say, after you. With little time for hesitation, the candidate launched the shuriken without a moment's thought, executing the maneuver in less than 2 seconds. Truly a testament to Konoha's elite prowess. In the next heartbeat, boom, the explosion echoed, not deafening, yet enough to send hearts racing. A nearby Sunagakure candidate, visibly displeased, lamented his fate. Having traveled great distances for this exam, he almost fell prey to an explosive tag. Who gave you the right to speak? As the Sunagakure candidate uttered these words, the bald man turned to him with a fierce glare, embodying the menacing aura of an interrogation room butcher, a presence far beyond what this young man could endure. I suspect you are attempting to convey answers to your comrades through coded signals. Consequently, your entire team is disqualified from the examination. Depart immediately. As soon as the words left his lips, several Konoha ninjas in green vests appeared, their expressions devoid of emotion as they escorted the 3 away. This scene left all the candidates in the examination hall bewildered. Yet, the bald man was not finished. He pointed to the earlier Konoha ninja. You have passed. You may submit your paper and leave. The Konoha candidate, still stunned, realized that his exam paper was burned, consumed. Take your pick. Proceed to the next examination venue, the bald man added, his scarred visage softened by a surprisingly genial smile. Eishu suddenly realized. So, this is the true essence of the assessment. What exactly is being tested? Reflexes perhaps? Or is it merely a means to instill fear? After quietly exchanging the completed exam papers, Eishu pushed them aside and cast an expectant glance toward the bald, muscular man, his expression seemingly pleading. Come on. Explode me already. In the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at the scene of Team 7 displayed within the crystal ball, exhaling a plume of smoke with satisfaction. Look at that, Danzo. Even without your roots, you can still become a competent ninja, can't you? Standing before the Hokage's desk was none other than the half-mummy, Shimura Danzo. However, compared to Hiruzen, Danzo appeared far more serious, his expression grave and his gaze sharp. I have been keeping a close watch on the visitors from the land of water. The moment I catch any sign of the Byakugan, I will act immediately. So, when do you plan to deploy White Fang to the front lines? Saratobi's expression faltered. What? What connection do these two matters have? For my roots. There is a connection, Danzo replied coldly. Chapter 83. When the 6th returns to his place over the past year, White Fang had ceased recruiting personnel for the roots, and he had managed to divide over 80% of the roots' missions among various excuses. If you allow him to continue like this, my roots will have no reason to exist, Hiruzen. I am prepared to personally lead the roots to the front lines, to offer the last flames of sacrifice for Konoha. Danzo spoke slowly, and the scene mirrored the fierce competition among Team 7 that had transpired a year prior. No. It was far worse. Back then, it was merely a matter of lacking resources, a lament about insufficient manpower. But now, it was a direct march toward dissolution, seeking to unleash the last remnants of their strength. Saratobi's expression turned peculiar. What are you scheming now, Danzo? His gaze grew increasingly suspicious. What exactly do you intend to do? Surely, you must be aware Eishu began to indulge in the large bento that Kumi had prepared for him. Despite its size, which seemed to surpass even his own head, the digestive prowess of the Thousand-Hand clan was quite extraordinary. Eishu voraciously devoured his meal, and it was evident that having a hearty appetite bore its advantages. At 11:35, the second assessment was announced to commence. Having allotted a mere 10 minutes for the candidates to dine, no one declared the assessment rules. Each team was merely provided with a scroll containing the stipulations. Remarkably, it aligned closely with Eishu's recollections, collecting the scrolls representing heaven, earth, and humanity, and subsequently reaching the tower to succeed. The number of scrolls directly corresponded with the number of candidates, leaving them to rely solely on their own observations. As they stepped into the forest, Eishu cast a glance at the distant tower, the designated checkpoint after gathering the scrolls, and then surveyed the surrounding dense woods. He felt as though he had returned to a place that belonged to him. Everyone, do you have enough supplies? Eishu inquired softly. As you suggested, I have brought 10 smoke bombs and 50 explosive tags. Though they are all of the inexpensive variety, my father does not permit me to take the more expensive ones. Kakashi retrieved various pieces of equipment from different locations on his person. He possessed few kunai and shuriken, but he had not skimped on the legendary items. Do not question how Kakashi managed to smuggle so many items past the scrutiny of the examiners. Simply put, his father is White Fang. Just a jest. Kakashi adhered to the principle of bringing whatever he could, yet in this examination, no one was particularly vigilant. As long as they did not carry forbidden jutsu scrolls, they were in the clear. Obito also produced his stockpile, 15 smoke bombs and several shuriken and kunai. That should suffice. Eishu then revealed 5 smoke bombs, 5 explosive tags, and a single kunai, remnants from his last visit to Kakashi's home. Remarkably, they now had a total of 30 smoke bombs and 56 explosive tags at their disposal. Eishu had never engaged in such a prosperous battle before. He felt that even if it were Kushina, perhaps it was better to refrain. Confidence was acceptable, but malevolent thoughts must be avoided. After distributing the equipment, Kakashi inquired about their plan. I think we can take some risks, Eishu proposed. The essence of this assessment is still about seizing the scrolls, and I suspect there will be quite a few competitors. It's too early to ambush at the finish line, but we can definitely lure them out. You mean, set a bait and let others compete for it? Kakashi, the son of White Fang, grasped the concept immediately. Obito, however, was momentarily perplexed. He wondered why, upon mentioning bait, both of them turned their gaze towards him simultaneously. 10 minutes later, on a narrow path leading to the central tower, a figure with a spiky hairstyle stealthily made his way. He turned his head every few steps, exhibiting a cautious demeanor, occasionally darting into the bushes and shouting, "Come out. I see you." Yet, his trajectory was rather peculiar. After reaching a certain distance from the central tower, he did not proceed further. Instead, he retraced his steps and returned to a suitable position before setting off again, repeating this odd pattern. Before long, he caught the attention of a group. It's a lone ninja from Konoha. Observing his attire, one noted he belonged to the Uchiha clan. The captain, dressed in Sunegakure's garb and appearing to be around 10 years old, seemed youthful and excited. Their leader was a girl of similar age, with dark green hair and striking orange strands cascading down the sides, exuding a somewhat aloof and trendy aura. She was none other than the bloodstained ninja of Sunagakure, Yakura. The trap is too obvious. Let us wait. Yakura demonstrated rare observational and decision-making skills for her age. She scanned the area for those oblivious enough to take the bait. Here they come. Her captivating eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and her two companions nodded eagerly in agreement. Indeed, on the opposite side of the spiky-haired figure, several unfortunate ninjas revealed themselves. They might have seen through his clumsy act or overlooked it for unknown reasons. Regardless, the moment they spotted the spiky-haired figure, one member of their team leaped forward. Let today be the end of the humiliation from a year ago. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 84. Such a disgraceful Suiton Uchiha Roo would never forget that day. That waste, that disgrace to the clan. That individual who sullied the Uchiha honor by allying with commoners had actually defeated him in combat, one-on-one, using the very fire jutsu he excelled in. That disgrace even awakened the Sharingan. The ignoble identity, the shame of the clan, had outpaced him in unlocking the Sharingan. This was something Uchiha Roo could not fathom. He had trained diligently for a year, hardly stepping outside, pouring sweat, and enduring countless hardships, waking many nights to the pain of his training injuries. All of this was for this day. Gazing at the spiky-haired figure before him, Uchiha Roo felt a volcano of emotion ready to erupt within him. His resentment and rage boiled over, and all he wanted was to press Obito into the ground. I never expected to see you here. Today we shall settle our scores and determine our fates. Uchiha Roo's eyes shimmered crimson as he brandished a kunai. His form a blur as he charged at Obito without waiting for a response, disregarding his teammates. Indeed, since that battle, since waking from his hospital bed after being defeated by Obito, Uchiha Roo had finally awakened his bloodline. The single tomo in his eyes represented his hatred, his disgrace, and the weapon for his vengeance. Ruoho, let us talk this over. Don't come any closer. Upon seeing Uchiha Roo's fierce approach, Obito instinctively took a step back, his face reflecting alarm, as though he had committed some grave misdeed. So now you're afraid? It's too late. Uchiha Roo was not one to easily show mercy. Everything from today shall be repaid in full. As he drew nearer, his expression grew increasingly sinister. Fear, regret. I will grant you no chance. Today, you shall die. It must be said that Uchiha Roo had made considerable progress over the past year. His sprinting speed was nearly on par with Kakashi's. Yet, Kakashi would not be foolish enough to charge in recklessly. The kunai was now but a finger's breadth from Obito, and Ruohuo could already envision the scene of Obito's blood splattering. However, just then, Obito stumbled as if he had tripped, narrowly evading the strike, while a certain crafty individual hidden in the bushes was already forming hand seals. Eishu squinted one eye, his fingers mimicking a firearm, as water droplets coalesced at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he unleashed a water bullet that struck Uchiha Ruohuo's thigh. The impact caused Uchiha Ruohuo to lose his balance and fall, greeted by the low stance and prepared seals of Obito. A year prior, Eishu had mentioned to me that against someone like you, one must not hold back. As Uchiha Ruohuo tumbled, a look of growing terror dawned upon him. Therefore, fire release, great fireball. The searing flames engulfed Uchiha Ruohuo, illustrating that in the realm of ninja combat, victory or defeat hinges upon a fleeting moment. How cruel. Are they truly so merciless even to their own? Not far away, concealed in the shadows, a young ninja from the sand village gasped in astonishment at the sight. Having heard tales of the Uchiha clan's renown, witnessing their might firsthand left no doubt as to the truth behind their formidable reputation. Yakura also expressed her astonishment. Yet, in the next instant, her expression shifted as she forcefully dispatched her two subordinates and drew a kunai, pivoting sharply. Ping. The kunai clashed with an unfamiliar, makeshift short blade. Yakura faced a pair of emotionless, fish-like eyes belonging to a white-haired youth, who appeared strikingly young, bearing the Leaf Village headband. Have they discovered our presence? It seems we are indeed the bait. Assessing her opponent's strength, Yakura discerned that this young one was quick and adept at concealing his presence, yet ultimately, his strength was no match for her own. Yakura exerted her force, sending the white-haired youth reeling. However, the boy was not one to linger, retreating swiftly without hesitation. Yakura smirked, thinking he could escape so easily. She began forming hand seals. Her ninjutsu would surely be swifter than his flight. Just then, another water bullet was fired, and Yukura's expression shifted as she narrowly turned to block with her kunai. The force behind it was astonishing. This is water release. The impact left her palms stinging. A realization struck her. Such a despicable ninjutsu. From a distance, she observed a figure emerging from the bushes. With long, straight black hair and a stature taller than the previous two youths, he bore a somewhat handsome appearance, yet his expression was grave, entirely disconnected from the earlier vile technique. A water-release ninja, likely the leader of this youthful squad, should not be underestimated. Yakura maintained her basic vigilance, merely basic, indeed. Her bloodline limit had always led her to look down upon water-release ninjas, particularly those from the Mist Village. Leave this to you, Obito. I shall attend to the larger prey over there. Eishu cast a fleeting glance at Obito, then at the unconscious figure of Uchiha Wakahana lying on the ground. He resolved to allow Obito to determine his own course of action. Should Abito manage to extricate himself from this predicament, it might incite a certain reclusive individual to the point of exasperation. Oh, I see. Abito waved his hand dismissively, delivering a kick to the motionless Uchiha Wakahana. His gaze, tinged with crimson, shifted towards Wakahana's two companions. Hand over the scroll, he commanded, I prefer not to escalate matters too severely in a village. Eishu. I apologize for the interruption. Let us instead observe the grand fish over here. Oh, what a non-mainstream young lady we have. Quite delightful. Eishu appeared before the Sunagakure team, his gaze assessing the girl of similar stature before him, an eyebrow raised. The distinctive hue of her hair swiftly conjured thoughts of the tragic heroine, Yakura, whose lifeless body was said to be worth dozens of shurikens. What left a profound impression on Eishu was not Yakura's fate, but rather her bloodline limit, lava release. The high-temperature blood was akin to his own hydrogen release. However, hers was an authentic bloodline limit, whereas his hydrogen release was more akin to a ninjutsu, scientifically termed as hydrogen release technique. Also known as the ninjutsu, ignition explosion of hydrogen-oxygen mixture from electrolyzed water. The hydrogen-oxygen mixture from electrolyzed water bore similarities to the altered product of chakra, fire release, ash accumulation burn. Presently, his hydrogen release technique had reached the latter stages. Achieving free ignition and rapid response, it was now merely a matter of proficiency. Theoretically, although this was not a bloodline limit, and the hydrogen-oxygen mixture was merely a product of transformed chakra rather than true hydrogen release chakra, Eishu had never intended to venture into the realm of bloodline limits. His next step involved integrating wind release into his hydrogen release technique to broaden its potency and strike range. One cannot have an explosion radius of 10 kilometers while the attack range only spans 50 meters. Though he, as a humanities student, could not manufacture a hydrogen bomb, he could certainly attempt nuclear annihilation. As for the distinction between the thermal reactions produced by nuclear fusion and those resulting from the explosion of a hydrogen-oxygen mixture, who could discern it if he chose not to speak of it? Chapter 85. Yakura twirls, roots in motion. Hello, Eishu greeted politely, activating his passive skill, Watergate smile. Yakura's slender brows arched in surprise. So handsome. Ugh, he is the enemy. She lifted her arm to wield her kunai. While her two teammates rushed to her side, their backs turned to Yakura, vigilant against Kakashi's presence from another direction. What do you intend to do? Yakura asked in a low voice. Eishu cast a glance at Abito, who had made all the necessary arrangements yet still hesitated to take the crucial step. However, it was not without its rewards. Abito gestured toward the ground, indicating that he had secured the Earth Scroll. With the addition of the Personnel Scroll from Team 7, they were perhaps only one Yetsong away from achieving their goal. Eishu no longer concealed his intentions. Meeting is a matter of fate, thus, surrender willingly. Take the initiative, for I do not favor excessive foreplay. A man must always be prepared, ready to act at a moment's notice. It appears you are overestimating your position. Yitsong is not one to exhibit leniency. He may show gentleness to his own, but he serves only with force against his foes. You too. Swiftly subdue the white-haired one behind. Yitsong commanded decisively, as he propelled himself forward, launching a kunai towards the upper three paths. Eishu effortlessly conjured a spiral sphere while simultaneously activating her passive skill, Kushina's smile. Effect, it will obliterate you in mere moments. Although Eishu's physical skills are rather mediocre, they pale in comparison to his other formidable abilities. After all, he is capable of engaging in a 300-round battle with Kumi. To subdue a Yekong is as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The Rasengan precisely intercepted the kunai, and the tremendous chakra nearly shattered the weapon. Yekong felt an immense force surge through, his pupils constricting and his face tightening as he swiftly adjusted his stance, with a spinning side kick aimed directly at Eishu's face. This strike harnessed the power of his opponent, combined with the torque generated by Yekong's own rotation. A direct hit would certainly be. I commend your bravery. Dear lady from Sunagakure. Eishu effortlessly seized Yitsong's ankle with a single hand. The overwhelming force reminiscent of the day Kushina had gripped his shoulder. So this is what it feels like, to possess such formidable strength. The exhilaration of dominating an opponent with sheer power, how intoxicating. But do not forget, this is Konoha. Eishu meticulously feigned a response, earning a thumbs up from the approaching Abito, who exclaimed his admiration. Yet, Yitsong was far from surrendering. Though one of her feet was captured, she still possessed another leg in her hands, capable of forming seals. Such audacity. Yitsong opened her arms, positioning herself at a right angle, seemingly prepared to deliver a devastating axe strike, when in truth, she had already completed her hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. Several blades of wind erupted from her lips, and coupled with her long legs, they reminded Eishu of a certain individual who had withstood Saitama's punches with sheer determination. This unexpected move, executed at such a close range, left little room for evasion, rendering Yitsong almost certain of victory. But who was Eishu? Younger than one might presume. In an astonishing display, chakra surged through Eishu's arms, her strength seemingly boundless. As she grasped Yitsong's ankle and began spinning like a whirlwind, Yitsong's wind blades lost their trajectory in an instant, rendered powerless by Eishu's grip. Akin to a small boat adrift at sea, unable to resist. Captain, Sister Yitsong. The two Sand Village youths finally noticed the unfolding scene and intended to rush to her aid, but were interrupted by Kakashi's voice. Are you certain you wish to proceed in that direction? Kakashi remarked coolly, having honed his swordsmanship for a year. Then ping, bang, with two swift sounds. The two sand youths found themselves utterly defenseless. The focus returned to Yitsong. Winky face. Eishu spun wildly in circles, again and again, before abruptly halting. In an instant, before Yitsong could react, he delivered a stunning strike. Yitsong was incapacitated. In just a fleeting encounter, Team 7 had already subdued two teams. Including the situation with Obito, the entire ordeal had taken no more than 5 minutes. Kakashi skillfully rummaged through the equipment of the two sand shinobi, while Eishu also began to search Yitsong's belongings. Soon, his expression grew exceedingly peculiar. The explosive tags, smoke bombs, and flash bombs were present in normal quantities. Nothing unusual. However, the true revelation lay in the task scroll, which bore a prominent character for heaven. With this, they had successfully gathered the scrolls of heaven, earth, and man. Their luck was undeniably remarkable. Could it be that the CH9 exams were far too simplistic? Obito furrowed his brow, questioning if this was truly the end. Kakashi concurred, sensing that these individuals resembled freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy. Eishu remained silent, casting a glance at the whirling late song. It was evident that this girl had underestimated her opponent. Even the scorching escape technique proved futile, leaving her utterly bewildered. Regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to witness the sauna technique firsthand before the battle concluded. How embarrassing. Well, if he hadn't had his fill of excitement. Perhaps it was time for another round. Eishu raised an eyebrow and shrugged, remarking, Sand Hidden Village is truly lacking. Perhaps other ninja villages possess some measure of strength. Let us conceal ourselves at the finish line. The 7th squad, with a sense of leisure, set off towards the central tower. There was no urgency. First it was Uchiha Ruahua, then Late Song spinning in circles, and the battle ended far too swiftly. The fruits of victory arriving just as quickly. This left the 7th squad with little sense of impending danger. After all, their previous adversary had been the formidable Little Chili. However, less than 20 minutes after the 7th squad departed, a trio of figures suddenly materialized. Adorned with the headbands of Takigakure, these youths, all around 9 years of age, bore expressions as cold as machines. Had Eishu still been present, he might have. Well, he probably wouldn't have recognized them. Yet he had indeed encountered them before, a year prior, in that small grove during the second interview at the Roots. Yes, these youths were members of the Roots. In the span of a year, Eishu had matured while the Roots had been in action. These young ones had completed their formal training and were now executing missions. One boy sniffed the air, then closed his eyes to savor the scent before directing his gaze towards a particular direction. Meanwhile, his two teammates remained vigilant, motionless. The scent leads to the center. The intel might be erroneous, the boy stated coldly, his tone devoid of emotion, resembling a machine. Pursue, another boy commanded. Without hesitation, the trio transformed into fleeting shadows, leaping through the forest until they vanished from sight. Throughout, they exchanged not a single glance nor a word, wasting not even a moment. Their professionalism was strikingly adept. Chapter 86. They were cut down. The 7th squad had new prey. Their target was a stout boy from Awagakure, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, who was busy setting something up. However, despite his seemingly simple appearance, his actions were anything but benign. A series of explosive tags, a pendulum of massive stones. This fellow had even used earth manipulation to hollow out a section of the mountain. Any unfortunate soul passing by would surely be crushed to dust. This prompted Eishu to glance at Obito, who in the original timeline had quite literally been crushed due to such traps, subsequently assisting Madara in his 18-year-long pyramid scheme. At present, however, Obito wore a look of disdain. Is this all? He scoffed, wondering just how unfortunate someone would have to be to fall victim to such a foolish trap. Really? Wait, why are you looking at me, Eishu? With an air of confidence, Obito continued, do I look like an unfortunate soul to you? Not at all. You're exceptionally clever. Indeed, Eishu. You were quite honest today. The 7th squad remained still, continuing to observe the others while preparing to ambush the other Awagakure candidates. With less than an hour until the assessment commenced, it was clear that these Awagakure candidates had strategically chosen to lay in wait at the finish line. Who will be the first unfortunate soul to arrive? Eishu felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. This sensation was akin to discovering a hidden adversary in a game of survival, standing triumphantly atop their head, dancing with exuberance. The three of them continued their spirited revelry for quite some time. After approximately 10 minutes, the unfortunate soul finally made an appearance. Oh, what a surprise. At first glance, Eishu recognized several individuals, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. This is becoming quite interesting. Obito also recognized them, sporting a mischievous grin as he glanced at Eishu. Shall we place a wager? A sumptuous bowl of premium ramen. I bet they will undoubtedly fall into the trap. TCH. You're just. Eishu paused momentarily. Oddly, he made an association, raising his eyebrow once more. Fine. I'll take your bet. Count me in. Kakashi chimed in with newfound enthusiasm. The Hidden Stone and the Hidden Cloud have always been bitter rivals. They had recently clashed. while the hidden sand and the hidden mist sought reconciliation, but that hardly concerns us. I sense that a confrontation is inevitable. To Kakashi. This seemed like an effortless opportunity for a free meal. The discord between the hidden stone and the hidden cloud was common knowledge throughout the shinobi world, especially in these wartime circumstances, where his father occasionally shared insights regarding the front lines. Kakashi was convinced that a clash was imminent, and it would be quite exhilarating. Although it may not hold significant value, the anticipation is tantalizing. Thus, the wager commenced. Obito and Kakashi placed their bets on the hidden cloud being the unfortunate ones, destined to be outwitted by the seemingly simple-minded hidden stone. Yet Eishu, he harbored a suspicion that the situation was far from straightforward. The candidates from both sides, not to mention their ages, were certainly on the older side. They were evidently well prepared, in other words, intent on stirring the pot. In this nin exam, at its core, was a display of strength among the villages. As the host, Konoha would undoubtedly showcase its prowess in myriad ways, through examiners, assessment methods, and so forth. Eishu felt that there was no need for any grand display. Simply letting the examinees stroll through the streets at night would suffice. The bustling Konoha itself was the most compelling testament. No matter how other ninja villages might flaunt their prowess, this was the host's territory. Stepping out at night would instantly render them the fools. The leaders of the various villages surely understood this logic. Otherwise, the unlikely scenario of a 4-against-1 non-unified front would not have emerged. Besides, at most, it was just 2 bowls of ramen. He never specified when he'd treat them. At that moment, under the trio's watchful gaze, the Cloud Ninjas finally stepped into the trap laid by the Rock Ninjas. The 3 of them tensed, their focus sharpening. With stakes now involved, their excitement grew. But then, something unbelievable unfolded before Obito and Kakashi. Stop right there. A deep, guileless voice rang out as the burly Rock Ninja bounded forward with a simple grin, blocking the 3 Cloud examinees. Hey, what took you so long? We've been waiting forever. Ran into some Konoha bastards on the way. So, any luck? Nah, not yet. You guys thirsty? Got water here, and some soldier pills. Plum-flavored too. Obito, Kakashi. What the hell? The 2 boys were utterly baffled. Are you kidding me? How can you betray the headbands you're wearing? You idiots? Start fighting already, damn it. 2 premium ramen bowls, payable within a week after the exam concludes. Eishu felt a small thrill at his victory. But the suspicious camaraderie between the Rock and Cloud Ninjas was hardly good news. Eishu, should we still wait? Kakashi was the first to regain his composure after the loss. After all, it was merely a fraction of his allowance. Before Eishu could decide. Obito beside him couldn't hold back any longer. We can't just leave, Eishu. Are we really going to stand by and watch them ambush people? Look at those traps. TSK, is this even human? Can you tolerate this, Eishu? Obito was practically vibrating with indignation. A whole bowl of ramen, gone just like that. Obito, if Rock and Cloud Ninjas aren't human, then what are we doing right now? Eishu deadpanned. But just then, oh shit. Eishu suddenly yelped as a kunai, rigged with an explosive tag, embedded itself right between the 3 of them. Move. Team 7 scattered in perfect sync as the explosion erupted, followed by a rapid pop of smoke bombs filling the air. Ambushed while lying in ambush, those who sought to ensnare others had, in the end, been ensnared themselves. Eishu executed 2 somersaults in midair before landing beside a stone. Swiftly regaining his footing, he cast a glance downward at the concealed figures of Yin, and Yunin, and indeed, the individuals who had heard the commotion were already rushing towards him. Eishu decisively formed hand seals, channeling chakra with great intensity. Kakashi sprang into action. Leave the rest to me. Obito, find those scoundrels for me. Let us eliminate them. Eishu commanded with authority, swiftly forming the seals in his hands. Although not his forte, the hard vortex water blade was executed with commendable proficiency. The transition from 44 seals to 11 stands as a testament to his skill. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In a barren land devoid of water, Eishu conjured a dragon of water from his very mouth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. To achieve comprehensive firepower, a solitary water technique would prove insufficient. With resolute determination, Eishu formed seals once more, and amidst a fleeting cloud of smoke, 3 shadow clones emerged in rapid succession. With his arms raised, Eishu conjured a frantically compressed sphere of water in his grasp, flanked by shadow clones employing lightning techniques. In no time, the water sphere expanded wildly, and without hesitation, Eishu hurled it downward. Simultaneously, another shadow clone retrieved shurikens and explosive tags from Eishu's pouch. This exemplifies the current state of the hydrogen release technique, capable of swift reactions, with response time contingent upon the equivalent force, and applicable for igniting fire techniques at mid to close range. If Eishu wishes, he can entertain himself for an entire day. However, in the case of long distances, his inadequacy in the mastery of fire release becomes rather awkward. Moreover, the range of fire release is not the paramount issue. It is the explosive radius of the hydrogen release technique that truly troubles Eishu. It is not that the radius is too small. Rather, it is excessively vast. It possesses the capacity to ensnare him within its destructive grasp. At this moment, having just launched 2 large balloons, Eishu hastily formed hand seals. Earth release. Multiple earth wall technique. Walls of earth surged upwards in succession. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Chapter 87. Conservation of energy. Flames roared skyward, and the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the heavens, causing the entire forest to tremble thrice. Hiding behind the earthen wall, Eishu yearned to nonchalantly turn away. True men never glance back at explosions. Yet, he could not resist the urge to look. Strictly speaking, this was the first time in a year that he had earnestly experimented with his hydrogen release technique. This endeavor was the culmination of his efforts. As the heat wave subsided slightly, Eishu cautiously peeked out. It felt reminiscent of mischievous children stealthily throwing firecrackers into others' homes during the new year. Yet, these firecrackers might be a tad too grand. As far as the eye could see, a charred expanse lay before him, reminiscent of a meteorite crashing to the ground. Dark fragments floated through the air, remnants of flora and fauna ravaged by the searing heat and force of the impact. Eishu once witnessed the devastating scenes of a forest fire on television. He had also observed the aftermath of shell explosions in war films. Indeed, the television does not deceive. Suddenly, Eishu caught a whiff of smoke. Oh, it was the scent of barbecued meat, slightly charred. Eishu suddenly recalled that he was not merely tossing firecrackers, but rather engaging in a barrage of firepower. Following the alluring scent, he finally discerned several figures amidst the darkness that enveloped the ground. Uncle Ying's eyes narrowed. Energy is conserved. Chakra can manifest energy, yet it fundamentally cannot violate the law of conservation of energy. The hydrogen release technique he had just employed could be precisely calculated as 2 instances of lightning release combined with 1 instance of water release, along with an explosive tag. When utilized adeptly, it could effortlessly eliminate 6 ninjas. The explosive energy appeared to be greater than the sum of its parts, 1113, but in truth, it was merely a more efficient application. The total remained unchanged. Yet, Uncle Ying pondered another question. The water generated by chakra, when decomposed into a hydrogen-oxygen mixture, is essentially the product of chakra's transformation. Is it truly comparable in energy yield to that of ordinary water when electrolyzed? This was a question he had never considered before. Having traversed into this realm, he might uncover the truths of the world he once inhabited. However, he might not necessarily grasp the physics of his previous existence. It seems he must experiment further upon his return. Eishu murmured softly before turning and fleeing. Despite the commotion he caused at that moment, Obito and Kakashi had no time to divert their attention. The enemy's assault was remarkably fierce. Kakashi and Obito fought while retreating, both feeling somewhat constrained. The enemies did not exude an aura of true strength. The essence of power, as both had learned from their fathers and clan leaders, was an insurmountable force. A towering mountain difficult to scale. Yet, the 3 adversaries before them posed a different challenge. In a one-on-one scenario, both Kakashi and Obito were confident they could defeat any single opponent, even to the extent of thoroughly overpowering them. However, the trio's coordinated efforts, blending ninjutsu and taijutsu with their long blades and kunai, allowed them to effectively separate offense from defense. Kakashi and Obito's attacks were frequently thwarted by their combined might, while the openings created during their own offensives forced them to retreat in exasperation. Fire style, fireball, Obito exclaimed, raising his kunai to block, having his ninjutsu interrupted for the 3rd time, much to his frustration. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, water style. Kakashi and Obito promptly evaded with a smoke escape. Machine gun. Eishu extended his fingers, each digit bearing a small sphere of chakra. Once Kakashi and Obito had dodged, a rapid barrage ensued. Water style, spiraling water blade machine gun. The 3 troublesome candidates from the hidden waterfall responded with remarkable speed under such intense pressure. Particularly, Eishu displayed an impressive familiarity with the technique. His hand seals, movements, and stances were perfectly synchronized. Earth style, multiple earth wall. This must be a hidden technique of the hidden waterfall, they thought, astonished. In an instant, Eishu was reminded of that unfriendly night from a year ago. On that night, he had suffered a blow to the head from a powerful water cannon, which led him to develop the water release technique of the spiral water sphere the following day. 3 young boys had also been present that night, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in earth release, nearly causing him to falter in his bravado. However, after such a lengthy interval, the trio's progress remained rather mediocre. The water bullets relentlessly struck the earthen wall, the first almost instantaneously reduced to powder. The second fared similarly, enduring merely a couple more seconds. Before long, they reached the 3rd shot, while Obito and Kakashi had already maneuvered to the rear. Kakashi's gaze was frigid, his movements swift, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence. Yet, it was merely a feint. With a backflip, he landed firmly on the ground, scrutinizing the scene. Just as the 3 were about to react, a deep voice emerged from behind them, Obito's. Turn to ashes. Fire release. Great fireball. The flames engulfed the 3 entirely, including the 6 that Eishu had just dispatched. Alongside the previous victories of Team 7 over the Hidden Cloud and Rock squads, their current record was nothing short of astounding. Alas, Eishu lacked a system, otherwise. he would undoubtedly hear the chime of success ringing in his ears. Eishu swiftly approached the three young men, examining their breaths and pulses. Indeed, in accordance with the unyielding principle of the fireball never claiming lives, they were merely suffering from severe burns and were in a state of unconsciousness. Eishu explored the three individuals, yet aside from weapons and scrolls, he discovered nothing of significance. Eishu hesitated for a moment before opening the mouth of one individual. Upon inspection, he examined the tongue of the person. The seal upon it confirmed Eishu's suspicion. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Eishu murmured, "What's the matter?" "Eishu," Kakashi inquired, leaning closer. "It's nothing." Yuki slowly raised his head, revealing a faint yet exhilarated smile. "Comrades, it seems we've been targeted." The encounters with Hitsong and Uchiha Wakashi were merely appetizers. In Yuki's eyes, these two squads didn't even qualify as part of the assessment. They were mere cannon fodder. Sacrificial pawns. But now, the supposedly bitter rivals of Awagakure and Kumogakure had joined forces, with even Root making their move. Things had just gotten truly intriguing. While White Fang was striving hard, Yuki, as the captain of the anti-Root brigade, couldn't afford to lag behind either. "Well, Yuki, did you do all this?" An inquisitive Obito, after dispatching 3 Root youths, dashed over to the site of Yuki's recent commotion, his face a picture of astonishment. Suddenly, amidst the charred remains, he spotted a figure emerging, none other than the Awagakure brute who'd cost him a bowl of premium ramen. "Damn it, he's trying to flee." Obito bellowed. "After him." Yuki didn't hesitate, his legs already in motion as Obito charged ahead. Chapter 88. Ono Seiji lay motionless, eyes shut, his breathing slowed to a minimum. This minimized the intake of dust and debris, allowing him to remain buried longer. Konoha is terrifying. "Thank goodness I reacted quickly," he mused. Ears attuned to the movements above. That technique had been horrifying, even witnessing the explosion core in action hadn't been as jarring. Had he not immediately dragged along those brawny but brainless Kumogakure ninja, his fate would have mirrored theirs. A pity about his 2 companions, but Seiji had no choice. His naturally bulky frame would have only increased his vulnerability in that situation. Shielding his comrades wouldn't have guaranteed their survival either. Ugh, this muscle mass is such a burden. If only I had the 3rd Hokage's physique, he lamented. In his view, a true shinobi should embody the 3rd, compact yet formidable, with minimal energy expenditure, swift hand seals, and efficient chakra flow. Those muscle-bound cloud ninja might as well become sumo wrestlers. Shinobi relied on jutsu and strategy, not brute strength. They must have left by now? Seiji's heartbeat quickened slightly. His shadow clone hadn't been caught yet, but by his estimate, 5 minutes had passed. They're just kids, they wouldn't suspect I'm still here. Would they? When it came to intellect, Seiji held confidence. Otherwise, his village wouldn't have entrusted him with this critical mission. He had to surface now, both for air and to tend to the burns he'd sustained before burrowing underground. Hands forming seals, he channeled chakra, and the sandy soil propelled him upward. Earth release, underground submersion technique. Seiji's had emerged from the ground. The area was deserted, just as he'd hoped. Those 3 brats must have chased his shadow clone. Kids, so predictable. He exhaled in relief, then winced as pain flared. Damn, that hurts. Twisting, he tried to assess the damage to his backside. The surroundings were scorched earth, and his rear was, well done. Then need a medic? Healing Jutsu, 50,000 re per session. A voice whispered eerily behind him. The burly 5'5" man recoiled in terror, instinctively spinning and throwing a punch. "You scared the hell out of me. Then go die." Yet, Seiji's fist, the size of a sandbag, was halted by a hand half its size. His gaze met a pair of crimson eyes. "Sleep, sleep, 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 sleep." Obito chanted rapidly, weaving hand seals as his Sharingan's Genjutsu took hold. Seiji's expression glazed over, his body swaying, until a sudden ferocity flashed in his eyes. "I won't die." Miraculously. Without disrupting his chakra, he broke free from the illusion. Thud. Yuki intervened with a swift chop to Seiji's neck, knocking him out cold. "Your Genjutsu needs work," Yuki remarked dryly, eyeing the fallen man with disdain. Trying such tricks in front of him. Pathetic. TCH. Obito kicked Seiji's limp form in frustration. This guy's definitely no good. His Genjutsu training meant for Kakashi was still a work in progress. Enough. Leave a few explosive tags. We're moving. This place is compromised. Eishu interrupted the indignant Obito, his expression growing grave. This individual is far from ordinary. He undoubtedly harbors secrets. At present, we remain in the dark. So it is prudent not to hasten through the assessment. I concur. Kakashi raised his hand in agreement. This examination is indeed formidable. After all, he is the son of White Fang, and Kakashi possesses a keen sense for such matters. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, a young mist ninja bit his fingertip, forming hand seals and pressing them onto the ground, summoning a spirit fish resembling an arrowfish that emerged from the water's surface. "I entrust this to you." Kirigakure's mate carefully handed a meticulously concealed scroll to the young ninja. He took the scroll, inserted it into the fish's mouth, and after forming hand seals once more, a puff of white smoke enveloped the area, causing the spirit fish to vanish beneath the water. "Thank you for your efforts, Lord May," he exclaimed. "As long as the intelligence is transmitted, it will all be worth it," May replied indifferently, despite being merely a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Her countenance bore a maturity that belied her age. The young Mist Ninja's expression grew animated. The head of the clan has persuaded the Mizukichi. Lord Mei will soon return to Kirigakure. However, Mei waved her hand dismissively. This is not a concern for you. Prepare yourself. Although the assessment is not the goal, we must still maintain appearances. As a hostage, far from home, she was incessantly under surveillance. For a young girl, this situation was undeniably harsh. Yet, adversity often fosters growth. Fortunately, the cruelty she faced was not fatal, as a seemingly dull-witted fool was indeed inspiring her to move forward. Mei cast her gaze toward the distant tower, pondering whether that individual had already departed. I apologize for dragging you into this. Let this be our farewell. When we meet again, I know not the time or place, nor whether we shall face each other with blades drawn. Take care of yourselves. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted. Hey, Koyanagi? Why aren't you called Oyanaji? A resounding slap echoed as Eishu's eyes widened in anger. I am Koyanagi, not Oyanaji. Another slap followed. Who on earth can be called Koyanagi? Do you think you can fool me? Believe it or not. I'll slice off your manhood and feed it to you. Eishu's expression contorted in rage. Tightly bound and stripped bare against a tree, Koyanagi Seiji clenched his legs. Realizing that there were indeed fates worse than death. I am Seiji, Koyanagi Seiji, that is my name. Please, believe me. Eishu originally believed that the profession of a ninja should resemble that of Kazama Kinjiro, whose skin seemed nearly stripped away yet remained resilient. He had contemplated that if he were ever captured, he would undoubtedly surrender without hesitation. Konoha? Forget it. Senju? Long gone. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. If one could conserve their strength and endure hardship, would they not emerge as a hero? After all, even Itachi had his own struggles. However, upon encountering Ono Masayoshi, he realized he had overestimated the situation. Ninjas, after all, are still human, each with their unique complexities. And the intricacies of human nature present a profound study. Some fear not death, while others live in constant dread of it. Ono Masayoshi belongs to the latter category. The three youths from the root would undoubtedly yield no answers. Even without the threat of tongue-binding curses, they would likely remain silent until their last breath. Yet, Ono Masayoshi was different. My mission is merely to ambush the mist candidates. I have no intention of attacking Konoha. I swear. Please believe me. I merely glanced up and then you. You did that to me. I didn't have time to react. Please don't harm me. Whoa. The towering figure of a man, standing at 6 feet tall, was now reduced to tears, utterly overwhelmed by emotion. Eishu had scarcely exerted himself when this individual began to divulge information with reckless abandon, rendering the scene quite uncomfortable to behold. Eishu narrowed his eyes, feeling incredulous. An ambush on Mist forces? What could possibly justify such a tactic? Could it be an attempt to divert Mist's aggression away from Konoha? Redirecting animosity towards Cloud and Rock instead? Is that feasible? Kakashi, Eishu called softly, and the two stepped aside. Meanwhile, Obito took over the interrogation, producing a kunai, licking it with a sinister grin as he approached Konoha's justice. What is the matter? Do you recall what we heard earlier? About the Hyuga's Byakugan being lost on the battlefield? Kakashi's expression was grave. Eishu nodded solemnly, pondering whether it was related to the Byakugan. It's not the Byakugan. Eishu. Kakashi glanced at Konoha's Masayoshi. I sense it has something to do with your girlfriend, Meitarumi. What are you talking about? When did I ever have a girlfriend? Don't slander me like that. Eishu nearly lost his composure, but refrained from dwelling on it too much. You mean to say that Kimogakure and Iwagakure are targeting Meitarumi? Kakashi nodded, and Eishu furrowed his brow deeper. This notion was not entirely unfathomable. The Mist Village possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha, while Konoha had the esteemed young lady of the Terumi clan from the Mist Village. It would be reasonable for Konoha to make some concessions in a trade, especially considering the profound significance of the Byakugan to the Hyuga. It could indeed be seen as a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, to others in the shinobi world, this transaction remained a matter between the Mist and Konoha. A transaction between two rival factions. Naturally, anyone would wish to exploit such a situation. In truth, Eishu had harbored vague premonitions regarding this matter for some time, but the real concern lay with the Root and Danzo. What schemes were they concocting? Why must the transaction be entangled with his affairs? Was it possible that his steadfast commitment to purity over the past year had extinguished any hope Danzo had of recruiting him? If he could not possess it, would he seek to destroy it, letting everything fall apart? If that were indeed the case, Kakashi, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Eishu spoke in a deep voice. Regardless of whether this fellow has spoken falsehoods, the recent alliance is undeniably genuine. Even for the sake of Konoha, we must quell the arrogance of these individuals. Eishu's lips gradually curled into a smile. He relished the sensation of being a disruptor. However, Kakashi's prolonged silence struck him as somewhat peculiar. Turning his head, he was met with Kakashi's enigmatic expression, a blend of amusement and ambiguity. What is the matter? Nothing, Kakashi replied, raising an eyebrow. Rest assured, Terumi Mei will certainly be fine. Elder Danzo, this is the Hyuga clan territory. With a sense of bewilderment, Hinata Hizashi, the future head of the Hyuga clan, opened the scroll brought by the unexpectedly arrived Danzo. Soon, Hisashi's composure unraveled. These scoundrels had never intended to negotiate. Hisashi ground his teeth, while Shimura Danzo remained unperturbed. The Byakugan is of utmost importance. Both the third Hokage and I hold it in high regard. However, we may have underestimated the cunning of the Mist Village. Shimura Danzo spoke slowly. They not only intend to forego a trade, but have also schemed to use this Chunin exam to abduct the hostages outright. If they succeed, Hinata Hisashi, still young and inexperienced, found his emotions spiraling out of control at Danzo's succinct words. They certainly have thought this through. A fierce scowl marred the youthful features of Hisashi. To think they would attempt to leave with the hostages. Truly, they do not regard my clan, the strongest in Konoha, with any respect. If Uchiha Fugaku were to hear this, he might offer Hisashi a dismissive scoff. Yet, for Shimura Danzo, such sentiments brought immense satisfaction. Look at this. Is it not better than the Uchiha? One claims to be the strongest clan in Konoha, while the other asserts itself as the mightiest in the shinobi world. Who is truly superior is yet to be determined. However, in terms of strategy, the Hyuga are certainly more reliable than the Uchiha. The Chunin exam holds significant implications. We must not act impulsively, Hisashi. Danzo's tone softened suddenly, or perhaps it had been so since he laid eyes on Hisashi. You carry a hint of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. We must deliberate this matter carefully. Rest assured, both the third Hokage and I take this very seriously. We will not turn a blind eye to the Byakugan. Upon hearing this, Hisashi's earlier shock transformed into joy. Please, esteemed elder, elucidate. Well, Danzo nodded, clearly pleased. The Mist Village's audacity stems from Konoha's multifaceted military engagements, leaving us unable to deliver a decisive blow on the front lines. With over a month remaining until the Chunin exam, we have ample time to apply pressure on the Mist. A month is neither too long nor too short. Defeating the Mist in direct confrontation seems improbable, but if we can incapacitate a few key individuals. 10 minutes later, Hisashi respectfully saw Danzo off, not forgetting to express his gratitude once more. The Hyuga clan has lost a Byakugan, and the entire Konoha is mocking them. Elder Danzo's timely assistance is truly moving. Once Danzo departed, Hisashi promptly summoned his subordinates. Let us go. To the Hokage Tower. We must urge the Hokage to order the annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 90. The chaos begins in the Forest of Death. Eishu cautiously severed the thread with a kunai, and then carefully stored the explosive tag that was connected to it. TSK. These individuals certainly invest a great deal. During a nin examination, one could encounter such extravagant explosive tags. Who could argue otherwise? On the other side, Kakashi, who was also dismantling explosive tags, nodded in agreement. Due to his father's influence, the explosive tags he possessed were rather ordinary. Their power modest yet more than sufficient for the examination. Ultimately, the essence of an explosive tag is akin to sealing the fire release jutsu within a restriction. There are both advantages and disadvantages. Kakashi's are of a lower tier, while the ones they are currently disassembling are nearly the pinnacle of luxury. The price of a single tag could equate to 50 of Kakashi's. While the power may not be excessively exaggerated, it is still approximately tenfold. IQ could not bear to squander such precious resources so recklessly. Yet this incident inadvertently confirmed that their chosen path was correct. They were still some distance from the lofty tower. Their true objective must be to obstruct the advance of the Mist examinees. After collecting all the explosive tags, IQ analyzed the situation calmly. Suddenly, faint disturbances in the distance immediately put Team 7 on high alert, their combat instincts kicking in. In an instant, Eishu transformed, blending seamlessly into the surrounding grass. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito ascended the trees, utilizing the dense foliage to conceal their presence. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a sizable team approached from the distance, their movements cautious and deliberate. Occasionally, they would cast shurikens into the unoccupied spaces, clearly exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. This sight tugged at Eishu's heartstrings, prompting him to covertly tally the locations of potential wealth. Opportunities invariably favor the prepared, and often. It is the minutiae that determine success or failure. However, Eishu quickly dismissed his aspirations for fortune upon discerning the identities of the newcomers. Each adorned with the forehead protectors of the Mist Village, advancing in a highly professional formation. The individual they were shielding was obscured from his view. Yet, Kakashi and Obito, perched in the trees, recognized the figure. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Eishu, attempting to convey a silent message through their expressions. Your wife is here. Eishu. However, just as Obito and Kakashi grappled with how to relay this information, an unexpected twist occurred. A Mist Village examinee suddenly bellowed, his voice serious and composed, yet tinged with a maturity that suggested he had long since passed the period of voice change. Eishu instinctively summoned his chakra, initially believing he had been discovered. However, in the next moment, a voice, more familiar and commanding, resonated. Earth release, Earth spike. Eishu estimated that the speaker must be at least 18 years old. Even Naruto was nearing marriage at that age. Is this really the nin exams? Eishu pondered, pressing down on his chakra. Clearly, it was not just their Team 7 being targeted, it was the Rock Village shinobi. Protect the Lord. The ground suddenly erupted with sharp earth spikes, and a Mist shinobi fell victim, punctured with several gaping wounds, his his lifeless body suspended in the air. The remaining mist shinobi swiftly reacted, retreating with remarkable composure. Yet, simultaneously, in the direction of their withdrawal, another ambush awaited them. Target confirmed. Capture that brown-haired girl, dead or alive. The battle ignited instantly, not far from Team 7. Eishu's heart raced with a sudden acceleration. It was evident that IWA shinobi and Kumo shinobi lay in ambush against the mist shinobi. However, just moments ago, Team 7 had stealthily set numerous traps right beneath their noses. Unless one were to assume that these individuals were utterly blind, there could only be one conclusion. Swiftly, shuriken sliced through the air, prompting Eishu to immediately dispel his transformation technique. He dropped the smoke bomb at his feet, while simultaneously forming hand signs, earth release, heart-severing technique. As the smoke dispersed, it became apparent that all the shurikens had missed their target. An enemy charged forward. A burly figure wielding a long sword crackling with lightning, clearly a Kumo shinobi. The Kumo shinobi raised his sword, preparing to thrust it into the ground. At that moment, Eishu appeared behind the Kumo shinobi, exclaiming, "Behold the might of Konoha's powerful whirlwind." He delivered a swift kick, sending the Kumo shinobi flying, fulfilling his ambition. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi had also managed to repel their respective opponents, joining Eishu's side. Another Kumo shinobi. Just how many are participating in this exam? Obito remarked disdainfully, using his Sharingan to immobilize an enemy before delivering a flurry of strikes. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. If all went as anticipated, the participants from the Mist, Cloud, and Rock villages were likely gathered here. Eishu cast a glance at the unfolding battle not far away and deduced that there were 6 IWA shinobi, 3 Kumo shinobi, and 9 Mist shinobi. The Mist shinobi, in a unique predicament, dared not scatter, having likely assembled all available personnel at the first opportunity. Considering both the current and previous encounters, Eishu concluded that each village, apart from Konoha, could field no more than 3 teams in the examination. After all, these opponents were clearly not mere genin. Had their numbers been greater, the assessment would have been meaningless. I now understand why one must endure for 10 minutes under the guidance of the teacher during the Chunin exam, Kakashi stated solemnly. Don't overthink it, Eishu replied, casting a complex glance at a distant figure. This battle is entrusted to both of you. Let us conclude this swiftly. A year prior, Team 7 had struggled immensely against Kumo shinobi, employing all their might and intellect, barely emerging victorious in a 3-on-1 skirmish. Obito had even shed a considerable number of tears. Yet, 1 year later, everything had transformed. Faced with Kumo shinobi, Team 7 felt not even the slightest hint of pressure. After all, they had a Jinchuriki and a princess of the Whirlpool clan as their mentor. Go! Obito exclaimed, his crimson eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Kakashi silently raised his blade, aiming at the 3 robust Kumo shinobi. The battle was on the verge of ignition. The 2 young warriors charged towards the trio of formidable Kumo shinobi, while Eishu quietly advanced towards another battlefield. With a calm demeanor and steady steps, he did not rush forward, yet with each stride, his aura grew increasingly formidable. Before long, a candidate from IWA noticed him, cursing under his breath about the uselessness of Kumo shinobi, and turned to confront Eishu. In response, Eishu unleashed a ninjutsu comprising 12 hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet. The IWA shinobi scoffed. Any candidate capable of joining this elite team would not fear water release. He formed hand signs and pressed his palms against the ground, invoking earth release, earth return. A slab of stone erupted from the ground, sturdy and dark, more than sufficient to block the water dragon bullet in the eyes of the IWA shinobi. However, the water dragon did not target him. Instead, under Eishu's precise chakra manipulation, it circumvented the stone slab and surged towards a distant Kumo shinobi engaged in battle. Just as the IWA shinobi was engulfed in confusion, Eishu's voice resonated before him. Even through the stone slab, his words were unmistakably clear. Your ninjutsu now belongs to me. Earth release, earth spike. Eishu acknowledges that there is an element of pretentiousness in his display. His inspiration stems from those root-bound youths, combining a soil flow wall with an earth-armed gun for a perfect balance of offense and defense. The art of earth manipulation operates under such circumstances, as it can harness the terrain at nearly any moment. Yet, it is merely a matter of utilizing, controlling, and altering rather than possessing. Unless an enemy divulges an earth-style ninjutsu, Eishu believes he can maintain this facade indefinitely. Naturally, a different individual must be prepared to face the challenge. Suddenly, a long earthen spear emerges from the stone slab, piercing through the Iwagakure examinee with a chilling precision. Eishu leaps high, standing triumphantly upon the stone slab, arms crossed in a display of arrogance. With such a level of audacity, do they truly dare to participate in the Chunin exam of Konohagakure? Have they lost their sanity? His haughty words, coupled with the recent water dragon technique, serve as a reminder to the Iwagakure candidate suspended beneath him on the stone slab. At this moment, the presence of Eishu was exceptionally pronounced. Terumi Mei stared wide-eyed. She recognized him. His name was Eishu, a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Known for his frugality and diligence, he devoted himself to training, departing early and returning late, and he was regarded as an upright individual. His teacher had once remarked that he was a steady person. Yet today, observing Aishu's confident yet arrogant demeanor, Terumi may found it hard to believe. This was not in keeping with his character, was it? Perhaps. Lost in her thoughts, the young girl felt her heart racing, thumping wildly. Achong. Let's deal with that leaf brat first. An Iwagakure ninja decisively commanded, charging towards Eishu alongside another companion. Eishu observed the glances exchanged between the two, sensing a hint of urgency, yet devoid of the intense hatred one might expect from a companion's death. Such superficial camaraderie among teammates. It's no wonder individuals like Koyano Masayoshi exist. Eishu raised his eyebrows, appearing unaffected by the winds of change, yet in truth, he was contemplating a strategy. Engaging in close combat seemed unnecessary. While his immense strength was indeed exhilarating, what if his opponent possessed exceptional martial arts skills? It would be wiser to employ ninjutsu in battle. Faced with an earth-style ninja, wind techniques could be disregarded, yet lightning techniques emerged as a promising choice. His water-style piercing projectile was also commendable. Naturally, hydrogen techniques were viable as well, being versatile, but Eishu was reluctant to squander his chakra. Moreover, the recent maneuver of utilizing earth against earth left him with an enduring sense of satisfaction. Thus, after much deliberation, he decided to enhance his proficiency in earth techniques. After all, his mind was brimming with an array of ninjutsu. A ninja mastering the elemental transformation of chakra is permitted such whims. The two rock-hidden ninjas drew closer, simultaneously brandishing kunai, indicating their intent to engage in a display of martial prowess. Eishu's mood instantly soured. As a shinobi of the rock village, why can one not possess a modicum of professional integrity? Alas, let me, then, allow you to witness something extraordinary. Behold the unveiling of my humble prowess, the power of the 1,000 hands. Eishu leapt high into the air. Channeling his immense strength to strike downwards, he was not attempting to emulate Tsunade, but rather gathering his energy. While he lacked confidence in his taijutsu skills, he refused to be outdone in spirit. Behold my superstar-shattering fist. In a moment of youthful exuberance, Eishu let out a shout, and to his surprise, it proved to be quite effective. The two rock ninjas appeared as if they were facing a formidable foe, as Eishu declared, "Your ninjutsu is now mine," endowing himself with an impressive aura of strength. However, just as Eishu was about to descend, he invoked Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A combined ninjutsu attack ensued, Whirlwind Fire Dragon Bullet. Just as he was ready to unleash his ultimate Star Crusher technique, Eishu was taken aback. What is this? It's clearly aimed at me. In that instant, he abandoned any pretense of bravado and hastily formed hand seals, knowing that in a clash of ninjutsu, he had nothing to fear. Water Release, Water Barrier. Eishu forcefully unleashed a torrent of water, creating a formidable barrier of liquid around himself. This water wall was remarkably solid, a testament to Eishu's abundant chakra. The combination of wind and fire ninjutsu exhibited considerable might, intensifying the flames and incorporating the slicing attribute of wind release. However, it was utterly incapable of breaching Eishu's defenses. Even as Eishu descended, the water wall not only remained intact but actually grew stronger, as he confidently extinguished the combined ninjutsu with his overwhelming chakra. How disgraceful it is to resort to ambush. What a scoundrel. With a thunderous roar, Eishu unleashed a continuous flow of chakra, his hands weaving through intricate seals with fervor. Water style. Water Dragon Bullet. Harnessing the currents from the water barrier, the water dragon swiftly took form, bursting forth from the wall of water. But that was not the end of it. The superstar crushing fist had been interrupted, and Eishu was filled with fury. After all, he had gone to great lengths to put on a show. How infuriating it was that even a Beto could manage to do so. Water style. Water Iron Cannon. Eishu unleashed a series of spells in quick succession. Water Release. Water Bullet Technique. With 3 consecutive ninjutsu, he directed the water dragon towards the distant, despicable foe, Lao Lu, while the water cannon targeted the closer rock hidden. The water bullets indiscriminately cascaded across the battlefield. After all, the mist hidden were adept in water release, and it was the rock hidden and cloud hidden that would ultimately suffer the consequences. With that, he executed a formidable combination of techniques. Eishu's chakra barely exceeded 30%. He surveyed his surroundings. The 2 nearest rock hidden shinobi were incapacitated, one lying motionless on the ground, while the other gasped for breath behind a half-collapsed earthen wall. The battlefield nearby had fallen silent, yet everyone was panting heavily, the water-encased projectiles demonstrating their impressive suppressive effect. Ultimately, it was those few who had interrupted his feigned ambush. Damn it, they truly have arrived. The quartet remained unscathed, huddled together not in retreat but rather as if to confront the situation. With no signs of earth-style techniques upon the ground, it appeared they were employing wind and water techniques. The tree likely possesses discernment. The surrounding trees bear the marks of having been cut, and they are still damp, excluding the possibility of anyone sharing his extraordinary intellect and striking appearance. Capable of devising high-pressure vortex water spheres, the only feasible explanation lies in the techniques of wind and water manipulation. Moreover, it must be a combination of ninjutsu. Eishu squinted his eyes, observing that this group had undergone a significant transformation over the past year. Despite their varied attire and the distinctive headbands of different hidden villages, he recognized them immediately. They were from the Root, a faction of young assassins. At that moment, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of Kakashi and Obito, both panting heavily. their expressions laden with gravity as they gazed upon the group of young root members from a distance. Once again, it was these individuals who had mercilessly dispatched the Cloud villagers, displaying a ruthless edge. Obito bore a wound on his arm, deep and bleeding profusely. Kakashi appeared somewhat disheveled, a portion of his mask missing, yet fortunately uninjured and able to move freely. There were 9 youths from the root. Would they be able to withstand this, Obito? Eishu glanced at Obito's wound, which was beyond the rapid healing capabilities of his techniques. Chapter 92. It's about time. No problem. Obito winced in pain, yet still maintained his resilience. Eishu furrowed his brow, forming hand seals with both hands, resulting in the manifestation of 2 shadow clones that commenced treatment for Obito. Meanwhile, the dynamics of the battle had shifted. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces regrouped their injured, yet only 5 were capable of movement. Eishu was confident he could resolve the situation within 5 seconds. The remnants of the Kirigakure forces gravitated towards Eishu, familiar faces indeed. Albeit with only a few remaining, 2 young men from the Mist and 1 from the Uchiha clan, Mei. To this point, Mei had yet to engage in combat, leaving Eishu uncertain of her combat prowess, as the 2 bloodline limits had yet to be utilized. Kakashi, the time is nearly upon us. Eishu assessed the situation briefly before exchanging glances with the shadow clone of Obito, who was receiving treatment. He then addressed Kakashi in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression stiffened, and he began to form hand signs, questioning, "Are you certain?" Indeed, Eishu affirmed with a nod. Although Obito's wounds were not fatal, they would undoubtedly affect his combat effectiveness, and healing would not be a matter of mere minutes. The crux of the matter lay with Kakashi. Despite his freedom of movement, Kakashi, who excelled in close combat, would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with these root members who were well versed in his, and even his father's, combat habits. Obito was similarly situated. While the current research focus of the root was on Konoha's White Fang, their study of the Uchiha clan had never ceased since its inception. The strength of a ninja village is not solely determined by the number of superlative warriors it possesses, as was the case in the era of Hashirama. Konoha's enduring status as the most formidable ninja village is not merely the result of the teachings of a singular exceptional ninja and his 3 disciples, nor solely attributable to the legacy of the White Fang. Those are merely the visible elements. The loss of the White Fang would not be enough to severely cripple Konoha or render it incapable of recovery. Ultimately, it is the ninjas cultivated within the village, these pillars of strength, the Umbu, and the root operatives, the machines of slaughter, that truly uphold its power. The death of a few would not be detrimental. The will of fire would ensure the rapid emergence of new warriors, just as the will of the root would swiftly cultivate a new batch. Take these young members of the root, for instance. Compared to a year ago, what concerned Eishu more than their increased strength was their number and their age. The youngest among them might be merely 6 or 7 years old. This could potentially lead to an early depletion of their latent potential, yet it would also foster loyalty and immediate combat readiness. Danzo and the root are far from simple. Eishu deeply resonates with this sentiment. Thus, he endured hardship and cultivated his strength under Jumei's vigilant watch for an entire year. And now, as a member of the 7th Squad, a vanguard against the roots of evil, he stands as the last beacon of glory for the all-encompassing Senju clan on the path of resistance. Presently, it is indeed time. My chakra reserves are dwindling, but they should suffice for 3, Kakashi remarked. 3. Eishu's expression turned peculiar. I assumed you could manage no more than 2. I have stated that I am not lacking. Kakashi replied, exasperated, yet exhaled deeply, then turned to Obito. Is it about time? There is still quite a gap. Obito remained silent before sighing. I can manage at most 2. 2 will suffice. Leave the last one to me, Eishu declared, and in an instant, 2 medics vanished like shadows. Throughout their conversation, neither Kimi nor the 2 Mist Nin could comprehend a single word. The 9 root youth gradually advanced, fully aware of the presence of the Rock and Cloud ninjas, splitting into 3 members, leaving 2 teams to confront Team 7 and the Mist Squad. 6 individuals formed a triangular formation, 2 in front and 2 in the back, moving forward with deliberate calmness. Their pace was unhurried, yet they possessed absolute advantage. Soon, shrieks echoed in the air. The Cloud and Rock ninjas fell victim to the root youth, who swiftly subdued a muscular man from the Cloud. This act cast a sanguine shadow over the impending battle. The 6 root youth continued their slow approach. Kimi's heartbeat quickened as she noticed her 2 companions' hands trembling slightly on their weapons. It was not fear, but rather a sign that their chakra was dwindling. Kimi glanced at the man beside her. He stared unwaveringly at the enemy before him, his resolute profile reminiscent of her long-absent father. However, before Kimi could ponder further, Eishu's thunderous roar broke the tension. Let us engage fiercely, comrades. With a firm stance, he formed hand seals. Channeling chakra and activating his skill, the hair of the blood-red chili danced in the air. During the activation, his aura surged dramatically. Are they truly prepared for a desperate fight? This thought raced through Kimi's mind. Not just her, but the root youth also paused, their eyes fixed with predatory intensity, poised for action. Just as Eishu, Kakashi, and Obito seemed ready to unleash an extraordinary maneuver, the next moment, smoke bombs were hurled, creating a veil of mist that enveloped the battlefield. Kimi widened her eyes in astonishment, soon realizing that her small hand had been grasped by another. A sensation devoid of electric shock, yet rather painful. Hurry, Eishu urged, dragging Kimi away. The two mist ninjas attempted to intervene, but Kakashi and Obito thwarted them. Kakashi spoke sternly, "If you wish for their survival, use your wits." Then, under the incredulous gaze of the two mist ninjas, they transformed into the likeness of Kimi and Eishu, albeit without holding hands. The two mist ninjas grasped the ruse immediately. "Thank you," they exclaimed, promptly complying, creating another pair of Kimi and Eishu. Thus, the 6 individuals split into 3 directions, hastily fleeing. Wind release. A chilling voice resonated through the smoke. Belonging to one of the root youth. "Do not waste time. They have escaped. Pursue." Another root youth commanded. The 6 figures within the mist, along with the 3 outside, quickly opted for a dispersed chase. Yet at that moment, a voice echoed from within the haze. "Excuse me, how does one reach heaven?" The root youth halted in their tracks. 2 retreated while 4 advanced, forming hand seals, but instead of attacking, they pressed their hands against the ground. They intended to use earth release for defense. Their prior investigation into Team 7 had proven their judgments correct. Water release, Great Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Great Lightning Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Combined ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Nuclear Incendiary Bomb. Chapter 93. The emergence of a Fey. No bloodline limit. No connections or networks. No jacuzzi at home. Discover the art of hydrogen release. Simple in operation, powerful in effect, and environmentally friendly. The unparalleled choice for civilian ninjas. From the Senju, Eishu. The explosions erupted behind him in a continuous roar. This time, Eishu embodied the essence of a true man. Never looking back at the chaos he left behind, as he pulled Kimi onward toward the central tower. Along the way, the two exchanged not a single word. Resembling 2 strangers, Kimi was lost in thought. Eishu was also pondering the state of the world. During the Chunin exam, he forged a bloody path for the sake of a mere vest. In truth, all of this is not difficult to comprehend. The hidden mist seeks to engage in trade with the hidden leaf, while the hidden cloud and the hidden rock intend to seize the opportunity through underhanded tactics. And the hidden sand merely observes, hoping for peace talks. The Chunin exam is, in essence, a microcosm of war. The notion of amicably exchanging headbands is utterly naive. Then, Danzo intervenes, targeting Kohor Utatane with indiscriminate aggression. His ruthless methods and ambiguous motives are quintessentially Danzo. Izuki also understood that his very existence would inevitably exert some influence upon the shinobi world of this timeline. Yet this impact was utterly preposterous. A mere 7-year-old genin had somehow triggered a joint mobilization of all 5 great villages? This had escalated into an international, no, inter-village affair of unprecedented proportions. Eishu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement within. A mere Chunin examination had unexpectedly unveiled such significant figures, and it had all unfolded with astonishing intensity. Team 7 not only thwarted the treacherous schemes of the villain, but also dismantled his sinister minions. One cannot deny the exhilaration of the moment. Indeed, men are destined to tread the path of resistance. Eishu felt a surge of secret delight within. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "I'm sorry," said the calm and composed Kirame, her tone resembling that of someone reciting a passage from a book. "I shouldn't have dragged you into this." "It's nothing," Eishu replied nonchalantly, yet inwardly he was perplexed. What was going on? Given her tone, could it be that Kirame was the mastermind behind it all? After all, it was Chisato who was supposed to be the protagonist. Eishu's cheerful mood was considerably disrupted. He glanced at the young girl beside him, and, after a brief pause, made a decision. He had to put on an act. Everyone must make their own choices. I do not blame you. After all, your choices remain within my grasp. Do you not find it somewhat fortuitous that I appear by your side? Indeed, it is rather coincidental, and this is what perplexed Eishu. The forest of death is not vast, yet its expanse is certainly significant, just as he discovered the expensive explosive symbols trap. It also so happened to be the very ambush zone of Yunin and Yanin, and coincidentally, Huoying had wandered into that very spot. Everything unfolded in such a manner. Eishu hesitated for a moment. Thoughts surged through his mind, inducing an inexplicable sense of unease, causing him to overlook the expression on Xiaomei's face. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest of death, a completely white humanoid creature abruptly emerged from the ground, startling 2 bewildered Konoha genin. This being resembled a human, possessing limbs and facial features, even sporting green hair, yet its entire body was covered in barbs and intricate patterns, rendering it a veritable monstrosity. It was none other than White Zetsu, Akatsuki. "Hello there." Akatsuki greeted the 2 Konoha genin with an unsettling familiarity. Their response, however, was a piercing scream accompanied by a thrown kunai. "A monster! Die!" A minute later, the 2 Konoha genin lay motionless on the ground, their necks snapped by Akatsuki. Squatting beside his handiwork, Akatsuki gazed at it with a hint of envy. "Have you lost control? Sigh, I wonder what that feels like." His voice carried an unexpected note of grievance. Following this peculiar display, Akatsuki turned his attention to another unconscious figure, a coal-black-haired Konoha youth, dressed in Uchiha attire. Though nearly burned away, the Uchiha fan emblem was still discernible. It was none other than Uchiha Ruahua. Uchiha. Akatsuki hesitated for a moment, pondering if this was the individual Madara had spoken of. What a wretched fellow. After muttering this, Akatsuki opened his body, engulfing Uchiha baying within. Then, his form once again sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Eishu. Lord Mei. At the center of the Forest of Death, within the towering spire. Obito finally spotted Eishu. Team 7 was finally reunited, and the two Huoying youths were also eagerly anticipating the arrival of their longed-for Shimei. Eishu let out a silent sigh, realizing that perhaps he had been overly sensitive. Upon reflection, it was indeed a considerable opportunity, yet they were in the heart of Konoha. Even if Madara had set his sights on Obito, he might not dare to act. Moreover, whether Madara would even consider Obito now was a different matter altogether. Who would be willing to sacrifice for Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan? The current Team 7 had not yet reached the stage where they could undertake missions independently. Although the Nin exam posed certain dangers, the true battlefield would be far more perilous. Eishu pondered. It would be quite remarkable if they could participate in some B-rank missions. As for higher-level tasks, it would be more appropriate after they turned 12. With Watergate by their side, their needs were effortlessly met. Thus, Obito should be safe for the time being. Perhaps he was overthinking it. So, what shall we do next? Kakashi inquired, approaching and glancing at the visibly perturbed Terumi Mei, who was struggling to maintain her composure. What can we do? We prepare to take on the Little Vest. Obito replied with a slight scoff, never expecting the assessment to be so straightforward, which left him feeling rather foolish for his earlier excitement. Upon hearing his words, even Terumi Mei could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Obito. This individual, who appeared somewhat lacking in intellect, was either exceptionally carefree or simply not particularly bright. After all, he was a teammate of that renowned genius, Uchiha. It certainly seemed a bit too simple. Kakashi remarked, inadvertently brushing against Obito's hastily bandaged wound. Obito instantly let out a howl of pain. Damn it, Kakashi, you did that on purpose, he exclaimed, visibly irate, ready to challenge Kakashi to a duel. However, with one arm impaired, he refrained from reckless movements, while Kakashi deftly evaded him, leaving Obito spinning in circles. The two mist ninjas looked on in bewilderment. So, it was these few individuals who rescued them? Truly astonishing. Eishu, having grown accustomed to the situation, silently produced 3 scrolls and greeted Kakashi and Obito, who promptly ceased their playful banter. Let us proceed, future Nin. Chapter 94. Home alone. This round of the Nin exam bore a rather sanguinary nature. Yet, upon emerging victorious from the Forest of Death, Eishu was met with an astonishing tranquility outside its confines. The ninjas leading their respective villages maintained a respectful distance from one another. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure teams did not exhibit the same camaraderie as the candidates within the ominous forest. It was as if they were concealing something, or perhaps were complicit in an unspoken understanding. When they learn the outcome, they are likely to be utterly infuriated, Obito mused quietly. Indeed, Eishu concurred. If one intends to engage in underhanded tactics, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. This Nin exam served as a microcosm of war, representing another battlefield amidst a period of tension. On this battlefield, Konoha emerged triumphant. The subsequent 1v1 battles were scheduled for a month hence. Yet it seemed few would be able to participate. The price. It appears that Root has borne the brunt of the cost, Kakashi remarked. This thought struck Eishu. In their fervor to combat Root, what exactly was Danzo's ulterior motive? Was the fabrication of so many identities for minor village ninjas merely a ploy to extinguish the elite from each village? Clearly, they were but cannon fodder. Their ages were already set, leaving only the likes of Konoha's Masayoshi with any potential for greatness. The others would likely perish on the battlefield. Interestingly, there was a sand ninja, Yakura, whom he had bested in a playful encounter. As a member of the Bloodline clan, Yakura should hold some value in Danzo's eyes. Oh. It seems Sensei Minato has departed. How unfortunate. I had hoped to share a meal. Obito scratched his head, his endearing demeanor reminiscent of the younger Obito and Naruto. The resemblance was uncanny. I shall take my leave then, Kakashi waved. See you tomorrow. That ramen is still owed, Obito, making it sound as if you emerged unscathed. How preposterous. Obito scoffed, yet he too bid farewell to Eishu. I shall return as well, Eishu. I have a promise to fulfill. Once the second examination concludes, I must inform him at once. At this declaration, Eishu's expression shifted to one of perplexity. He, not she. The pronunciation in Japanese differs. Obito, could it be that you? However, upon further reflection, Eishu felt that the he Obito referred to was likely his little admirer, Shursui. Go ahead, the first genius of the Uchiha, Eishu thought, relieved, and waved him off. Obito dashed away, seemingly unperturbed by his arm injury. Now left alone, Eishu did not feel the pangs of solitude. Rather, he welcomed the tranquility. He did not linger, quietly making his way home, step by step. The Forest of Death was not far from his abode, but exhaustion weighed upon him. In less than half an hour, he arrived at his door. The door was closed. Eishu retrieved his key to unlock it. Inside, There were neither prepared meals nor familiar greetings awaiting him. Kirigakura's maid Terumi had donned the headband of the mist and no longer resided here. And Kumi. Eishu cast a glance around, as usual. However, it was likely that Gyomei had moved away. After all, she was a member of the Dark Faction. And her residence here was solely due to Terumi-mei. Eishu prepared a meal for himself, eggs, ham, tomatoes, and noodles, which were cooked to perfection. Satisfied and content, he let out a hearty burp and quietly ascended to the second floor. As he passed by Gyomei's room, he noticed the door was ajar, revealing an empty interior. Had she truly left? Eishu raised an eyebrow in surprise. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing into his own room with fervor. First, he inspected the drawer. The strands of hair remained untouched, indicating it had not been opened. Although it contained nothing of considerable value, merely a ruse, it served as a useful precaution. Next, Eishu approached the bedside, carefully dismantling the layers of his pillow. Upon discovering a neatly rolled sum of 300,000 taels of savings within, he let out a sigh of relief. This place was secure as well. Thankfully. Eishu let out a sigh of relief. Weary from the hardships of poverty, feeling utterly helpless. Then, Eishu, having arrived at his private restroom, closed the door, took a deep breath, then moved aside the trash can and pried open the tiles, using a hidden tool to excavate the earth. A minute later, a small box, meticulously wrapped, emerged. At last, Eishu felt a profound sense of assurance within himself. He opened the small box to reveal a scroll, the foundational ninjutsu of the Senju clan bestowed upon him by the elderly man. Despite his extensive practice, he had only mastered a little over 50% of it. Alongside the scroll, the box contained several explosive tags, a handful of kunai and shuriken, as well as a number of smoke bombs. It exuded an air of espionage. Prepared for unforeseen circumstances, in the ensuing month, he resolved to exert himself diligently. Eishu murmured to himself. He intended to dedicate a month to mastering the Thousand Hands technique while simultaneously memorizing all the ninjutsu. He planned to first commit to memory the hand seals, the flow of chakra, and the formation process of ninjutsu, and then gradually refine his proficiency. Although a liberal arts student might falter in physical techniques, one could assert that memory remained his last bastion of dignity. Youth squandered leads only to regret in old age. Although the elder had once advised him that mastering the nature transformation of chakra would allow the use of all elemental ninjutsu, it did not imply that one must master them all. Specializing in one or two areas was deemed the wisest choice. Nonetheless, Eishu held the belief that in the world of ninjas, having a plethora of skills is never a burden. Without the bloodline limit, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could wield thousands of ninjutsu and had thoroughly honed all 5 nature transformations, as well as secret techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Often labeled the weakest Hokage, Eishu deemed this to be an undeniable pinnacle achieved without external assistance. The strength of Hiruzen Sarutobi lay in his profound understanding of chakra and ninjutsu. However, his limitations stemmed from age, chakra reserves, and physical stamina. Regarding the former, Eishu believed he could match him, if not surpass him, given ample time for gradual accumulation. As for the latter, Eishu felt he had a significant advantage. Most importantly, he possessed a rare asset that Hiruzen Sarutobi lacked, a signature technique. Consider the first and second Hokage. One wielded the formidable 998 hands that left the ninja world breathless, while the other was renowned as the swiftest ninja in the realm. A master of water techniques, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a multitude of skills, yet in comparison, he was still bound by the limitations of a commoner as Aura. Even though he was lauded as a professor of ninjutsu and trained legendary disciples like the 3 Sannin, ultimately he was still a step behind his illustrious predecessors. Indeed, it seemed that the Senju clan was best suited to the role of Hokage. Eishu raised his eyebrows. He held no interest in becoming Hokage. Only a fool would make such a choice. However, there was indeed someone with a hedgehog-like hairstyle who did. Eishu harbored a faint sense of anticipation. If someone as foolish as Abido were to ascend to the position of Hokage, what would become of Konoha in the future? Chapter 95, The Shadow Clone Segmentation Multiplication Training Method. Eishu has embarked on a training regimen. With the absence of Gyomei and maiming at home, he is afforded a bit more freedom. However, this liberty does not pertain to the indulgence of going without trousers at home, which would be mere abandon. Instead, it refers to his shadow clone training plan. In the past, Eishu seldom utilized shadow clones to assist in his training, as it was rather ostentatious. Furthermore, his training subjects were numerous and intricate, requiring a clear and focused mind. Yet, the circumstances have now changed. Eishu harbored a singular ambition to master ninjutsu while simultaneously cultivating immense strength. The endeavor was not particularly arduous, for it followed a systematic approach. With the absence of any familial distractions, a hint of indulgence seemed inconsequential. On the first day, the cautious Eishu astonishingly summoned 10 shadow clones in succession. The 10 manifestations of Eishu engaged in their training, divided into 2 groups. Group A, where each clone focused on mastering a specific ninjutsu and memorizing the intricate flow of chakra essential for its execution, and Group B, which collectively honed their proficiency in the Thousand Hands technique. This methodology significantly enhanced their efficiency, yielding remarkable results. However, by the evening, Eishu felt as though his very essence had been extracted, overwhelmed by the influx of insights and memories from his tin counterparts. It was only due to the formidable buff granted by his innate transcendent soul that he did not succumb to the strain. Feeling a tinge of melancholy at his lack of a protagonist's fate, Eishu lamented that Naruto could effortlessly wield hundreds of shadow clones in battle. Eishu attributes this predicament to his age. After all, Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique at the tender age of 12, with the assistance of the Nine Tails residing within him. Consequently, on the following day, Eishu adopted a more conservative approach, summoning only 8 clones. However, upon the conclusion of his training, he found himself too weak to rise. A sensation profound enough to bring tears even to a formidable warrior. On the third day, reflecting upon his previous experiences, Eishu summoned merely 4 shadow clones. He meticulously devised a detailed training regimen, ensuring that each clone would engage in no more than 4 hours of practice. While his original self focused on resting and refining chakra, by the end of the day, he felt rejuvenated, and the results were promising. He sensed a renewed vigor within himself. Moreover, he discovered that the feedback from the dissipating versions of his own shadow clones could be both endured and assimilated by them. Thus, Eishu contemplated increasing the number of shadow clones and formulated an even more comprehensive plan. After numerous experiments, he successfully crafted a scientific training regimen for the shadow clone technique, which he dubbed Shadow Method, formerly known as the Little Genius Shadow Clone Division Multiplication Training Method. This approach involved utilizing 80% of his chakra to create 2 shadow clones, which would then continue to divide into further clones, thus cascading in a manner akin to nested dolls. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16, and so forth. Each group of clones was assigned the responsibility of resting and consolidating chakra, while the final generation of clones endured the headaches and fatigue upon their dissolution. This method offered the advantage that each clone only had to cope with the informational impact from 2 other clones. The staggered resting intervals significantly mitigated the intensity of this impact. With a clear and organized structure, the efficiency of this scientific training method was markedly enhanced. Eishu's original self only needed to replenish the shadow clones at the end of each cycle, rendering the process remarkably stable. Under the accelerated training provided by the shadow method, his progress flourished. The theoretical knowledge of Eishu is advancing at a remarkable pace, and his mastery of the thousand hands technique is equally swift. Furthermore, amidst the deluge of information, he has garnered a wealth of inspiration. For instance, he contemplates a low-tier version of the Flying Thunder God technique. In close combat, the original Flying Thunder God, employed by the 4th Hokage, necessitates specially crafted kunai infused with the technique's formula as a medium. The various instantaneous movements are striking, drawing parallels. Eishu envisions the use of the body replacement technique. Suppose he utilizes the items required for the marked body replacement technique in place of the specially crafted kunai for the Flying Thunder God. Prior to engaging in battle, he could prepare a multitude of replacement wooden stakes to throw, followed by executing various body replacement techniques to achieve instantaneous movement. Theoretically, could this low-tier version of the Flying Thunder God be realized? There are many other considerations, such as speculations regarding bloodline limits. It is known that lightning chakra combined with water chakra results in storm release, while lightning release combined with yang water release yields a hydrogen-oxygen mixture. Is it conceivable that storm release combined with yang release could produce different outcomes? It is established that ice release is a fusion of wind chakra and water chakra, with ice being a manifestation of water's unique thermal expansion and contraction within the 0 to 4 degrees Celsius range. This raises the question, where does the heat dissipate? What is the initial temperature of the water release utilized by each ninja? Could the energy subtracted be a crucial component in the formation of ice release? Is the emergence of bloodline limits related to human physiological functions beyond chakra? Might it be possible that bloodline limits, as a fusion of 2 distinct chakras, are merely a unique ratio of chakra intertwined with bodily functions? The deeper one delves into training, Eishu increasingly sensed the profound mysteries of chakra. He seemed to grasp, albeit slightly, the madness that consumed Orochimaru. The pleasures of the corporeal realm, to the ordinary man, are often pursued in favor of spiritual fulfillment by those who possess a modicum of strength. War and peace may appear as opposites, yet they exist on the same continuum. Both serve to satiate the innate desires of humanity, guiding us toward either evolution or destruction. However, when an individual delves into deeper truths, their pursuits paradoxically become more simplistic. Exploration, 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 to uncover the wonders of this world. Just like the future Orochimaru, and indeed like the current Senju Eishu. And thus it is. Time slips away in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, over 20 days have already passed. Apart from slumbering and contemplating the essence of life, Eishu must also venture outdoors to procure groceries and prepare meals. This perhaps delineates the distinction between him and Orochimaru. One is detached from the mundane world, fervently seeking immortality and power. The other rides a bicycle to the pub, judiciously saving and spending, possessing a hint of pedestrian charm. On this particular day, Eishu was engaged in culinary endeavors, yearning for a dish of yellow braised chicken accompanied by rice. Suddenly, an unexpected series of knocks echoed through the air, compelling him to halt his chopping, abandon the freshly plucked chicken, and wash his hands in preparation to answer the door. Eishu was washing his hands when a knock resounded at the door, followed closely by Dato's voice. Bang, bang, bang. Eishu, are you home? Something terrible has happened. It's here. As Eishu opened the door, he was met with the sight of a breathless Obito, accompanied by a serious-faced Kakashi, who was equally panting. What happened? Eishu inquired, a look of skepticism on his face. Under the broad daylight. Could it be that Madara dared to invade Konoha to capture someone? Just as Eishu's mind was filled with suspicion, Obito spoke up. Eishu, there is grave news. Sister Kumi. Sister Kumi attacked the Suna candidates, the very girl you knocked out. She failed to kill her and has now been captured. She's currently detained by Uncle White Fang. Chapter 96. The Hidden Talents of Team 7. Kumi has been captured, attacking Suna, Yakura, and then apprehended? What a bizarre turn of events. So, does Teacher Minato know? Eishu hesitated for a moment. Prudently, he decided to seek out Watergate. In times of trouble, it is best to consult an elder. During this period, Eishu had only encountered Watergate twice. Due to the ongoing assessment, there were no tasks to undertake. And since he had discovered a method for cultivation, coupled with Watergate's evident busyness, there had been no special pre-examination training sessions for them. Watergate-sensei is not in Konoha, Kakashi remarked, shaking his head. He has yet to return from the mission he undertook last week. Eishu hesitated. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be an underlying motive. Would Gyomei launch an assault on Yatsong? Apart from Danzo's instigation, he could not conceive of any other possibility. Thus, what are Danzo's intentions? Consequently, what relevance does this hold for him? Eishu's mind began to whirl rapidly. Gyomei had been captured, and it was highly likely that this incident was aimed directly at him. He could even envision Danzo's smug face. If you do not join the route, I shall swiftly eliminate Gyomei. Yet the crux of the matter was, could a mere Gyomei truly pose a threat to him? Senju Eishu? That would be an egregious underestimation of his capabilities. While Gyomei was indeed beautiful, kind-hearted, and possessed fair legs, to Eishu, she was little more than an insignificant distraction. However, his thoughts transcended such trivialities. If he coldly chose to disregard this situation, would Danzo not hold him in even higher regard? Strangely enough, that seemed quite plausible. Eishu's complexion changed dramatically. This was a dire predicament. Eishu immediately cast a serious gaze towards Kakashi and Obito, firmly stating, do not panic. We must deliberate on this matter. Obito, release me. Stop dawdling. If we delay any longer, it may become too late. Obito swiftly grasped Eishu's arm and began to sprint. Let go of me, Obito. We can discuss this. Release me. Please, just let me go. Eishu attempted to resist, but he was currently in a state of weakness from hunger. Normally, missing a few meals would not be an issue. But now he had dozens of shadow clones to sustain within the confines of his room. Obito, listen to me, Eishu yearned for escape. Yet time was not on her side. The shadow technique, though scientifically efficient, proved somewhat fragile. It is advisable to employ it while maintaining a safe distance from Obito. Without any buffer, dozens of shadow clones vanished in quick succession. Eishu felt a sudden darkness envelop him, akin to the disorienting sensation of low blood sugar combined with anemia after squatting for an hour and then abruptly standing. What is wrong with you, Eishu? Dato exclaimed, nearly terrified as he witnessed Eishu's sudden transformation into a lifeless figure. He immediately began shaking him. Don't scare me like that, Eishu. Wake up. Had this occurred outside of Konoha, Dato would surely have been awarded a pair of Sharingan. Stay calm. Kakashi approached with a composed demeanor, checking Eishu's breath and placing a hand on his forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, it appears to be a case of excessive panic. Compounded by fatigue, he simply couldn't endure it. Kakashi sighed, reflecting on the profound bond Eishu shared with Sister Gyomei, leading him to muse, alas, it seems almost too real. Dato, still somewhat anxious, queried, what shall we do now? Kakashi hesitated momentarily before recalling Eishu's urgent instructions from a year prior. If anything were to happen at home, do not hesitate. Inform your father immediately, then seek out Lord Minato and sister. Remember to bring her along. Although Eishu appeared unharmed, the worry etched on his face indicated otherwise. He had fainted. If Gyomei were in trouble, it would be tantamount to Eishu being in peril as well. With Minato absent and his father, they could only turn to their beloved mentor. Exchanging a glance with Dato, Kakashi felt the surge of determination. Let us find sister. Ding dong. There is a distinct difference between a mansion and a luxurious abode. The residence of Eishu can be deemed a luxurious abode, albeit a facade of luxury, lacking even a doorbell. In comparison to the dwelling of Kushina, it falls considerably short. Kushina possesses a bustling commercial street in the heart of Konoha, a legacy bequeathed to her by Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Her living quarters could easily surpass Eishu's by a factor of 10. When the doorbell chimed, Kushina, clad in an apron, wielding a kitchen knife in her left hand and a kunai in her right, exuding a distinct scent of blood, opened the door with her foot. Oh, you've arrived. What an astute nose you have. How did you know I was preparing fried chicken? The sight of the three young boys brought an exuberant smile to Kushina's face. Kushina's method for frying chicken is simple. Procure a chicken, chop it, and fry it. Yet, upon observing the blood-soaked apron adorning Kushina, Kakashi and Obito felt a surge of panic. They had momentarily forgotten the purpose of their visit. If a stranger were to witness Kushina with her knife and kunai, it would not be unreasonable to assume they had stumbled upon a crime scene. However, it was ultimately Kushina who first noticed the unconscious Eishu, her expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Who did this? The air thickened with her fury. Those who dare harm my beloved apprentice shall be severed into 8 pieces. Oh no, it's not like that. Eishu, my mistress, we are in grave trouble. Obito stammered, finally managing to utter those words. Huh, it's Kumine. Kumine is in trouble. Kakashi quickly added. Kumi? Kushina squinted, the name ringing a bell, yet eluding her memory. 10 minutes later, after Kakashi and Obito painstakingly clarified the situation, Kushina turned sharply and ascended the stairs, leaving only a terse instruction. Wait for me. At that moment, Eishu regained consciousness. The multi-shadow clone technique is deemed forbidden for good reason. Only due to Eishu's robust constitution was he spared from dire consequences. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. Despite this, Eishu still felt as though his head had been struck violently, enveloped in a haze of dizziness. Water. Eishu opened his eyes to a somewhat familiar environment, though the details eluded him. Soon, he found himself gazing into 2 pairs of concerned eyes in one. 5 faces. Drink this, Eishu. Are you feeling any better? Obito inquired with genuine concern. Eishu gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, feeling somewhat revitalized. He surveyed his surroundings, his mind having undergone a necessary reboot. This place is the home of the master's wife? How do we end up here? Eishu still felt a bit dazed. Rest assured, Eishu, with Master and Kakashi's father here. Sister Jumi will surely be fine. Obito consoled. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's gaze faltered slightly. After all, Jumi was captured by his father. Yet, Eishu found himself even more bewildered. Why was Kushina involved in this? If things continued like this, just as Eishu pondered, a striking figure suddenly appeared. There stood Kushina, adorned with the Konoha headband and dressed in a Konoha vest, her vibrant red hair tied up in a neat ponytail. She approached briskly, carrying a large scroll and a hefty bag. With a thud, Kushina tossed the bag in front of the 3, the sound indicating it contained numerous metal items, such as shurikens. With a swift motion, Kushina commanded, "Grab your gear, we're going with Master." At that moment, in the eyes of the 3 young members of Team 7, Kushina was undeniably impressive. Chapter 97. The Overbearing Jinchuriki, the Humble Hokage. Kushina's wealth surpassed Eishu's wildest imagination. Eishu acknowledged that upon seeing the large bundle of explosive tags, ninja tools, and mysterious scrolls, he felt invigorated. In fact, he even experienced a fleeting sensation of reluctance to exert any further effort. Eishu had initially assumed that the White Fang family's warehouse was already the epitome of extravagance, boxes large and small, all brimming with wealth. It was true that Kushina had merely tossed down a single bag, but the sheer audacity of her gesture, akin to throwing away a fortune, was nothing like the meager allowances he and Kakashi could scrounge together. No, this was entirely different. Take whatever you want, better yet, take it all. If it's not enough, there's more upstairs. Every movement of Kushina exuded the aura of opulence, her eyes alight with excitement. That fervent, almost giddy demeanor reminded Eishu of a certain twin-tailed girl. Ah yes, the adorable young maiden wielding machine guns and rocket launchers. So, are we going to wreak havoc now? Eishu murmured, still hesitating. Meanwhile, Obito had already begun arming himself without a second thought. The clever boy focused solely on explosive tags, even emptying his own ninja pouch of its worthless trinkets to stuff it full of them. Kakashi, though hesitant at first, eventually made his choice after some contemplation. He trusted his father's judgment. After all, the man must have had no other option but to make such a decision. Perhaps the key to turning the tide lay in this very moment. Eishu found himself associating the figures of Danzo and Kakashi with the roots of their respective legacies. This particular scene left him feeling somewhat perplexed and anxious. What exactly did those 2 say to Kushina? He pondered. If this turns into a significant debacle, what shall we do then? With a sigh echoing in his heart, Eishu continued his work diligently. He packed as much as he could, and when it became too cumbersome, he decided to lift the large bundle entirely. Under Kushina's approving gaze, Eishu nodded affirmatively. Teacher, I am ready. Let us embark. Kushina expressed her satisfaction, affirming that to protect those dear to us, one must adopt such a resolute stance. But what follows next? Eishu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could this merely be a test of courage? He absolutely refused to part with the explosive tags within his bag. Those were his, all his. So, where shall we head now? Kushina inquired with a smile. 5 minutes later, a fully armed squad strode through the streets of Konoha. At the forefront was a striking red-haired woman, carrying a large scroll, her gait exuding confidence, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Trailing behind were 3 boys, their packs bulging, one of whom, a black-haired youth, was burdened with a level 3 backpack. To the untrained eye, it might seem they were embarking on a special mission, or perhaps returning from one. However, for those in the know, the situation was evidently alarming. Hurry! Stop them! Quickly! Saratobi Hiruzen shouted frantically from his office, oblivious to the spilled tea soaking his documents. Kushina rarely ventured out of Konoha and seldom engaged in battles. But whenever she did, the situation invariably escalated to an S-rank crisis. Yes, an Umbu operative acknowledged before vanishing in an instant. Yet, He had scarcely taken a few steps when Saratobi Hiruzen called him back. Do not go. Absolutely do not go. Do not provoke her. Do not anger her. Hiruzen bellowed again. The last time Kushina had been enraged, the interrogation department of Konoha had been thoroughly revamped. And regrettably, there was little he could do about it. Compensating her? Money was something Kushina had in abundance. Not to mention the wealth she had brought with her from the land of whirlpools. The fortune left to her by her great-grandmother, the First Lady, was more than sufficient to renovate Konoha. Do not doubt it. This is by no means an exaggeration. Kushina had no concept of money, which was directly deposited with the Hokage. If we were to speak of compensation, it would merely be a pittance deducted from Konoha's debts to Kushina. Imprisonment? Scrutiny? Punishment? That was out of the question. Kushina was, after all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and she had an aunt who was equally formidable. She was untouchable and unscoldable. Instead, she often required deference. This was the relationship between a domineering Jinchuriki and a humble Hokage. Yes. Hokage-sama. The Umbu operative, left with no choice, returned. But he was soon joined by 5 more Umbu colleagues, the number of operatives at the Hokage's office forever exceeding one's expectations. You do not have enough personnel. Thus, notify Shikaku to ascertain Kushina's intentions. Saratobi Hiruzen analyzed swiftly, issuing commands with a sense of urgency reminiscent of his younger days on the battlefield. The lion had awakened. He was back in action. Yes. 3 Umbu vanished, leaving 3 behind. You. Summon Danzo immediately, and make haste. Try to avoid a meeting between him and Shikaku. Quickly. Understood. Another 3 Umbu disappeared, leaving Saratobi Hiruzen alone in the office with only the crystal ball before him. At this moment, the Hokage felt a twinge of anxiety, his gaze fixated on the crystal ball, muttering incessantly, "Please, let there be no trouble. Please, no trouble." Is this the place? Upon arriving at the park once more, Kushina crossed her arms, wearing an expression of disdain. This is it. To her surprise, it was Kakashi who responded. Most of the captives caught by Dad are brought here. I've seen it. Welcome to the pitiful Dad Chat group, Kakashi. Beside him, Eishu was taken aback. It dawned on him that these individuals were indeed caught by White Fang. Now, that made for quite a story. The current White Fang was no longer the same. He was now fighting for his son's future, having evolved into the quintessential super dad. Capturing Komoy. How does it seem like a confrontation with Danzo? Yet, there was little time to ponder such matters. Following the guidance of his master was preferable to facing starvation 3 times a day. Kushina hesitated for a moment. I recall there being a seal here. If triggered, it could lead to complications. The individuals inside might relocate. I almost let them escape last time. Almost. Let them escape? What on earth did you do last time? Eishu swallowed hard, a twinge of regret washing over him. Regret? Nonsense. He was determined to act. It had been far too long since he had traversed into this world. He had faced the Uchiha, survived the Chunin exams, and now he hesitated? To cower now would be an affront to the Senju emblem he bore. Sensei, let us 3 scout ahead, he boldly proclaimed. However, Kushina shook her head. Give me a minute to establish the barrier first. Rest assured, they won't escape, Kushina said with a confident smile, exuding the aura of a true warrior. Chapter 98. A day of longing for Minato in Konoha. There exists a master of sealing techniques. With her crimson hair and petite fists, she unfurled a scroll in broad daylight, summoning shadow clones. The 3 youngsters behind her looked on in admiration, while the burly men of the interrogation department stood speechless. For shadow clones took their positions around the interrogation department, forming seals, and simultaneously declared, for purple yang formation. The purple light ascended to the heavens, sealing the east, south, west, and north without a gap, rendering escape impossible. A few small birds flew by, only to meet their demise against the purple curtain. The imposing figures of the interrogation department turned pale, their frames emaciated. The 3 youngsters applauded, exclaiming, Sensei is truly invincible. Go ahead, I will hold off the others outside. Just focus on the fight. I'll cover the cost if necessary. If you can't win, just mention my name. You have my backing. Kushina rallied the children, encouraging them with her fist. Team 7 adjusted their forehead protectors, their gazes resolute. Please rest assured, Sensei. We will not bring shame upon you. They declared. Go forth. I believe in you. Kushina cheered, giving them a thumbs up. With a roar, a breach opened in the violet barrier. And Eishu charged for war. Eishu unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, the bald man with an insatiable appetite for ramen, and the burly figure who had once thrown explosive charms in the examination hall. At this moment, the interrogative department's butcher stood trembling at the door. His hands crossed demurely over his abdomen, exuding an air of utmost sincerity. The others mirrored this sentiment, each devoid of any thought of resistance, practically yearning to surrender unconditionally. This scene left Class 7 in a state of perplexity, caught in a dilemma of indecision. What on earth should they do? Even Obito had abandoned his reckless demeanor. He was the type to yield to gentleness rather than aggression. These muscular men appeared formidable, yet now they seemed as pliable as donuts. Perhaps there was an ambush lurking within? Eishu swallowed hard and mused aloud. This situation was utterly beyond his comprehension. Was Kushina's reputation truly this formidable? What on earth was going on? Eishu glanced once more at the sky, where the sunlight, altered by the four purple flames formation, appeared somewhat dim. Reminiscent of the shadows enveloping the interrogation department of Konoha, Eishu seemed to have an epiphany. So this is what they call a player in the opposing lane. In any case, do not be complacent. It is wise to make some preparations. Eishu set down the heavy bag on his back and formed two shadow clones. As soon as the clones appeared, they wasted no time and began retrieving explosive tags from the bag, affixing them to their bodies. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances and similarly summoned their own shadow clones. This series of actions left the row of burly men at the entrance utterly bewildered. The larger figures had previously endured the chaotic deployment of the four purple flames formation, which they could somewhat tolerate, but the smaller ones were even more absurd. Each one sticking explosive tags onto themselves? Were they preparing for a desperate charge? They bore no grudge. It could only be said that they were not of the same family, nor did they share the same door. The preparations of Team 7 culminated in a smoke bomb. Do not fear. If necessary, just throw the explosive tags inside. Outside the barrier, Kushina was quite displeased, shouting at them from within. They were not foolish. If they threw the tags, the others would evade them. Do not be afraid. Well done. Just like that. Goodness. Why had I not thought of this before? As the smoke cleared, Team 7 had transformed into Team 777, with 3 Yinshus, 3 Kakashis, and 3 Obitos, each adorned with explosive tags. It was impossible to discern which was the original and which were the clones. This sight elicited continuous applause from Kushina. Truly. Her proud and capable disciple displayed both courage and cunning. Chapter 99, Blacktooth. Just as Team 7 cautiously made their way toward the Konoha interrogation department. At the same time, in the Konoha root base, Shikaka stood alone with his sword atop a high platform, facing Danzo, who was preparing to head to the Hokage Tower. Behind them, both the Umbu and root members lurked in the shadows. Had Eishu been present, he might have wondered whether the wood-release boy was among them. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the third Hokage seeking out Yamado. The sudden arrival of so many Umbu has truly startled me, Shikaku, Danzo remarked. His tone as calm as still water, showing no hint of nervousness before the White Fang. It is not unexpected, Elder Danzo, replied the White Fang, arms crossed. Towering at 181 meters, looking down at Danzo, who stood at 170 meters with a slight hunch. The atmosphere was one of superiority. Oh? Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly as he awaited the White Fang's next words. The intentions of the newcomer were clear. Yet this was the root. This was Konoha. The advantage was always his. A root member, codename, Juan, at 11:33 a.m., unlawfully attacked a participant from Sunagakure during this year's Chunin exam. The operation failed, and they have since been captured by the Umbu. The White Fang paused for 2 seconds, his sharp gaze directed at Danzo. Was this command given by you, Elder Danzo? It was a straightforward question, one that could be answered with a simple yes or no. Yet Danzo remained silent. The answer to the question, or rather the White Fang's objective, was not truly about that. What perplexed Danzo was, he could not fathom the White Fang's intentions or decipher his thoughts. What of it? Whether it is or it isn't, what difference does it make? Danzo replied indifferently. Meanwhile, the root members behind him had already adopted a combat-ready stance, their killing intent locked onto the White Fang, while simultaneously aiming at the root. The temperature in the air plummeted as both sides' momentum surged equally. Root held the advantage of terrain. Yet the Umbu led by the White Fang were not few in number. And they appeared fiercer. If it were not for Lord Danzo's orders, then Juan is a spy from an enemy village. Attempting to sabotage the peace between Sunagakure and Konoha, the White Fang said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Danzo's expression turned icy. So, you imply that if her actions were authorized by me, I too would be a spy for the enemy village? With a clash of steel, countless bloody longswords were drawn. Instantly, both factions emerged from the shadows, the high platform becoming crowded with tension as both sides braced for battle. Danzo maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze as cold as a vulture's. However, the hand gripping his cane tightened slightly. The White Fang, in his prime, had witnessed the horrors of battle and bathed in the blood of foes, his name echoing throughout the shinobi world. Danzo pondered, perhaps 20 years ago, he was not as formidable as this younger generation. What troubled him further was the White Fang's monumental transformation over the past year. The Umbu were subordinate to the Hokage, directly responsible to the Hokage. The root, while similarly under the Hokage's jurisdiction, reported directly to him. A year ago, the presence of the White Fang as captain of the Umbu felt akin to the Hokage's personal bodyguard. Yet now, the Umbu, under the White Fang's command, had subtly begun to adopt a stance of independence, subordinate to the Hokage yet led by the White Fang. Elder Danzo was certainly not a spy for the enemy village. The White Fang raised his hand, and the Umbu behind him sheathed their blades instantly, though their sharp gazes remained fixed on their targets. Danzo, noticing this, tapped his cane on the ground, and the root members similarly sheathed their swords, maintaining their standoff through sheer will. Yet at that moment, the White Fang vanished and reappeared right before Danzo, leaving merely a 2-finger gap between them. The abruptness caught the root off guard, and the Umbu had yet to react. The White Fang's eyes scanned the root members before him, a chilling murderous intent emanating, causing none to dare advance. His voice resonated in Danzo's ear. Within that mission, There was one of yours. He sabotaged the operation, forcing me to take the fall. I initially intended to endure in silence, yet you turned the blade towards my son, compelling me to comply. But my dear elder Danzo, what could possibly lead you to the delusion that I would continue to endure and not transform into the very person you fear? The enemy regards me as a fierce tiger, yet why do you perceive me as a fool? You can manipulate it well. The White Fang's voice was like that of a demon in human guise, baring its fangs. His gaze was akin to the unsheathed dagger behind him, motionless yet capable of causing unseen death. No one from the root dared to move, until the White Fang's hand gently rested upon Danzo's shoulder. It was only then that the root members awoke from their stupor. Release him, Lord Danzo. Stay away from the Lord, you wretch. What are you intending to do? The root drew their blades, but hesitated to advance. Not out of fear of the White Fang, but rather out of concern for Danzo's safety, leading to a fervent outburst of curses. In contrast, the Umbu remained remarkably composed, unsheathing their weapons, yet refraining from taking a single step forward, maintaining a resolute silence. They placed their trust in their captain. The Umbu did not fear death, but they dreaded dying without purpose. Their captain, the White Fang, would go to great lengths, even departing the village at night, to personally rescue an injured comrade. I know not what you speak of. Child, depart now, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired. At this moment, Danzo appeared unruffled. Years ago, after the death of his master, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been thrust into leadership, and many within the village resented a young man inheriting the title of Hokage. The number of lives he had taken, including those of his fellow villagers, was considerable. He had faced threats and even assassination attempts from his own kin. The transformation of Root into its present state had emerged from a crucible of bloodshed. A single blade, a solitary individual, could not alter Danzo's resolve. What could the vast Senju accomplish? Time would bear witness to all. I had anticipated you would employ Kakashi to threaten me. Elder Danzo. The White Fang stepped back, creating distance between himself and Danzo, their gazes locking once more. The White Fang maintained his superior stance. If that is the case, then before I eliminate those so-called 7 ninja swordsmen, I must contemplate how to eradicate Root. Danzo remained unwavering. In a cold voice, he replied, You may give it a try. Their eyes locked, both no longer concealing their murderous intent, or perhaps they had never concealed it, merely waiting for the right moment to confront one another. At last, the White Fang raised his hand, and alongside the Umbu behind him, they vanished from sight. The Root members then swiftly gathered behind Danzo, one of his trusted aides speaking in a low tone. Sir, shall we inform the 3rd Hokage? Unnecessary, Danzo decisively rejected. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled, his gaze gradually regaining its chilling intensity. I have underestimated him, or rather, his determination to protect his son. What of Juan? Sir, shall we initiate a rescue? After all, the voice trailed off. The aide met Danzo's suddenly icy stare and dared not meet his gaze. Bowing his head in submission, the members of Root followed suit, kneeling as well. Danzo snorted coldly. Seek an opportunity to eliminate her. Juan has already betrayed us. Chapter 100. The era no longer belongs to us. Old friendum. Hello. Hello, hello. Is it this way? Well, I cannot divulge that. I apologize. Ah, thank you. The preceding dialogue transpired within the interrogation department of Konoha, involving a team adorned with explosive tags and their interaction with the internal interrogators, amidst gestures that words could not convey. Team 7 arrived before a door marked distinctly as interrogation room number 3. Eishu observed that this sign was rather peculiar, being a full centimeter thicker than the other room signs. His curiosity compelled him to touch it, and upon doing so, he discovered that it was actually 2 signs layered upon one another. The lower sign boldly proclaimed, Lounge. Eishu was utterly speechless. From the moment they entered, they had encountered no opposition whatsoever, not even a proper reprimand. Initially, he had thought it was due to Kushina's influence, but it was becoming evident that this was not the case at all. Eishu, I suspect there may be a trick at play here. Let us proceed with caution. The 3 of them, each embodying the essence of a dragon, wore solemn expressions, retrieving their explosive tags, seemingly prepared to blast open the door. Eishu forcefully kicked open the door just before Obito could make his move. This sudden action startled the 3 Obito figures. Inside, a person caught their attention. Clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her athletic physique, she was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Eishu's intrusion, she gently tucked a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a warm smile. You've arrived, Hume greeted cheerfully. Are you all right? Eishu responded with a stoic expression. Now, Hume stood before him. Yet, instead of feeling elated, Eishu found himself in a state of detached contemplation. It was as though his cherished little website had been shut down, leaving him to survive on a solitary educational video for an entire month. The fervor that once burned brightly had long since faded, leaving him with a heart as calm as still water. The beginning was now indistinguishable from the end. It was indeed a tumultuous journey. From the sudden appearances of Obito and Kakashi, announcing that Hume had been captured, to Kushina generously producing a hefty bag of explosive tags and ninja tools, leading them directly to the interrogation department of Konoha. And now, at long last, They were face to face with the very person they sought. Eishu felt as though he were merely an onlooker, devoid of any genuine gaming experience. At that moment, the illustrious Lord White Fang had arrived. A voice rang out, causing a flurry of activity throughout the interrogation department as individuals emerged from various rooms. Ignoring the 7th squad standing at the lounge entrance, they surged towards the exit in excitement. Hurry, hurry. Lord White Fang is here. Our safety is assured. With Lord White Fang's arrival, the skies will clear. Oh, wait for me. The scene resembled that of a celebrity visiting a rural area. With a throng of burly men clamoring for autographs, the 3 little ones were left in a state of confusion. Kakashi, is your father coming? The bewildered Obito inquired. Kakashi, still processing the situation, stared blankly at the exit. If Konoha boasted no other White Fang, then indeed it must be him. So, what do you think? Obito swallowed hard. Can your father best the teacher? He should. Instinctively, as a son. Kakashi felt inclined to assert that his father could easily prevail. Yet, as a ninja who was not particularly fond of fabricating lies, he maintained his composure. He had once asked his father, is there a way to counter teacher's formidable punches, given the strength of the Hatake style? His father had smiled gently in response. Of course, my child. As long as you run fast enough, she won't be able to touch you. I think we should go and see, Kakashi declared solemnly. Obito nodded vigorously in agreement, and the two hastily dispelled their shadow clones, neglecting even to retrieve their explosive tags as they rushed outside. In an instant, the doorway to the interrogation room was left with just the perplexed Eishu and the enigmatic Kumi, who wore a knowing smile. The speed at which Obito and Kakashi dashed away left Eishu questioning whether their haste was intentional. Leaving me here alone is a bit awkward. Just as Eishu deliberated whether to join the fray outside, Kumi exhibited a more graceful demeanor. She rose elegantly, approached Eishu's original form, leaned against him, and whispered softly in his ear, let us return home. Eishu, I wish to say that everyone returns to their own homes. Do I still have a chance? With the water gate no longer in place, we must rely on Baya, for no one else will do. Would you not agree, Danzo? In the Hokage office, gazing at the now dismantled 4 purple yang formation within the crystal ball, the 3rd Hokage finally exhaled in relief. He took a satisfied puff from his pipe and then turned his attention to the ever-somber Danzo before him, expecting Danzo to reprimand him for being too lenient. He was taken aback when Danzo didn't even bother to glance at the crystal ball. The Chunin exams were nearing their conclusion, with both the Cloud and Rock villages already launching their new offensive, while the Mist village remained aggressive. Sarutobi, how much longer do you intend to delay the matter you promised me? Until they are at our doorstep? Shimura Danzo cut straight to the point. This abrupt shift in demeanor caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. Something feels amiss with my old friend today, does it not? Let Baya set forth quickly. Whether it be the Mist or the Cloud and Rock villages, his presence in Konoha. It feels like a waste, Hiruzen. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Having known each other for many years, they were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. In Hiruzen's mind, a suspicion began to form. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, taking a leisurely drag from his pipe. I understand, Sarutobi replied, his tone unaffected. Danzo merely snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused, as if recalling something, casually mentioning, recently, the route needs to expand. I require additional authority to increase personnel. This is not a discussion. I have already obtained the consent of the elders. With that, Danzo departed briskly. His hasty entrance and exit only served to confirm Sarutobi's suspicions. Watching his old comrade's retreating figure, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Has Baya truly placed such pressure upon you, Danzo? The 3rd Hokage mused inwardly. In your eyes, Baya may appear as a thorn in your side, perhaps even a rival to the Uchiha. Yet, your actions over the years have consistently challenged my limits. In the past, I could not allow the Uchiha to become a hindrance to you. But now, Shikamo, that child, so straightforward by nature. Why has he become like this? My old friend, it is time to awaken. This era no longer belongs to us. All we can do is dedicate our final strength to Konoha. The rest shall be entrusted to the younger generation. Volume 2, concluded. Chapter 101. The Chunin exams conclude 3 days later. The Chunin exams proceeded as scheduled. The venue remained unchanged from Eishu's recollection, and the stands were already teeming with spectators. In Konoha, the Chunin exams were a grand event. Not only were ninjas from various clans present, but many ordinary villagers had also gathered to witness the spectacle. Despite the wartime atmosphere, the entire venue buzzed with excitement. There were only 7 groups of candidates. After all, Eishu muttered, just 7 groups, and Konoha had 4 of them. The sand had managed to snag 2 groups, and the spinning girl, Yakura, was among them. What luck indeed. The Rock and Cloud villages had suffered complete losses, with the remaining candidates having failed the written test long ago and returned home. Only the group, led by Terumi Mei from the Mist village, advanced. And Eishu believed that even if they had not advanced, Terumi Mei would still be around. The ninjas from the smaller villages were all under Danzo's command, having been swiftly eliminated by Team 7. However, it was strange that Danzo had suffered such a significant setback, yet had not sought retribution against him. Eishu had long prepared for this occasion. The first group, Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki, correct. Missed, Chiyuri Ryuya. The candidates entered the examination hall. Amidst the cheers, Kakashi rose, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Look over there. It's the child of the White Fang. So young. No wonder he is the son of the White Fang. Already advancing to Chunin at such a tender age? Go for it. Kakashi, or rather, the popularity of the White Fang is soaring. This left Eishu somewhat reflective. Once, the White Fang, amidst the villagers' scorn, chose to take his own life to protect Kakashi. Now, the White Fang, still for Kakashi's sake, stands tall under his encouragement, support, and guidance. Rising up, Kumi had conveyed all necessary information. She was no longer a root ninja, henceforth serving in the Umbu, directly accountable to the White Fang. The supposed attack on Yazong was merely a misunderstanding. It was a trap. However, what the White Fang gained from this? Eishu was unaware. Nevertheless, rising up is indeed a good thing. In the future, he would seek the White Fang for minor matters and Kushina for significant ones. Truly an extravagant arrangement. Minato, and what about me? Eishu, the soy sauce has run out, I beg you. I shall take my leave then. Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, replied dully. Do your best. Eishu offered a perfunctory encouragement. It is not that Team 7 enjoys showing off. The crucial point is that this opponent poses little challenge. They are men who have endured under Kushina's guidance. Quite formidable. As Kakashi took to the arena, the surrounding cheers grew louder. This irked Obito slightly. Yet he felt a twinge of anticipation. Excellent. I hope my opponent proves to be somewhat stronger, so that I can resolve the fight more swiftly than Kakashi. Thus, everyone will recognize my superiority over him. Obito raised his arm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As expected, Kakashi concluded the match with remarkable speed. The Mist Ninja seemed to harbor some misunderstanding towards the Hitaki clan, as he chose not to maintain distance, but instead engaged in close combat. Kakashi delivered 2 swift strikes. One sent the Mist Youth's shuriken flying, while the other landed deftly upon his neck. Effortless, yet brimming with impact. The cheers from the audience soared to new heights. Yet, Eishu searched around, unable to catch a glimpse of White Fang. After 2 more matches, it was finally Obito's turn. His opponent also hailed from the Leaf Village. At first, Eishu believed that this was yet another macro assault targeting the Uchiha clan. However, he soon discerned that Obito's opponent was Hinata's Niji, a young man who claimed to belong to the strongest clan of Konohagakure. The clash of the Sharingan against the Byakugan certainly piqued one's interest. Hinata, he murmured to himself, thus far. He had yet to engage in a confrontation with any member of the Hyuga clan. Not only him, but also Team 7 had not done so. Eishu felt it necessary to remind Obito to maintain distance and engage the enemy with ninjutsu. However, before he could utter a word, Obito had already exchanged a fist bump with Kakashi and dashed towards the arena. Observing Obito's exuberance, Eishu felt a sense of relief. The current Obito was significantly stronger than the one from the original timeline. As the battle commenced, the Hyuga clan's youth unleashed a series of gentle fist techniques with remarkable speed and power. Yet today, Obito was resolute in his desire to showcase his capabilities. Instead of resorting to his proficiency in fire techniques, he opted to wield kunai, engaging the Hyuga in close combat. This foolishness elicited a silent curse from Kakashi. Nevertheless, Eishu discerned the cunning strategy behind Obito's actions. When the 3 of them formed a team, Obito was willing to take the lead. Whether to absorb hits or to show off, knowing that Kakashi would provide support alongside the formidable firepower of a member of the Senju clan. However, in a one-on-one scenario, Obito did not appear as foolish as he seemed. Indeed, he was not lacking in intelligence, as he had managed to attract a small admirer in Shursui. With a flurry of movements, Obito executed his techniques with apparent flair, yet he failed to land a single hit on his opponent. In reality, he sustained no damage whatsoever. Then, the true power of his Sharingan's dynamic vision came into play. Suddenly, Obito retracted his kunai, opened his arms, and seemingly uttered words of confidence, likely alluding to the futility of his opponent's attacks. The young Hyuga, indeed provoked, escalated his assault. However, his gentle fist techniques were evidently not yet mastered. The limited variety of his moves proved fatal against an awakened Uchiha, even if this Uchiha was not particularly astute. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the Hyuga youth exhausted. Although Obito took longer to secure victory, he garnered considerable applause. As he prepared to step down from the arena, a hint of anxiety crossed his mind. It was a close call, but Kakashi likely hadn't noticed. Everything would be fine. Eishu, ready to commend Obito, found himself waiting. After several more matches, it was finally his turn. His opponent was also a Leaf Village ninja, a civilian without affiliation to any clan, tall and slender. He had avoided both Yakura and Terumi Mei. Standing in the arena, Eishu could distinctly feel the audience's fervor, which caused him to retreat inwardly. This is rather pleasant. Eishu raised an eyebrow. Maintaining a low profile is indeed wise. As his adversary charged at him, he clenched his fist. The power of the Senju, activate. Bang. The victor. Leaf Village. Eishu. In the silence of the arena, Eishu triumphed over his opponent, creating a substantial crater in the ground, ultimately claiming victory. Being a civilian ninja has its merits as well. Eishu opened his eyes. The scenes from the Chunin exam seeming to have transpired only moments ago. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, with only a faint sliver of moonlight seeping in from the cave entrance. They were currently sheltering in a cavern, evading relentless pursuit from their adversaries. Indeed, it had been a week since the Chunin exam had concluded. The entire 7th Squad, now Chunin, had swiftly received a B-rank non-combat mission to investigate and assist a team that had gone missing at the borders of the Land of Fire. With a reward of 200,000 Ryo, Minato had not accompanied them, having yet to return to Konoha. The standard configuration for such a mission would typically involve a Jonin leading a team of 3 Genin. However, with the 7th Squad comprised entirely of Chunin, they were technically qualified on paper. Yet, this was, in essence, a task shrouded in layers of complexity. The missing team had originally been engaged in a routine C-rank mission, escorting a blacksmith back from the Land of Iron. Unfortunately, they encountered an unknown ambush on their return journey. Thus, it fell to the 7th Squad to take action. They arrived at the location where the team had vanished, meticulously following every clue. Ultimately, in a secluded corner of the forest at the border of the Land of Fire, they discovered their mission objective, a gruesome array of dismembered bodies, 4 of which were missing their heads. Beyond this grim find, they also uncovered something else, an ambush by Cloud Shinobi. This marked the 7th Squad's first encounter with the brutal realities of war. Obito nearly retched on the spot. The enemy was concealed while they remained exposed, unaware of the number of ambushers lurking in the shadows. As the captain, Eishu made a swift decision to retreat, deploying a hydrogen release technique while simultaneously launching a signal flare. Whether any comrades from Konoha would observe the signal was uncertain to him. His intention was to intimidate the enemy, and the combination of the hydrogen technique and the flare successfully bought them approximately 10 minutes. However, this also attracted another wave of foes, a demolition squad from Awagakure. Once again, a combination of IWA and Kumo. The strength of this new enemy was far beyond what they had faced during the Chunin exam. They could dominate among their peers, even within the ranks of minors. But they were still far from being seasoned veterans on the battlefield. Thus, the 7th Squad immediately initiated a tactical withdrawal. All members played the role of seasoned veterans, engaging as they retreated, avoiding confrontation while the enemy grew weary. If the enemy pulled back, so would they. This marked the 3rd day of their tactical retreat, with a current tally of 0 deaths and 5 kills, a notable achievement. Suddenly, as Obito slept, he was jolted awake by a dream, his eyes wide with fury, breath quickening, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Indeed, upon witnessing the horrific scene of the Konoha ninja's demise, combined with a year of arduous training, Obito's Sharingan had reached its zenith. Eishu silently offered a water bottle. Daitu, still panting like a bull, accepted it and gulped down a couple of swigs before deactivating his Sharingan. Phew, what did you dream about this time? Kakashi, awakened by the noise, wore an expression of irritation. After all, they had finally found a relatively safe haven, and he had hoped to steal a moment of rest, only to discover that danger lurked nearby. Daitu turned his head, staring blankly at Kakashi. The look in his eyes, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. Forget it, let's not discuss it. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, as he had an inkling of the contents of Daitu's dreams. This situation was untenable. At that moment, Eishu, who had remained silent, spoke up. Our supplies of food and water are dwindling. We cannot possibly hold out until reinforcements arrive. If we wait any longer, we will inevitably perish from hunger. Eishu did not explicitly state that reinforcements should have arrived long ago. However, it is likely that they have already been concealed by either Awagakure or Kumogakure. Or perhaps both factions have joined forces to eliminate them. Despite the arduous journey of the past few days, they have not returned empty-handed. It appears that Awagakure and Kumogakure share a common objective, one that is evidently aimed at Konoha, which necessitates that they must not be allowed to return alive. Indeed, even the intelligence must not be permitted to escape. Therefore, shall we prepare for a counterattack? Kakashi remarked as he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, his brow furrowed. I have less than 20 explosive tags remaining. Obito raised his hand to report. I have even fewer, only 11. No, 10 tags, 1 is defective. Though it may still serve as a deterrent. I still have a bit left, Eishu said, quietly retrieving a stack of explosive tags, along with a storage scroll. Here are 35 tags. My master space scroll contains an additional 500 tags, which should suffice for our needs. Eishu disclosed his reserves, his face displaying a hint of discomfort. How much could these explosive tags fetch if converted into currency? His longing to join the Akatsuki organization grew stronger. These explosive tags were all provided during the rescue operation led by Kushina. After the mission, Kushina, in a good mood, generously gifted them all to him. Eiji summoned 3 shadow clones and spent a full hour meticulously counting before arriving at the precise number, 171 explosive tags. The ninja tools were comparatively scarce, not even amounting to a fraction of the explosive tags. The most valuable items were actually the blank storage scrolls, compact, easily portable, and capable of holding far more explosive tags than Eiji currently possessed. Reluctant to carry too many, Eiji settled for bringing only 500 explosive tags along with a pile of wooden logs for substitution techniques. Under the incredulous gazes of Kakashi and Obito, who regarded him as if he were some sort of monstrosity, Eiji formed hand seals and unsealed the spatial scroll, revealing neatly arranged stacks of explosive tags within. Well, you each get 200, he said, handing them over. Use them sparingly, all right? Eishu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Obito and Kakashi were rather unceremonious, casually pocketing the explosive tags, 250 for each of them, leaving Eishu with merely the original stack he had produced, 35 tags. Although Eishu felt somewhat uneasy, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, he still possessed another spatial scroll. Their relentless pursuit of us must be to conceal something significant. Eishu, with a demeanor as serious as a mask, spoke, and both Kakashi and Obito nodded in agreement. As for the paths we could take back, most are likely blocked by them. Even if they aren't entirely obstructed, we cannot rely on luck, as that would pose too great a risk. Kakashi and Obito continued to nod. Obito even contemplated raising his hand to suggest, why not simply state what we should do? I can hardly comprehend it anyway. Thus, the only avenue available to us now does not lead back to Konoha, but rather, Eishu's gaze turned icy as he declared, we shall fight back. After evading for so many days, he had gathered a substantial understanding of the enemy's approximate location and numbers. Unlike the initial passive retreat, the 7th Squad now possessed the initiative. Although the enemy was aware that the 7th Squad consisted of merely 3 members, barely reaching adulthood collectively, this very fact became their advantage. After all, the explosive tags were not constrained by age. Moreover, Eishu harbored an unsettling premonition that a certain recluse might be watching them closely. If they continued to flee, a tragedy could unfold at any moment. This battle represented the 7th Squad's inaugural confrontation in a strict sense. It was imperative to execute it splendidly, showcasing their spirit and vitality. Chapter 103. A frugal Senju. The moonlight of the night was largely overshadowed by dark clouds and further fragmented by dense foliage. The 7th Squad raced through the darkness, swift and silent, pausing every 20 minutes to set traps before continuing their journey. As Eishu had anticipated, the farther they moved from the land of fire, the less they encountered any signs of life. This, of course, heightened the vigilance of the 7th Squad. While their actions undoubtedly exploited the gaps in the enemy's thinking objectively, they were also venturing deeper into hostile territory. Once their traps began to trigger consecutively, the enemy would swiftly catch on. If they failed to respond appropriately, they could easily find themselves surrounded. Eishu's plan was to establish an expansive, non-linear, and profoundly deep trap circle within the forest, ideally in a circular formation. This way, when enemies encircled them, the sound of the trap's detonation would guide them to the vulnerabilities in the enemy's perimeter. Areas untouched by footsteps, or where the noise was excessively loud or faint, could serve as their escape routes. It was a matter of fortune. During their advance, Team 7 halted once more to set up explosive talismans according to their predetermined strategy. However, before they could commence, a disturbance approximately 50 meters ahead startled the trio, causing them to instinctively conceal themselves like startled birds. The method of concealment employed by Team 7 was deliberate and strategic. Eishu, tasked with providing suppressive fire, often opted for nearby hiding spots, crouching in the underbrush, or even resorting to transformation techniques to blend in with the foliage. His aim was not necessarily to remain undetected by the enemy, but rather to be the first to reveal himself, thus drawing attention away from his comrades. After Eishu, the offensive chain of Team 7 begins with Obito, followed by Kakashi. The distinction between the two is akin to a warrior who approaches with caution and an assassin who embodies subtlety. Obito takes the lead, dispelling the enemy's final vestiges of vigilance, while Kakashi remains poised, seeking out isolated or injured foes, commonly known as KNG them. Thus, both choose relatively concealed locations from which they can observe either the enemy or Eishu, as the timing of their engagement is dictated by Eishu's command. Though small, the sparrow is complete in its anatomy. With Eishu, the versatile ninja, as part of Team 7, they can execute virtually any tactical maneuver. However, there are inherent shortcomings. The perceptive capabilities of Team 7 remain a consistent weakness. Kakashi struggles to learn this aspect, his understanding of spatial manipulation confined to the range of his short blade's attack, as well as his grasp of chakra. He epitomizes the archetype of a close combat assassin. This may very well explain why, in his original timeline, aside from the volume of chakra, he could not master the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito, on the other hand, possesses a modicum of talent in this realm, yet he chooses not to pursue it. His rationale is that he harbors no intention of countering Kakashi's techniques. He simply lacks the motivation to learn. He studies Earth Release so that Kakashi can engage him in a fair physical confrontation, devoid of trickery. He delves into Genjutsu to ensure he can face Kakashi calmly, ultimately aiming to outmaneuver him. Eishu harbored a desire to master sensory ninjutsu. His chakra was intricately manipulated, suggesting that such a form of ninjutsu should come easily to him. However, the crux of the matter lay in his lack of time. The power of the Senju and an array of ninjutsu had already drained much of his energy. To match the developmental pace of his ninjutsu instructor, sacrifices were inevitable. The sound of rustling leaves indicated that the enemy was drawing near. Team 7 stood vigilant. This time, Eishu opted against using transformation techniques. The enemy had reached this point, indicating their operational range was severely limited. A swift resolution followed by immediate relocation was the most prudent course of action. Gradually, 3 figures entered Eishu's line of sight. The night was too dark for him to discern the enemy's forehead protectors, leaving him only with a vague impression of their silhouettes. The adversaries were not particularly swift, and there was no exchange of words along their path. Although the atmosphere lacked the tension typical of battle, a state of alertness remained essential. Unlike the narratives depicted in novels and television dramas, where enemies might converse and inadvertently reveal information, this scenario was starkly different. The 3 figures continued to draw closer. The ring finger of Eishu's left hand subtly arched. This was a signal for Obito to prepare for the impending assault. 40 meters. Eishu closed his eyes, ceasing to observe, as his hands began to form intricate seals. An experienced hunter does not linger too long in aiming at his prey before firing. Similarly, a ninja, having faced life and death, often possesses an inexplicable premonition of the moment of demise. 3 seconds later, the imprint of the cherry blossom is soon to be complete, and the ninjutsu is nearing its final form. He opened his eyes, locking onto the enemy's position one last time. The foe was now merely a little over 10 meters away, a distance that fell within the optimal striking range for the cherry blossom. Eishu wished to bide his time a little longer, striving for a decisive strike that would minimize delay, allowing him to set up traps in due course. However, the adversaries had already sensed something amiss. Although they had failed to ascertain the location of Team 7, the ninjas capable of venturing to the borders of the Land of Fire were certainly not to be underestimated. Eishu, feeling no need to conceal any longer, unleashed the chakra that had been prepared, surging forth with fervor. Water release, water bullet. In his heart, Eishu silently chanted a phrase, and immediately, a series of water spheres surged forth from the darkness, hurtling towards the trio. This is bad. The enemy reacted with remarkable swiftness, dispersing at once while drawing their blades in response. Simultaneously, a fiery technique was unleashed, Great Fireball. The flames momentarily illuminated the forest, dispelling the pervasive darkness. Eishu discerned the forehead protector of the enemy, a clear indication of a ninja from the hidden cloud. Although several water bullets had missed their mark, this was, in the strictest sense, the first offensive ninjutsu that Eishu had mastered. Even a single shot was rarely something one could withstand, even if the opponent was a rugged brute from the hidden cloud. Soon, a muffled groan was heard, followed by the sound of metal clashing. As Kakashi also made his move, Eishu did not remain idle. He dashed towards a wounded member of the Cloud Hidden, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. In that moment, Eishu raised his arm, which had been gathering chakra for quite some time. Mighty Force, activate. The chakra manipulation of Eishu is extraordinarily intricate, so refined that even he finds it hard to conceive of anyone in his original timeline who could rival him. The remarkably exceptional adult Sakura barely qualifies as a contender, considering she is a true commoner capable of mastering the 100 healing techniques. Tsunade can also be deemed a peer, having achieved the status of the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, her chakra's delicacy standing in stark contrast to her personality. Eishu and Tsunade belong to the same clan. However, when it comes to chakra manipulation, their approaches diverge significantly. Take brute strength, for instance. As a medical ninja, Tsunade, with her immense chakra reserves, often creates an explosive impact when unleashing her formidable power, literally shattering the surroundings. Yet, Tsunade herself possesses a delicate nature. Her medical ninjutsu chakra is refined to the cellular level. This allows her to operate at both extremes, either employing raw force indiscriminately or executing meticulous cellular surgeries. In contrast, Eishu, perhaps shaped by a life of hardship, exhibits a frugality that has become ingrained in his very being. He might haggle over the price of an egg for ages, and he seldom allows even a drop of chakra to go to waste, meticulously calculating every ounce. When faced with adversaries, while Tsunade might reduce them to mere pulpy remains, Eishu adopts a precise approach. With his fingers poised together like a bird's beak, he meticulously controls his chakra, fearing the waste of even a single drop. His strike targets the chest of a cloud ninja with no ostentation. No grand gestures, just a direct thrust that pierces through, with a white arm entering and a red arm emerging. Ninjutsu, Hellstab, Thousand Hands Technique version, engage. Chapter 104, Damn Those Old Six. The enemy was dispatched with utmost speed. The 7th squad did not dawdle. After setting traps on the corpses, they set off once more. The sounds they generated were not loud, akin to a sudden gust of wind in the night, yet surrounded by ninjas, they had no reason to linger. Indeed, shortly after their departure, as they were arranging another set of explosive tags, a distant explosion echoed through the darkness. Boom. Explosive tags vary in potency, determined by financial means and mastery of techniques. Fortunately, Kushina possessed both, resulting in the traps laid by Eishu and his comrades wielding tremendous power. The sound of the explosion was equally formidable. They began to rush back. Eishu spoke in a low voice. The three exchanged glances and, without a word, hastened their departure. After advancing a distance, they no longer paused, each leaving behind a shadow clone and explosive tags to set traps. The explosions erupted in succession, piercing through the night with a jarring intensity. The entire forest seemed to awaken, enveloped by an unprecedented tension hovering over the seventh squad. The explosions drew ever nearer, and a relentless pursuit seemed to trail behind them. Eishu's brow furrowed with increasing concern. He found himself perplexed about the number of enemies they faced. Initially, the pursuers from Yunin and Yining numbered approximately 12 to 18. The forces from Yunin were fewer, while those from Yining were greater. However, with the successive detonations of the explosive talismans, it was evident that their adversaries were tracking their movements. If all those explosive talismans were to be effective, not even 30 individuals could withstand the onslaught. 300 would likely be overwhelmed. As the explosions drew nearer, Eishu began to suspect that someone had unraveled their trap. Damn it, it's Lao Lu. Eishu silently cursed, reflecting that those who can discern the traps laid by others are often adept at crafting traps themselves. Such individuals are utterly despicable and evoke disdain. Meanwhile, misfortune compounded as they faced not only the relentless pursuit of the sixth, but also the daunting challenges ahead of the seventh squad. Just as they passed a thicket, the earth trembled ominously, an ambush by several hidden rock ninjas. The ground quaked as numerous earthen spears erupted from the soil, and the enemy had timed their assault impeccably, leaving the seventh squad with no room to maneuver. Eishu was at a loss, exclaiming in disbelief at the escalating treachery. At that critical moment, he sprang into action. He delivered a swift kick to Kakashi's rear, propelling him a considerable distance away, before seizing Obito by the collar and hurling him skyward. Simultaneously, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading an earthen spear. Following that, he summoned his chakra with fervor, smashing it down upon the ground. A thunderous explosion ensued as the land before him was transformed into a deep crater. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Eishu's hands began to weave intricate seals, his fingers almost sparking with energy, culminating in a forceful strike against the earth. Earth release, earth flow river. Mastery of chakra transformation does not guarantee flawless execution of all ninjutsu, even when one possesses an innate affinity for a particular chakra nature. Perfect utilization during ninjutsu activation remains elusive. The strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen lies in his profound understanding of chakra nature, allowing him to wield any ninjutsu with unparalleled precision. Eishu still lacked a certain finesse. The consumption of earth-style chakra exceeded that of water-style by nearly 40%. Yet, his chakra reserves were abundant. Fueled by an unrestrained surge of chakra, Eishu forcefully seized control over this expanse of land. Utilizing the terrain with earth-style techniques meant manipulating the very essence of the earth itself. When both parties sought to employ the same terrain for their jutsu, the contest hinged upon the quality and quantity of chakra. The ground transformed into sludge, with the once stalwart earthen spears dissolving as if they were mere water. Indeed, they had vanished entirely. The muck surged forth, relentlessly advancing towards several rock shinobi. Simultaneously, Kakashi adjusted his position, seamlessly slipping into the underbrush, activating his assassin mode. Above, Obito began forming hand seals, targeting the practitioner. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A resounding roar. The flames illuminated the night once more. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. The rock shinobi, caught off guard, found themselves transformed from ambushers to those under siege. Remarkably, the current scenario bore a striking resemblance to the earlier ambush conducted by Team 7 against several cloud shinobi. Eishu, employing an unreasonable earth release technique, effortlessly transformed a defensive move into an offensive one. With his fire release technique suppressing, Kakashi unveiled his short blade. The battle concluded in approximately 1 minute. The synergy between the earth flow river of Eishu and the fire dragon flame bullet of Dato creates a formidable offensive strategy, incinerating foes, only for Kakashi to deliver the finishing blow. Kushina's guidance has yielded remarkable results for the trio. Had their adversary been Kushina, the three might have found themselves in dire straits within moments. However, the combat prowess of Team 7 cannot be underestimated based solely on their age. Do not overthink it. Tucci. Eishu obstructed Dato, who was preparing to set a series of explosive traps, casting a grave glance towards the distance. The sound of explosions grew increasingly closer. A mere echo will suffice. We must depart swiftly, he urged, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Dato nodded, and the trio wasted no time in their departure. The pace of their pursuers was surprisingly rapid, exceeding Eishu's expectations. Setting a trap required only a few seconds, yet the intervals between the traps being triggered were alarmingly brief. In Eishu's view, this could signify two possibilities. Either multiple teams were triggering traps simultaneously, or one or several seasoned veterans were at the forefront, clearing the path. The former, while concerning, would still result in casualties. However, if it were the latter, those wretched veterans would meet a dire fate. As Team 7 advanced swiftly through the night, they remained oblivious to the pair of crimson eyes silently observing them. They seemed to be accelerating, quite vigilant. A voice with an odd intonation resonated, and the youth with the scarlet gaze let out a cold chuckle. Let us play with them a little longer. Death is merely a matter of time for them. The youth's voice was somewhat hoarse, his mask concealing the ghastly visage scorched by flames. His blood-red eyes brimmed with malice. Adorned with two magatama, he was none other than Uchiha Huo. Dato unleashed a fireball, incinerating Uchiha Huo's dignity. The youth, who once had a bright future ahead, ultimately bore the weight of it all, descending into darkness. At that crucial moment, Uchiha Huo did not think of family, comrades, or how to escape from the abyss. Rather, he contemplated how to drag others down into the depths of darkness alongside him. Chapter 105. Have we encountered an opponent? At 4:35 a.m. On the fifth day of Team 7's B-Rank rescue mission, dawn began to break, revealing the team's most significant issue, their physical endurance. After all, their average age barely exceeded 7. The team leader, Eishu, approaching his 8th birthday and endowed with the Senju clan's bloodline limit, could endure another day without issue. However, Kakashi and Dato were struggling, particularly Kakashi, who, as an assassin, had a low stamina threshold. With no other choice, Eishu opted to rest temporarily by a small river, releasing shadow clones equipped with explosive tags to scout for potential dangers. Gulping down water, Dato felt unsatisfied after consuming a whole pot. He approached the riverbank to fill his container again, but Eishu promptly halted him. Be cautious, it may be poisoned. Indeed, while the water was flowing, it was located downstream, posing a risk if someone upstream had contaminated it, potentially turning Team 7 into a barbecue feast. Do not question Eishu's vigilance. If he were in pursuit, he would employ the same strategy. In fact, laying in wait at the water source would be a far more prudent tactic than a direct assault. Ensnaring the enemy was the safest course of action. As it turned out, the water was not necessarily poisoned. However, an ambush was indeed afoot. Shurikens sliced through the air from across the river, targeting the trio. Gather around me, Eishu commanded, his hands forming seals. Aware of the potential ambush near the water source, he had chosen this location for a reason. As he completed his seals, the once calm river began to stir, the water swirling away from its banks, coiling around Team 7 in a dynamic, rotating barrier. Water release, water barrier. But that was not the end. During his research into hydrogen release, Eishu had first succeeded in manipulating the form and nature of water chakra. While his water techniques may not have surpassed those of the legendary Tobirama, they were certainly more unconventional. The water barrier obstructed the barrage of shurikens, and 2 dragon heads emerged from the swirling barrier, poised to confront the hidden foes on either side. Indeed, in addition to the enemies across the river, the pursuers behind them had also arrived. Prepare smoke bombs, Eishu shouted. Followed by water release, twin dragons. 2 water dragons surged forth towards the adversaries, nearly depleting the river of its water, while the water dragons drained the barrier dry. Eishu dared not linger, for he needed to buy time. Thus, the offensive of the water dragon technique was exceptionally fierce. Before the smoke bomb ascended, he swiftly surveyed the enemy's deployment under the cover of night. Across the river lay the rock-hidden village, numbering only 3, who had already begun to counter the water dragon's onslaught with earth-release techniques. Behind him was a joint force of the rock and cloud-hidden villages. Although termed a coalition, in truth, they maintained a wary distance from one another, with the rock-hidden forces still enjoying a numerical advantage. Among the enemy ranks, there were approximately 10 from the rock-hidden, while the cloud-hidden was merely represented by a small squad of 6. In that fleeting moment, Eishu pondered many thoughts. The disparity in numbers between the cloud and rock-hidden should not have been so vast. He recalled it should have been a more balanced 4-6. After all, the rock-hidden was known for overwhelming their adversaries through sheer numbers, a long-standing tradition. In the original timeline, Team 7 had been relentlessly pursued and besieged by a multitude. The third Reikage AI had been assaulted by 10,000, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The rock-hidden was notorious for employing such tactics, particularly under the leadership of an old man named Inoki. However, what astonished Eishu most was that, despite the multitude of explosive tags, the enemy appeared virtually unscathed. With casualties almost negligible, the cloud-hidden had lost a few, but their losses were indeed limited. Eishu endeavored to discern the lecherous old man through his features, sensing that there must be an expert in mind detection among them. Alas, as smoke began to rise, time was of the essence. For smoke grenades signified the tactical maneuver of the fourth old man, a strategy frequently employed by the trio, combining earth evasion with shadow duplication to lure the enemy. Eishu first summoned his shadow clone before burrowing underground, dragging Kakashi and Obito down with him. The shadow clone transformed into a second iteration of Team 7, seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke to make their escape. This tactic often proves effective, as their youth tends to create a psychological illusion, leading others to assume they are frightened and will flee. In reality, their escape route is simply unconventional. However, this time, Team 7 faced a formidable opponent, the shadow clone. They were beneath the ground. Here I come. Earth release. Crumbling earth fist. If you don't come out, you'll be crushed beneath the earth, you little brats. Damn it, run, Eishu shouted, and the 3 dared not linger, hastily emerging from their hiding place. This technique was not unfamiliar to Eishu. To put it simply, the Obito from the original Void had been overwhelmed by this very move, ultimately being duped by Madara into engaging in a pyramid scheme. Eishu had no intention of directly offering 3 heads to Ban. Ban? Eishu suddenly realized something, but it was too late, as the 3 of them had just emerged, still unsteady on the trembling ground. They were greeted by a flurry of kunai and long swords wielded by a group of burly men. Kakashi unsheathed his blade, while Obito brandished his kunai, revealing his dual Sharingan. Eishu's heart raced, and chakra surged wildly within him. It was time to employ that technique, comrades. Let's charge across the river to slay. I shall handle this myself. Eishu summoned 4 shadow clones, resulting in a total of 5 Eishus appearing on the scene. One of them formed hand seals and pressed down onto the ground, instantly enveloping the earth and chakra. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. The ground became exceedingly muddy, and the area affected was considerable. Upon exhausting its use, this shadow clone dissipated. The rock-hidden and cloud-hidden forces were momentarily restrained. But soon 2 rock-hidden ninja pressed their hands against the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up, standing firm amidst the mire, allowing the others to leap onto it and propel themselves towards Team 7. At this moment, Obito and Kakashi had already charged towards the rock hidden on the opposite bank of the river. It was evident that Team 7 was determined to break through. There were fewer enemies in that direction, presenting a potential escape route. 2 Eishus closely followed, each forming hand seals. The 2 rear Eishus had already ignited small water spheres in their hands. Water release, spiraling water blade. The penetrating bullets transformed into penetrating cannonballs, as both individuals unleashed 4 water spheres, each the thickness of a fist, soaring forth. The techniques devised by Eishu exhibit a typical, yet formidable prowess. 2 members from the rock-hidden faction and 1 from the cloud-hidden faction attempted to deflect the oncoming assault with shuriken and long swords. What was intended as merely a minor distraction from a mere imp's ability instead culminated in a powerful shockwave that sent them hurtling backwards. Enemy casualties, 3, remaining, approximately 10. At this juncture, Eishu had finally completed his extensive preparations. Ready, Eishu bellowed loudly. Kakashi and Obito, who had just rushed to the front of the rock concealment, turned back without a second thought, their speed returning as fierce as their initial advance. They swiftly materialized beside Eishu, simultaneously forming hand seals for the same overused technique. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. As they burrowed into the ground, the electrifying water sphere nestled between Eishu's 4 hands had essentially transformed into a colossal balloon, remarkably larger than the Great Ball Rasengan, twice its size. In fact, this was the result of Eishu's chakra, a hydrogen release technique birthed from his efforts. The shadow clone promptly vanished, while Eishu quietly produced an explosive tag, activating it and tossing it into the air. Just before Kakashi and Obito dragged him into the earth and desperately employed earth release, underground navigation to escape, Eishu spread his arms wide and raised 2 middle fingers. Farewell, you fools. Retreat. It was uncertain which ninja nearly lost their voice shouting those words. 3 seconds later, boom. Chapter 106. 5 photographs. The hydrogen release technique, after over 2 years of Eishu's research, had begun to show results. Its advantages and disadvantages were now glaringly evident. Advantages: formidable power, extensive range. Disadvantages: overwhelming power, excessive range. Thus, it was clear that Eishu could only regard this as a last resort, a life-saving skill to turn the tables when necessary. Let's communicate amicably. Do not think you can bully me. Once the hydrogen release was unleashed, it was a matter of survival. The trio had remained underground for a while. The earth release, inner decapitation technique had helped them mitigate some of the impact, while earth release, underground navigation had softened the soil, allowing them to cushion the blow and distance themselves from the explosion's radius. However, these earth techniques were no substitute for a bomb shelter. The 7th squad's evasion window was merely 3 seconds, and they were still considerably shaken. They lingered underground until their heads stopped spinning, finally emerging above ground. Sure enough, the surroundings were charred black, with several scorched corpses strewn about, remnants of their futile attempts at defense barely visible amidst the debris. Clearly, their underground refuge had not sufficed. If the 7th squad had been rattled, those who faced the explosion directly fared even worse. A massive crater marred the ground, a result of Eishu's choice for an airburst. Otherwise, the pit would have been even larger. Finally, it's over. Obito exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. He had truly reached his limit after a night of frantic running and continuous battles, both his strength and chakra depleted. Kakashi was similarly fatigued. Though he regarded Eishu with a peculiar expression, having all graduated from the same institution, he couldn't fathom why Eishu possessed such vast reserves of chakra. 8, 9, 11. The vigilant Eishu continued counting heads. The hydrogen release technique was not infallible. Kobayashi Masayuki had evaded it once, nearly escaping. In fact, Eishu had begun contemplating how to execute effective long-range strikes. Traditional hydrogen bombs facilitated air-to-ground long-range attacks. Perhaps wind release could achieve this, and shadow clones might also be a possibility. However, with his mind expanding, Eishu pondered a potentially superior approach. If his earth release proved potent enough, could he not emerge from underground with the hydrogen release technique, launching a subterranean assault upon the surface? Would that not be more efficient? A skyscraper rising from the ground. Wouldn't that be a delightful surprise? When I return, I must insist that the old man grant me the earth technique. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Eishu found himself startled by an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, from the ground not far from the three individuals, a figure erupted, brandishing a shuriken with unwavering intent, aimed directly at Eishu. At that instant, Eishu was lost in his own thoughts, never anticipating that he would be ambushed by the very attack he had envisioned. This was reckless. A chill coursed through Eishu's gaze. Indeed, physical combat was his Achilles heel. However, he possessed a notable advantage, immense strength and an indifference to pain. With his fingers poised in a beak-like formation, chakra surged within him in an instant, preparing Eishu for action. But just then, a moment of alarm struck him. Be careful. A heart-wrenching roar echoed, causing Eishu's heart to skip a beat. It was none other than Abido, who, with remarkable swiftness, leaped forth and tackled Eishu, narrowly saving him from peril. Oh dear. Eishu was left speechless, having already envisioned his celebratory stance. Yet, before he could even muster his outrage, a warm droplet fell upon his face, sending another jolt of surprise through him. As Eishu turned his head, he beheld the figure of Abido, who was leaning against him. A crimson streak marred Abido's face, beginning from the brow of his left eye and slanting downward to the area beneath his right eye. Blood dripped steadily downwards, splattering onto Eishu's face, both wearing expressions of shock and bewilderment. Titobi, Eishu tentatively called out. At that moment, Abido's eyes regained a flicker of vitality. He said nothing, merely glanced at Eishu, seemingly reassured by the sight of him unscathed, and then collapsed directly. Ping. Kakashi took command of the battlefield. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself at a dead end, struggling to hold on. Come help me, you two. Kakashi narrowly evaded an attack, casting a quick glance at the entwined pair, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ping. Another collision ensued, and Kakashi found it increasingly difficult to defend himself, ultimately getting kicked next to Eishu. However, he paid little heed to his own plight and swiftly turned to Abido. Are you all right? I'm fine. Eishu carefully placed Abido down, gradually rising to his feet, taking a deep breath, and forming hand seals to summon two shadow clones. One clone hoisted Abido onto its back, while the other began to heal his face. Eishu's gaze, however, remained fixed on the figure before him, a rock village ninja. The ninja's eyes sparkled with provocation, a malicious grin adorning his face, his fingers deftly twirling a kunai, reminiscent of a perverse individual with peculiar inclinations. You two go ahead, Kakashi. My shadow clone will tend to him on the way. The tree tilted its neck slightly. Once I resolve this troublesome matter, I shall swiftly catch up. As soon as the words left my lips, a thunderous sound erupted. Eishu's legs propelled him forward with tremendous force, creating a small crater in the ground beneath him. His body hurtled towards the rock-hidden ninja like a cannonball, his fists pulsating with a chaotic surge of chakra. The impact, though it failed to strike the rock ninja, left a deep indentation in the earth. At this moment, Eishu unleashed the fury that surged within him. The rock ninja, perched on a branch, gazed down in astonishment. How could you? How is this possible? His voice bore a tone of incredulity, yet there was an odd inflection that seemed familiar to Eishu. However, the rage that consumed him stifled any rational thought. He transformed once more into a projectile, swinging his fists forward with relentless determination. His eyes burned crimson. At this very moment, in a modest wooden hut nestled within the dense forest of Konoha, an elderly man coughed violently, his expression grave as he rummaged through the cluttered space in search of something. Time was of the essence. He unearthed a small box from the debris, containing 2 scrolls, 2 opaque containers, and several aged photographs. With a swift hand seal, a shadow clone materialized, solidified from chakra, standing erect yet exuding an air of profound depth. Is it time? He pondered. Very well, go. The elder entrusted the box to the clone, which sighed as its gaze fell upon the retrieved photographs. Are we certain we won't inform that child? The elder remained silent, his eyes fixed on the images. The first photograph depicted 5 small children, one recently orphaned, cradled in the embrace of an older cousin. The second captured the moment of alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, a handshake between 2 men, while a child in the corner had matured, offering sincere blessings. The third showed the child now a parent, holding a beautiful daughter, with the elder brother absent. Yet the second brother embraced the child, their family radiating warmth. The fourth revealed the child grown, enamored with a Uchiha lad, who had fathered a robust son. The one small child had now become a grandfather. Tragically, the girl had perished in battle. The young man searched desperately, but all that returned was a lifeless body, robbed of its eyes. Though he retrieved the eyes, the child's parents were lost, and the Senju clan had vanished as well. The 5th photograph was more recent, showcasing the child now a ninja, bearing his mother-esque features, with facial traits reminiscent of his second brother, and a hairstyle akin to that of his elder brother. He could have led an ordinary life, like the few surviving Senju, forsaking the path of a ninja for mere survival. The elder spoke, directing his words to the shadow clone, as if in quiet contemplation or seeking solace in his own heart. Ultimately, I have guided him onto the path of a ninja. Do you think I have erred? Chapter 107. Microscopic chakra response. At this moment, Eishu's condition was peculiar. His chakra was indeed dwindling, yet it felt more fluid in its application. If one were to articulate this abstract sensation, he would describe it as mastery. Each pulse of chakra resonated clearly, obediently responding to his commands. This complete utilization of his innate power only intensified Eishu's agitation. Indeed, it was a formidable sensation. Having gained strength, why not indulge in its full expression? With a surge of momentum, Eishu positioned himself before the rock ninja. His speed had escalated, surpassing even Kakashi's prowess, who would have felt inadequate in comparison. Faced with Eishu's diminutive fists, the rock ninja instinctively chose to evade rather than confront. He attempted to retaliate with his kunai. It must be noted that Eishu's close combat skills were rather rudimentary. His strength and speed were his only advantages. Yet, the rock ninja, despite appearing equally unremarkable, exuded an inexplicable calmness. It seemed that life and death were not considerations within his realm of thought. Eishu's punch missed its mark, igniting his fury even further. He swiftly executed a spinning move, attempting to deliver a knee strike, yet it was evaded once more. In that moment, the rock-cloaked ninja seized the opportunity, thrusting a kunai directly towards Eishu. At that instant, Eishu was faced with two choices. He could prudently evade, even utilizing a series of hand seals to unleash a wave of ninjutsu during his retreat. However, this was the decision he would have undoubtedly made in the past. Now, he leans more towards confronting the challenge head-on. Eishu's eyes turned icy cold, instinctively preparing to seize the kunai barehanded. He even harbored the fleeting illusion that he could crush the kunai with his grip. Yet in that very moment, when thought translated into action, as bioelectricity spurred his muscles into motion, in Eishu's mind, a third option emerged. His hand, during the forceful engagement, descended exactly 1 centimeter, neither more nor less, causing his arm to perfectly misalign with the kunai, their two arms nearly touching. Then, with a swift motion, Eishu's small hand grasped the arm of the rock ninja. I've got you now. Eishu's lips curled into a smile, innocent and pure. The rock-hidden ninja was taken aback, attempting to break free, yet he overlooked Eishu's other hand. In a swift motion, Eishu seized the ninja's shoulder and, with a gentle leap, planted both feet firmly against the ninja's chest, unleashing a sudden burst of strength. With a resounding crack, Eishu astonishingly ripped off both arms in succession. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The arms appeared strikingly lifelike, yet not a single drop of blood fell. Where they connected to the body was a viscous white fluid. In that moment, Eishu felt as though he had yanked off two remarkably crafted prosthetics. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Eishu, but he soon regained his composure. This was not a prosthetic. The figure before him was not a rock-hidden ninja, but rather, it was the dreaded white Zetsu. Obito had indeed set his sights on them. In a state of heightened excitement, one's thoughts tend to become linear, colloquially known as being high. A psychologically resilient individual may swiftly regain their calm and make the most rational judgments. Eishu's psychological resilience is relatively commendable. At this very moment, he is capable of contemplating two potential avenues. Firstly, given that the adversary before him is none other than white absolute, he finds solace in the fact that there is little to fear. Such a creature may appear formidable, yet in truth, it harbors no real threat. Secondly, with the understanding that Obito has already locked onto their position, the most pressing danger now lies with him. However, since his shadow clone remains intact, Obito is momentarily safe, albeit it would be prudent not to prolong this situation. In conclusion, a swift resolution is imperative, followed by assistance for Obito. Consequently, Eishu cast aside the two arms he held and swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. This seemingly simple act was merely a conventional manipulation of chakra. The thoughts of Eishu stirred once again. This time, the ripple was not akin to a nerd's delight upon hearing a lovely maiden affectionately refer to him as Big Brother. Instead, it was the astonishing realization that his physique seemed to have transformed abruptly from that of a slender monkey to that of a muscular titan. The last time he experienced such a sensation was after the old man helped him rectify his posture, leaving him with an unexpected surge of chakra. Yet, this occasion felt distinctly different. Eishu discovered that his chakra was remarkably delicate. To put it more plainly, he felt as though he could effortlessly mold this chakra into any form he desired, manipulating it at will without the need to exert effort in altering its nature or shape. This fleeting moment of contemplation lasted but an instant. In that very moment, Eishu made the decision to forego the use of shadow clones and the hydrogen release technique. Water release, water bullet technique, infusing it with yang release chakra. Lightning release, lightning explosion. The seals remained the same. The process was still familiar. Yet, there were no longer small water spheres, nor was there any lightning brilliance. Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had inadvertently achieved the coveted microscopic level chakra reaction he had long desired. The microscopic level chakra reaction refers to the fusion and qualitative transformation of two or more different elemental chakras before the formation of a ninjutsu, resulting in the creation of a new nature transformation technique, commonly known as a bloodline limit. At this moment, Eishu is still not utilizing a bloodline limit. Rather, he achieves a microscopic level of chakra response through meticulous manipulation of chakra. Specifically, a water chakra infused with yang properties directly corresponds with a lightning chakra capable of interacting with it, bypassing the conventional response process that follows the formation of ninjutsu. In simpler terms, he can directly generate hydrogen release chakra, even in the absence of a bloodline limit. He is able to create an alternative chakra that would typically only be possible through such a limit. Hydrogen. Wind release. Eishu's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Yet the meticulousness characteristic of a liberal arts student restrained him from uttering that name. An idea for a wind release technique swiftly flashed through his mind as his body sprang into action. A monumental breakthrough. In the next instant, a tempest burst forth from Eishu's lips, surging directly towards the white zetsu. Though the creature had lost its arms, it maintained its disguise. Helpless against the onslaught of the gale, this was precisely what Eishu had intended. He had already fled, leaving behind a shadow clone. The clone performed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This move was intended for Obito. The fireball quickly caught up to the tempest, yet they did not complement each other. The moment the blazing flames made contact with the tail of the wind, boom! It was as if a fiery quill had swept through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar, illuminating half the sky with its brilliance. However, Eishu did not glance back even once to witness the astonishing explosion. He understood that he had grown. He sensed that he might have awakened something within himself. Chapter 108. Could it be infinite Tsukuyomi? As Eishu hurriedly caught up with the group, he beheld the weary Kakashi. Obito with his eyes tightly shut, and a shadow clone wearing a grave expression. I did my best, but, sigh. The shadow clone sighed before vanishing. Kakashi's gaze was vacant, resembling that of a living corpse, crouched on the ground and utterly motionless. It was as if Obito had perished. How? The information relayed to Eishu's mind, causing his expression to morph into one of peculiarity. Obito was not in grave danger. He had merely exhausted himself, both mentally and physically, as well as depleting his chakra. The shadow clone's helplessness stemmed solely from its lack of mastery in healing techniques. After all, it was merely a tool for providing yang release chakra, prioritizing quantity over quality. Furthermore, Eishu had been preoccupied with too many subjects in his training, leaving little time for this particular skill, which he had only touched upon just enough to be sufficient. Obito's face would likely bear a scar. Yes, a wound that pierced from the left upper side to the right lower side. To conceal it, he would have to wear a mask. And even Kakashi's face covering would not suffice. So, has Obito ultimately fallen victim to the fate of the masked man? Eishu harbors a complex array of emotions, simultaneously feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding the future. By Ju, Ban, Obito, and the masked man, some are predestined, while others are mere coincidences. Now, compounded by certain uncertainties within himself, let us depart. We shall return to Konoha first. Eishu bore the weight of Obito, while Kakashi's gaze regained a flicker of vitality, and the trio finally set forth. Meanwhile, why did you not aim directly at Uchiha Obito? Why did you not eliminate him outright? Just moments ago, there was still time to pursue. Why did you flee? Uchiha Ruaho was perplexed by the creature he encountered, an enigmatic monstrosity that refused to heed his commands. The entire 7th squad was destined for demise, yet Obito must perish first. The order he issued was to seize the opportunity while the three were unguarded and strike down Uchiha Obito directly. But to his dismay, this individual chose to strike at a civilian instead, resulting in the complete escape of all three, while Uchiha Ruaho was still frantically berating his subordinate. 200 meters below his position, Madara awakened eyes akin to yours. It terrified me. Both were manifestations of white zetsu, one facing rebuke, the other in accusation. Some individuals mistakenly believe themselves to be masters, yet they lack even the capacity to perceive the truth. White Zetsu recounted the experiences of his clone in exaggerated tones. Then, he beheld the elder before him, resembling a statue, gradually opening his eyes. They were a pair of crimson eyes, with 3 tomos spiraling within, unfathomably deep and tranquil, evoking an irresistible urge to surrender to their depths, yet none dared to meet their gaze. Of course, White Zetsu felt no trepidation. In a strict sense, he lacked consciousness. Sharingan. Was that child also a descendant of the Uchiha? A weary, frail voice echoed through the space. Madara furrowed his brow slightly. So, he has seen your true form. The emergence of an additional Sharingan, an extra Uchiha clansman, seemed trivial to Madara. The entire shinobi world held no secrets before him. Should it be, indeed? White Zetsu scratched his green hair, knowing that he would not grasp such truths prior to seeing me. With a grin, White Zetsu pondered, should he be eliminated? That child holds great significance for Obito. After a brief silence, Madara once again closed his eyes. Perhaps it was time to slightly alter the plan. From dawn to daylight, and then from daylight to nightfall, the 7th squad traveled intermittently, eventually returning to Konoha before midnight. As the captain, Eishu was expected to report to the Hokage's office promptly. However, he did not. First, he took Obito to the hospital and arranged for Kakashi to undergo a physical examination as well, and then Eishu returned home, fearing that Jumei might awaken. He chose not to enter through the front door, opting instead to climb through the window. However, just as he landed on the windowsill, Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Why was Jumei lying in his room? Eishu paused for a moment, then stealthily retreated. After much hesitation, he found himself back in his original little room, the one adorned with 2 floor-to-ceiling windows. Eishu had forgotten his keys. However, it was of no consequence, for he effortlessly slipped through the floor-to-ceiling window. To his surprise, the dust within was not excessively overwhelming, considering there were 2 large openings. Yet, Eishu paid no heed to such trivialities. He made his way directly to the bathroom. During his previous move, he had taken nearly everything, but many items in the bathroom remained. For instance, the toilet, the sink, and the faucet. Not to mention, the mirror embedded in the wall. Indeed, Eishu had exerted considerable effort to return solely for the purpose of safely and discreetly gazing into the mirror. A second later, oh my goodness, it truly was. Reflected in the mirror was a handsome visage obscured by the lack of light, adorned with a pair of eyes that seemed to glimmer with a red hue. 2 swirling magatama hovered above. Eishu felt a tumult of emotions within. He had once pondered, if he were to begin as a member of the Uchiha clan, he would undoubtedly awaken with a double Tomo Sharingan. Remarkably, this prediction had come to fruition. Yet now, rather than curiosity regarding his lineage, he was consumed by trepidation. The presence of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the infinite Tsukuyomi, did it not? Might there be a possibility that he had indeed traversed dimensions, landing precisely at the scene of Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi, just before the appearance of Kagaya Otsutsuki? And here he was, utterly oblivious, ensnared like a mummy. Was it conceivable that all of this was merely a figment of his imagination? Alas, what was he contemplating? Eishu suddenly found herself on the verge of delivering a slap to her own face. If this were truly a dream, Ban would have long since knelt down and sung in submission. Thus, I now embody both the 1,000 hands and the Uchiha. The fusion of the 2 results in the manifestation of all existence. Am I invincible? Suddenly, Eishu envisioned a figure clad in purple armor, exuding an aura of both authority and tranquility, hands clasped together amidst a chorus of sacred sounds, flanked by 998 hands, the great Buddha of Susanoo. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Eishu closed his eyes and unleashed his imagination unrestrainedly. With 998 hands equating to 990